In the realm of extraordinary warriors, a master of special operations encountered an unforeseen mishap during a mission to mend the heavens, a task reminiscent of the legendary Niwa. Thus, his soul intertwined with that of a timid, cowardly heir from a prominent family in the 21st century, marking the commencement of an extraordinary existence. Wealth at his fingertips, beauty within his embrace, and adversaries beneath his feet. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Modern Era. Li Feng gradually opened his eyes, awakening to a blinding light. Raising his hand to shield his gaze, he was besieged by an excruciating pain that felt as if his body might shatter into fragments. Where am I? Li Feng exerted effort to shake his head, his memories hazy. He could only recall executing the mission of mending the heavens, hearing the final words of Dr. Hu Chong before succumbing to unconsciousness. As for what transpired thereafter, he was utterly oblivious. What place is this? Struggling to support his body, he unsteadily sat up and surveyed his surroundings, revealing a lavish chamber. Time travel? Mending the heavens? To what era have I been transported? Li Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that he had arrived in an unfamiliar domain, one he had never encountered before. The decor of this room seemed vastly inferior to that of his original timeline. Every object within the chamber appeared to him as an antique, entirely foreign to his former age. Subsequently, Li Feng conducted a thorough self-examination, discovering that, aside from his frail constitution, he bore no other ailments. His weakness stemmed solely from the reckless indulgences of the original Li Feng, which had depleted his vitality. Even with his resilient spirit, he found it challenging to accept his new reality. With a heavy sigh, Li Feng exhaled a breath laden with despair, attempting to forcibly channel his vital energy. However, as he did so, an excruciating pain pierced through him, rendering his complexion ghostly pale, and soon darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. In the haze of unconsciousness, he became aware of footsteps approaching. Young Master Feng has fainted again. Let us go and take a look. Serves him right who told him to commit such heinous acts. Falling from the mountain, yet surviving unscathed truly. A virtuous man has a short life, while the wicked thrive for millennia. Before long, several individuals gathered around Li Feng, carelessly rummaging through his belongings. After a considerable time, they departed. Lying on a soft bed, enveloped in silence, Li Feng couldn't help but bitterly smile at the irony of his circumstances, yet he never imagined that he would find himself in such a dire situation. Had he truly become so insignificant in their eyes? To them, he was merely a shell of a man, a half-dead entity. A half-dead being? Li Feng chuckled to himself, recognizing that his current state bore no distinction from that of a half-dead person. It was clear that he needed to restore his strength with urgency. Drawing a deep breath, he endured the pain coursing through his body and propped himself up. Yet, when he attempted to forcefully invoke the ancient technique Nine Heavens Heart Sutra, the familiar piercing agony surged through him once more. This time, however, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. I, Li Feng, am an elite of the Black Hawk Special Forces, having weathered countless tribulations. I refuse to believe that I cannot reclaim my strength. Li Feng's gaze hardened with determination. Time and again, he channeled the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra, each repetition accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. In his previous life, Li Feng ascended to the pinnacle of excellence among the Special Forces due to the possession of the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra. It was this sacred text that rendered him exceptional in every regard. Yet now, even his steadfast nature could not prevent a frown from etching itself upon his brow. Had his injuries deteriorated to such an extent? At that moment, footsteps resonated from outside, prompting a flicker of awareness within Li Feng, who came to a halt. Just as he ceased his meditative practice, a graceful figure entered his view. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her form both alluring and ample. Upon setting her eyes on Li Feng, a glimmer of disdain flickered within her gaze. You're awake, the young woman exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Li Feng seated upright on the bed. It was rather unexpected, given that when she had brought him back, his injuries had been dire. Yet, in less than a day, he had managed to sit up on his own. Indeed, Li Feng acknowledged with a slight nod. This young lady possessed a complexion as smooth as fine jade, her features delicate and enchanting, evoking a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. Even having encountered countless beauties, Li Feng could not help but concede to her exceptional charm. However, as Hu Yuanyuan noticed Li Feng's gaze lingering upon her, her expression turned slightly frosty, her eyes flickering momentarily before she remarked, "It's good that you're fine if you lack the ability, refrain from emulating others in reckless pursuits." Reckless pursuits? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback by her words. What did this woman imply? How could he, the foremost expert of the special forces, ever engage in such frivolous activities? Suddenly, Li Feng felt a jolt coursing through his body, an involuntary shiver overtaking him, and his complexion grew even paler. An unfamiliar memory surged forth from the depths of his being, information that did not belong to him, flooding his mind like a torrential deluge. Li Feng stood transfixed, as if ensnared by some malevolent force. Strange memories? Peculiar places? Eccentric women? Li Feng gradually came to the realization that Nuwa's plan to mend the heavens had succeeded, and he had been reincarnated. Drawing from unfamiliar memories, he recognized that he had returned to the Han Dynasty, centuries ago. However, this was simply too astonishing, was it not? Li Feng stared wide-eyed, taken aback for quite some time. According to Nuwa's plan, he should have traversed back 20 years. Yet now he found himself several hundred years adrift. How could this be? How was he to fulfill his mission under such circumstances? Moreover, was his physique truly so feeble? He felt utterly fragile, as if a mere breeze could topple him. Hu Yuanyuan observed Li Feng's pretentious demeanor and bewildered expression, her contempt deepening in her gaze. Young Master Feng, I knew that fate would favor you and keep you safe." A youthful man with striking features rushed in from outside. From his memories, Li Feng recognized this young man as his cousin, Li Quan, who had been his devoted follower since childhood, always compliant with whatever Li Feng commanded. Without a hint of complaint yet, Li Feng astutely sensed a flicker of coldness in Li Quan's eyes. The former Li Feng would have overlooked this, but the current Li Feng possessed an acute awareness, effortlessly perceiving the chill lurking within Li Quan's gaze. "Elder sister-in-law, rest assured, young Master Feng will be just fine," Li Quan remarked, turning to Hu Yuanyuan, a hint of fervor flashing deep within his eyes. Hu Yuanyuan shot a frosty glance at Li Quan, retorting, "Do not speak so carelessly. Li Feng, the eldest scion of the Li family in Huaxia Yanjing, is the son of Li Chuanwei, the third highest-ranking official in Huagua, and his mother serves as the chairwoman of the Li group. Born into such a prestigious family, Li Feng enjoyed unparalleled affection from a young age. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, instead of becoming a haughty and arrogant young master, he grew up to be timid and weak-willed, a mere shadow of potential. Hu Yuanyuan, the eldest daughter of the Hu family and Li Feng's wife, is the daughter of the commander of the Northwest Military District. Yuanhai and Li Chuanwei are sworn brothers, and to strengthen their familial ties, they arranged a betrothal between Li Feng and Hu Yuanyuan over a decade ago. Yet, as the years passed, Hu Yuanyuan blossomed into a stunning beauty and emerged as the foremost businesswoman of Tianhai City, while Li Feng remained a feeble and ineffectual individual. Despite this disparity, their marital status remained unchanged. Several months ago, under the deliberation of their families, they obtained a marriage certificate and settled in Tianhai City. This worthless fellow has such a beautiful wife. It truly is a case of a flower blooming in dung. Indeed, how can such a scoundrel be worthy of such a lovely lady? It's a miracle he didn't perish when he fell off the cliff. Such a person deserves to die. The whispers of the crowd left Li Feng blushing with embarrassment. The previous occupant of this body was nothing short of a scoundrel. In a past life, such a person would not even be considered a man. Thankfully, Li Feng possesses a resolute mind, otherwise, he might have been tempted to end his own life. Chapter 2. Discharge. As Hu Yuanyuan and Li Quan departed, Li Feng found himself overwhelmed by the unfamiliar memories he had absorbed. A tumult of emotions surged within him: frustration, disdain, admiration, each vying for dominance. He had never envisioned that he would be reborn into such a remarkable life. With a heavy sigh, Li Feng reflected on the irony of a distinguished warrior like himself inhabiting the body of someone so extraordinary. It was inevitable that he would become the subject of ridicule. Yet, what did it matter? To have successfully traversed time and to live anew was already the greatest blessing bestowed upon him by fate. A reckless car chase? A perilous fall from a precipice? Li Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating the ominous implications. This was rife with suspicion, suggesting that someone wished for his demise. Or rather, They sought the demise of the previous Li Feng. The former incarnation was gone. He was now Li Feng. If others desired his end, he would not spare those who plotted against him. After all, he could hardly reveal to anyone that he was a traveler from another time. To ensure his survival, he must identify those who wished him harm. He despised the notion of enemies lurking in the shadows. In Li Feng's memories, Hu Yuan, despite her disdain for him, posed no lethal threat. However, his cousin, who had accompanied him, had exhibited a fleeting glimmer of coldness in his gaze. This raised suspicion. It seemed imperative for Li Feng to investigate this cousin further. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Li Feng resolved to meticulously plan and arrange his forthcoming life after fully integrating the memories he had acquired. Above all, the enhancement of his abilities stood paramount. In his previous life, he was the foremost expert of the Special Operations Division. However, mastery of martial arts is not merely achieved through the integration of soul memories. Even the most exquisite martial arts manual requires the support of inner strength, which must be cultivated by Li Feng himself. The Nine Heavens Heart Sutra was the martial arts foundation of Li Feng's former life, the very essence that propelled him to the pinnacle of the Special Operations Division. This Nine Heavens Heart Sutra is, in essence, a technique capable of absorbing the soul, transforming the power of the soul into inner strength. This was also the impetus for his enlistment in the Special Operations Division, as he sought to refine the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra, augment his prowess, engage in combat, harness the power of the soul, and embrace boundless slaughter. Although his mind was filled with numerous other techniques, he felt compelled to practice the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra. Once again, he closed his eyes and began to circulate the heart method of the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra. Yet, akin to the previous attempt, he was unable to gather true qi. The hospital, bustling with people and noise, was not conducive to his practice. Thus, at Li Feng's insistence, he was discharged. On the day of his release, only Li Quan came to greet him. Hu Yuan was notably absent. "Young master, my sister-in-law had matters at her company, so she could not come," Li Quan explained, refraining from revealing that Hu Yuan's absence was due to her unwillingness to visit. Li Feng smiled, unbothered. Though Hu Yuan was his wife, she harbored deep-seated grievances against him. "Let us go." Yunhe Garden, a place where even wealth might not guarantee residence, is often said to be a gateway frequented by those who influence the entire city. It becomes evident just how high the threshold of Yunhe Garden truly is. Soon, Li Feng was driven by Li Quan into a villa within Yunhe Garden, a dwelling that could no longer be measured by monetary value. "Good day, young master." The villa's servants greeted Li Feng reluctantly as he alighted from the car. Li Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement, disregarding the servants, and proceeded into the grand hall. The moment he entered, he distinctly overheard the mocking whispers of those servants. A quiet sigh escaped him. Even these attendants held him in contempt, indicating that his status as the young master was indeed a failure. "Young Master Feng, young Master Lu called just now, inquiring when you might wish to gather." Li Quan reported respectfully, keeping pace beside him. Young Master Lu, known as Lu Shiqiao, was the heir of the Lu family. Just a month prior, it was at the invitation of Lu Shiqiao that Li Feng had found himself in a perilous car race, during which his sports car had experienced a sudden brake failure. Careening down a slope, a glint of sharp intelligence flashed in Li Feng's eyes. His predecessor, timid and fearful, would never have engaged in such reckless behavior. This, in itself, posed a significant question. Now, having just been discharged from the hospital, Lu Shiqiao extended an invitation, which was clearly a trap, a snare set for him. What role did Li Quan play in this affair? He recalled the cold glimmer that had crossed Li Quan's eyes when he first awoke. He certainly could not believe that this matter bore no connection to Li Quan. Lu Shiqiao's invitation posed a dilemma. Should he attend or decline? To refuse would prevent him from validating his suspicions, yet to accept would be to knowingly walk into a trap. He had ample means to deal with these frivolous scions. Why not go? Not only could he ascertain whether it was Li Quan and Lu Shiqiao, but he could also better assimilate into this new identity. After a thorough analysis, Li Feng was certain that this was undoubtedly a trap laid specifically for him. However, he felt no fear. With his knowledge and experience, dealing with a few pampered young masters would be a trivial endeavor. Reflecting on this, Li Feng pondered for a moment before turning to Li Quan beside him and inquired, "Li Quan, your intellect is quite sharp. What are your thoughts? Should I go or not?" This was a test, a subtle probe into Li Quan's perception. Of course, Li Quan could not fathom that his seemingly inept cousin was assessing him. Why not go? The last time, It was because Lu Shichao and his companions invited you for a street race that you encountered trouble. This time, we must ensure they face the consequences, Li Quan declared, shaking his fist with determination. You are absolutely right. They must be dealt with decisively. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Feng's eyes, for he had already concluded that this invitation from Lu Shichao was intricately linked to Li Quan. Where do you suggest we meet them? Li Feng asked. How about the Emperor's Pavilion? It is the finest establishment in Tianhai City, Li Quan responded without hesitation. Very well. You inform Lu Shichao that we shall gather at the Emperor's Pavilion in a few days for a proper meeting. Li Feng nodded, the cold light in his gaze intensifying, further validating his suspicions. Yet again, this was another trial for Li Quan. If this matter were indeed related to him, he would have already arranged a suitable place for their encounter. Indeed, Li Quan has already contemplated where to go. Chapter 3. A lesson in action. Days swiftly passed, during which Li Feng remained sequestered within the confines of his villa, diligently nurturing his health. Though his dantian was yet unable to harness the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, the pervasive pain throughout his body had dissipated. Essentially, aside from his inability to engage in cultivation, he bore no significant difference from an ordinary individual. Throughout these days, Li Feng encountered Hu Yuan on several occasions. Each day, she returned home late and departed at the break of dawn, as if conversing with him would cost her dearly. However, witnessing Li Feng's astonishing recovery, which seemed to transform him almost daily, left her in a state of profound astonishment. The private physicians attending to him were equally astounded. As one doctor, who had practiced medicine for decades, remarked, he had never encountered a patient endowed with such remarkable recuperative abilities as Li Feng. On a sun-drenched day, Li Feng stepped out of the villa and ventured to a nearby park to stretch his limbs. The sun's rays enveloped him in warmth. Young Master Feng, how do you feel today? Inquired Li Quan, who had just entered the park, panting from exertion. Li Feng turned to him, momentarily taken aback to see Li Quan hurrying toward him for the first time in days. Much improved, Li Feng replied with a smile. That is splendid to hear. Li Quan responded, approaching him with a grin. Young Master Feng, I have made arrangements. In a few days, when Lu Shichao returns from Nanling, we shall meet with them at the Imperial Pavilion. So soon? A glint of coldness flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Since you seek your demise with such haste, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I am no longer the Li Feng of old. Should you desire my downfall, be prepared to pay the price. Lu Shichao, allow me to witness the extent of your capabilities. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Li Feng did not outwardly express them, merely nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, a figure suddenly approached from a distance, standing before the two men. Li Feng observed a young man, whose appearance was passable, yet his thin lips and haughty demeanor set him apart. Li Feng, you worthless fool, why are you still alive? The young man pointed, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixated on Li Feng. Sun Shiping, what do you intend to do? How dare you show disrespect to young Master Feng? Li Quan interjected, furrowing his brow in disapproval. Young Master Feng? He is hardly worthy of such a title. Sun Shiping retorted with a disdainful smirk, directing his scorn at Li Feng. How dare this good-for-nothing declare himself young Master Feng? He should take a good look at his own wretched state. From his recollections, Li Feng recognized Sun Shiping as a renowned prodigy in Tianhai City, who, at the tender age of 15, had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, establishing the Sun Group and earning a place among the city's 10 outstanding youths. He was a classmate of Hu Yuan and had pursued her since high school. Yet it was Li Feng, the notorious spendthrift, who had become her fiancé. This rivalry fueled Sun Shiping's disdain for Li Feng, leading him to mock him frequently. Sun Shiping, young Master Feng is not someone you can offend, Li Quan admonished sternly. Ignoring the warning, Sun Shiping coldly addressed Li Feng. You would do well to keep your distance from Hu Yuan. Do not let me catch you in her company. Li Feng's pupils contracted as he replied slowly. Word by word, and what if I do not? Do not. Sun Shiping was momentarily taken aback before a chilling smile spread across his face. You shall come to know the consequences. Having spoken, he turned to leave. It seemed he had grown accustomed to bullying me. Li Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly and took 3 steps back. Gathering his breath, he surged forward with fervor, lifting his right leg and delivering a resounding kick to Sun Shiping, who fell to the ground with an audible thud. Are you threatening me? Li Feng's presence was as formidable as a tiger descending from the mountains. His piercing gaze fixed upon Sun Shiping. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, with even Li Quan rendered speechless by Li Feng's unexpected display of defiance. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sun Shiping finally regained his composure. Had he not witnessed the event unfold before his very eyes, he would have never believed that Li Feng had the audacity to kick him. In the bustling city of Tianhai, who was unaware of Li Feng's timid and cowardly nature, the very essence that made him an easy target. Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet and weighing over 200 pounds, he had become the subject of ridicule and scorn, even from mere servants who dared to mock him in his presence. Pathetic. So you think you can stand up for yourself after a few days away? Sun Shiping, though perplexed by Li Feng's sudden boldness, dismissed him entirely. At that moment, Li Quan too emerged from his stupor, his mind racing. When he heard Sun Shiping speak, he quickly chimed in, Sun Shiping, who do you think you are? What is there that young Master Feng would shy away from? If it weren't for the late-night conversation between young Master Feng and his sister-in-law, that kick could have cost you your life. Unbeknownst to him, his words struck a nerve with Sun Shiping, whose face darkened instantly, a surge of fury igniting within him. He was acutely aware of Li Feng's cohabitation with Hu Yuan, and dread filled him. Could it be that this fellow had truly crossed a line with the goddess of his heart? Li Feng, you truly possess an audacious spirit. Daring to kick Sun Shao. I wonder if your flesh is beginning to itch again. Should I assist you in alleviating that discomfort? The speaker, Hu Meng, stood at a modest height of less than 1.7 meters, slender as a monkey. He was a loyal follower of Sun Shiping, inseparable from his side. Just moments ago, he was attempting to charm a girl nearby when he witnessed Li Feng delivering a kick to Sun Shiping, prompting him to rush over with a fierce demeanor. Leave. This is not your place to speak, Li Feng retorted. He then lifted his head, his expression darkening like stormy waters as he coldly addressed Sun Shiping. Now tell me, were you just threatening me? Oh, look who's grown some courage. A mere waste from Tianhai City dares to speak to me in such a manner. Sun Shiping seethed. Listen well, I will make it abundantly clear. I am indeed threatening you. What of it? His fury ignited. He began to advance towards Li Feng. Yet, before he could close the distance, he felt a powerful hand grasp his neck, lifting him effortlessly before being thrown to the ground. Sun Shiping was caught unawares by Li Feng's sudden aggression, landing on his back with legs flailing. Clad only in a shirt, he let out a pained cry. But the ordeal was far from over. Li Feng raised his foot, planting his mud-stained sneaker upon Sun Shiping's chest, utterly indifferent to the latter's agonized struggles and the shocked gasps from onlookers. With a nonchalant smile, he declared, "What's the matter? Just stepping on you." The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, spectacles scattered across the ground. As Hu Meng prepared to follow Sun Shiping in assaulting Li Feng, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, rubbing his dazed eyes in disbelief. Was this truly not a dream? Meanwhile, Li Feng reveled in a sense of satisfaction. Although his body remained frail, the rigorous practice of acupoint manipulation had revitalized him, transforming his very essence. Now, nearly all hidden ailments had vanished, and while he could not cultivate, he was undeniably robust as an ox. It was needless to say that he possessed an intricate understanding of the human meridians and acupoints. Relying solely on his strength, who in this park could possibly rival him? Li Quan looked on in astonishment as Li Feng morphed from a docile sheep into a fearsome tiger, his emotions overwhelmed and indescribable. Witnessing the once mighty Sun Shiping being trampled and writhing on the ground beneath Li Feng's foot was almost beyond belief. Young Master Feng. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Do not concern yourself. Today, I must settle the score with them." He was no longer the timid, ineffectual Li Feng of yore, unafraid even of mountains of blades or seas of fire, let alone facing an ordinary person like Sun Shiping. Did you think I was a useless pawn? Perfect. I shall settle both old and new accounts. Sun Shiping, caught off guard, found himself thrown to the ground, with Li Feng's foot pressing heavily upon his chest. In front of so many witnesses, he felt an unbearable shame and fury, struggling desperately, attempting to dislodge Li Feng's leg in a futile effort to rise. However, Li Feng's foot was as immovable as a pillar of iron, steadfastly pinning him down, regardless of his thrashing, regardless of whether it is Hu Meng or Li Quan, or the onlookers surrounding the scene. All could not help but feel a jolt of shock and fear at the spectacle before them. Brawls are commonplace, yet witnessing one individual relentlessly stamp down on another is a sight they rarely encounter. When did Li Feng become so formidable? A wave of bewilderment washed over everyone. My goodness, this is insane. Hu Meng, why are you still lingering there? Hurry up and help him, Sun Shiping exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he urged Hu Meng for assistance. Hu Meng, cunning as he is, noticed Li Feng's back was turned and saw an opportunity. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he stealthily approached Li Feng from behind, delivering a forceful punch to his back. The blow landed solidly. Yet Li Feng merely turned around, smiling at him as if nothing had happened. "Are you merely tickling me? Or shall I teach you how to throw a punch?" With a swift motion, he struck Hu Ming's face with a resounding slap that echoed through the tranquil morning air. The sound traveled far and wide. In his memory, this brat had often bullied him, thus Li Feng's strike was a tad more forceful. 2 bloody teeth flew from Hu Ming's mouth, and his face instantly bore several finger marks, his jaw swelling visibly. With a howl, Hu Ming was sent spinning from the force of the slap, only managing to cry out in pain after a full rotation. He staggered back several steps, finally halting near the crowd, his eyes now reflecting nothing but sheer terror. With that resounding slap, an involuntary shiver coursed through the crowd, as if in unison, they began to acknowledge a singular truth. Li Feng had transformed. No longer was he the timid, cowardly soul who allowed others to bully him, though they were reluctant to concede. The undeniable reality unfolding before their eyes compelled them to face it. With his foot firmly planted on Sun Shiping, he sent Hu Ming flying with a single strike. The most alarming aspect was the absence of ferocity or madness upon his face. Instead, a subtle, mocking smile lingered, rendering his actions as instinctive and rational as breathing. Among the onlookers, 2 individuals who had once tormented Li Feng instinctively recoiled, shrinking back in fear of being noticed. "One alone, Xinchang Yu, what are you waiting for? This fellow seems to be in a frenzy today. If we do not subdue him, we shall face dire consequences." Poor Sun Shiping, crushed beneath Li Feng's foot, remained oblivious to the fact that Li Feng had undergone a profound metamorphosis, still urging Wang Yilong and the others to assist him. The cacophony was unbearable. Li Feng applied a modicum of pressure with his foot, and instantly, Sun Shiping's face drained of color, tears of pain streaming down his cheeks, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. Li Feng cast a glance at the prostrate Sun Shiping, who had ceased to struggle, before allowing his derisive gaze to sweep over Wang Yilong and Xinchang Yu within the throng. "Over these past 2 years, you have tormented me relentlessly, have you not? As long as your transgressions were not egregious, I endured. However, if you dare to threaten me, how can I, Li Feng, ever hope to survive in the future?" The onlookers, upon hearing Li Feng's words, could not help but murmur among themselves, feeling that the actions of Sun Shiping and his companions were indeed rather excessive. No matter how pitiful or timid Li Feng appeared, one should not resort to threats against him, for he was, after all, a young master of considerable wealth and influence. If it were anyone else being bullied in such a manner, they would likely retaliate fiercely. Human nature is such that, had Li Feng remained the same as he was before, he would have left in disgrace, too afraid to utter a single word. Others would undoubtedly continue to mock and ridicule him, yet none would consider how they might feel if they were subjected to similar treatment. However, today, Li Feng struck back with formidable force, rendering his adversaries powerless. Naturally, onlookers began to contemplate how they would respond if placed in his position, likely with even more ferocity. Have you all had your fill of the spectacle? If so, return whence you came. You come here. Li Feng coldly glanced at the crowd before pointing a finger at Hu Ming. Hu Ming, clutching his swollen jaw and nearly retreating into the crowd, shuddered at the thought of facing a second blow. Chapter 4. Antique Cars. The onlookers, taken aback by Li Feng's formidable presence, were astonished by the dramatic transformation he had undergone in such a short span of time. Yet, they were wise enough not to provoke a tiger at this moment and dispersed quietly. It was indeed a remarkable spectacle, like a sheep turning into a tiger. After years of being perceived as worthless, Li Feng erupted with a ferocity that stunned Tian'ai City, directly trampling on Sun Shiping and striking Hu Ming. This was undeniably the talk of the town. As Hu Ming noticed he was alone, fear gripped him even more. His hesitant steps forward were filled with trepidation as he stammered, "Li Quan, we are friends. After all, you have a good relationship with Li Feng. Please, hold him back. Don't let him continue to beat me." Despite Hu Ming's notorious reputation, he was ultimately a coward who preyed on the weak. When faced with his own peril, how could he not tremble? This young man was astute enough to realize that if there was anyone who could save him now, it would certainly be Li Quan. Li Feng cast a disdainful glance at him, amusement dancing in his eyes as he retorted, "There's no need to plead with Li Quan. If I intend to strike you, no one can stop me. Your appeals are in vain. Come here." With that, he lifted his foot from Sun Shiping's chest and addressed the slowly approaching Hu Ming. "Help him up and be gone. Sun Shiping, I know you refuse to accept this, but I am indifferent to your sentiments. If you have the capability, seek your revenge. I, Li Feng, await your challenge. I seek no trouble, yet I will not allow anyone to treat me like a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Do you comprehend my meaning? Li Feng observed the humiliation and fury blazing in Sun Shiping's eyes, yet he remained utterly unconcerned as he spoke plainly. He completely disregarded these insignificant characters. Sun Shiping wore a face of resentment. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Li Feng. Thus, upon hearing Li Feng's brazenly arrogant words, he refrained from retorting, secretly vowing to regain his lost dignity. Noticing Sun Shiping's silence, Li Feng calmly remarked, I warn you, this is merely a light punishment. I strongly advise you never to attempt to challenge my limits again. Next time, it will not be so easily overlooked. Having uttered these words, Li Feng did not cast another glance at Sun Shiping and turned to leave. Li Quan, recovering from his shock, hurriedly followed suit. After Li Feng departed, the atmosphere in the room became oppressively tense. No one spoke, and not a single person moved, as silence hung in the air, palpable as a falling pin. What is intimidation? What is arrogance? This is it. After a considerable pause, Wang Yilong cast a sidelong glance at the humiliated Sun Shiping and Hu Meng, his expression awkward as he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Sun Shiping. Hu Meng, are you both all right? Hu Meng spat, unsure whether he was attempting to rid himself of the remnants of blood or expressing disdain for the cowardice of Wang Yilong. He chose silence and simply turned to leave. Sun Shiping snorted through his nostrils, a tacit acknowledgement of Wang Yilong's inquiry, before entering his vehicle and departing. Upon returning to the villa, Li Feng retreated to the bathroom to wash up, leaving Li Quan alone in the living room, stunned by the upheaval Li Feng had wrought. He has followed Li Feng for over a decade, making him the individual who understands Li Feng the most. However, the recent scene has completely shattered his perception of Li Feng. Is this truly the same Li Feng from before? Nevertheless, today Li Feng has beaten Sun Shiping, and given Sun Shiping's character, he will certainly not let this matter rest. Although Li Feng is the eldest son of the Li family and his cousin, it is unfortunate. Li Feng must die. Only with Li Feng's demise can Li Quan become the heir of the Li family and attain the affections of the most beautiful woman in Tianhai City, Hu Yuan. Not only do Sun Shiping and Lu Shichao covet Hu Yuan, but Li Quan himself is equally infatuated. Due to his connection with Li Feng, he has had more opportunities to interact with Hu Yuan, leading to a fervent obsession and possessiveness towards her. However, Li Feng's transformation has raised his guard. Glancing at the restroom, Li Quan stepped outside to make a phone call. After taking a shower, Li Feng returned to his room and began to circulate the Nine Heavens Sutra. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of surprise within his heart, for he sensed a slight fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy as he practiced the Nine Heavens Sutra. Li Feng felt a surge of joy. 7 days. After arriving in this world for 7 days, he could finally gather energy. As he continued to circulate his cultivation technique, the fluctuating spiritual energy around him gradually began to converge towards him, seeping into his body and moving towards his dantian. Streams of spiritual energy entered his dantian like a parched land absorbing rain, and Li Feng's dantian ravenously devoured this energy, dispersing it to every corner of his body, nourishing and revitalizing the meridians that had been broken and rejuvenating every inch of his skin. When Li Feng opened his eyes, the dawn light was just beginning to break. Marking the passage of a day, he exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling an invigorating clarity wash over him as he rose to his feet, his bones cracking in a delightful symphony of comfort. Upon introspection, he discovered that within a mere day, he had not only successfully gathered his energy, but had also ascended to the initial stage of the first tier. This remarkable speed astonished him, even in his past life. He had never achieved such rapid advancement. It seemed that this body had its merits, he mused to himself. Despite its frailty, his lineage from a wealthy family had afforded him ample nourishing tonics, the essence of which lay dormant within him, now awakened through the cultivation of the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra. Had it not been for the body's inherent weakness, he might well have breached into the second tier by now. Li Feng's car had been destroyed in a reckless race, leaving him without any means of transportation. Thus, he resolved to purchase an antique car, a long-held dream of his. Although such vehicles were deemed environmentally detrimental and notoriously slow in the 21st century, he held a profound admiration for them. Upon arriving at the car dealership, his gaze was swiftly captivated by the sleek lines and exceptional speed and handling of the luxury sports cars on display. Antiques. If only they were in his own era, they might fetch billions. As he regarded these vehicles, which he considered antiques, Li Feng couldn't help but silently lament. A salesman, noticing Li Feng's exceptional demeanor and the fact that he was admiring only the most luxurious sports cars, presumed he had encountered a lucrative business opportunity. He promptly approached, saying, "Sir, this is the latest model of the Porsche 911, boasting a maximum power of 480 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in merely 3.7 seconds. With a top speed of 310 kilometers per hour. It is perfectly suited for a young, successful individual like yourself." Li Feng, however, remained indifferent to the salesperson's enthusiastic pitch, casually turning his attention to a Ferrari parked behind him. Observing Li Feng's confident demeanor, the salesman refrained from interrupting. He contemplated the substantial commission he would earn from selling a luxury car valued at several million, which would certainly equate to years of salary. Once this deal is sealed, I shall take a vacation and travel, bringing along Nana to truly relish our time together. Just the two of us, he mused, lost in dreams of a promising future. Suddenly, the young customer's declaration broke his reverie. I think I'll purchase this one." "Certainly, sir, I shall attend to that immediately." The salesman, exhilarated at the prospect of a significant commission, hurried over to Li Feng. However, upon seeing the vehicle Li Feng was indicating, his expression fell dramatically. Sir, you wish to buy this car?" he stammered, staring at the cherry QQ before him, feeling as though he had plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. "Indeed, I firmly believe this car is the most fitting for me," Li Feng replied with utmost seriousness. "Very well, I shall proceed with the paperwork for you," the salesman responded, his voice tinged with disappointment as he reluctantly began the process for Li Feng. As he walked about 10 paces away from Li Feng, the salesperson could no longer contain his emotions and muttered softly, "This miser. If he can't afford a decent car, he shouldn't even look. What a waste of my excitement." The salesperson's voice was barely above a whisper, showing no concern that Li Feng might overhear him. However, Li Feng's senses were remarkably acute, far surpassing those of an ordinary person, and he heard every word clearly. In response to the salesperson's complaint, Li Feng merely shrugged, unbothered by the remarks. For him, purchasing a high-end sports car worth millions was a trivial matter. In fact, he had a particular fondness for these seemingly modern yet vintage vehicles. Nonetheless, Li Feng viewed his potential acquisition as more than just a means of transportation. He sought understated luxury that exuded depth and character. After bringing it home, appropriate modifications were, without a doubt, inevitable. Chapter 5. The heist receiving a stack of documents amidst the disdainful glances of the sales personnel. Li Feng departed from the car dealership in his new vehicle. In the era he once inhabited, such vintage automobiles were unattainable even for the affluent. Having encountered them a few times during his military service, Li Feng, despite this being his inaugural experience behind the wheel, navigated the roads with relative ease. He hummed a tune throughout the journey, driving his new car back to his residence. Of course, the melodies he sang were of a caliber that transcended this era, leaving the contemporaneous populace bewildered. In the days that followed, Li Feng immersed himself in adapting to this entirely novel epoch while diligently modifying his new car, reveling in the endeavor. Although he had reluctantly acquired a QQ, the comfort of this petite vehicle was woefully inadequate for someone of Li Feng's disposition. Thus, transforming this unassuming car to meet his standards became an indispensable task. In his previous life, Li Feng was a paragon of excellence, having encountered a myriad of experiences. The challenge posed by this vintage automobile was no match for his prowess. Within a little over an hour, he grasped the workings of each component of the car. After investing an equal amount of time, save for the lack of practical experience, Li Feng's expertise in automotive modification rivaled that of any master in the world. This was not merely a testament to Li Feng's exceptional intellect. Rather, it was the breadth of knowledge he possessed that far surpassed the advancements of the 21st century. Just as an individual who has devoted their intellect to the study of advanced mathematics might suddenly turn their attention to simple arithmetic, with no prior experience in such basic calculations, finding it effortless to grasp. So too did Li Feng embark upon a comprehensive transformation of his QQ vehicle after mastering all the principles and theories of automotive modification. After 3 days of dedicated effort, every aspect of his beloved car, its chassis, suspension, engine, brakes, and even the surface of the tires, had been thoroughly re-engineered. Undoubtedly, the most significant enhancement was the vehicle's comfort. Although externally it still resembled an ordinary QQ, Li Feng was confident that even the most sophisticated limited edition Porsches of the era could not rival his customized QQ. During this period, Li Feng also gained a profound understanding of his own identity. In Tianhai, he and Hu Yuanyuan co-owned a company, where he served as the vice president. However, he seldom visited the office, feeling utterly inadequate in comparison to the brilliant and formidable Hu Yuanyuan. On a particular day, Li Feng drove into the city and found a secluded spot to park his vehicle. He intended to purchase some medicinal herbs for body refinement. Just then, an unpleasant voice suddenly erupted from behind him, shattering his good mood. "Kid, hand over your wallet." Upon hearing this voice, Li Feng swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by four youths with brightly dyed hair lounging against his new car, brandishing iron rods and grinning menacingly. Simultaneously, he noticed two individuals approaching from the opposite end of the street, effectively cornering him in between. Having never encountered such a situation before, Li Feng gazed at the assailant with a curious expression and retorted, "Hand over your wallet? Why?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the young man was momentarily taken aback, then raised the iron rod in his hand and menacingly shouted, "We are robbing you. If you do not comply, we will make you regret it." So it was a robbery. Li Feng chuckled, for through historical records, he was aware of the rampant criminal activities in the 21st century. He simply did not expect to encounter the infamous act of robbery so soon after stepping outside. "Now that you understand, hand over your wallet, or you shall pay dearly." The leader of the gang continued to threaten as Li Feng finally grasped their intent. Seizing the opportunity while Li Feng spoke, several robbers stealthily surrounded him, taking advantage of their overwhelming numbers. The robbers were confident, believing that Li Feng would soon surrender and willingly relinquish his valuables. "I have money. Just ensure that no one gets hurt." Observing the menacing figures before him, Li Feng feigned fear and asked, "How much do you want to spare me?" "Isn't that a pointless question? Take as much as you can." The robber growled. "Very well." In front of the robbers, Li Feng opened his bulging wallet and remarked, "I do not carry much cash. It amounts to only several thousand. That is sufficient. Hand it over." The thugs, initially aiming for a mere trifle, were unexpectedly delighted to have stumbled upon a lucrative target. Even their leader was taken aback, stumbling over his words. "However, the money was essential for my purchases." Observing the wide-eyed ruffians, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, continuing to tease them. "Moreover, I'm short a few thousand. Do any of you have some to lend me just to get through this? Little brat, how dare you toy with us?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, even a fool could discern that he was mocking them. The leader of the thugs, filled with rage, bellowed, "Brothers, beat him to a pulp." At the command of their leader, the small-time delinquents surged forward, intent on teaching Li Feng a lesson. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Li Feng's mouth. Despite having just begun his training, his reflexes were already several times faster than those of the robbers, and his muscular strength had increased tenfold. Though the ruffians exerted their utmost effort, to Li Feng, their movements appeared painfully slow, akin to the sluggish sequences in a poorly made action film. He did not even employ any martial arts techniques, relying solely on his keen eyesight and swift hands, coupled with overwhelming force, to dispatch these petty criminals effortlessly. In less than a minute, all but the leader were sprawled on the ground. Seeing his subordinates falter, the ruffian leader shouted fiercely, lunging at Li Feng with a dagger aimed at his abdomen. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Li Feng showed no mercy. With a swift motion, he knocked the dagger from the assailant's grasp and delivered a powerful kick to his arm. This kick was executed with a third of his strength, sufficient to shatter the opponent's bone. With a sharp crack, the leader of the robbers emitted a bone-chilling scream, collapsing onto the ground, clutching his arm. To his astonishment, this seemingly refined young man exhibited such ferocity in combat, leaving the thugs visibly shaken. They had always relied on their numbers to snatch trivial amounts of money and had never encountered an adversary as formidable as Li Feng. Now, fear and unease washed over them. Li Feng pressed his foot onto the face of his opponent, coldly remarking, "Is this all you're capable of? Yet you dare to attempt robbery?" We were unaware of our own limitations. We thought we had encountered an easy target, only to find ourselves up against an iron wall," groaned the thug leader, suppressing his agony. "We shall never dare to oppose you again. Please, spare us." With a derisive snicker, Li Feng applied more pressure with his foot, harboring no belief in his words. Just as he pondered how to resolve the situation once and for all, a woman's voice rang out behind him. He swiftly turned to see a uniformed policewoman striding confidently towards him. Chapter 6. The policewoman possessed a statuesque figure, her fitted uniform accentuating her commanding presence. At this moment, her strikingly beautiful face, adorned with a pair of piercing eyes, was fixated on Li Feng, her tightly pressed lips betraying a hint of indignation. What a stunning officer! As the policewoman approached, Li Feng couldn't help but admire her silently. Having been in the 21st century for quite some time, aside from Hu Yuan, he had yet to encounter another beauty. Thus, upon encountering such an enchanting woman, he naturally stole an extra glance, noticing Li Feng's gaze traversing her form. The policewoman's frustration intensified. She strode up to him, her expression stern as she declared, "I am Officer Mu Xiuzhen from the police department. Why are you all gathered here brawling?" "Brawling?" Li Feng replied with a smile. "Officer, I assure you, I am not brawling. They attempted to rob me, and I was merely defending myself." "Defending yourself?" Mu Xiuzhen retorted, her distaste for Li Feng's brazen demeanor evident as she pointed to the robber beneath his foot. "If you were merely defending yourself, what about him?" "Officer, we merely brushed against his vehicle, and he assaulted us," cried the thug trapped beneath Li Feng's foot. "We are innocent. Please help us." "Enough of your nonsense." Upon hearing the thug's audacious claims, Li Feng pressed down slightly with his foot, effectively silencing him. "Everyone, be quiet." Uncertain of whom to trust, Mu Xiuzhen exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, produce your identification." Upon hearing the police officer's command, the bandits obediently retrieved their IDs. However, Li Feng remained momentarily stunned, awkwardly meeting the fierce gaze of the female officer. "Your identification? Why aren't you presenting it?" Noticing Li Feng's inaction, Mu Xiuzhen furrowed her brow and extended her hand, stating, "Please cooperate. I don't have my ID with me," Li Feng replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I left my identification at home." He was not in the habit of carrying his ID when he ventured out, and this time he had merely set out to purchase some medicinal herbs. "Humph, forgotten, have you?" Mu Xiuzhen scoffed coldly at his words. "Very well, you shall accompany me to the station, and we shall clarify this matter." Hey, I have things to attend to. I can't afford to indulge you," Li Feng retorted, displeased by the officer's words. It was these ruffians who had robbed him, yet he found himself on the verge of being apprehended by the police. Is this how law enforcement operates in the 21st century? Humph, it is never too late to sort this out. Without allowing Li Feng further explanation, Mu Xiuzhen seized his arm. Although Li Feng possessed the capability to subdue the beautiful officer, he understood that any act of resistance could lead to an unwarranted charge of assaulting an officer. Resigned, he permitted Mu Xiuzhen to twist his arm behind his back, and with a click, he found himself cuffed by the female officer. Hey, is this really necessary? Upon the arrival of the female police officer, Li Feng felt a surge of irritation. "Humph, who asked you not to cooperate with the investigation?" With a hint of satisfaction, Mu Xiuzhen pushed Li Feng, commanding the thugs sprawled on the ground. "Get up. Let us clarify this matter together." Although the thugs, having been thoroughly beaten by Li Feng, wished to flee, they found themselves utterly powerless. They could only assist each other in rising to their feet and followed Mu Xiuzhen to the police station. "What is your ID number?" Upon reaching the station, Mu Xiuzhen handed the ruffians over to her colleagues for processing, while she remained engaged with Li Feng. A touch of annoyance flickered across Mu Xiuzhen's face. Despite her striking appearance that often drew attention, few dared to gaze at her so unabashedly as Li Feng did. Unfazed by Mu Xiuzhen's inquiries, Li Feng effortlessly recited a series of numbers, leaning back leisurely in his chair with his hands clasped behind him, awaiting an apology from her. Indeed, as Mu Xiuzhen entered the numbers into the computer, her expression shifted noticeably. Li Feng's identity was clearly documented within the database. Although the female officer had a fiery temperament, she was not devoid of intelligence. She understood that a person of Li Feng's stature was unlikely to engage in conflict with a group that appeared to be thugs. Meeting Li Feng's intense gaze, she shot him an angry glance and coldly huffed, "Pervert." Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle, responding with a smile. "I must ask, beautiful, which of your eyes perceives me as a pervert?" "Humph." Li Feng's lips curled slightly, as if he were speaking to himself. "Not bad, a splendid figure." Mu Xiuzhen immediately stood up and coldly confronted him. "What did you say?" Li Feng shrugged and replied, "I said you were beautiful." "You rogue," Mu Xiuzhen retorted, attempting to slap him. This time, however, Li Feng effortlessly dodged her strike and said, "Is it permissible for the police to hit people at will?" Mu Xiuzhen huffed. "You lecherous man deserves to be struck." Li Feng smirked and suddenly remarked, "With just the two of us here, are you not afraid of my intentions?" Upon hearing his words, Mu Xiuzhen's face revealed a hint of disdainful amusement as she coldly replied, "If you truly possess such capabilities, I would concede to you." She was certainly not intimidated by Li Feng. Not only was she the champion of her police academy in martial arts, but she was also an elite in national law enforcement, capable of taking on 4 or 5 male officers without difficulty, let alone a mere lecher. Li Feng, however, merely raised an eyebrow and said, "Is that so?" Then Mu Xiuzhen watched in astonishment as he extended his left hand and deftly unfastened the handcuff binding her right wrist, breaking it apart as if it were fragile paper. Standing tall, he rubbed his neck and looked at Mu Xiuzhen with a broad smile, asking, "Do you still think the same way?" Chapter 7. Teasing the female officer. "How did you manage to do that?" Mu Xiuzhen asked in astonishment. Li Feng slightly curled his lips, holding up the deformed handcuffs before her, and said, "Of course, I managed to pry them open like this." "You're lying. These handcuffs are made of high-strength steel. There's no way you could have broken them," Mu Xiuzhen retorted, still in disbelief. Li Feng shrugged and replied, "For now, I suggest you focus on your own safety. I mentioned that I appreciate a spirited personality." With that, he took a step closer to Mu Xiuzhen. Her expression shifted, and she warned, "Don't come any closer, or I won't hold back." A mischievous grin spread across Li Feng's face as he said, "Oh, I'm quite eager to see how you intend to be unrestrained with me." Mu Xiuzhen's demeanor turned icy. She lunged forward, aiming a kick at Li Feng's neck. This was a common and effective technique in combat. If executed correctly, it could surely render her opponent unconscious. Thud! Her kick connected solidly with Li Feng's neck, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed her face. However, Li Feng merely smiled at her, reaching out to grasp her right leg. "What a delicate, beautiful, and smooth leg," he remarked as he caressed it. "You." Mu Xiuzhen's face flushed with anger as she attempted to retract her leg, but to her dismay, she found it firmly held in Li Feng's grasp, unable to pull away. Li Feng smiled faintly and remarked, "Your speed is commendable, though your strength leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, for a young lady, it is quite impressive." Mu Xiuzhen let out a cold snort and exerted herself once more. Li Feng reached out, gently pressed on her leg, and with a swift tug, drew her into his embrace. With a mischievous grin, he suddenly leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. This unexpected gesture ignited a fire within Mu Xiuzhen, prompting her to scream and leap away in shock. Li Feng, however, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "The taste is rather sweet, albeit with a hint of spice." "You scoundrel!" Mu Xiuzhen pouted, realizing that her first kiss had been snatched away by such a lecherous individual. "I will kill you," she declared, abruptly drawing a pistol from her waist and aiming it at Li Feng. His brow furrowed slightly, as he had not anticipated such a strong reaction from her, merely intending to jest with the young police officer. Observing the gun pointed in his direction, Li Feng calmly advised, "Put the gun down. You are a police officer. If you pull the trigger, not only will you commit a crime, but you will also tarnish the integrity of the police force." Mu Xiuzhen stubbornly shook her head, yet her grip on the gun began to tremble, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With a soft sigh, Li Feng suddenly bent his body, positioning himself before her, and gently tapped her hand, causing the firearm to clatter to the ground. Stripped of her weapon, Mu Xiuzhen felt as vulnerable as one devoid of clothing. Her final bastion of security shattered. She collapsed into Li Feng's embrace, sobbing quietly. At this moment, it was Li Feng who found himself momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, the two had been at odds with one another, yet now they were caught in this unexpected scene. Li Feng had no choice but to comfort Mu Xiuzhen, who wept in his embrace for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, she regained her composure, hastily extricating herself from his hold, and declared, "Do not think for a moment that my opinion of you has changed. You remain the same shameless lecher." Li Feng, upon hearing Mu Xiuzhen's words, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He raised his hands in surrender, saying, "All right, I concede." Just then, a police officer arrived, recounting the sequence of events to Mu Xiuzhen. Upon hearing the officer's account, her face flushed, and the fire of anger in her gaze towards Li Feng diminished. "I am sorry, I misunderstood you," Mu Xiuzhen murmured softly. Li Feng smirked slightly and replied, "Apologies alone are insufficient. Shouldn't you show some form of acknowledgement?" He glanced at her vividly red lips. "Such wishful thinking," Mu Xiuzhen retorted, casting him a glare. "Farewell, beautiful." Li Feng waved to Mu Xiuzhen as he exited the police station. "Li Feng, do not let our paths cross again," as she watched his figure vanish beyond the door. Mu Xiaojun glared at the screen displaying Li Feng's details, muttering to herself with resentment, "Li Feng, do not let our paths cross again." This unexpected interlude, particularly the fact that Li Feng had claimed her first kiss, lifted his spirits considerably. After spending a substantial sum on medicinal herbs at the pharmacy, he returned home in high spirits, eager to continue his physical training. Upon returning to the villa, Li Feng changed into slippers and carried the heavy medicinal powder towards the bathroom. Though the villa was not expansive, it was divided into 2 levels. Li Feng resided on the first floor while Hu Yuanyuan occupied the second. Each level boasted a spare restroom, rendering the first floor bathroom solely for Li Feng's use. The bathtub was a heated, constant temperature marvel. After filling it with hot water, Li Feng poured in the medicinal herbs and activated the temperature control. The pungent stench of sulfur wafted through the air. Li Feng felt no discomfort as he shed his clothing and, disregarding the scorching water at 60 degrees, reclined fully within the tub. The heat, sharp and searing, pierced through his skin, sending waves of agony coursing through his body and into his mind. He remained motionless, allowing the pain to envelop him entirely. Even for the second round of body refining, such torment was nearly beyond his endurance. The surrounding medicinal liquid clung to him like a multitude of ravenous insects, incessantly gnawing at his skin. With a stoic expression, Li Feng bore the ordeal. To refine his body, he must endure the corrosive effects of the potion. After immersing himself in the bathtub for a full 5 hours, he finally emerged as dusk settled in. A sigh of relief escaped him. The first phase was complete. Swiftly, he grabbed a towel to dry off, dressed himself, and exited the bathroom. With slightly bent legs and arms raised, Li Feng began practicing the Xiantian body refining technique, a regimen akin to Hua Tuo's 5-animal play. Sharing a harmonious essence with Tai Chi in his past life, Li Feng had relied on the Xiantian body refinement technique to forge a robust physique. Now, as he undertook the path of recultivation, each move and posture of the Xiantian body refinement technique was indelibly etched in his mind, allowing him to practice with remarkable ease. Tiger leaps, ape climbs, deer bounds, snake forms, crane flights, bear shakes, mouse rolls. A series of movements flowed seamlessly from Li Feng, synchronized with his breathing method. Within just a few minutes, his body glistened with a profusion of sweat. Chapter 8. The Shock of Hu Yuanyuan. This cannot be. If this project fails, all bonuses for the researchers will be forfeited. 70 million has already been invested, and now you tell me it cannot be completed? What were you doing all this time? Outside the door, Hu Yuanyuan's voice was laced with fury as she spoke on the phone. With a sharp click, she pushed the door open and entered. The living room was thick with the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, and more critically, at that moment, Li Feng was clad only in oversized shorts, hopping around like a frog on the floor. "What are you doing, Li Feng?" Hu Yuanyuan exclaimed, pinching her nose. She swiftly activated the central air conditioning and exhaust fan in the room. Having completed his set of exercises, Li Feng paused to catch his breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In one hand, Hu Yuanyuan clutched some documents, while her other hand held a sleek Apple phone, her expression icy as she glared at Li Feng. Li Feng nodded towards her and said, "You're back. I was just exercising." With that, he dashed into the bathroom to rinse off the sweat. "Exercising? You must be joking." Hu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and stormed toward her own room. After finishing his shower, Li Feng emerged from the bathroom. He absent-mindedly patted his stomach and then recalled that no one had prepared dinner today. In the past, a dedicated servant would come to cook at mealtime. But the servant had returned home yesterday. Consequently, there would be no dinner awaiting him. Li Feng felt ravenously hungry and was in dire need of sustenance to replenish his energy. Upon opening the refrigerator, Li Feng discovered an abundance of food, filling every inch of the appliance, all consisting of delectable cooked dishes. Swallowing hard, he wasted no time in retrieving the culinary delights, setting up the induction stove, and bustling about with a flurry of activity. As an elite member of a special operations team, Li Feng harbored a particular passion for gastronomy, be it rare delicacies from the mountains or sumptuous feasts. He had indulged in them all and honed his culinary skills. In no time, a succulent roast pig, sautéed entrails, steamed chicken, braised pork, and a generous pot of duck soup were prepared, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Meanwhile, on the second floor, after completing her work, Hu Yuanyuan felt significantly uplifted. It then dawned on her that dinner had yet to be addressed. Changing into a comfortable long skirt and slipping on her slippers, she prepared to descend and cook. Although a strong and capable woman, she retained a traditional mindset at her core, believing that household chores like cooking and laundry were her responsibilities. Come down for dinner. It's just ready. And I was about to call you. Li Feng beckoned to Hu Yuan from the staircase. Hu Yuan's nose twitched, despite the lingering odor of medicine in the air. The enticing aroma of the meal caused her mouth to water. Once seated, neither hesitated, diving straight into the feast. Li Feng was indeed famished, as his training necessitated an urgent replenishment of energy. Are you not going to have this braised pork? Li Feng glanced up at Hu Yuan, inquiring. Hu Yuan shook her head. It's too oily. Good heavens, I've already consumed quite enough meat today. A mere fleeting complaint. Yet it rendered Li Feng perceiving Hu Yuan as somewhat endearing. Then I shall indulge, Li Feng declared, seizing the bowl of braised pork and devouring it heartily. Only a substantial meal could ensure his body was sufficiently replenished with energy. Suddenly, the chime of his mobile phone interrupted his feast. Chewing on the tender meat. Li Feng glanced at the caller ID, furrowing his brow before answering. Hello, what is it? Ah, young Master Feng. We truly regret not visiting you at the hospital last time. I've just returned from Nanling and heard you've been discharged. We were planning a celebration in your honor, came a coaxing voice from the other end, slightly effeminate in tone. Li Feng recalled the voice belonged to Lu Shichao, a figure significantly intertwined with the circumstances that led to his reckless driving incident. I'm quite occupied lately and cannot attend. We shall reschedule for another day. He replied curtly before ending the call, his brow knitted in contemplation. Once he regained his strength, he intended to confront that group for clarifications regarding certain matters. Damn it. He is not coming. Lu Shichao exclaimed as he hurled his phone onto the sofa, prompting a nearby princess clad in a revealing dress to flinch in trepidation, remaining silent. What do we do now, Brother Lu? Brother Peng instructed us to retrieve the item and eliminate him. We've yet to accomplish anything. A frail young man with slick back hair and a delicate demeanor stammered in fear. Fear not. Dealing with a waste like Li Feng is but a trivial matter. Lu Shichao retorted dismissively. Lu Shichao gritted his teeth and said, when he comes in a few days, I shall see how to deal with him. In the room, Hu Yuan stared blankly at a table of empty plates. How could you eat so much? Hu Yuan lifted her gaze and glanced at Li Feng. Li Feng wiped his mouth, asserting, a man should eat a bit more. Hu Yuan's beautiful eyes scrutinized Li Feng, and in that moment, he appeared somewhat different. Though he still bore the same visage, there was a spark of vitality in his eyes. Well, that would be best, she said, rising to clear the table. After all, Li Feng was her husband, and she wished for his transformation. Li Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Hu Yuan, as we approach the end of the month, could you possibly advance my salary? During this period, he had spent nearly all his money on purchasing a car and medication, and his parents were unwilling to assist him. His only sources of income were the dividends and salary from the company. Xiangfeng Investment Company was jointly established by the Li and Hu families, with Li Feng and Hu Yuan each holding a 50% stake. Hu Yuan served as the company president, while Li Feng held the position of vice president. However, due to his personality, Li Feng had never visited the company since its inception, allowing it to flourish under Hu Yuan's management. Within less than a year, the company's value had surged tenfold, rendering Li Feng's shares increasingly valuable. Each dividend provided a substantial income, which constituted Li Feng's primary financial resource. Hu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why are you so eager for money? This was merely a reflexive question posed by Hu Yuan. Li Feng had never requested money from her. In the past, Li Feng's demeanor was such that he would keep his head lowered even while conversing with her. I need medicinal herbs, Li Feng stated. Hu Yuan straightened her posture, her eyes fixed on Li Feng's, seemingly attempting to discern the veracity of his words. If you don't give it, so be it. Li Feng shrugged. After all, I haven't worked for many days. With that, he turned and walked towards his bedroom. Li Feng was indeed in dire need of that sum. The body-refining medicine could only be utilized twice at most, as its efficacy would significantly diminish upon the third use. He estimated that he would require at least several $100,000 for the upcoming refinement. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at his door. Li Feng opened the door, his gaze appraising Hu Yuan. He could not help but acknowledge that his wife was indeed quite beautiful, albeit somewhat aloof. I will have the finance department advance the money to you tomorrow, transferring it to your salary card. However, Hu Yuan paused, her fingers gently tucking a strand of long hair behind her ear. Chapter 9 Lu Shichao, but what? Hu Yuan replied with a hint of exasperation. You are, after all, the vice president of the company. You can't possibly avoid going to work every day. She was acutely aware that Li Feng's parents hoped she could influence a change in his character. Li Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. In the following days, Lu Shichao made several phone calls, inviting Li Feng to join him for some leisure activities. Yet Li Feng consistently found excuses to decline. He knew he must first fortify his own defenses before confronting those individuals, because he was well aware that his previous reckless driving incident, which nearly cost him his life, was undoubtedly connected to them. As September arrived, the sweltering heat of midday persisted, yet the mornings and evenings began to take on a cooler temperament. Hu Yuan's brow furrowed deeper with each passing day, revealing the weight of a significant challenge she was facing. Lately, she had been leaving the house at dawn and returning late at night, often retreating to her room to scour the internet for information, scarcely exchanging a word with anyone. One morning, after completing a set of Xiantian body refining exercises, Li Feng found a breakfast prepared by Hu Yuan in the kitchen. After finishing the meal, she departed for the office, and after a moment's hesitation, he too set off in his car. Half an hour later, he parked in front of the resplendent Diwang Pavilion. Taking a moment to collect himself, he strode purposefully towards the entrance. The Diwang Pavilion is a bustling entertainment complex, operating round the clock. The first floor features dining options, including the pavilion's own hotel and fast food chains like KFC, while the second floor houses KTV rooms, and the third floor offers a bathing and sauna center, complete with specialized foot massage and massage therapists. In summary, as one of the top 3 entertainment venues in Tianhai City, the private rooms on the top floor of the Imperial Pavilion boast decor that surpasses even the presidential suites of 5-star hotels. The Imperial Pavilion features legitimate gaming establishments as well as some clandestine recreational activities. Upon entering the Imperial Pavilion, Li Feng ascended to the second floor. Ah, young Master Feng. It has been a while since your last visit. Young Master Liu and the others have been waiting for you for quite some time. A waitress clad in a qipao greeted Li Feng with a courteous bow before leading him through a narrow corridor to a private room nestled in a corner. As Li Feng pushed open the door to the private room and stepped inside, he found 3 men and 3 women huddled together, engaged in a game of dice. The lighting was dim, but one could faintly discern the wrinkled red, low-cut dresses of the 3 women. Ah, young Master Feng, come. We've missed you terribly during your absence, exclaimed a man seated in the center, rising to wave at Li Feng with a broad smile. This man was Lu Shichao, the eldest son of the Lu family, a well-known clan in Tianhai City. Li Feng furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat out of place in such an environment. The other 2 men and 2 women remained seated, engrossed in their playful banter and dice game. Li Feng understood that Lu Shichao and his companions felt no obligation to show him respect, despite the Lu family's prominence as a distinguished family in China. To them, he was merely a waste of potential. What do you want from me? Li Feng disregarded Lu Shichao and directly took a seat on the sofa before gradually speaking. Lu Shichao cast a surprised glance at Li Feng, noting a distinct change in his demeanor today compared to his usual self. However, he did not dwell on it for long. He produced a check and handed it over, saying, "Young Master Feng, I nearly caused you trouble last time. It was my fault. Consider this a token of my apology." Li Feng glanced at the check with a cold smirk and retorted, "Is this your way of dismissing a beggar?" A flicker of cold light flashed in Lu Shichao's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile. "Young Master Feng, today I have prepared a special gift for you." With that, he clapped his hands. A stunning beauty with an alluring figure entered the private room. Lu Shichao's gaze grew heated and somewhat greedy at the sight of such temptation, yet he remained focused on his true purpose for the visit. He stepped aside slightly, bent his body forward a bit, and gestured toward Li Feng with a smile, saying, "Go, attend to young Master Feng." While speaking, Lu Shichao discreetly observed Li Feng's expression. Li Feng embraced the beauty and laughed heartily. "Lu Shichao, you truly understand me." He playfully lifted the beauty's chin and teased, "My dear, from this moment on, you belong to me." "Thank you, young Master Feng." The beauty, Xiaowen, giggled sweetly. Lu Shichao chimed in, "Young Master Feng, let us all have some fun together." "Huh, I've won. Off with it. Quickly, take it off. Or perhaps not. I'll settle for a bottle of beer." Lu Shichao laughed heartily at the dice in his hand, directing his gaze at the woman beside him. The woman, clearly intoxicated, huffed and declared, "I refuse to believe your luck can hold out forever, Lu Xiao. I'll take it off." With a swift motion, she discarded her short dress. "Come on, let us continue." The woman shook the dice in her hand, while 2 men and 2 women nearby cheered her on. At that moment, Lu Shichao also became engrossed in the game, momentarily disregarding Li Feng, as he opened a bottle of beer with one hand. Sensing the charged atmosphere, Xiaowen draped her arms around Li Feng's neck and said, "Young Master Feng, I had a stomachache earlier. Would you accompany me to the restroom?" Li Feng turned to Xiao Wan, who winked at him. He nodded, stood up, and said to Lu Shichao, "You all continue playing. Xiaowen isn't feeling well. I will take her to the restroom." Lu Shichao waved his hand dismissively, while one of the women giggled. "Oh dear, is it really a stomachache? Are you sure you want to be doing something more intimate in there?" Li Feng frowned slightly, taking Xiaowen by the hand as they exited the private room and headed towards the restroom. "Young Master Feng." Xiaowen suddenly clung to his arm, her voice filled with distress. "You must leave quickly and never return here, especially not to see Lu Shichao again. He intends to harm you." "Is that so?" Li Feng chuckled lightly. "Lu Shichao would never harm me." Upon hearing this, Xiaowen wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, pressing her body against his chest. "Young Master Feng, you are a good person, unlike them. Those people who are nice to you only wish to extract something from you. Moreover, today, they have already lost their patience. Lu Shichao brought you here to set you up. Please, leave now and sever all ties with them forever." Li Feng gently patted Xiaowen's hair and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Xiaowen." Chapter 10, Enigmatic Revelations. Xiaowen gazed at Li Feng with astonishment. "So, you believe me now, young Master Feng?" Li Feng nodded, urging, "You must leave the Imperial Pavilion at once." With that, he turned to depart. "Young Master Feng, do not go back. They truly mean to harm you." Xiaowen approached and embraced Li Feng from behind. Li Feng shook his head and replied, "Exit through another door. Remember, do not return." After saying this, he turned and exited the restroom. "Young Master," Xiaowen called out to Li Feng, who paused and turned back to her. "Young Master, my name is Qin Hongyan, not Xiaowen," she said earnestly, looking into his eyes. "I shall remember," Li Feng acknowledged with a nod before turning away. As pressing matters awaited him, he yearned to uncover the motive behind Lu Shichao's intent to harm him and what secret he sought to extract from him. Upon entering the private room, Li Feng observed the revelry among the guests. He approached Lu Shichao, leaning in slightly, and inquired, "Lu Shichao, we harbor no past grievances or recent animosities. Pray tell, why have you sought to deliberately undermine me?" Lu Shichao's beer sloshed slightly in his hand as he chuckled. "Young Master Feng, how could you say such things? It truly wounds my heart. Why on earth would I conspire against you?" Li Feng's eyes glinted with a cold intensity. "A month ago, you urged me to partake in illegal street racing. Did you not tamper with my brakes beforehand? Speak." A sharp, curved blade, 3 inches in length, pressed against Lu Shichao's carotid artery, sending beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. "Do not scream, or your life shall be forfeit." Li Feng's body was pressed closely against Lu Shichao's. "Tell me, who compelled you to do this? Do not attempt to obfuscate. My patience is finite." "Feng, young Master Feng, please, do not be agitated. I assure you, I will divulge everything you wish to know. I will reveal it all, under the threat of death." Lu Shichao dared not resist. "Who led you to deceive me into street racing, and who tampered with my brakes?" Li Feng demanded. It was Brother Peng." Lu Shichao's voice, now high-pitched with fear, resembled that of a squawking duck. "Who is Brother Peng?" "He is the proprietor of this Imperial Pavilion." "No, I am uncertain if he is the owner, but he oversees everything here." "Young Master Feng, it was Brother Peng who instructed me to act thus. He promised that if you perished, I would receive 500,000, and it would also facilitate my father's promotion. Truly, it was all Brother Peng's directive. You must believe me." Sweat began to trickle down Lu Shichao's face as he feared that a mere motion from Li Feng could cost him his life. "What manner of person is this Brother Peng?" Li Feng inquired. I genuinely do not know. I only understand that he seems to be connected to your family." Lu Shichao strained to share all that he knew. "What connection does he have with my family? Speak." Li Feng's tone turned icy and severe. "Young Master Feng, I truly do not know. I swear, I genuinely do not know." Lu Shichao panicked, terrified that Li Feng would hold him accountable for this transgression. Li Feng, upon observing Lu Shichao's expression, realized his ignorance. With unwavering grip, he plunged the curved dagger into Lu Shichao's thigh with a swift motion. A gasp escaped Lu Shichao as he stared at Li Feng in terror, his mouth agape, ready to scream. In an instant, Li Feng's hand clamped down forcefully over Lu Shichao's mouth. Though Lu Shichao fiercely resisted, he understood that while this blow would not claim his life, The excruciating pain was beyond his endurance. Li Feng's grip was powerful and unyielding, firmly sealing Lu Shichao's cries. After 3 agonizing seconds, Lu Shichao ceased his struggle and succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Feng withdrew his hand, concealing the dagger, and then feigned panic, exclaiming, "Ah, Lu Xiao, what has happened to you? Someone, come quickly. Lu Xiao has fainted." As he shouted, Li Feng pressed the service bell. Meanwhile, the other 5 individuals in the private room halted, their heads spinning as they gathered around Lu Shichao, bewildered, asking, "What happened? Is Lu Xiao drunk?" Moments later, a staff member entered the room, and upon seeing Lu Shichao collapsed on the floor, his face drained of color. Li Feng, maintaining his act of alarm, picked up his clothing and said, You handle it. I must leave now." Without another glance, he staggered out. The 5 individuals in the room shook their heads, hurriedly dressing themselves. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a pale face entered the private room, scanning the surroundings before inquiring, "Where is that rascal, Li Feng?" "Return to the boss. He has fled," remarked the attendant beside him. The middle-aged man cast a cold glance at Lu Shichao lying on the ground and commanded, "Take him to the hospital. Furthermore, regarding today's events, not a word shall be uttered. Whoever dares to speak of it will know the consequences." Yes. The surrounding individuals dared not breathe a word. The middle-aged man turned away. "Li Feng, I never anticipated that you, a mere wastrel, could muster any resistance." Humph. A hint of contempt flickered across his face as he strode away in his polished shoes. Humph. Who would have thought that my accident was connected to my own family? How intriguing this has become. Upon exiting the Imperial Pavilion, a faint smirk appeared on Li Feng's face. Noticing that the hour was still early, he decided to visit the company. Xiangfeng Investment Company is located in a 56-story skyscraper within the Tianhai City Industrial Park. Established for less than a year, it has rapidly gained renown in Tianhai City and even across the continent, all thanks to the adept management of its president, Hu Yuan. Although Li Feng held the nominal title of vice president, this was his first visit to the company. "Whom are you looking for?" Upon entering the company, a beautiful receptionist politely inquired. "I am here to see Hu Yuan," Li Feng replied, casting a glance at the receptionist. She was a woman in her 20s, possessing a delicate and charming face. Dressed in a dark gray business suit, her figure was graceful, and her bright, expressive eyes added a touch of youthful charm to her exquisite visage, exuding an aura of vitality. "You seek President Hu?" A flicker of surprise and realization crossed the woman's eyes. In her heart, she mused, "It seems yet another suitor is pursuing Mr. Hu. Humph, does Mr. Hu simply entertain visitors at will?" With this thought, the woman's gaze turned icy. "Do you have an appointment?" she inquired. "No," Li Feng shook his head. "I'm afraid without an appointment, you cannot see Mr. Hu," the woman replied resolutely. Li Feng's eyes fixated on her as he asserted, "What if I insist on meeting him?" The woman shook her head defiantly, her heart filled with disdain. She was certain this individual was merely another frivolous young man vying for Mr. Hu's attention. Every such person who arrived here exhibited the same audacity, threatening at the slightest provocation. Li Feng chuckled, waving his phone in front of her. "I will have your Mr. Hu come to meet me personally." The woman regarded him with scorn and derision, thinking, who does he believe he is, to expect Mr. Hu to come for him? Li Feng felt a surge of anger. How dare this young girl look at him with such disdain? With a wicked grin, he proposed, "How about a wager? If Mr. Hu does come to fetch me, you shall grant me a kiss." "Li Feng, what brings you here?" Just then, a crisp voice echoed through the air. Chapter 11. Rain Pavilion. Why are you here for work? What else could it be? Li Feng turned his gaze, only to see Hu Yuan emerging from the elevator, accompanied by several individuals. Clad in professional attire, Hu Yuan exuded an air of maturity that stirred a flutter of excitement in his heart. "Humph, you actually came to work?" Hu Yuan's expression was one of disbelief. This was not the first time she had urged Li Feng to come to the office, and on the previous occasion, he had merely treated it with indifference. Although she had invited him again, she harbored little faith that he would actually show up. Given Li Feng's timid nature, he often shied away from speaking to strangers, let alone interacting with numerous unfamiliar faces in an office setting. To Hu Yuan, it seemed that Li Feng had ulterior motives for his visit. Could it be? Hu Yuan's gaze drifted to the receptionist, a young woman in her 20s, possessing a charming and appealing demeanor. Was it possible that Li Feng had taken a liking to her? The thought inexplicably filled Hu Yuan's heart with a twinge of jealousy. "Of course, you invited me. How could I possibly decline? But you are quite troublesome. If you continue to be absent, I shall have no choice but to call you. Li Feng replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. At these words, everyone present, except Hu Yuanyuan, expressed shock. Who was Hu Yuanyuan? She was the president of Xiangfeng Investment Company, a formidable force under whose leadership the company had experienced exponential growth, becoming renowned in Tianhai City's financial sector. The mere mention of her name elicited admiration and respect from all. Yet, here was Li Feng, seemingly invited by Hu Yuanyuan herself. Could it be that he possessed greater prowess than she? Otherwise, why would she extend such an invitation? The receptionist, in particular, appeared pale as she processed this surprising revelation. Since we are here, let us meet someone. Hu Yuanyuan did not think much of it, but she was not at ease leaving Li Feng at the company. So she spoke up. Boom. The receptionist showed little reaction, but the expressions of the few people behind Hu Yuanyuan changed drastically. For they understood the significance of the person she was about to meet. It pertained to the future of Xiangfeng Investment Company. If they were not senior executives of Xiangfeng Investment, they would not have the opportunity to meet that individual. Who is this Li Feng? Why did Hu Yuanyuan invite him to accompany her upon arrival? Li Feng remained relatively unfazed and smiled at the receptionist, saying, Do remember our wager. Without paying any heed to the receptionist's flushed face, he walked toward Hu Yuanyuan. At that moment, Li Feng observed the man and two women accompanying Hu Yuanyuan. The man, approximately in his 30s, was clad in a suit and spectacles, presenting a scholarly demeanor. Among the women, one was tall and elegant, with skin as porcelain. Her deep-set eyes sparkling with allure, her hair styled in a high, loose bun. She wore a black silk professional outfit, exuding an air of cold beauty. And her entire ensemble was impeccably refined. The other woman donned a cream-colored professional attire, complemented by matching high heels that accentuated her gracefulness, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy untouched by the world's dust. Greetings, everyone. My name is Li Feng. He approached Hu Yuanyuan with a smile, greeting the three individuals, before inquiring. President Hu, whom are we meeting? Su Yang. Hu Yuanyuan replied succinctly, proceeding silently toward the entrance. Su Yang, what kind of person? Li Feng inquired. His expression one of bewilderment. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Hu Yuanyuan had already reached the doorway, prompting him to hastily follow her. At the entrance of the company, two vehicles awaited. As Hu Yuanyuan approached the car door, the woman in a cream-colored professional outfit who had been trailing behind her stepped forward to open the door. Hu Yuanyuan entered the car, and the woman took her seat on the opposite side. The other two individuals proceeded to another vehicle. Li Feng, arriving just in time to witness this scene, was taken aback. He had hoped to share a ride with Hu Yuanyuan, but now only two front seats remained. Could he possibly ask the woman to vacate her spot? Such a request would compromise his gentlemanly demeanor. Just as Li Feng hesitated, the car roared to life. He cursed under his breath as he watched it drive away, then climbed into his QQ and followed suit. The vehicle came to a halt in the parking lot of Yushuan Building. Hu Yuanyuan exited her car and noticed Li Feng's QQ leisurely making its way into the parking lot, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She was well aware of Li Feng's acquisition of the QQ, but she had not anticipated that it could keep pace with her Porsche. Let us go? Hu Yuanyuan beckoned as she led the others into Yushuan Building, making her way towards the Earth-level private room. Yushuan Building is renowned in Tianhai City as a prestigious celebrity club divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Despite Hu Yuanyuan's elevated status in Tianhai City, she could only reserve an Earth-level room. It is worth noting that the Earth-level designation does not refer to a singular room. There are 20 such rooms, numbered from Earth 1 to Earth 20. The first 10 rooms are exclusive and generally not open to outsiders. On this occasion, Hu Yuanyuan had booked Earth Room 18. The Rainxian building is adorned with opulence, truly deserving the description of resplendent glory. Although Li Feng hails from a future era, he finds himself predominantly engaged in either cultivation or military affairs. The ancient surroundings before him, while steeped in history, nonetheless broaden his horizons. Please refrain from speaking carelessly. Hu Yuanyuan cautioned Li Feng in a hushed tone before they entered the private room. Upon stepping inside, Li Feng beheld 2 individuals seated within, an elderly man clad in black and a youthful man in his 20s. Greetings, Elder Su. Hu Yuanyuan respectfully acknowledged the black-clad elder, bowing deeply. Ah, Xiaohu, please take a seat. The elderly man, known as Su Yang, replied with a nod, dismissing Li Feng and the others with a mere glance, clearly unconcerned about the mere junior staff members. Li Feng mused to himself that this elder must indeed be the Su Yang spoken of by Hu Yuanyuan. However, he possessed no recollection of who Su Yang truly was. Thank you, Elder Su. Greetings, General Hu. I will be overseeing this negotiation, the youthful man beside Su Yang remarked. His gaze fervently fixed on Hu Yuanyuan. He was Su Yang's grandson, Su Xian, who had just returned from the United States. At a recent gathering, he had encountered Hu Yuanyuan and was utterly captivated, embarking on a fervent pursuit of her affections. Despite his considerable confidence in his charm, he found himself consistently thwarted by Hu Yuanyuan's indifference. To him, this collaboration between his grandfather and Hu Yuanyuan represented an opportunity to draw closer to her, leading him to persuade Su Yang to allow him to serve as the representative for this negotiation. Hu Yuanyuan nodded and remarked, Mr. Su, this time we have come. Mr. Hu, the intelligent chip technology developed by my grandfather is the most advanced in the world. I believe many companies would be interested in my grandfather's technology. Although Xiangfeng Investment Company is commendable, it pales in comparison to those established tech giants. Thus, I find your collaboration terms unsatisfactory. Before Hu Yuanyuan could finish her statement, Su Xian interjected, if you wish to acquire my grandfather's intelligent chip technology, I require 50% equity in Xiangfeng Investment Company. Hu Yuanyuan's expression changed abruptly. Mr. Su, is this your stance? Su Yang remained silent. However, Su Xian responded with a smile. Mr. Hu, this is our bottom line. I trust you will make the right decision. Chapter 12. Threat impossible, Li Feng stated coldly. After all, Xiangfeng Investment Company was his enterprise. How could he allow others to take away 50% of its shares? As for the intelligent chip technology, Li Feng regarded it merely as a relic of the past, something he could easily produce a few of. Su Xian cast a sharp glance at Li Feng, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Mr. Hu, your subordinate is rather impolite. If we are to negotiate, it would be best to have them leave. He was determined to secure the Xiangfeng Investment Company, valued at hundreds of millions, especially with Hu Yuanyuan present. He would not permit anyone to disrupt their discussions. Moreover, the intelligent chip technology was cutting edge. He believed Hu Yuanyuan would not decline. Li Feng was no outsider. Upon hearing his words, Hu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. She had invited Li Feng today precisely because of Su Xian. Although Li Feng was somewhat timid, he hailed from a prominent family, and Xiangfeng Investment Company was indeed his. It seemed her choice had been wise. Su Xian's gaze turned icy. Mr. Hu, what do you mean by that? Li Feng, as the vice president of the company, held 50% of the shares and possessed the authority to make decisions regarding the company. Hu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Su Yang, displayed expressions of astonishment. The Xiangfeng Investment Company was no longer the same entity it had been a year ago. It had evolved from a mere investment firm into a multifaceted enterprise, focusing not only on finance, but also on the pivotal development of mobile chip technology. Currently, Xiangfeng Investment Company is valued at several hundred million, and even a 50% stake is worth a few hundred million. However, they never anticipated that apart from Hu Yuanyuan, there were other shareholders in Xiangfeng Investment Company, particularly Hu Yuanyuan's subordinates, although aware of the existence of a vice president, had never encountered him and presumed he did not exist at all. Upon hearing Hu Yuanyuan's introduction, they were all taken aback. Unlike Su Xian, who wielded significant influence within the company, Hu Yuanyuan had no reason to deceive them. The fact that Li Feng was the vice president, along with his 50% ownership of the company, was likely true. Director Hu, are you jesting? Su Xian's expression changed. Realizing that if Li Feng were merely a subordinate of Hu Yuanyuan, he could easily dismiss him. However, if Li Feng was indeed the controlling figure of Xiangfeng Investment Company, matters would become complicated. Do you think I am joking? Hu Yuanyuan retorted. Su Xian certainly did not believe Hu Yuanyuan was jesting. But Li Feng's unexpected presence disrupted his plans, filling him with intense resentment towards Li Feng. Had it not been for him, he could have seized Hu Yuanyuan's company today. Director Hu, you are aware of the value of intelligent chips. Tianhai City is not solely your territory. My demands are not unreasonable. An inferior chip aspires to a 50% stake. Is that not excessive? Li Feng scoffed. Inferior? Su Yang snorted. Young man, do not feign understanding here. The value of intelligent chips is beyond your comprehension. Were it not for Xiao Hu's sake, you would not even have the chance to be here. Su Xian is his grandson, and he will not tolerate any disparagement. Humph, which company would exchange 50% of its equity for the rights to intelligent chip technology? Do you think we are fools? Li Feng scoffed. According to the current market value, it would not be unreasonable for Su Yang to seek 10% equity in exchange for his intelligent chip, but he desires 50%, which effectively equates to controlling the company, a condition that is unacceptable to anyone. Moreover, Li Feng has no intention of selling any equity. The company was entrusted to him and Hu Yuanyu and by his parents as a means of enjoyment, and success is not the primary concern. Furthermore, with the advanced technology that resides in his mind, which is centuries ahead, he has no fear of the company failing to thrive. He can effortlessly create dozens of chips with varying functions. More importantly, Su Xian's gaze towards Hu Yuanyuan irks him. After all, Hu Yuanyuan is his wife. Regardless of her current status, in Li Feng's eyes, she is unequivocally his, and he will not permit anyone to covet her. Old Su, we cannot accept your terms. Although Li Feng's tone may be impolite and could potentially offend Su Yang, Hu Yuanyuan must admit that Li Feng's words strike at the heart of the matter. If they were to agree to Su Yang's proposal, the company would effectively belong to the Su family. The company is crucial to Hu Yuanyuan. Akin to her child, she has nurtured it and will not allow anyone to cast their eyes upon it. Furthermore, she is acutely aware of Su Xian's intentions. Regardless of personal inclinations or familial opinions, a partnership between her and Su Xian is utterly impossible. Xiaohu, you must contemplate carefully. The need for this intelligent chip extends beyond your Xiangfeng investment company. Numerous companies within Tianhai have previously approached me for collaboration. Were it not for you, Xiaohu, given the circumstances of Xiangfeng Investment Company, I would not have chosen it. Su Yang cast a glance at Li Feng and remarked, some individuals are blissfully unaware of their own limitations. Retaining such individuals within the company not only proves detrimental, but may also render them a liability. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Li Feng erupted in fury, unable to tolerate Su Yang's condescending demeanor, thinking that his research on antiquated intelligent chips granted him impunity. Such arrogance is utterly unfounded. Young man, one must exhibit civility. Su Yang's gaze turned icy. As a distinguished professor at Tianhai University, he had never encountered such disrespect. Xiaohu, should your company harbor such individuals, collaboration would be an impossibility. The old fox is astute, and Su Yang was acutely aware of Su Xian's intentions. Although Su Xian's terms for collaboration were somewhat excessive, he pondered, who else would he assist if not his own grandson? Moreover, he held a favorable view of Hu Yuanyuan. Should she become his granddaughter-in-law, he would certainly welcome it. In his perspective, there was no reason for Hu Yuanyuan to decline. With his intelligent chip, Xiangfeng Investment Company could ascend to new heights, especially considering his grandson Su Xian was a young prodigy studying abroad. However, he had not anticipated that the negotiations, which he presumed would proceed smoothly, would be disrupted by Li Feng. For Su Xian's sake, he resolved to take a stand. Old man, do not presume to assert your superiority before me. You are not worthy of such presumption. Li Feng scoffed, offering no semblance of respect, infuriating Su Yang, whose face turned a deep shade of anger. Li Feng, you have gone too far. Hu Yuanyuan never anticipated that Li Feng would audaciously insult Professor Su, a behavior that contradicted her intention for bringing him along. She was equally astonished by the transformation in Li Feng. When did he become so brazen? Let us depart. Even if the company faces ruin, I shall not collaborate with such insatiably greedy individuals. With that, Li Feng grasped Hu Yuanyuan's hand and led her out of the private room. Su Xian, witnessing their departure, felt a flicker of malice in his eyes. Hu Yuanyuan, how dare you disregard my presence? I shall ensure you swiftly comprehend my formidable nature. Li Feng, for daring to disrupt my plans. I will make your existence a living hell. With this thought, Su Xian retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 13. Internal Conflict. Li Feng, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. Do you know who Su Yang is? At the entrance of Yushuan Building, Hu Yuanyuan spoke to Li Feng with a hint of irritation. He is a professor at Tianhai University, and no one in Tianhai City would dare to treat him with such disrespect. You are causing trouble for the company. Rest assured, he is merely an old fool. What tricks could he possibly have up his sleeve? Li Feng replied nonchalantly. An intelligent chip? He truly thinks it is a treasure. I wonder where that old man derives his confidence. What do you know? The intelligent chip that Su Lao is researching is the most advanced in the world. Even the foreign counterparts pale in comparison. If we could obtain this intelligent chip, the company could rise rapidly in a short span of time. And now, look what you've done. With Su Lao's temperament, Any chance of collaboration is now out of the question, Hu Yuanyuan retorted sharply. Collaboration? Do you really believe they are earnest in their intentions? I refuse to believe you cannot see through Su Xian's ulterior motives. He is merely pretending to have an interest in the project. He should reflect on his own shortcomings. My people are not to be trifled with, Li Feng scoffed. As for the intelligent chip, I can resolve this matter. You can resolve it? How do you intend to do that? Hu Yuanyuan's face was filled with skepticism. Having spent so much time with Li Feng, she was well aware of his capabilities. Now that he had botched the situation, she would have to devise an alternative plan. You will find out shortly. The company has a laboratory, correct? Take me there at once, Li Feng instructed. What do you intend to do? Hu Yuanyuan asked, puzzled. Li Feng merely smiled in silence. Li Feng was determined to resolve the issues surrounding the intelligent chip in the laboratory. In Hu Yuanyuan's eyes, this seemed like an act of folly. With numerous responsibilities awaiting her attention at the company, she could not afford to indulge Li Feng's whims. Thus, she appointed her assistant, Su Qing, to accompany him to the lab while she returned to the company with the remaining staff. Li Feng harbored no objections. He was resolute in demonstrating through his actions that he could alter Hu Yuanyuan's perception of him. As he watched her retreating figure, he turned to Su Qing and said, Assistant Su, let us proceed to the vehicle. Su Qing, clad in a delicate cream-hued professional attire, was now the focus of Li Feng's scrutiny. Her inky black hair framed a visage that, devoid of makeup, appeared somewhat slender and ethereal. Her long eyelashes fluttered above her clear, luminous eyes, which sparkled with innocence. Her rosy lips, pressed together with a hint of nervousness, resembled a vibrant, translucent cherry, evoking an irresistible desire to taste. Beneath her knee-length skirt, her legs were long and slender, exuding a porcelain-like fairness. It was undeniable that Su Qing possessed a rare beauty, although she paled in comparison to Hu Yuanyuan. She still emanated an air of classical elegance in Li Feng's eyes. Indeed, she embodied a timeless grace that echoed the sophistication of an era when advancements in all realms, including fashion, were centuries ahead of the present day. Attire like Su Qing's could only be found in museums. Su Qing nodded in understanding and added Li Feng on QQ. As Hu Yuanyuan's assistant, she possessed a deeper insight into Li Feng than most, aware that he was likely the enigmatic boyfriend of her employer. During their journey, Li Feng gleaned detailed information about the intelligent chip from Su Qing, who, recognizing the significance of his status, spoke candidly and without reservation. The company's laboratory is situated in the outskirts of Tianhai City, where a vast expanse of factory buildings houses the company's mobile phone production facilities, primarily dedicated to the manufacture and processing of smartphones. The so-called smart chips are essentially mobile phone chips. A year ago, Hu Yuanyuan invested several million in the research of smartphone chips. However, the results were less than satisfactory. Upon learning that Professor Su Yang from Tianhai University had developed a new smart chip, she was inclined to collaborate with him. What Hu Yuanyuan did not anticipate was the high demands presented by Su Yang, compounded by Li Feng's reckless handling of the situation. Mr. Li, can you truly resolve the issue of the smart chips? Su Qing inquired curiously, as it was her first encounter with Li Feng, whom she found both arrogant and enigmatic. You will find out shortly, Li Feng replied with a smile, bringing the car to a halt. Have we arrived? Su Qing exclaimed, taken aback. This was not her first visit to the company's laboratory. Even in Hu Yuanyuan's Porsche, the journey typically took around half an hour. Yet, it had only taken Li Feng about 10 minutes, and in a QQ. When had QQ's speed become so remarkable? Looking up, she recognized the familiar factory buildings. And the entrance was guarded by the security personnel she knew well. How could this be possible? It should take over 20 minutes to travel from Yushuan building here. Even in a Porsche. When did QQ surpass the Porsche in speed? If she had not experienced it firsthand, Su Qing would have thought it a jest. Assistant Su, please disembark, Li Feng instructed. All right. It is hardly surprising that Su Qing feels this way. She is the first to experience Li Feng's modified vehicle. In terms of performance, this car could easily be considered the finest in the world. As she settled into the car, her captivating gaze fell upon the seemingly unremarkable QQ before her. Despite its ordinary appearance, she couldn't help but recall that during their ride, she experienced no discomfort whatsoever, and in fact, found it far more comfortable than sitting in a Porsche. Assistant Su, please take me to the laboratory. Li Feng's words jolted Su Qing from her reverie. She buried her curiosity deep within and guided Li Feng towards the lab. The laboratory was located behind the office building in a standalone structure. Inside the conference room of the laboratory, the team leader, Lin Sheng, sat in the center with a stoic expression and a chilling gaze. Team leader Lin, are we truly going to leave? Inquired a young man in his 30s who approached him. His name was Yu Ping, the second in command of the laboratory, renowned for his exceptional talent in the realm of intelligent chips. However, his countenance was riddled with uncertainty. Yu Ping, that was a call from young Master Su. With his assurance, what are you still hesitating for? Lin Sheng replied, his displeasure evident. In the conference room, apart from Lin Sheng and Yu Ping, sat a dozen others. The CRME de la CRME of the laboratory, each having made significant contributions to the study of intelligent chips. Yet now, they were faced with a dilemma, stemming from a phone call received just 5 minutes prior. The call was from the grandson of Professor Su Yang, an expert in intelligent chips, urging them to sever ties with Xiangfeng Investment Company. Those who chose to depart would be granted the opportunity to receive guidance from Professor Su Yang himself. So, you do not wish to leave? Lin Sheng is undoubtedly the leader here, often presenting himself as a student of Su Yang, despite having attended only a single lecture. Now, with an opportunity to showcase himself before Su Yang, he is determined not to let it slip away, trying to lead all personnel in the laboratory to depart. Initially, Lin Sheng believed that his status in the lab would command immediate compliance, but to his surprise, as soon as he voiced his intention, the researchers fell into a profound silence, their moods evidently soured, and their tones noticeably sharp. Lin Sheng's demeanor caused Yu Ping to furrow his brow slightly. However, he maintained his composure and replied, I believe there is no necessity for us to leave the company. The remuneration provided by Xiangfeng Investment Company is quite satisfactory. And as long as we continue to develop our new silence, Lin Sheng interrupted, his discontent clearly directed at Yu Ping. He glared at him and retorted sharply. Yu Ping, what do you mean? Do you dissent against my decision? If we leave, we will have the guidance of Professor Su, an unparalleled opportunity. Do you not desire his mentorship? Yu Ping's brow knitted tighter, and though he opened his mouth to respond, he ultimately chose to remain silent. He was not alone in his silence. In comparison to the prospect of Professor Su's guidance, they valued their positions far more. Finding a good job in Tianhai City is no easy feat, and they were unwilling to jeopardize their employment for the sake of mentorship. The palpable silence in the room stoked Lin Sheng's fury. He felt that his authority was being openly challenged. This was something he would never permit. His gaze swept across everyone present as he coldly inquired, None of you wish to depart, do you? Leader, wherever you go, I shall follow, one said. Me too, leader. We shall heed your every command. In an instant, the researchers in the laboratory were divided, some rallying behind Lin Sheng, while others sided with Yu Ping. Observing that those who supported him were fewer than half, Lin Sheng felt his authority profoundly challenged. Just as he was on the verge of losing his temper, the conference room door was suddenly thrust open. A stranger's voice echoed, Who among you intends to leave? Chapter 14. The choice it was none other than Li Feng and Su Qing who arrived. At this early hour, one would expect the researchers in the laboratory to be diligently engaged in their work. However, as Li Feng and Su Qing passed by one empty lab after another, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Li Feng's expression darkened considerably. His strength had yet to be restored, and he required substantial funds to procure medicinal materials. Without alternative means of income, he was solely reliant on the company's dividends, making the company's prosperity inextricably linked to his fate. The sight of the researchers absent from their posts during working hours incensed him deeply. Upon reaching the conference room door, he overheard a group of researchers deliberating whether to leave the company, igniting a fury within him. Who are you? Is this where you belong? As Li Feng entered, Lin Sheng's anger surged to an all-time high. His countenance shifted to one of brooding intensity, with his frustrations bubbling over. Li Feng's arrival provided an ideal outlet for his ire. This is the company's vice president, Li Feng, Su Qing stated flatly as she followed him inside. Vice president? Him? Lin Sheng scoffed, having already resolved to depart from Xiangfeng Investment Company. Unrestrained, he continued, I intend to leave. What is it to you? Do you wish to beg me to stay? Mr. Li, Yu Ping and others promptly rose, their demeanor markedly different from Lin Sheng's. They addressed Li Feng with utmost formality. Li Feng offered a subtle nod to Yu Ping, then approached Lin Sheng directly, his icy tone resembling a bucket of cold water splashed upon him. Lin Sheng, since you wish to depart, you may take your belongings and leave now. What? Lin Sheng questioned whether he had misheard. He indeed desired to leave, but it should not be so bluntly ordered. I said, you can leave now. Did you not hear me clearly? Li Feng reiterated. He was aware that Hu Yuanyuan treated the laboratory researchers exceptionally well, and the fact that these individuals wished to leave hinted at some underlying issues. However, Li Feng did not care to delve into it. If they wanted to leave, then so be it. A few worthless individuals departing would not halt the company's operations. Lin Xing's fury erupted almost instantaneously. He glared at Li Feng, declaring vehemently, "Fine, you are ruthless. Just wait for Xiangfeng Investment Company to collapse." Yet, Li Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xin and replied, "The fate of the company is not for someone like you to dictate. Furthermore, according to the contract signed initially, upon your resignation, the company will reclaim the villa and car in your possession. I hope you will vacate promptly." Lin Sheng trembled with rage. Li Feng's resoluteness surpassed his wildest expectations. Even if Hu Yuanyuan were present, she would not speak so unyieldingly. Li Feng, however, disregarded him and turned his attention to Yu Ping, inquiring, "Do you all intend to leave the company like Lin Sheng?" For Li Feng, whether these researchers chose to stay or go was inconsequential, but at this moment, should they remain, he would bestow upon them a life of affluence. How the company treats you should be evident to you all. You have experienced the company's benefits firsthand. If you are contemplating departure, I urge you to consider your decision carefully. Su Qing's voice was chilling, yet her tone was rife with indignation. From the inception of the laboratory to the recruitment of researchers, every aspect bore her imprint. The company's treatment of these researchers was unparalleled, yet it was utterly unexpected that they would betray the company without cause. "Mr. Li, Assistant Su, I am willing to stay," stated Yu Ping decisively, the first to make his choice. He had never supported Lin Sheng's method of leaving the company, and now, faced with Li Feng and Su Qing, he recognized the choice he needed to make. You are utterly despicable," Lin Xing exclaimed, nearly choking on his rage as he pointed accusingly at Yu Ping's face. As the second in command of the laboratory, Yu Ping's decision to remain rendered Lin Sheng's promise to take all the researchers with him to Su Yang impossible. "I too wish to stay. I shall remain as well." Despite Lin Sheng's fury, he could not sway the others. Not everyone shared his sentiments, for various reasons. They were inclined to remain, with only 5 or 6 individuals silent, resolute in their desire to follow Lin Sheng and become Su Yang's disciples. In that moment, the entire laboratory team officially fractured. Li Feng observed with a sardonic smile, astonished by the latent risks within the company's laboratory. Fortunately, the issues had surfaced now. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire once he developed the intelligent chip. Li Feng was entirely unaware that the division within the laboratory team stemmed from his slight against Su Xin at the Rainxian building. Even if he had known, it would not have elicited any reaction from him. A team that could be swayed by bribery is destined to achieve nothing of significance. As he gazed at Su Qing, he felt a tinge of surprise. The young woman possessed not only breathtaking beauty, but also capabilities that were undoubtedly on par with her appearance. Had it not been for her timely intervention, some individuals might not have chosen to remain. It appeared that Hu Yuanyuan, the assistant, was not entirely without merit. Retaining Yu Ping and the others would at least mitigate the company's losses. Those who wished to depart should do so alongside Lin Sheng. Su Qing cast a glance at those resolved to leave and continued. "As for the housing and vehicles allocated to you by the company, they will be reclaimed. These matters were stipulated in the contract, and those departing will have no objections." At this moment, Lin Sheng also regained his composure, for the situation had reached a conclusion. His gaze turned cold and predatory, akin to that of a vulture scanning Yu Ping and the others. Before he sneered, "You must think this through carefully. This time, it is Professor Su Yang who has facilitated your departure from Xiangfeng Investment Company. Once you leave, you will have the opportunity to become Professor Su Yang's students. Xiangfeng Investment Company has offended him. Is there any hope of surviving in Tianhai City afterward? I trust you can maintain your current bravado when that time comes." He spoke these words with absolute confidence. Su Yang has mastered the new smart chip technology and possesses authoritative certification in this domain. Xiangfeng Investment Company aspires to achieve success in the mobile phone sector, yet such ambitions cannot be realized without this essential support. Over the past year, Xiangfeng Investment Company has invested a substantial amount of funds into researching smart chips, consuming a significant portion of its mobile capital. If this continues, operational issues will inevitably arise, leading only to the specter of bankruptcy. Li Feng, seemingly unfazed, declared, "I shall grant you 10 minutes. Should you fail to gather your belongings and vacate this premises within that time, I will summon security to assist you." "Very well, we shall see." Lin Sheng retorted decisively. At this juncture, he chose not to linger further. However, the moment he exited the conference room, his gaze transformed into one of profound resentment. Given his temperament, losing face before such an audience was not something he would easily overlook. Chapter 15. Successful Research and Development. As Lin Sheng and his team departed, only Yu Ping and a few researchers remained in the conference room. They gazed at Li Feng and Su Qing, somewhat at a loss. Mr. Li, Assistant Su. 15 minutes ago, young Master Su called. Yu Ping began to recount the circumstances surrounding the incident. Lin Sheng, often considering himself a student of Professor Su, had eagerly responded upon receiving the call. Su Yang, Su Xin. Li Feng's expression hardened. He had harbored a disdain for those two individuals since their encounter at the Yuxian building. He had not anticipated that they would strike within mere minutes, targeting the laboratory's researchers. Had he not been confident in his ability to develop the intelligent chip, this maneuver could have inflicted severe losses upon the company. Simultaneously, Li Feng felt a sense of relief. Had Lin Sheng and his team departed with the intelligent chip he had created, the ramifications would have been dire. You should be grateful for your choices. I hereby announce that your salaries for this month will be doubled. Now, take me to the laboratory, Li Feng declared. Mr. Li, please follow me, Yu Ping responded, leading Li Feng out of the conference room. This is Laboratory 1, primarily focused on the research of intelligent chips. However, there has been little progress in this area. Originally, this sector was chiefly managed by Lin Sheng, and our knowledge is limited. To initiate a new study, we would need to wait several months. Yu Ping guided Li Feng and Su Qing into Laboratory 1, articulating its significance as he understood the paramount importance of the intelligent chip to the company. However, he is currently unable to conduct research. The more critical the component, the longer the time required and the deeper the knowledge needed. In this realm of core technology, he cannot compare to Lin Sheng. Even if he comprehends the research methodology, he will still need ample time to proceed. For now, he can only assist Lin Sheng. Is it truly necessary for research to take such an extensive duration? Su Qing furrowed her brows. For the company to venture into the mobile phone industry, it must possess advanced intelligent chips. Only then can it carve out a share of the market. To achieve this, aside from collaborating with others, self-directed research is imperative. A year ago, the company established a laboratory dedicated to the research of intelligent chips, yet the results have been unsatisfactory. As time progresses, the substantial research funding has begun to affect the company's operations, prompting Hu Yuan to seek collaborative partners. Even with potential partners, the company's research cannot cease. Only by developing its own intelligent chips can it secure a competitive edge. However, Lin Sheng's sudden betrayal necessitates several months to resume research, and the repercussions for the company are incalculable. Indeed, Lin Sheng has taken away half of the researchers, rendering the laboratory's staffing critically insufficient, thereby significantly exacerbating the challenges in development. If the company does not recruit new researchers, it may take at least a year to develop new products. In truth, it is not an insurmountable task, Li Feng remarked. What does the general manager mean? Yu Ping inquired curiously, gazing at Li Feng, wholly unfamiliar with this suddenly appointed vice president. You will understand shortly, Li Feng replied succinctly, choosing not to elaborate further, as he was reluctant to squander time on explanations. The laboratory was expansive and well-equipped, boasting the most advanced technology of this era, rivaling that of professional research facilities. It was evident that Hu Yuan had invested considerable resources in this domain. Without delay, Li Feng commenced his exploration into intelligent chip research. As the 21st century unfolded, technological advancements progressed at an astonishing pace. However, Li Feng hailed from several centuries hence and was an elite member of a special operations unit, rendering him a polymath of sorts. To him, the technology of the 21st century was akin to a doctoral student adept in calculus performing simple arithmetic. Nevertheless, he understood that technological evolution could not be hastened excessively. It necessitated a gradual, methodical approach. Much like a modern individual transported to a primitive society could not spontaneously manufacture automobiles, he had never envisioned a fervent push towards future technological advancements. He was not a technological zealot, nor did he possess a selfless disposition. His motivations were purely self-serving, acknowledging that the world's development adhered to specific, inherent laws, which he did not wish to disrupt. The intelligent chip he was poised to develop represented a segment of the intelligence system, one that would be successfully researched in the mid-21st century, at most a few decades ahead of the current time. Its impact on Earth would be minimal, Although the existing intelligence systems were merely rudimentary and significantly divergent from genuine intelligent chips, Li Feng's objective was to enhance the foundational intelligence. Li Feng was uncertain about the intelligent chip developed by Su Yang. However, in his perspective, it merely represented rudimentary intelligence, with true intelligence systems anticipated to emerge a decade later. Within a mere 10 minutes, Li Feng set aside his tools and smiled at Yu Ping and Su Qing. This as Yu Ping gazed at the array of chips before him, harboring doubts. Is Li Feng truly conducting research? It has hardly taken more than a few minutes. Yu Ping, why don't you conduct a test? Li Feng suggested. Oh, certainly. As the company's vice president, Li Feng commanded a certain respect from Yu Ping, who not only accepted the request but also personally assisted in testing the chip. Su Qing sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of reluctance to witness the outcome of the test. She harbored doubts about Li Feng's capability to develop any intelligent chip within such a brief span. What piqued her curiosity was Li Feng's unwavering calm demeanor, which exuded an unmistakable confidence. She found herself puzzled, pondering the source of his self-assurance. The testing of the intelligent chip was straightforward. Li Feng had chosen a mobile phone chip, and the laboratory was equipped with the necessary tools. In no time, a series of data began to populate the screen of the testing device. This is impossible, Yu Ping exclaimed, his body jolting as if struck by electricity upon witnessing the figures displayed on the screen. After him, both Su Qing and the other researchers were rendered nearly speechless, each gazing at the numbers on the screen with a look of sheer incredulity. They were well acquainted with the values of the latest smartphone intelligent chips, yet now, these figures exhibited a slight alteration. Although the change was minimal, they understood that even the tiniest variation signified an extraordinary advancement. Su Qing was filled with disbelief. Li Feng had indeed developed a new intelligent chip, and he was not merely boasting. Let us assemble the chip into the phone and see, Li Feng suggested. Upon hearing this, Yu Ping, suppressing his excitement, began the assembly process. A domestic smartphone was swiftly put together in his hands, and as it powered on, a melodious voice emerged from the device. Hello, master. The system sprite is at your service. Yu Ping's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting utter disbelief. This was intelligence, true intelligence. In an effort to validate his thoughts, Yu Ping issued a series of commands, and the system sprite executed them flawlessly. Is this real? Yu Ping's voice trembled slightly as he glanced at the researchers beside him, the smartphone's intelligence imparting an aura of unreality. Yes, this is real. We are not dreaming. The other researchers, equally astonished, shared Yu Ping's reaction. As elites in this field, they were acutely aware of the sensational impact that the emergence of this intelligent chip would undoubtedly have. Mr. Li, how did you achieve this? The question came from Su Qing, who was fervently suppressing the shock and excitement swelling within her. Her clear gaze was fixed intently on Li Feng. There were certain inquiries she felt compelled to clarify immediately, as they would directly impact the future of the entire company. Is this truly difficult? It is merely a toy, Li Feng stated, honestly regarding the matter as a trivial endeavor. However, Yu Ping and Su Qing remained skeptical, sensing that Li Feng was reluctant to elaborate further. Yu Ping, I leave the subsequent matters in your hands. I trust you will compile the necessary data by tomorrow, Li Feng concluded, leading Su Qing away. At Xiangfeng Investment Company. What? Are you saying that Li Feng has developed the intelligent chip? Hu Yuan exclaimed, rising in astonishment upon hearing Su Qing's report. Su Qing, you cannot be serious. President Hu, this fact has been witnessed by many researchers in the laboratory, including Yu Ping. I believe she will soon present you with the organized data. Su Qing responded with excitement. With Mr. Li's intelligent chip, even without collaborating with Professor Su Yang, we can produce smartphones independently. Recalling the events that transpired in the laboratory, Su Qing hurriedly recounted the details to Hu Yuan, concluding, if it weren't for Mr. Li's timely arrival today, who knows how the situation might have escalated. Unbelievable. Hu Yuan's face turned ashen. She had not anticipated such shamelessness from a distinguished professor. Ding-ling-ling. The telephone on the desk rang, and as Hu Yuan answered, Su Xian's voice emerged from the receiver. President Hu, after careful consideration, I find your request for 50% equity in your company rather steep. However, after much deliberation, I am willing to lower my demand to 40%. With the sole condition being the dismissal of Li Feng. That is out of the question, Hu Yuan replied, barely suppressing her fury. President Hu, please do not be so hasty in your rejection. I believe you understand better than anyone the significance of one Li Feng compared to the survival of your company. Collaborating with me is your only viable option, Su Xian's arrogant voice echoed once more. Are you threatening me, Su Xian? Hu Yuan retorted coldly. This is not a threat. It is a friendly reminder. Friendly reminder, my foot. Hu Yuan furiously hung up the phone, leaving Su Qing beside her utterly astonished. President, who is indeed formidable. Chapter 16. Conspiracy, how dare you? In a private booth of a club, Su Xian forcefully hurled his phone against the wall, veins protruding on his forehead. To refuse me comes with consequences. What could possibly provoke our esteemed Su to such fury? Has he been spurned by a young lady? A young man in white attire chuckled. I never imagined our Su, renowned for his romantic exploits, would experience rejection. Truly, the world is full of surprises. Qin Feng. Spare me your sarcasm. Su Xian shot a glare at the young man, irritation evident in his voice. If it weren't for your ill-conceived advice, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Qin Feng laughed lightly. And now you blame me? Had you not expressed such admiration for Hu Yuan and sought my counsel, I would have gladly ignored your trivial matters. Yet, here you are, having botched the situation, and you cast the blame upon me? I acted upon your instructions. Su Xian retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng. This was your flawed plan from the start. Had it not been for your suggestion, I might have already won over Hu Yuan. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Consider the disparity in your standings. What makes you think you could win over someone of Hu Yuan's stature? I advised you to leverage Professor Su's intelligent chip to collaborate with Hu Yuan in exchange for shares in our company. Yet, what did you propose? 50% of the shares? What were you thinking? Do you aspire to gain controlling interest? Hu Yuan values her company above all else, and you expected her to relinquish control? You are quite foolish. As Su Xian reflected, he indeed acknowledged his own culpability. However, he was reluctant to admit it in front of Qin Feng. He argued vehemently. I merely desire 50% of the shares. I am not seeking to take control. There remains another 50%, does there not? Who claims that Xiangfeng Investment Company is wholly owned by Hu Yuan? Qin Feng retorted, his tone laced with annoyance. Indeed, and there is also that Li Feng. Su Xian's eyes glinted with malice. It was he who had thwarted his endeavors at the Yushuan building and at the Xiangfeng Investment Company laboratory. He had similarly obstructed his plans. Su Xian harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, wishing nothing less than to see him suffer immensely. Li Feng? A flicker of coldness crossed Qin Feng's gaze, yet he chuckled lightly. Who is this individual? Has he truly disrupted your schemes? Were it not for him, Hu Yuan would have been mine long ago, Su Xian replied icily. It is this scoundrel who has persistently sabotaged my ambitions. Oh, how has he thwarted your endeavors? Qin Feng pondered. Although Su Xian was the grandson of Su Yang, he appeared to have inherited none of his grandfather's prowess. Even a worthless individual like Li Feng could undermine his ambitions. Was it a misjudgment to leverage him? Unbeknownst to Su Xian, Qin Feng was mulling over these thoughts as he recounted the events at the Yushuan building and the Xiangfeng Investment Company laboratory. Qin Feng's expression shifted subtly. He had not anticipated that these two incidents had been orchestrated by the very Li Feng he had always underestimated. Could it be that Li Feng had indeed changed? However, Qin Feng soon scoffed coldly. What does it matter if he has changed? The plan is imperative. Not even Li Feng, nor his father, can alter it. Upon contemplating this, Qin Feng cast a glance at Su Xian, pondering the opportunity to gauge Li Feng's true capabilities through him. Su Xiao, this oversight and intelligence regarding Li Feng was unexpected. Yet dealing with him is not without its solutions, Qin Feng remarked with a light chuckle. What solutions do you propose? Su Xian inquired eagerly, his thoughts lingering on Hu Yuan, wishing fervently to see her yield. There are two approaches. The first is a tried-and-true method. Employing Professor Su's intelligent chip to coerce Hu Yuan into submission. I can assist you in suppressing the stock holdings of Li Feng's investment company in the market, compelling Hu Yuan and about you. The second approach is more direct, forcefully arranging a meeting with Hu Yuan, Qin Feng suggested. However, Qin Feng's second proposal was, in truth, a ploy aimed at Su Xian. While the first strategy held some potential for success, the latter was merely a scheme to lead Su Xian into peril. Who was Hu Yuan after all? The daughter of the Northwest Tiger, a figure not easily subdued. A multitude of skilled protectors surrounded her. The reason Qin Feng divulged the second method was to provoke a reaction from the Northwest Tiger, indifferent to Su Xian's fate. In fact, he secretly hoped Su Xian would pursue this reckless course of action. I hold a deep affection for Hu Yuan. I shall not resort to the second method unless absolutely necessary, Su Xian replied, shaking his head. He had experienced numerous romantic entanglements, yet none had stirred his heart as Hu Yuanyuan had. He was determined to win her over through his own merits. In my opinion, when dealing with women, one should exhibit strength, leaving an indelible impression in the depths of their memory, ensuring that they cannot forget you. I say, Su Xiao, you are a renowned romantic. Have you truly lost your essence in the face of Hu Yuanyuan? Though such thoughts linger, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this second approach was futile, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. The first method held promise, yet having already severed ties with that wretched woman, Hu Yuanyuan, the prospects of success seemed bleak. Qin Feng, do you not possess any alternative strategies? Su Xian remarked with dissatisfaction, feeling a sense of superiority in Qin Feng's presence, unconsciously adopting a commanding tone. A flicker of coldness passed through Qin Feng's eyes, yet he quickly masked it and said, as you just mentioned, this plan was sabotaged by that individual named Li Feng. Have you considered how to deal with him? Li Feng. Su Xian's gaze shifted, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, you are absolutely right. Eliminating Li Feng is essential. If he had not disrupted my endeavors, Hu Yuanyuan might have already been within my grasp. To confront Li Feng, there are similarly two strategies. First, to find someone to eliminate him directly. Qin Feng chuckled softly. This method is straightforward and effective. It should not pose a challenge for you, Su Xiao. Once Li Feng is gone, Hu Yuanyuan will be left defenseless, allowing you to act freely. That is indeed a viable plan. Su Xian nodded, yet hesitated slightly, for he had never taken a life before. Moreover, the domestic context differs from the international one. He would not dare to act recklessly. However, this is a last resort. Are there any other viable options? There exists another approach, rendering him infamous. An individual who has lost their reputation cannot undermine your plans. Do you believe that Hu Yuanyuan would still trust him then? Qin Feng stated, infamous. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for this was indeed an excellent strategy, one in which he excelled. Young Master Su, we need only to proceed in this manner. Qin Feng whispered his plan into Su Xian's ear. In that instant, the room resonated with their sinister laughter. Chapter 17. Hu Yuanyuan's Temper in Yunhe Garden, Villa Number 1. How did you accomplish this? An intelligent chip? You actually developed an intelligent chip, my goodness. Hu Yuanyuan gazed incredulously at Li Feng. Before returning home, she had made a special trip to the laboratory to personally experience a smartphone assembled with the intelligent chip developed by Li Feng. The remarkable ingenuity of that device lingered in her mind even now. It's merely a toy. Is such a fuss really necessary? Li Feng mumbled while enjoying his braised pork. A toy? Hu Yuanyuan could hardly contain her frustration, wishing to hurl her chopsticks at Li Feng. How could such an advanced intelligent chip be dismissed as a mere toy? Does such a toy even exist in the world? However, recalling Li Feng's performance at Yushuan Tower today, and the astonishing speed with which he developed the intelligent chip in a matter of minutes, Hu Yuanyuan suddenly realized that she found him increasingly enigmatic. She was well aware of who Li Feng used to be, yet now she felt that she hardly knew him at all. Had anyone suggested in the past that Li Feng would invent an intelligent chip, she would have dismissed it as a jest. Yet here was the undeniable truth before her eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. More importantly, the intelligent chip Li Feng had developed was not merely superior to Su Yang's, it provided a complete solution to the company's issues. No wonder Li Feng had been so unreasonable towards Su Yang at Yushuan Tower. Clearly, Su Yang's arrogance was utterly insignificant in Li Feng's presence. She realized she had misjudged him. At the same time, a surge of anger welled up within Hu Yuanyuan. The company commenced its research on intelligent chips over a year ago. Li Feng, as the vice president, was not oblivious to this matter, even if he occasionally skipped work. Had he unveiled the intelligent chip sooner, the company would not have incurred such substantial research expenses. It must be said that a woman's thoughts can be quite intricate. At this moment, Li Feng remained unaware of Hu Yuanyuan's resentment towards him. He was wholly engrossed in the culinary delights before him. As he had mentioned, a toy did not demand much of his attention, and the enticing flavors of the food before him were far more captivating. In his previous life, indulging in such delectable treats was no easy feat, although humanity had progressed into an era of cosmic exploration, capable of surviving within the Milky Way. The culinary offerings from the few habitable planets were limited, with most food cultivated in human breeding tanks, lacking the unique, authentic flavors. Reborn in the 21st century, his greatest fortune lay in savoring delicacies that had previously been out of reach, especially the exquisite flavors from the near-ancient era. Dishes such as the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, while available in his former time, paled in comparison to the superior quality and technology of this era. Eat, eat, eat. His sole focus was on consumption. Hu Yuanyuan shot him a fierce glare. What's wrong? Li Feng inquired, puzzled by her anger, as he believed he had done nothing to offend her. Hu Yuanyuan, of course, would not admit to her childish outburst. She merely shot him a menacing look before a thought struck her. You referred to that intelligent chip as a toy. Does that imply you can create a superior chip? Of course I can, he replied, but at the moment, I lack the time. Li Feng's words abruptly silenced Hu Yuanyuan, who could not help but let out a cold snort. After finishing her meal, Hu Yuanyuan prepared to ascend the stairs, but Li Feng called out to her. Is there something you need? She asked, her brow furrowing. In the past, she would have ignored him. But Li Feng's demeanor today had caused her to regard him with newfound respect. Hand me your phone, Li Feng stated. What do you intend to do? Hu Yuanyuan replied, watching him warily. In this era, a mobile phone holds immense significance, akin to a second life. It serves not merely as a communication device, but also facilitates shopping, learning, and trading stocks, harboring a wealth of personal information. Therefore, when Li Feng requested her phone, Hu Yuanyuan suspected he might be seeking to invade her privacy. I'm merely going to modify it, Li Feng said calmly. Modify it. Hu Yuanyuan recalled the intelligent chip Li Feng had developed and hesitated. There are no tools here. Creating a toy shouldn't be such a hassle. If you don't want to, then forget it. In truth, Hu Yuanyuan was already intrigued, yet after retrieving her phone, she hesitated for a moment before handing it over to Li Feng. You mustn't look at what's inside. Is there something scandalous hidden within? Li Feng quipped as he took the phone and turned to walk towards his room. Wait, I want to watch from the side, Hu Yuanyuan quickly followed him. She had quite a bit of personal information on her phone and did not wish for Li Feng to see it. Come if you like, Li Feng replied before entering his room. Hu Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed him inside. It was her first time entering a boy's room. Make yourself comfortable. Upon entering the room, Li Feng disregarded Hu Yuanyuan, taking a seat at the desk and swiftly disassembling her mobile phone into its components. Hu Yuanyuan watched him intently, her eyes gleaming as she observed his adept movements. Hearing about his skills was one thing, but witnessing them firsthand was entirely different. Although she was aware that Li Feng had developed the intelligent chip himself, backed by numerous witnesses and her own research, uncertainty lingered in her heart due to the profound influence Li Feng had previously exerted on her. At this moment, she suddenly realized how captivating he was, especially while engaged in his work, exuding a potent masculinity that evoked within her an irresistible urge to embrace him. All done, Li Feng's voice interrupted Hu Yuanyuan's reverie, jolting her back to reality and causing her face to flush with embarrassment. How could this be? Why was she experiencing such feelings? Surely she ought to despise him instead. Are you feeling unwell? Li Feng inquired, regarding Hu Yuanyuan with curiosity, noting the unusual redness of her cheeks. Could she be ill? In his previous life, Li Feng had encountered many women. While he was not a romantic sage, his understanding of the fairer sex surpassed that of the average man. However, at this moment, had anyone else been before him, he might have discerned some of their sentiments. Yet, facing Hu Yuanyuan, who had consistently harbored a dislike for him according to the memories of his former self, he refrained from overthinking or speculating about her feelings. You are the one who's unwell, Hu Yuanyuan retorted playfully, her demeanor entirely reminiscent of a petulant young woman, rendering Li Feng momentarily speechless. What are you staring at? Realizing her reaction, Hu Yuanyuan wished fervently to find a hole to burrow into. It was only then that Li Feng registered the situation and chuckled awkwardly, saying, I wasn't watching anything. I've already modified the phone. Give it a try. With that, Li Feng approached Hu Yuanyuan and handed her the phone. In that instant, a potent masculine sin enveloped Hu Yuanyuan, leaving her feeling dizzy and weak, as if her entire body had turned to jelly. Here. Li Feng's voice summoned the last remnants of her strength, prompting her to snatch the phone and flee from his room. That girl. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Li Feng's mouth, as if he could foresee a young woman succumbing to temptation. Chapter 18. Body Refinement. After Hu Yuanyuan departed, Li Feng disassembled his mobile phone and proceeded to enhance its chip. In no time, a brand new smartphone emerged. Although this device did not quite reach the technological prowess of Li Feng's previous life, it was undeniably decades ahead of contemporary smartphones, surpassing even the advancements made at the Shangfeng investment company by a good 20 years. Naturally, he preferred to utilize the finest equipment available. While Hu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to the smartphone's capabilities, Li Feng recognized the multitude of ways this device would assist him in the future. The following day, after breakfast, Li Feng stopped Hu Yuan, who was preparing to leave for work. Regarding the smart chip, I suggest you promptly hold a press conference to disseminate the news. It is best to act swiftly to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. That old fox Su Yang is quite cunning. One cannot predict what schemes he may devise. Hu Yuan nodded. Then suddenly realized, aren't you going to work? I have matters to attend to today. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from voicing her thoughts. The successful development of the smart chip was a significant event for Xiangfeng Investment Company and for Hu Yuan herself. However, for Li Feng, the principal party involved, it bore little importance. Once Hu Yuan had left, Li Feng took the salary she had advanced him and ventured to a traditional medicine shop to procure a substantial amount of herbal materials. For Li Feng, the restoration of his strength was of paramount importance. His body was currently too frail to endure the immense true energy required for practicing the Nine Heavens Sutra, thus necessitating a period of body refinement to bolster his physical condition. Li Feng possesses the Xiantian body refining technique. Although he has committed every movement and posture to memory, the process of body refinement is far from simple. Upon his initial arrival in this realm, his physique was inferior to that of an ordinary person. Thus, the primary objective of the first stage of body refinement was to restore his body to the level of an average individual, followed by the more advanced second stage of refinement, which represents the true essence of body cultivation. Body refinement is the process of tempering the physical form, inherently reliant on various forms of external training. This encompasses a wide array of physical conditioning, strength training, the use of equipment, and rigorous practice, including even life and death trials. All martial artists understand that body refinement entails enduring hardship. In Li Feng's previous life, perspectives on body refinement varied among practitioners. Some asserted that a solid foundation in the initial stages would yield greater benefits later on. Conversely, others maintained that later achievements bore no relation to the state of body refinement, viewing it merely as a transitional phase to meet basic physical requirements and condense true energy. However, Li Feng believes that a robust physique is fundamental for any martial artist, making body refinement of utmost importance. In his past life, when he first acquired the Xiantian body refining technique, he initially failed to appreciate its significance. Though he managed to meet the requirements through arduous training, he realized that he had not mastered the technique to its fullest extent, leaving him with a sense of regret. Now, with the opportunity to retrain and armed with the wisdom from his previous life, Li Feng is determined to avoid repeating past mistakes. Within the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra and the Xiantian body refining technique, the method of body refinement is presented in a manner distinct from conventional practices, emphasizing the cultivation of energy to refine the body. In the Nine Heavens Sutra, it is elucidated that the process of body refinement does not lack qi. Rather, this qi is the genuine energy within, unique to the practice of body refinement. The qi manifested from true energy is remarkably potent, while the qi used in body refinement tends to be more dispersed and fragile. The initial 3 tiers of the Nine Heavens Sutra are specifically designed to consolidate the qi necessary for body refinement, rendering this method exceptionally efficient. However, should one surpass the 3rd tier in their practice of the Nine Heavens Sutra, success in refining the body through qi becomes unattainable. Regrettably, in his previous life, Li Feng had advanced to the 4th tier of the Nine Heavens Sutra while still mistaking the qi of the first 3 tiers for true energy, leading him to commit a significant error. Now, Li Feng is determined not to repeat the same mistakes. He intends to experiment with the combination of the Nine Heavens Sutra and the Mystic Sky Body Refinement Technique. The Nine Heavens Sutra specifies that refining the body through qi requires a true commitment and unwavering perseverance, a process far more agonizing than any other foundational external force. Nevertheless, having endured countless tribulations in his past life, Li Feng is undeterred by the minor discomforts of body refinement. He is eager to discover the unique distinctions of this singular method of refining the body through qi. He contemplates that restarting his practice should not be overly challenging. Previously, Li Feng had already embarked on the journey of cultivating the Nine Heavens Sutra along with the Mystic Sky Body Refinement Technique. Having reached the 2nd tier of the Nine Heavens Sutra and initiated the first phase of body refinement, thereby restoring his physique to that of an ordinary person. This was primarily due to the pitiable condition of his body in his former life. Otherwise, the first phase of cultivation would have been unnecessary. Nevertheless, This is precisely the remarkable aspect of the Xiantian body refinement technique and the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra. Ordinary martial arts and body refinement methods lack such capabilities. During this period of cultivation, although progress has been minimal and the condition of both his physical strength and internal energy remains abysmal, his body has nonetheless reached a level of endurance comparable to that of an average person, allowing him to continue his training. At this moment, Li Feng wasted no time. After soaking in a medicinal bath, he commenced his attempts at refining his body using the technique of energy cultivation. Li Feng swiftly mastered the control of his internal energy and began to circulate it according to the principles of the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra, employing his consciousness to govern the energy within him. Although his spiritual awareness could not compare to that of his previous life, whether due to the passage through time and space or other reasons, it was notably 2 levels superior to his current strength, making the control of his internal energy an effortless task. He concentrated his internal energy into unique vortices and distributed them throughout his body in accordance with the specific locations outlined in the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra. According to the meticulous records of the technique, it typically required at least 3 days to complete the first layer of the Xiantian body refinement technique. However, due to Li Feng's formidable realm and spiritual awareness, he managed to condense the unique vortices of internal energy and connect them in various locations, accomplishing the aggregation of the 36 vortices of the first layer in less than 2 hours. This was Li Feng's inaugural attempt at refining his body with energy. Although he diligently followed the instructions for condensing the vortices as described in the first layer of the Xiantian body refinement technique, he remained uncertain of the actual function of these vortices. Having completed the 36 vortices in different parts of his body, he proceeded to circulate the remaining energy in accordance with the operational principles recorded in the first layer of the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra. In an instant, the energy within Li Feng seemed to awaken, swirling and pulsating throughout his being. A thunderous impact resonated within him as he felt as though he were crushed beneath an immense mountain, struggling to draw breath, a surge of blood escaping his lips uncontrollably. Cursed fate! In a mere moment, Li Feng found himself pinned to the ground. The sensation of being pressed down was so profound that it felt as if every inch of his skin and bone were on the verge of shattering. It was a sensation of utter devastation, yet more importantly, this agony did not stem from an external force, but rather emanated from within, suffocating every muscle in his body. Li Feng felt as though he were on the brink of explosion. This torment was certainly beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Fortunately, he had previously prepared himself for the rigors of body refinement. Yet even with such preparation, it was in this moment that he truly grasped the terrifying nature of refining one's body through energy. The suffering associated with this process was beyond the realm of articulation. A low, suppressed roar escaped Li Feng's lips. Thankfully, he was in the unique gym of a villa, soundproofed enough to mask his cries, lest one might mistake it for a ghostly wail in the daylight. At this moment, Li Feng finally comprehended the essence of refining the body through energy. The cyclone within him possessed unique properties during this process, allowing for the tempering of every part of his physique. Undoubtedly, this method was the most excruciating, requiring immense willpower to persevere. This suffering could not be abandoned midway, otherwise, the entire endeavor would yield no results. It reminded Li Feng of the life and death trials faced during his past missions. In comparison to tasks concerning life and death, these challenges are mere trifles. I am resolute. I shall become the strongest. Li Feng gritted his teeth and persevered, taking some time to acclimate to this sensation. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was only the beginning. He needed to train according to the techniques outlined in the Xiantian body refinement art. Fortunately, he was not required to execute numerous movements at this stage. Performing the fundamental actions slowly sufficed. Nevertheless, Li Feng discovered that each movement was exceedingly arduous. The tiger's pounce, the monkey's climb, the deer's leap, the snake's form, the crane's flight, the bear's sway, the mouse's roll. Actions that were once effortless now felt infinitely slower. And with each step, Li Feng experienced an overwhelming sense of being crushed. Chapter 19. A sensation as weighty as Mount Tai. At this moment, Li Feng finally comprehended the meaning of being as heavy as Mount Tai. The immense pressure rendered each of his steps and every action painfully arduous, akin to traversing a path with grievous injuries in a previous life. Yet he could do nothing but endure, persist, and continue to persevere. The cultivation of the physical body could not be abandoned midway. In his former life, A complete system of cultivation existed, with the postnatal realm representing the foundational level, which was further divided into body refining and qi refining. Qi refining involved the cultivation of true qi. In Li Feng's era, where technology flourished and human genes were modified, the physical bodies of individuals were robust, causing practitioners to disregard body refining, often bypassing it to directly engage in qi refining, thus easily cultivating true qi. Otherwise, how could Li Feng have acquired the profound technique of body refining, known as the Xiantian body refining art? Now, as he delved into body refining, Li Feng discovered the true agony it entailed. Fortunately, he had previously undergone medicinal baths, and due to his frail physique in the past, he had consumed ample medicinal substances, resulting in a significant accumulation of their potency within his body. As he engaged in body refining now, his body was continuously stimulated, and the medicinal power began to permeate gradually. In conjunction with the Xiantian body refining art, his physical strength increased incrementally. His body gradually adapted, and the medicinal substances were ignited, transforming into swirling vortices within him. The strength of the vortices intensified, and their circulation quickened. Completely immersed in this sensation, time slipped away unnoticed. As the cyclone within Li Feng reached a formidable intensity and his body fully adapted, he began to compress the cyclone with the sheer strength of his physique. When the 36 cyclones were pushed to their absolute limits, a resounding explosion resonated within him, shattering them completely. In that moment, Li Feng experienced an exhilarating sensation akin to the peak of ecstasy, akin to a fish returning to its natural habitat. A torrent of sweat, imbued with dark impurities, surged forth from his skin, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. Not only that, but he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. However, Li Feng did not succumb to pride or complacency. This was merely the first layer, equivalent to the first stage of body refinement, and the journey of refinement had only just begun. Without hesitation, he commenced the intricate process of condensing the second layer of the Xiantian body refinement technique, which required double the cyclones compared to the first 72 in total. The thought of this daunting requirement sent a shiver through Li Feng's heart. He was aware that the third layer necessitated 108 cyclones and would entail suffering twice as intense as that of the second layer. Of course, this was the pinnacle of body refinement. The 72 cyclones of the second layer and the 108 cyclones of the third were not compulsory. One could opt to condense 36 cyclones instead, but the efficacy would be significantly diminished, a prospect Li Feng found unacceptable. If one were to refine their body, they must strive for excellence. To achieve the utmost in body refinement, it was imperative to condense 72 cyclones for the second layer and 108 for the fourth layer. Typically, it would take several days to consolidate 72 vortices. Yet for Li Feng, this posed no challenge at all. With his immense spiritual consciousness, the formation of the 72 vortices was accomplished within just a few hours. Having learned from past experiences, Li Feng was determined not to let his guard down. However, the intensity of his efforts, doubled from before, proved to be exceedingly taxing, leaving him to endure excruciating pain with gritted teeth. While Li Feng was engrossed in his training at the gym, tumult ensued outside. Under the auspices of Hu Yuan, the press conference for Xiangfeng Investment Company was formally convened. To the people of Tianhai City, Xiangfeng Investment Company was a familiar name, and numerous attendees graced the event. The conference proceeded seamlessly, with each segment achieving resounding success. Hu Yuan spoke eloquently, leaving a profound impression on all present. However, when Hu Yuan announced the technological breakthroughs of Xiangfeng Investment Company, the entire press conference erupted in excitement. The new intelligent chip unveiled by Xiangfeng Investment Company boasted performance that outstripped its industry counterparts by at least a decade. In the realm of intelligence technology, the emergence of this chip was akin to a tempest. Only those who swiftly partnered with Xiangfeng Investment Company or developed a similar chip would be able to secure their footing amidst this upheaval. As we entered the 21st century, the realm of intelligent technology was evolving at a breakneck pace. Companies within this sector must adapt to the progression of the times. Those who embrace change will thrive, while those who resist will inevitably face demise. All enterprises within the intelligent domain are compelled to uphold a spirit of innovation, for even the largest corporations, if stagnant, are destined for extinction. Thus, the representatives attending the press conference are predominantly companies seeking to negotiate collaborations with Xiangfeng Investment Company. Following the announcement of the new intelligent chip, many minds instinctively gravitated towards the idea of partnership. particularly amongst several well-established firms aware of Xiangfeng's formidable capabilities. However, some companies dared to covet the innovations of Xiangfeng Investment Company, hoping to claim the new intelligent chip for themselves. In this scenario, while some rejoiced, others were filled with despair. In a private room, Su Xian was furiously hurling objects, his face a mask of fury. The foundation for his desire to collaborate with Xiangfeng was his grandfather's developed intelligent chip, yet at this moment, the capabilities of Xiangfeng's newly unveiled chip far surpassed his grandfather's invention. In comparison, his grandfather's creation was rendered utterly obsolete. This realization struck him hard, indicating that he had lost his bargaining chip with Xiangfeng. Damn it, how could this happen? Su Xian roared in frustration. Finally understanding why Hu Yuan had remained so indifferent at the Rain Pavilion, and why Li Feng had exuded such arrogance, he felt like a mere clown before them. In addition to Su Xian, another individual was also consumed by rage, Lin Sheng. His expression was icy, and his anger was palpable, twisting his features into a grotesque form. He could scarcely comprehend that Xiangfeng Investment Company had unveiled such an astonishingly advanced intelligent chip technology. What did this signify? Even a mere thought would suffice to reveal the implications. He initially intended to leave Xiangfeng Investment Company to seek the guidance of Professor Su Yang. Perceiving him as an unequivocal authority in the realm of intelligent chips, unmatched by any other. The prospect of receiving his mentorship was a coveted dream. Moreover, Professor Su's suggestion for him to depart from Xiangfeng was not a genuine desire for him to leave, but rather a pathway to return after collaborating with Hu Yuan, at which point he could ascend to newfound heights of wealth. However, at this moment, even the latest intelligent chip developed by Su Yang had swiftly diminished to the status of refuse, and his aspirations were ruthlessly shattered. For he was now tainted by the mark of betrayal, rendering him undesirable to any company. He was perplexed by this turn of events. He was well aware of Xiangfeng Investment Company's circumstances. Given its capabilities, even a year of research might not yield a superior intelligent chip technology. And to catch up to Professor Su Yang's advancements could take a decade. Thus, when the young master Su Xian called him on behalf of Professor Su Yang, he readily acquiesced. Lin Xing had also heard about the collaboration with Professor Su Yang. Before any new technology could be developed in the laboratory, collaboration was an inevitable choice. Su Xian's insistence for him to lead a team away from Xiangfeng was a maneuver to compel the company into partnership. In Lin Xing's view, it was only natural for Hu Yuan to capitulate to collaboration. Yet, unexpectedly, within less than 2 days, the situation underwent a seismic transformation. Upon hearing the news, he nearly collapsed, nearly choking on his own blood in disbelief. Whoever obstructs my peace shall not find solace themselves. Lin's gaze darkened as he attributed all his grievances to the upper echelons of Xiangfeng Investment Company. Within him, an overwhelming sense of resentment festered, and he resolved to settle the score with relentless vengeance. Chapter 20, Purification of Tendons and Marrow in the Gym. Li Feng let out a roar, unleashing all the residual medicinal energy he had accumulated within him. After 3 days and nights of relentless training, he had reached the limits of his physical capabilities. Through rigorous discipline, he finally transcended to the second layer of the Xiantian body refinement technique, entering the third layer. At this moment, he felt the energy within him becoming increasingly potent. Though the pain was excruciating, Li Feng deemed it worthwhile, especially upon breaking through to the third level of body refinement, where his physical strength and internal energy had surged severalfold, rivaling the peak of his former existence. Exhausted, Li Feng lay nearly incapacitated on the floor, taking a full hour to regain some strength. Aside from the invigorating sensation coursing through him, he was also acutely aware of his hunger. It occurred to him that aside from a few packets of compressed biscuits consumed during training, he had not eaten anything substantial in quite some time. As he contemplated stepping out, he was struck by an unpleasant odor emanating from himself, nearly causing him to retch. This was the essence of purification of tendons and marrow. Li Feng had never anticipated that such rigorous body refinement could yield the effects of this profound process. A surge of excitement washed over him. As a martial artist, he understood well the benefits of tendon and marrow purification, even in his previous life, where genetic enhancement was commonplace. A martial artist seeking to attain a higher realm would find such purification indispensable. From the moment of birth, an individual is endowed with innate vitality. However, an infant remains oblivious to the utilization of this vital force, leading to its gradual depletion. Throughout his past life, Li Feng had never encountered anyone who preserved their innate vitality. Yet, From the perspective of ancient martial arts practitioners, such individuals did exist. These were those born with a natural affinity for martial cultivation, achieving remarkable results with minimal effort. If one could harness the innate vitality within, the realm of martial arts could reach unprecedented heights. Li Feng, though unfamiliar with innate vitality, possessed knowledge from his previous life regarding the human body. Scientific research indicated that upon birth, innate vitality resides within, but as one inhales air and interacts with the environment, the body inadvertently becomes tainted, resulting in a myriad of impurities. These impurities incessantly invade the human form. According to research reports from the Academy of Human Sciences in his past life, the absence of such impurities could extend human lifespan by hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. This notion was unfathomable, even in Li Feng's era of genetic evolution. For martial artists, during their training, several instances of purification occur. The first takes place upon breaking through to the innate realm, marked by a significant cleansing of the sinews and marrow. Unexpectedly, Li Feng discovered that during his body refinement, he had undergone such purification himself, a concept previously beyond his imagination. Instantly, overwhelming joy replaced his surprise. The martial arts realm, often referred to as the acquired stage, serves as the foundational level for practitioners. It is within this stage that the cleansing of sinews and marrow yields unforeseen benefits. Though Li Feng harbored doubts regarding his ability to cultivate an innate body, he was confident that with several rounds of cleansing and marrow refining, he could surpass the pinnacle of his previous existence. After taking a refreshing shower and donning his attire, he gazed into the mirror and found himself somewhat speechless. In his past life, he had often lingered on the brink of death, his skin a deep bronze. Yet now, particularly following the cleansing process, his complexion was immaculate and fair, surpassing that of many women, rendering him a veritable pretty boy. A pretty boy? Li Feng let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging that his skin would undoubtedly be perceived as such by others. This might very well be the sole after effect of the cleansing and marrow refining. Leaving the villa, he drove his QQ to a nearby restaurant. Although the villa was stocked with a variety of food, there was a scarcity of meat, and he required substantial protein to replenish his energy. Yumi Xiang, a high-end dining establishment not far from the villa, had been visited a few times before, and he had found the cuisine quite satisfactory. Upon arriving at Yumi Xiang, he was greeted warmly by the service staff, who recognized him. Young Master Feng, they called out, extending their polite salutations. I would like a private room, please. Li Feng surveyed the dining hall. Despite it being past the peak dining hours, the restaurant was still bustling with patrons. Young Master Feng, please follow me. The attendant led Li Feng to the second floor, guiding him to a private room. Young Master Feng, I trust this room meets your satisfaction? Li Feng nodded, perusing the menu and selecting several dishes before instructing the attendant. Please bring these out as soon as possible. Certainly. May I ask how many guests will be dining? The attendant inquired. Just myself. Li Feng sat in a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea, the rich aroma wafting through the air. The service attendant stared at him in astonishment, questioning whether she had misheard him. For the dishes he had ordered could scarcely be consumed by 10 people. Is there a problem? Li Feng furrowed his brow. Are you all right, young Master Feng? The attendant inquired with genuine concern. She was familiar with Li Feng and understood his character well, despite being born into a wealthy family. He was approachable and lacked any airs of superiority. He often found himself bullied, which led her to believe he might be feeling despondent. What could possibly be wrong? Hurry and bring out the dishes, Li Feng replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Understood, the attendant responded, recognizing his firm demeanor and promptly arranging for the food to be served. Soon, the table was adorned with 8 meat dishes, which Li Feng found quite satisfactory. He picked up his chopsticks and began to indulge. Upon taking a bite, he frowned slightly. What is this? Young Master Feng, this is venison, just imported from Australia. The attendant explained. Li Feng nodded. Venison had nearly become extinct in his era, making it a rare delicacy in this time, which explained his inability to identify the meat. He continued to sample the other meat dishes, with the attendant offering further introductions. This is roe deer, wolf meat, beef. Are these all wild? Li Feng inquired in a low voice. Indeed, young master. The attendant replied eagerly. Is there any finer meat available? Li Feng asked. Young Master Feng, this is the finest we have at our restaurant. The regulations are strict now, and we had to spend a considerable amount to procure these, the waitress remarked. Shaking her head, Li Feng nodded, yet his chopsticks did not pause as he savored the expertly prepared meat. though his pace in selecting dishes was swift to the waitress. His demeanor appeared remarkably elegant, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity. "Young Master Feng?" The waitress inquired cautiously. "What is it?" Li Feng paused, looking up. "Are you all right?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice, contemplating whether to call for an ambulance, fearing he might be in distress. "Do I appear to be someone in trouble?" he replied, as morsels of meat transformed into energy that he absorbed. It was not until he had devoured 8 plates of meat that he finally set down his chopsticks. The waitress promptly cleared the empty dishes and replaced them with a cup of tea. "Young Master Feng, are you truly all right?" Li Feng took a sip of tea and chuckled. "Are you worried I might take my own life?" Reflecting on the waitress's earlier behavior, he couldn't help but smirk. It seemed she was more concerned about the prospect of him overindulging than anything else. It was understandable. She was merely an ordinary person, unaware of the substantial dietary needs of a martial artist. "No, not at all," the waitress replied, blushing slightly as she shook her head. In the current moment, Li Feng bore no resemblance to someone contemplating such drastic measures. "Do you serve these dishes daily?" Li Feng inquired, gesturing towards the empty plates on the table. During this period of cultivation, particularly through the refinement of one's vital energy into the physical form, the demand for meat has surged to several times its previous levels. Even in his past life, this need was not comparable to the present. While serving in the military, the procurement of meat necessary for cultivation was never a concern for him, especially on several life-bearing planets discovered within the galaxy, where the fauna were rich in energy and ideally suited to the dietary requirements of martial practitioners. However, the current situation is markedly different, despite consuming copious amounts of meat. The energy derived from it falls significantly short, rendering it inadequate compared to the sustenance of his former existence. The lack of sufficient energy replenishment prolongs his recovery time after each physical refinement, a detrimental factor to his cultivation progress. It is imperative to enhance the quality of the meat consumed or to seek alternatives. Yet, prior to resolving this issue, he must make do with the available meat. In the forthcoming period, he will need to dedicate substantial time to physical refinement, making it impractical to visit the restaurant each time. Thus, he conceived a solution: to have the establishment deliver meals to his residence. Indeed, the waitress acknowledged with a nod. "That sounds good. Starting tomorrow, please send the same quantity as today to my home," Li Feng instructed. "Ah," the waitress gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. She questioned whether she had misheard him, as among the 8 dishes ordered by Li Feng were a roasted suckling pig and a whole roasted lamb. "Is that truly how you wish to place your order?" Rising, Li Feng swiped his card to settle the bill and departed the private room, leaving the waitress in a state of astonishment. Could it be that young Master Feng wished to experience the sensation of being overwhelmed by food on a daily basis? The waitress gazed at his retreating figure, a hint of admiration glimmering in her eyes. Chapter 21. Li Quan's schemes. At the entrance of the villa, Li Quan looked somewhat uncertainly at Li Feng, who had just alighted from QQ. After a few days apart, he could hardly recognize him. Both his demeanor and expression had undergone a dramatic transformation. Li Quan pondered in confusion how Li Feng could have changed so drastically. "What is the matter? Don't recognize me?" Li Feng inquired, his gaze flickering. It had been several days since the incident at the Imperial Pavilion, and it seemed his counterpart had already devised a plan. "Not at all. After just a few days, your complexion appears even more radiant, young Master Feng," Li Quan quickly replied. His comment sounded rather akin to a compliment one might give a woman, rendering it somewhat awkward, which left Li Feng feeling helpless. This was an aspect of himself that he could not alter. With a light chuckle, Li Feng responded, "It's been several days since your last visit, Li Quan. What brings you here today?" "Young Master Feng, Lu Xiao wishes to convey his sincerest apologies for the offense he caused you during the last encounter at the Imperial Pavilion. He is eager to arrange a meeting with you at your convenience," Li Quan explained. "Apologizing?" Li Feng sneered internally. During their last meeting at the Imperial Pavilion, he had nearly taken Lu Shichao's life. The fact that Lu Shichao not only refrained from retaliation but also sought to apologize was hard to believe. That wouldn't be necessary, Li Feng waved dismissively. He was focused solely on regaining his strength swiftly and had no time to play games with these youngsters. "Young master, this time Lu Xiao is genuinely earnest. He has specifically asked me to implore you to grant him the opportunity to apologize," Li Quan insisted earnestly. The last time he was at the Imperial Pavilion, he was utterly oblivious to the events that transpired. However, he was unaware that Lu Shichao's fainting was related to Li Feng and could only inwardly berate Lu Shichao for being useless, incapable of managing even trivial matters. Li Feng halted his steps and turned to Li Quan, speaking in a grave tone. Li Quan, how have I treated you? Li Quan was taken aback, not expecting Li Feng to pose such a question. Fortunately, his wits served him well, and he promptly replied, Young Master Feng treats me like a brother. Although this was a spur-of-the-moment response, it held a grain of truth. In Li Feng's memories, his predecessor regarded Li Quan as a brother, showering him with kindness both in Yanjing and in Tianhai City. Yet, what about Li Quan? He was treacherous and ungrateful, repaying Li Feng's kindness with malice, having secretly plotted against him on multiple occasions. In light of this, you shall represent me in accepting Lu Shichao's apology, said Li Feng with a light chuckle. Young Master Feng is jesting. How could I possibly represent you? Li Quan exhaled in relief, initially fearing that Li Feng had uncovered something. Yet, it seemed he had overthought the situation. After all, Li Feng was merely a useless individual, incapable of discerning his covert machinations. At the same time, he felt a twinge of irritation at having been cowed by someone he deemed ineffectual. When had he become so timid? However, what did Li Feng mean by asking him to represent him? This was unprecedented, regardless of how inept Li Feng was. His status alone made it unthinkable for anyone to stand in for him. Although he aspired to take his place, he understood that as long as Li Feng was alive, supported by the Li family and his parents, his ambition would remain unattainable. What I say is final, Li Feng asserted firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Li Quan, I am aware that you have been aiding me all these years. Without you, I cannot fathom how many mistakes I would have made. I, Li Feng, am not one to forget kindness. In the future, I shall do my utmost to assist you and ensure you enjoy wealth and prosperity. Yet, despite his words, Li Feng felt a wave of nausea. One might think he shared an intimate bond with Li Quan. However, there was no room for hesitation. It is decided, Li Feng declared, patting Li Quan on the shoulder. Li Quan, I truly have no choice. Time is not on my side. Therefore, you must assist me. Whatever benefits Lu Shichao offers will be yours. What? Li Quan felt tears welling up. If Li Feng did not go, all his efforts would be in vain, especially since he had boasted in front of Lu Shichao. Young Master Feng, you jest. How could you possibly lack time? Although he was uncertain of Li Feng's thoughts, he needed him to attend. His plans depended on it. It is not just me, Li Feng lamented. My sister-in-law insists I go to work. These past few days, I have feigned illness to remain at the villa, and her patience is wearing thin. Starting tomorrow, I fear I must return to the office. Upon hearing this, Li Quan let out a cold laugh. He had heard that Li Feng recently visited the Xiangfeng Investment Company. He surmised that this was likely the influence of Hu Yuan, or perhaps the wishes of Li Feng's parents. However, Li Feng's capabilities were limited, while he could manage minor affairs within the company. The role of vice president would likely be beyond his reach. More importantly, Hu Yuan had always harbored disdain for Li Feng. If he were to remain in the company for an extended period, it was unlikely that she would want to see him. As for Hu Yuan's decision to have Li Feng join the workforce, it was probably due to the pressure exerted by both families. Li Quan's heart grew colder upon hearing how Li Feng addressed Hu Yuan. The two were bound by marriage, and both belonged to prominent families. Barring unforeseen circumstances, their union seemed inevitable. Yet, Li Quan understood that Hu Yuan's attitude towards Li Feng made it clear that a future together was unattainable. The notion of Li Feng dreaming of a life filled with children alongside Hu Yuan was utterly far-fetched. Moreover, the Li family was vast and influential. And as a direct descendant, Li Feng's remarkable abilities made him a target for those who wished to usurp control of the family. Li Feng was likely oblivious to the numerous assassination attempts he had faced since birth. Had it not been for the covert protection of the Li family's bodyguards, he might have perished countless times. This worthless scion mistakenly believed he lived in a society governed by the rule of law, completely unaware of the harsh realities that surrounded him. Simultaneously, a wave of intense resentment surged within Li Quan. Why was it that this ineffectual Li Feng was the rightful heir of the Li family, supported by a powerful lineage and blessed with a stunning fiancée, while he, Li Quan, was merely a distant relative forced to flatter and ingratiate himself to survive in the shadows? Each time he thought of it, Li Quan's resentment towards Li Feng intensified. What Li Quan remained oblivious to was that Li Feng and Hu Yuan had already obtained their marriage certificate. He mistakenly believed that their cohabitation was merely an arrangement by their parents to foster their relationship. However, upon hearing that Hu Yuan had urged Li Feng to join the company, he felt an unsettling discomfort. even if he suspected that her insistence stemmed from external pressures. Simultaneously, a voice within him insisted that he must thwart this situation. The fact that Li Feng and Hu Yuanyuan shared the same roof at night was unbearable to him, and the thought of them working together during the day was intolerable. Regardless of Li Feng's shortcomings, he was still a man, and faced with a beauty like Hu Yuanyuan, it was impossible for him not to feel drawn to her. If Li Feng were to win her affections, it would be a tremendous loss for Li Quan. Young Master Feng, you cannot go to work, Li Quan urged anxiously. Why can't I go to work? How else will I cultivate my relationship with your sister-in-law? Li Feng replied insincerely. In truth, he too was troubled by this matter. Ever since the development of the new smart chip, Hu Yuanyuan had been eager for him to be at the company every day. Although he had been finding various excuses to avoid it over the past few days, he realized that he could no longer continue to evade the situation. Young Master Feng, consider this. If you go to work, you'll be inundated with endless tasks, leaving no time for meals, let alone leisure activities. Think about those charming young ladies at the Imperial Pavilion. If you are occupied with work, you won't have the opportunity to visit them, Li Quan argued. Those individuals cannot compare to your sister-in-law, neither in looks nor in figure. Moreover, if my parents were to discover that I had visited the Imperial Pavilion, they would undoubtedly be furious. Li Feng shook his head in dissatisfaction and remarked, I have no desire to go to work either. Can't you devise a better plan? A flicker of malice passed through Li Quan's eyes. It was truly short-sighted of Li Feng to compare the courtesans of the Imperial Pavilion to Hu Yuanyuan. Immediately, Li Quan felt a surge of delight within. If this remark reached Hu Yuanyuan's ears, her disdain for Li Feng would surely deepen, presenting him with an opportunity. Li Quan's shifty eyes darted about, as a myriad of sinister schemes flashed through his mind. Chapter 22. Weapons. Li Quan, what are you pondering? You still haven't informed me if you have any means to prevent me from going to work. Li Feng's voice roused Li Quan from his reverie. With a furrowed brow, he replied, Young Master Feng, if you do not wish to go to work, that is entirely possible. Your sister-in-law cannot compel you to attend. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies with uncle and aunt, and I currently lack a viable strategy to confront them. Nonetheless, rest assured. Young Master Feng, grant me 3 days, and I shall resolve this for you. Then I shall trouble you, Li Feng acknowledged, fully aware of Li Quan's ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he found merit in utilizing his assistance to navigate through the predicament. Not at all, young Master Feng, it is my duty. A suppressed smile danced upon Li Quan's face, though his demeanor belied the mischievous schemes brewing within him. I trust you. If you accomplish this task well, your rewards shall be ample. Watching Li Quan depart with a satisfied air, Li Feng smirked coldly before retreating into the villa. His priority now was to regain his strength. He remained unconcerned about the underhanded plots of Li Quan and his associates. In comparison to the missions he had undertaken in his past life, their schemes were child's play. Should the situation escalate to a point where he must intervene, he would not hesitate to ensure their disappearance. However, at this moment, he had no desire to engage in their games. Moreover, he was keen to uncover who else lurked behind Li Quan and his cohorts. Young master, you have a package. Upon entering the hall, a servant approached Li Feng. Li Feng nodded. Please carry it to my room. Certainly. The servant acknowledged with a nod, yet inwardly mused that the package, long and substantial, might very well contain an inflatable doll. However, considering the young master's fiery temperament and his daily encounters with the exquisite young mistress, it was hardly surprising. After all, a man could only gaze upon such beauty without indulgence for so long. It seemed entirely reasonable to resort to an inflatable doll to alleviate his pent-up desires. The servant moved swiftly, and soon after Li Feng returned to his chamber, the package was brought inside. Just place it here, Li Feng instructed, gesturing towards the vacant space beside the bed. Yes, sir, the servant replied, setting down the package while casting a somewhat peculiar glance at Li Feng. Oblivious to the servant's sordid thoughts, Li Feng dismissed him after the package was deposited and secured the door. He approached the bed and began to unfasten the parcel. Within the wrapping lay a metal box. Upon entering the prearranged code, the box opened to reveal a collection of gleaming throwing daggers. As a martial artist and the future king of soldiers, Li Feng was not only well-versed in various firearms, but also proficient in bladed weapons. In his previous life, he bore the title of the king of cold weapons. The throwing daggers were his most vital tools, particularly during missions in the forest where they proved more effective than firearms. Furthermore, as a martial artist, he could combine his true energy with the daggers, achieving unparalleled accuracy. There were 36 daggers in total, each meticulously crafted from aluminum alloy, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. As he caressed the icy blades, Li Feng felt a surge of nostalgia, as if he had been transported back to his former life. Weapons are a martial artist's second lifeblood, and these 36 throwing daggers were his meticulously forged armaments, crafted at great expense just days prior, featuring a specially designed style. Li Feng firmly believed that with these flying daggers, he could hold his own even against the firearms of this era. Beneath the flying daggers lay the dagger pouches, 3 in total, secured to his wrists and waist, designed for swift access during combat. Once he fastened the pouches, he inserted the daggers within them before proceeding to unveil the next layer of the iron box. Revealed within this layer were 2 specially crafted daggers, imbued with diamonds, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay, far surpassing the sharpness of ordinary aluminum alloy blades. As he reached out, the 2 daggers materialized in his grasp. A flick of his wrist sent a glimmer of silver dancing in the air. With the flying daggers and daggers in hand, coupled with his current prowess at the 3rd level of body refinement, he felt adequately equipped for self-defense. He secured the daggers to his calves and smiled, satisfied. The flying daggers and daggers were the 2 most vital weapons from his past life. Although their quality could not compare to that of yesteryears, they were nonetheless among the finest of this time. Yet, he recognized that the realm of body refinement remained insufficient. He needed to cultivate true energy within a short span. Thus, Li Feng set a personal goal to complete his body refinement and cultivate true energy within a month. According to the teachings of the Xiantian body refinement technique, there were 10 levels of body refinement, each representing a significant milestone. Currently, he had only achieved the 3rd level, and the prospect of completing the refinement within a month felt daunting. However, he understood that without pressure, there could be no motivation, and he was resolute in his belief that he would succeed. After the refinement of the body comes the refinement of qi, which also consists of 10 levels. In his previous life, due to genetic modifications, Li Feng neglected the significance of the 10 levels of body refinement. The 10 levels of qi refinement are referred to as the acquired 10 levels. However, in this era devoid of genetic alterations, martial artists must first refine their bodies. Thus, the acquired realm should be divided into the 10 levels of body refinement and the 10 levels of qi refinement. If anyone were to learn that Li Feng aspired to achieve the 10 levels of body refinement within a month, they would undoubtedly deem him insane. The path of body refinement to the 10th level is a formidable endeavor, requiring several years of dedication, even with the support of various medicinal herbs. Li Feng, unaware of how martial artists in this era cultivate their skills or how they refine their bodies, nonetheless recognizes that the martial artists of his time have passed down their knowledge to this era. Hence, he does not underestimate the practitioners of this age. It is merely that in his rebirth, he is yet to encounter any other martial artists. In the following 2 days, Li Feng immersed himself in the gym, fervently refining his body, drawing from his initial experience, despite the arduous nature of the process. He astonishingly elevated his proficiency from the 3rd to the 4th level of body refinement. At the 4th level, Li Feng's strength surged to an impressive 500 pounds. A remarkable feat considering that an average person possesses a mere 150 pounds of strength, while a boxing champion typically ranges from 400 to 500 pounds. Li Feng's strength now equaled that of a boxing champion in this era. Nevertheless, Li Feng understood that this comparison only accounted for ordinary individuals. Hidden among them are martial artists whose strength is formidable, particularly those of the innate realm, capable of moving mountains and shattering stones. Having witnessed countless powerful beings in his previous life, he is naturally not one to bask in the glow of minor accomplishments. It appears that the issue of medicinal herbs remains a challenge. Li Feng left the gym with a sense of resignation. Although 2 days of training had elevated him to a minor realm, he was acutely aware that he had reached an impasse in his cultivation. This stagnation was primarily due to the inadequacy of the medicinal herbs at his disposal. The difference between the 3rd and 4th levels of body refinement, though seemingly slight, was indeed a qualitative leap. The potency of ordinary herbs was insufficient for him to absorb. To procure higher-grade herbs, he would require a substantial amount of money. And the advance on his salary from Hu Yuan had already been nearly exhausted on purchasing herbs and weapons in recent days. He wondered if he could possibly extract some funds from Hu Yuan. As he muttered to himself and exited the gym, he noticed her Porsche parked at the entrance. Why had she returned so early today? With a sense of unease, Li Feng entered the lobby and beheld Hu Yuan seated on the sofa. A sudden jolt of apprehension surged through him. Something was amiss. Chapter 23. Kidnapping Li Feng. Something has happened. Hu Yuanyuan lifted her head, her expression somewhat haggard. Li Feng was taken aback. He had never seen her look so unwell since he had known her. Indeed, Li Feng took a deep breath, calming himself, and asked, "What has occurred?" "Yu Ping is missing," Hu Yuanyuan replied, her tone laden with helplessness and exhaustion. Both Lin Sheng and Yu Ping had been personally recruited by her to the company. Now, with Lin Sheng's betrayal and Yu Ping's disappearance, Hu Yuanyuan truly began to doubt her capability to manage the company. Why, in just a few short days, had key personnel either betrayed or vanished? Yu Ping is missing? Li Feng was astonished. His first instinct was to think that Yu Ping had betrayed the company. Having witnessed Lin Sheng's earlier treachery, he felt that the employees held no loyalty towards the firm. Unlike Lin Sheng's betrayal, which had occurred previously, Yu Ping was currently in possession of vital new intelligent chip technology for the company. Even if Li Feng viewed this new chip as a mere toy, the thought of someone taking his possessions and betraying him was utterly intolerable. Indeed, Yu Ping has been out of contact since yesterday, and it has now been confirmed that he is missing. Li Feng, do you think Yu Ping could be the second Lin Sheng? Hu Yuanyuan's thoughts mirrored Li Feng's. It was peculiar that Yu Ping chose this moment to disappear. Anyone would inevitably consider this angle. There is no need to panic. Li Feng sat beside Hu Yuanyuan and inquired, "I recall that Yu Ping is from Tianhai City. Can we still reach his family?" His family is also unaware of Yu Ping's whereabouts. Hu Yuanyuan merely furrowed her brow at the sight of Li Feng sitting beside her, choosing not to comment further. This was peculiar. If Yu Ping intended to betray the company, there would be no need to conceal his family. Given the current circumstances, only two explanations could suffice. First, Yu Ping's family may be lying and are aware of his whereabouts. Second, Yu Ping might genuinely be missing, Li Feng deduced. "What shall we do?" Hu Yuanyuan unconsciously inquired. Having wielded power in the business realm, she had never encountered such a predicament and was at a loss on how to proceed. Firstly, regardless of whether Yu Ping has betrayed the company, his family must be reassured. If he has not betrayed us, comforting his family may lead him to return. Conversely, if he has indeed turned his back on the company, our actions could still earn us the people's trust, Li Feng articulated. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuanyuan nodded. "I will arrange that immediately." With that, she picked up her phone and dialed Su Qing, instructing her to find a way to soothe Yu Ping's family as per Li Feng's guidance. After the call, Hu Yuanyuan turned and asked, "What is our next move?" At this moment, even she failed to notice that she had unconsciously begun to regard Li Feng as her cornerstone. Wait. Hu Yuanyuan frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. She had expected Li Feng to possess a brilliant strategy, only to discover he had nothing to offer. "Li Feng, you must understand that Yu Ping holds control over the new intelligent chip technology. Should he pass this technology to another?" Hu Yuanyuan expressed her concerns without reservation. "A mere trinket, what is there to worry about?" Li Feng spoke nonchalantly, as if a millionaire had casually dropped a coin on the street, feeling no sense of loss. "What a mere toy. Do you not realize that this intelligent chip is pivotal to the company's future?" Hu Yuanyuan nearly shouted, unable to comprehend why Li Feng remained so indifferent and composed. She could not fathom that this new intelligent chip was anything less than significant. After all, could the world's scientists truly be fools? Unbeknownst to Hu Yuanyuan, the current Li Feng was not the same as the one from the past. He was an elite from centuries hence. Initially, Li Feng had not given it much thought, but Hu Yuanyuan's final remark struck a chord within him. While he might disregard the intelligent chip, this so-called toy could indeed generate profit for him, and at present, what he lacked most was money. Without it, he could not continue his physical cultivation. With this realization, Li Feng began to take the matter seriously. He was a person of principles. Despite his capability to infiltrate banking systems and leverage his extraordinary computer skills to become a millionaire in an instant, he could not bring himself to engage in such actions. He operated within the bounds of rules and regulations, unwilling to disrupt the established order. Therefore, he needed money. He could ask Hu Yuanyuan, his parents, or his family, but he would never resort to unethical means. Short on funds? Certainly, he could earn money. For him, acquiring wealth was a simple task. He could fabricate numerous intelligent chips, and if he devoted himself to earning, he could become the world's richest person within a year. There was no need for haste. Yu Ping understood the technology behind the new intelligent chip, yet without the essential components, producing such a chip was an impossibility. Li Feng spoke with unwavering confidence. Why? Hu Yuanyuan asked, her face filled with confusion. Mastering the technology, yet unable to produce it seemed ludicrous to her. If it weren't for the fact that the speaker was Li Feng, she might have thought it a jest. The production of such intelligent chips necessitates specialized machinery, which, at present, cannot be manufactured. Such machines can only be modified by me. Li Feng chuckled, not intending to conceal any information, nor was he guarding against anything. He had merely recalled that, in this era, the equipment for producing such chips had yet to be developed. To fabricate these intelligent chips requires particular alterations. However, even aside from the incident of Yu Ping's disappearance, once the company commenced production, the issues would inevitably surface. Really? Hu Yuanyu and instinctively grasped Li Feng's hand. Certainly. Her delicate hand felt soft and comforting in his grasp, making it difficult for Li Feng to release it. I had intended to discuss this matter with you today, but with the emergence of this situation, it has turned into an opportunity. If Yu Ping has not betrayed the company this time, he could still be reinstated in the future. Li Feng understood that he could not manage the company, nor did he wish to divert his focus towards it. It was too burdensome for Hu Yuanyu and to oversee the company alone. The only solution was to find her a few capable assistants. Hu Yuanyu nodded. Suddenly aware that she was still holding Li Feng's hand, her face flushed as she hurriedly let go. What concerns me now is that if Yu Ping has not betrayed the company, that would be the real trouble. Li Feng quickly shifted the subject. He wished to avoid provoking Hu Yuanyuan's anger. Simply being by her side was enough to satisfy him. Only by gradually disarming a proud individual like Hu Yuanyuan can one hope to win her heart. What are you implying? A change of expression swept across Hu Yuanyuan's face as realizations dawned upon her. Indeed, if Yu Ping had not betrayed the company, it is plausible that he has been kidnapped, and his disappearance may well be linked to us or the new intelligent chip. Li Feng intoned gravely. If that is indeed the case, Yu Ping is in peril. Hu Yuanyuan's demeanor shifted as she reflected on her initial anger towards Yu Ping's betrayal, having not considered the broader implications. What shall we do now? Hu Yuanyuan inquired anxiously. We shall remain steadfast and wait, Li Feng replied. If their target is the new intelligent chip, as long as Yu Ping refrains from divulging information about the chip's technology, his life will not be in jeopardy. Should their focus be on us, we shall soon receive news. Just then, the shrill ring of Hu Yuanyuan's phone interrupted their conversation. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, her expression faltered. Answer it, Li Feng gestured to her. Nodding in agreement, Hu Yuanyuan connected the call. President Hu, it's been a while. A voice familiar to her echoed in her ear. Lin Sheng. Hu Yuanyuan replied, her teeth clenched. Lin Sheng. Li Feng's expression darkened, his gaze turning steely. President Hu. I never imagined you would still remember me. Lin Sheng's voice boomed with laughter. Your tactics are impressive, President Hu. You've quietly developed the new intelligent chip, and even I was unaware. Lin Sheng, what is it that you wish to convey? Hu Yuanyuan asserted, her tone resolute. Mr. Hu, Yu Ping is in my custody. Within an hour, you and Li Feng must arrive at the abandoned factory in the suburbs, or prepare to receive Yu Ping's remains. However, a person of your esteemed stature surely does not concern himself with the fate of Yu Ping. Should you and Li Feng fail to appear, after I decide to end Yu Ping's life, I shall inscribe upon his corpse that he perished because of you. I am eager to witness whether anyone will dare to work for your company thereafter. Lin Sheng's voice was chilling. You are shameless. If Lin Sheng were to act in such a manner, Hu Yuanyuan's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. For a company to survive, reputation is paramount. With a sinister chuckle, Lin Sheng continued, Mr. Hu, if you wish to spare Yu Ping's life, come to the abandoned factory in the suburbs immediately. Do remember, do not involve the authorities, for the consequences are beyond your imagination. He hung up before Hu Yuanyu and could respond, leaving her with a pale visage. Her anger fueling a desire to hurl her phone away. How dare Lin Sheng threaten her? Do not be upset, Li Feng remarked, his gaze turning icy. When Lin Sheng betrayed the company, I chose not to take action against him. I did not foresee he would choose this moment to seek his own demise. What shall we do now? Hu Yuanyuan inquired. Since he desires to meet us, let us oblige him. I am curious to see what tricks Lin Sheng has up his sleeve, Li Feng replied, his eyes glinting with a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent. Chapter 24. Lin Sheng's Conditions. Suburban area, abandoned factory. Li Feng halted his vehicle at the entrance of the factory, and he and Hu Yuanyuan stepped out of the car. Is this the place? Hu Yuanyuan gazed apprehensively at the derelict steel plant, feeling a sense of insecurity with only Li Feng by her side in this desolate area. Indeed, This is the location. Li Feng nodded. Hu Yuan's phone was equipped with a tracking system, and Lin Xing's call had originated from this very spot, matching the address Lin Sheng had provided. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Lin Xing should be here. Let us proceed inside. A cold smirk curled upon Li Feng's lips. With the fourth level of body refinement and his past experiences, he was more than capable of handling Lin Sheng, unless Lin Sheng had formidable allies, which was unlikely given his status. Moreover, Li Feng cast a glance toward a corner, a smile dancing upon his lips. Hu Yuan nodded. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Li Feng's smile instilled a profound sense of safety. The factory was not extensive, and Li Feng swiftly led Hu Yuan into a workshop. Inside, Yu Ping's mouth was sealed with tape, and he was bound to a pillar, while Lin Sheng and 4 burly men were engaged in drinking and conversing. The sound of footsteps startled Lin Sheng and his companions. Lin Sheng lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Li Feng and Hu Yuan entering, a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. President Hu, President Li, you have finally arrived. As they conversed, Lin Sheng's gaze audaciously roamed over Hu Yuan. In the past, during their time at the company, Hu Yuan had always held herself in a lofty manner, leaving him too intimidated to entertain any fanciful thoughts about her. Her cold, haughty demeanor not only deterred others, but also heightened her allure. As a man, Lin Sheng had entertained notions about Hu Yuan. After all, she epitomized the ideal of a wealthy and beautiful woman, and winning her affection could potentially spare him 2 decades of struggle in life. However, he was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them, and previously, he had concealed this yearning deep within his heart. Yet, the circumstances had changed. He now desired Hu Yuan to possess this enchanting goddess. Having already severed ties, he felt emboldened to pursue her unreservedly. What do you intend to do, Lin Xing? Yu Ping has no grievances with you. Why have you kidnapped him? Hu Yuan asked, her brow furrowing as she regarded Yu Ping, bound to a pillar. Well, what do you think, General Manager Hu? Lin Sheng replied with a smug grin, his tone lacking the usual trepidation he displayed in her presence. The reason for my actions is, in fact, your fault. My fault? Hu Yuan glared at Lin Xing, anger radiating from her. I have always valued you at the company, even entrusting you with the management of the laboratory. Your compensation is the best in the entire firm, and yet you have betrayed the company and kidnapped Yu Ping. Only to utter such words? Ha ha. Lin Sheng laughed boisterously, his arrogance on full display. You claim to value me, Hu Yuan? Do enlighten me on how you have come to regard me so highly. You celebrate the success of the new smart chip, and yet, I, the head of this laboratory, was kept in the dark. Is that truly how you value me? Do not tell me that this was just recently developed. Is it not a remarkable coincidence that the moment I leave the company, they unveil a new intelligent chip? Furthermore, the reason I betrayed the company is due to your coercion. You Hu Yuan seethed with indignation. How could Lin Sheng so brazenly slander her? Lin Sheng, what must you do to release Yu Ping? Hu Yuan inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. What shall I do? Allow me to ponder this. Lin Sheng chuckled. Regarding Hu Yuan and Li Feng as nothing more than a frail woman and a pretty boy, dismissing them entirely. Accompanied by 4 formidable men, all of whom were exceptionally skilled, he perceived Hu Yuan and Li Feng as mere trifles within his grasp. Suddenly, Lin Xing exclaimed with a grin, I demand money. I want 10 million. Very well, replied Hu Yuan. Although 10 million is substantial, given the current state of the company, it can indeed be arranged. She had prepared for this before arriving. President, who is a straightforward person, Lin Sheng was evidently taken aback by Hu Yuan's prompt agreement. But he surmised that it was due to Yu Ping's possession of the new intelligent chip technology. She likely consented to prevent him from disclosing this information. Now, may I release him? Hu Yuan inquired. Release him? President Hu, are you jesting? Lin Sheng laughed heartily, gesturing towards Hu Yuan as he declared. Do you truly believe that I summoned you here today merely for that 10 million? You underestimate me, Lin Sheng. Do you have any further demands? Hu Yuan's expression darkened. Ha ha, Hu Yuan, you are indeed the epitome of beauty in Tianhai City. Ever since our time in the company, I have been utterly enchanted by you, yet I never found the opportunity to express my admiration. Today, however, I shall indulge in the exquisite experience of savoring the allure of Tianhai's foremost beauty. With a mischievous grin, Lin Sheng gazed at Hu Yuan. She embodies an exquisite blend of maturity, sensuality, and captivating charm, a siren of unparalleled beauty, complemented by a delightful personality and an enviable physique. To any man, She possesses an overwhelmingly potent allure. Hu Yuan's complexion drained of color. She was taken aback by Lin Sheng's shamelessness. Hu Yuan, General Hu, the stunning beauty. If you choose to be with me, I assure you a life of ecstasy. Not only I, but my companions will also devote themselves to your pleasure. His final words were directed at the four burly men beside him. Indeed, we guarantee to satisfy General Hu. They laughed heartily, their eyes gleaming with desire as they beheld Hu Yuan, their gazes almost devouring her. You all, Hu Yuan, and stepped back in fear. Hu Yuan. I cannot fathom whether you are foolish or naive for coming here for a mere Yuping. However, now that you are here, do not blame my brothers for being impolite. Women, after all, are meant to be enjoyed. Today, I, Lin, will ensure you discover the pleasures of womanhood. Lin Sheng. What you are doing is illegal, Hu Yuan asserted, forcing herself to remain composed. At this moment, an indescribable sense of regret filled her heart. She should never have listened to Li Feng and come here, nor could she have anticipated Lin Sheng's utter disregard for the law. Now, it was too late for any words of caution. Commit a crime? Lin Sheng erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. This world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. The law. It exists merely to restrain ordinary individuals. Do you know who stands beside me? They are members of the Blackstone Gang. Are you familiar with the Blackstone Gang? They are the underground rulers of Tianhai City, and there is nothing beyond their control here. Hu Yuan's face turned ashen. Hu Yuan, President Hu. You might as well wait patiently. If you cooperate well, there may be unexpected benefits for you. Should you resist, I would not hesitate to strip you of your clothing and throw you into the square. Lin Sheng's gaze shifted from Hu Yuan into Li Feng. As for you, Li Feng, weren't you quite arrogant in the conference room that day? Did you not dismiss me? Humph. Today I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending me, Lin Sheng. Oh, what consequences? Li Feng replied nonchalantly. A fate worse than death. Lin Sheng let out a sinister laugh. Brothers, incapacitate Li Feng for me. As for Hu Yuan, do as you please. Chapter 25. The confrontation. As the four burly men advanced menacingly, despair enveloped Hu Yuan. Although she hailed from a military family, it did not bestow upon her the prowess of a soldier. Rather, she was merely an ordinary, fragile woman. Despite the presence of Li Feng by her side, it mattered little. Could Li Feng possibly contend with these four brutes? It was utterly inconceivable. Li Feng was notoriously timid and weak. He was incapable of safeguarding himself, let alone rescuing her. Was she destined to meet her demise here today? A flicker of determination ignited in Hu Yuan's eyes. How dare a bunch of scoundrels make such a ruckus here? Just then, Li Feng's voice reached her ears, and in an instant, a warm surge filled the void in her heart. How could she possibly feel this way? Was it conceivable that Li Feng would come to her aid? Did he possess the strength to save her? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind as she looked up at Li Feng, who stood before her with an expression of calm resolve. In that fleeting moment, Hu Yuan perceived Li Feng as a towering mountain, a bastion against the tempest. Even in the face of death, he dreams of being a hero? Lin Sheng scoffed, recalling the disdain Li Feng had shown him in the laboratory. His eyes glinted with malice as he addressed the four hulks beside him. Brothers, give him a proper greeting. I intend for him to wish he were never born. Rest assured, tormenting others is our specialty. This scoundrel wishes to play the hero. I shall ensure he finds himself more akin to a dog than a hero. To pretend to be brave in front of us is nothing short of an insult. The youth's skin was so fair that one might speculate it felt even softer than that of a woman. If the lone wolf were present, he would undoubtedly take a liking to him. For burly men approached Li Feng with sinister grins, perceiving the fair-skinned youth as nothing more than a pretty boy, and an exceptionally pale one at that. According to Lin Sheng, this delicate-looking lad was the vice president of Xiangfeng Investment Company, presumably having ascended to his position due to his striking appearance. It is a natural inclination. Men are drawn to beautiful women, and women to handsome men. As the president of Xiangfeng Investment Company, Hu Yuan could effortlessly maintain a pretty boy. Confronting such a pretty boy, they could dispatch him with a single hand. Yet they approached collectively, motivated by Hu Yuan's presence. It would be a pity not to seize the opportunity to touch him first. Had Lin Sheng not promised to let him take the lead, they might have swiftly dealt with Hu Yuan on the spot. Boy, meet your end. One of the hulking men stepped before Li Feng, grinning maliciously as he swung his massive hand toward Li Feng's face. Having roamed Tianhai City for years and known for his brute strength, he believed this strike could send Li Feng flying. Witnessing this, Hu Yuanyu and shut her eyes in fear. Trash. Just as the man's palm was about to connect with Li Feng's face, Li Feng merely scoffed, vanishing from his position. Ah! A scream echoed, and Lin Sheng, along with the other three men, wore expressions of triumph, believing it an effortless task to eliminate a pretty boy. Li Feng, let us see how you save the day. Lin Sheng's words trailed off as he stood dumbfounded before him. Before them was not the dandy Li Feng soaring through the air, but rather a member of the Blackstone gang. How could this be? How could Li Feng possess such formidable strength? Was he not merely a pretty boy? The other three burly men from the Blackstone gang shared the same incredulity. Having worked together for many years, their powers were relatively equal, so witnessing their comrade being kicked away by Li Feng left them utterly astounded. This was no ordinary dandy. He was akin to a ferocious tiger. Hao Yuan, unable to bear the thought of Li Feng being drenched in blood, shut her eyes tightly as a member of the Blackstone gang raised his hand to strike. In her mind, she believed Li Feng could not possibly withstand the blow. A scream pierced the air, solidifying her fears. However, she soon realized the voice was not Li Feng's. With this thought, Hao Yuan opened her eyes and looked up, only to see Li Feng still standing in place while a member of the Blackstone gang lay on the ground nearby, wailing in agony. What was happening? Could this have been Li Feng's doing? Damn it, attack! Lin Sheng, recovering from his shock, glared at Li Feng in fury. He had thought of Li Feng as a mere pretty boy, an utterly useless individual, but now he sensed an ominous feeling rising within him. You dare harm my brother? You shall pay dearly. The other three burly men snarled and charged at Li Feng. Having learned from their earlier misjudgment, they approached with utmost caution and determination. Li Feng, be careful, Hao Yuan, and cried out. Do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you, Li Feng replied with a light chuckle, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon the three members of the Blackstone gang. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. It is you who should perish. Three burly members of the Blackstone gang sneered, drawing daggers from their cloaks and lunging towards Li Feng. Li Feng, with a chilling grin, advanced rather than retreating. A series of anguished cries erupted, and before Lin Sheng could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the three gangsters were sent sprawling backwards. Lin Sheng, it is your turn now, Li Feng remarked coldly as he approached Lin Sheng. His confidence in his own prowess was unshakable. Otherwise, he would not have risked bringing Hu Yuan along. What do you intend to do? Lin Sheng stammered, retreating with each of Li Feng's steps. If even the members of the Blackstone gang were no match for him, he stood no chance against Li Feng. Terror gripped him, and he lamented allowing Li Feng to accompany him. Had Hu Yuan come alone, she would be free to act as she pleased now. What do I intend to do? Li Feng's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent unmistakably fixated on Lin Sheng. You wished for me to suffer a fate worse than death, did you not? Here I am. Come at me. In his previous life, Li Feng had taken countless lives. Even a hint of his murderous aura was beyond what Lin Sheng could withstand. The color drained from Lin Sheng's face, replaced by overwhelming despair. You, Li Feng, do not come any closer. I swear, if you approach, I shall kill him, he declared, having retreated to Yu Ping's side, clutching a dagger to the latter's throat as if he were a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Li Feng let out a chilling laugh, his steps unwavering. Do not come any closer, I implore you, Lin Sheng insisted, applying pressure to the dagger, which pierced Yu Ping's skin, drawing forth blood. Lin Sheng, Li Feng suddenly bellowed, causing Lin Sheng to freeze in place. A glimmer of silver flashed. Ah, my hand. The anguished cries of Lin Sheng echoed as his wrist was severed, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. You. As he beheld the approaching Li Feng, Lin Sheng felt as though he were gazing upon a demon. How could he be so formidable? How could he possibly possess such power? Li Feng seized Lin Sheng by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Lin Sheng, I have not sought retribution for your betrayal of the company. Yet you audaciously attempted to abduct Yu Ping and threaten General Manager Hu. Since you wish for your own demise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Smack. This is the consequence of your betrayal. Smack. This is the price for your attempted kidnapping of Yu Ping. Smack. This is the fate that befalls those who offend my woman. Smack. This is... Smack. Smack. With each resounding slap, Lin Sheng's visage transformed into that of a swollen pig. Yet Li Feng remained unsatisfied, hurling Lin Sheng away with disdain. Thud. Lin Sheng crashed to the ground. Rendered immobile, Li Feng cast a cold smile, showing no mercy towards Lin Sheng. Were it not for Hu Yuan's presence, he would have already taken his life. However, though he had not yet met his end, His future looked bleak, destined to languish in bed for the remainder of his days. Approaching Yuping, he untied the ropes binding him and tore away the tape from his mouth, expressing regret. Yuping, I am sorry for the suffering you endured. Mr. Li, I am fine. Yuping's complexion was pale, his demeanor haggard, clearly shaken by the events of the day. Li Feng, are you unscathed? At this moment, Hu Yuan came to realize that Li Feng had effortlessly dealt with Lin Sheng and his companions, finally believing that Li Feng was not merely boasting. He truly possessed the capability. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over her. It's good that everything is fine. Li Feng shook his head and said, we should leave immediately. What about them? Hu Yuan cast a glance at Lin Sheng and the others. Others will take care of it, Li Feng replied. Supporting Yuping with one hand and pulling Hu Yuan with the other, he glanced towards a corner of the workshop before departing without looking back. Chapter 26. The Tiger of the Northwest, he discovered me. How could he possibly have discovered me? Shortly after Li Feng and the others departed, a man emerged from a corner of the factory, his expression one of disbelief. He was none other than Hu Yuan's secret bodyguard, Wang Jian, an elite from the Northwest military region. Hu Yuan's father, Hu Wenwei, known as the Tiger of the Northwest, had harbored concerns for his daughter's safety in Tianhai City, thus discreetly assigning bodyguards to her, with Wang Jian being one of them. At this moment, however, the elite bodyguard was utterly stunned and perplexed. Having reviewed the information on Li Feng, Wang Jian was aware that Li Feng hailed from a prominent family in Yinjing and was in a state of engagement with Hu Yuan. Unlike typical scions of affluent families, Li Feng was neither arrogant nor reckless. Rather, he was timid and ineffectual. Throughout his tenure of guarding Hu Yuan, Wang Jian had found Li Feng to be utterly lacking, harboring nothing but disdain for him. Yet, in this instant, he realized the gravity of his misjudgment. Li Feng was far from a cowardly and inept individual, on the contrary. He was a formidable talent, one that demanded Wang Jian's respect. Reflecting on the earlier encounter at the factory entrance, when Li Feng had cast a glance towards his hiding place, Wang Jian had dismissed it as mere coincidence. However, upon witnessing Li Feng's second glance towards him, compounded by Li Feng's parting words, he understood that Li Feng had indeed perceived his presence. After all, if the first instance was mere happenstance, what could be said of the second? There are not so many coincidences in the world. Reflecting on the lightning-fast flying knife that severed Lin Sheng's wrist, Wang Jian could ascertain that Li Feng's skills were undoubtedly formidable, at least on par with that of an average special forces operative. How could a cowardly, timid, and inept individual possibly be a master? The only plausible explanation was that Li Feng had concealed his true abilities all along. With this realization, Wang Jian felt compelled to act promptly. He retrieved his military phone and dialed a number. Instructor, I have something to report. The instructor Wang Jian referred to was no ordinary mentor. He was Hu Wenhai, the formidable Tiger of the Northwest. Not only was Hu Wenhai the commander of the Northwest military region, but he also served as an instructor for the Northwest Special Forces Tianlong Battalion, from which Wang Jian had emerged, hence his customary address of instructor towards Hu Wenhai. What is it? Came the voice of a middle-aged man, Hu Wenhai. Wang Jian hurriedly recounted the events in meticulous detail. Understood, Hu Wenhai replied succinctly before ending the call. Wang Jian felt no dissatisfaction. Once he set his military phone down, a sinister grin spread across his face as he approached Lin Sheng. Those who insult the young lady must face death. In the Northwest, a middle-aged man in military attire hung up the phone, his eyes filled with incredulity. How could it be? How was it possible that Li Feng was so deeply concealed? This middle-aged man was none other than Hu Wenhai, the father of Hu Yuan and the father-in-law of Li Feng. Though his tone had been calm over the phone, a storm raged within his heart. He shared a brotherly bond with Li Feng's father, Li Chuanwei, and had an intimate understanding of Li Feng. Much like the prevailing opinion of others, he perceived Li Feng as timid and feeble, lacking the distinctive temperament characteristic of a prominent family. His desire to see Hu Yuan wed to Li Feng stemmed not only from his connection with Li Chuanwei, but also from the recognition that Li Feng was devoid of the cunning and duplicitous traits often associated with a spoiled scion. Being with him would afford Hu Yuan certain advantages. However, Wang Jian's report has irrevocably altered his perception of Li Feng. The ability to discern Wang Jian's concealed prowess and formidable skills, terms that would have never been attributed to Li Feng in the past, now seem appropriate. Hu Wenhai understood that Wang Jian would never speak falsely, and he harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of his assertions. In Wang Jian's assessment, Li Feng was described as possessing skills akin to those of an average special forces operative, having spent decades in military service. Hu Wenhai was acutely aware of the caliber of special forces personnel in contemporary military ranks. An ordinary individual requires years of rigorous training and exceptional innate talent to qualify as even a standard special forces soldier. Among the hundreds of thousands in the Northwest Military District, merely a few thousand are special forces, with elite units like the Tianlang Battalion comprising only a few hundred. This underscores the immense challenge of cultivating even a typical special forces operative. As the eldest son of the Yanqingli family, Li Feng must have undergone years of training to acquire such capabilities, a fact that Hu Wenhai, as his future father-in-law, had failed to recognize. Li Feng, oh Li Feng, who would have thought you concealed your abilities so well? But I must say, I admire it. Hu Wenhai laughed heartily, his face aglow with excitement. Naturally, he preferred a son-in-law of exceptional talent over one of mediocrity. Brotherly, your concealment is truly remarkable. Hu Wenhai does not believe that Li Feng is acting alone in hiding. Rather, he suspects that Li Chuanwei is aware of Li Feng's capabilities, yet intentionally keeps him in the shadows, indicating that Li Chuanwei harbors deeper intentions. I mean, how could Brother Li's son possibly be a wastrel? Hu Wenhai holds Li Chuanwei in high esteem, especially given the fierce power struggles among the prominent families in recent years. The Li family of Yanjing is also facing challenges. Li Chuanwei's decision to keep Li Feng concealed may very well be a strategic maneuver, positioning Li Feng as a hidden ace. Li Feng, let me ascertain the extent of your abilities. Hu Wenhai murmured to himself. Hu Yuanyuan, are you all right? Ever since they exited the abandoned factory, Hu Yuanyuan had remained silent, which caused Li Feng to worry that she had been traumatized. Initially, he had thought of Hu Yuanyuan as a valiant daughter of a military family, intending to showcase his prowess before her by bringing her along. If she truly had been disturbed, it would indeed be a loss. Li Feng, is there anything else you are concealing from me? Hu Yuanyuan gazed at Li Feng, perceiving him as a stranger. Whether it be the new intelligent chip or his ability to save lives today, such feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. If someone were to assert that Li Feng is a timid, ineffectual person, she would vehemently refuse to believe it. How could a person capable of developing intelligent chips be incompetent? How could someone who rescues individuals from the clutches of villains, facing 5 adversaries alone, be described as timid? No, that cannot be the case. Hu Yuanyuan felt a surge of anger rising within her as she glared at Li Feng, demanding to know how he had developed the intelligent chip and why his skills were so formidable. The intelligent chip is merely a toy. One simply learns to use it through play. As for my skills, I regularly engage in physical training, and with time, I have become adept. Li Feng harbored many secrets. Yet these were not meant for sharing. You think mastering it is as simple as playing? That honing your skills is merely a matter of practice? Do you take me for a fool? Hu Yuanyuan was so exasperated that she almost laughed, gazing at Li Feng's playful demeanor. She yearned to pry open his head to see what thoughts occupied his mind. Even now, he pretended in front of her, as if he believed she were simple-minded. Li Feng smiled wryly, uncertain of how to respond. The truth was too convoluted to articulate. Should he confess to Hu Yuanyuan that he hailed from hundreds of years in the future? And would she even believe such a claim? Hu Yuanyuan, why dwell on such matters? With a capable husband like me, do you not feel a sense of pride? Li Feng chuckled. Who are you calling husband? Humph. Hu Yuanyuan huffed in discontent, yet a portion of her disdain began to diminish. Am I not your husband? We are, after all, legally wed, Li Feng replied, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere, as he knew that further entanglement with Hu Yuanyuan would lead to complications he could not elucidate. Who considers you a husband? Speak further, and I shall not hold back. Hu Yuanyuan shot him a piercing glance, unaware that her stare only accentuated her allure, causing Li Feng's heart to race. Li Feng finally withdrew his gaze and said, Hu Yuanyuan, the recent incident involving Yu Ping serves as a stark warning. We must prevent such occurrences from happening again. If several more kidnappings transpire, the company may not endure. Upon mentioning the company, Hu Yuanyuan became serious. You are correct. What viable solution do you propose? There is a possibility of establishing our own security firm to train personnel dedicated to safeguarding the company's executives, Li Feng replied. Only through this approach can we avert incidents like today's. Isn't the idea of forming a security company somewhat excessive? Hu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow. Currently, aside from investments in the financial sector, the company's primary focus is on smartphones, leaving no surplus funds for such an initiative. Moreover, I believe it is unnecessary to establish a security company. We could simply recruit a few guards if needed. On the contrary, creating a security company is of utmost importance. Hu Yuan. You underestimate the allure of the new smart chip. I am confident that soon, countless individuals will covet this technology. How can we ensure the company's safety without a loyal and reliable security team? Li Feng had another motive for wanting to establish a security company. He desired to form his own team. The strength of one individual is limited, and from both his past memories and analyses over the past month, he realized that numerous unseen threats lurked around him. He must cultivate his own power to safeguard himself and his loved ones. The establishment of a security firm would provide a legitimate avenue to recruit members for his team. Li Feng was confident that, with his capabilities, training an elite squad would not pose a challenge. However, who will manage this security company? Hu Yuan felt a stir of interest. Recruiting security personnel and establishing a security firm are distinctly different concepts, particularly regarding loyalty, which varies greatly. The company is a high-tech enterprise with numerous secrets. Thus, entrusting it to a loyal and reliable security team would be beneficial rather than detrimental. As for me, Li Feng had no desire to go to work. Yet managing a security company would be an entirely different matter. With his prior military experience, overseeing a security firm would pose no challenge, and it would not interfere with his cultivation. Just as Hu Yuan was about to say something, she recalled Li Feng's prowess at the abandoned factory and the capabilities he had demonstrated recently, realizing that managing a security company would likely pose no issues for him. Casting a glance at Li Feng, Hu Yuan remarked with a hint of annoyance, "You must have considered this long ago, hadn't you? Isn't it all for the purpose of better protecting you?" Li Feng replied, gazing at Hu Yuan with significant intent. At these words, Hu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and a peculiar sensation blossomed within her. Chapter 27. A night of insomnia. This night was one of sleeplessness for Hu Yuan. Her mind consumed by the figure of Li Feng. The impact Li Feng had on her was profound, a stark contrast to the individual she had once known. Were it not for the knowledge that this Li Feng was indeed the same person from her past, Hu Yuan might have doubted his authenticity, suspecting that someone was impersonating him. Even so, she felt an overwhelming impulse to test Li Feng's DNA, unaware that at this moment, his soul had merged with one from centuries hence. Yet, her thoughts predominantly gravitated towards herself. She and Li Feng were legally recognized as husband and wife. Albeit in name only, yet the law upheld their union. In the past, due to Li Feng's timidity and ineffectuality, she could easily find excuses to resist. But now, what was she to do? Was Li Feng exceptional? Undoubtedly, and remarkably so. In the realm of intelligent chip technology, he had surpassed Professor Su Yang. And at such a tender age, his future in this domain appeared boundless. In terms of physical prowess, he remained unflappable in the face of danger, effortlessly rescuing both himself and Yu Ping from a group of assailants. Could such a person still be labeled as timid or ineffectual? If Li Feng were truly cowardly and weak, what then could be said of those around them? Hu Yuan understood that her union with Li Feng transcended their individual desires. It was a convergence of the aspirations of two families. Though Huaxia is a society governed by the rule of law, she, as a scion of a prominent family, comprehends the paramount significance of lineage. Throughout history, countless dynasties have risen and fallen, yet enduring families have persisted for millennia. The profound legacy of such illustrious families is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The Li family, to which Li Feng belongs, is one of these venerable clans. Although the Hu family boasts a history of several centuries, it pales in comparison to the Li family's illustrious heritage. The union between her and Li Feng represents not merely a marriage but a confluence of two powerful families. This is the reason she finds herself reluctantly compelled to obtain a marriage certificate with Li Feng, despite her lack of affection for him. She might indulge in extramarital affairs and maintain a faade of a marriage devoid of substance, yet her official husband must be Li Feng. Reluctantly accepting her reality, Hu Yuan immerses herself in her work in Tianhai City, seeking to numb her dissatisfaction. Yet, she is a woman who yearns for tenderness and love, who dreams of romance and the arrival of her own Prince Charming. In this moment, she suddenly realizes that her nominal husband is not as simplistic as she had presumed. He is, in fact, quite the opposite of the timid and ineffectual figure described in tales. He is exceptionally capable, excelling in both scholarly and martial pursuits. Faced with such a remarkable individual, she questions the validity of her steadfastness. The dynamics of their relationship seem immutable, Does her perseverance hold any significance? This is the price one pays for offending a woman like me. Hu Yuan recalls Li Feng's audacious declaration made in the abandoned factory. Such a bold and imperious statement surges warmth through her heart. He claims she is his woman. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? As she contemplated this, a faint smile graced Hu Yuan's lips. The following day, Hu Yuan took the rare effort to meticulously groom and adorn herself. Upon descending the stairs, she caught sight of Li Feng's unabashed gaze, filled with infatuation, fixated upon her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and with her head bowed, she found herself inexplicably asking, "Am I beautiful?" Absolutely stunning. Those celebrated actresses known for their beauty pale in comparison to you, resembling mere ducklings beside a swan. The youthful, bashful demeanor that appeared on Hu Yuan's face left Li Feng astounded, especially as he noticed her rosy cheeks and lowered lashes, exuding an indescribable elegance that ignited within him an overwhelming desire to embrace and protect her. Yet, as soon as the words escaped her lips, Hu Yuan regretted her impulsiveness. What was happening to her? This was a stark deviation from her usual self. No, absolutely not. She could not allow herself to act in such a manner. Was she to revert to being the aloof and proud Hu Yuan? With a swift recovery, Hu Yuan restored her icy demeanor, embodying the image of a strong woman once more. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. The rapid shift in her expression left him somewhat bewildered. Was this a peculiar trait of women? He chuckled softly, not believing that Hu Yuan harbored any genuine affection for him at this moment. Winning the heart of a woman like Hu Yuan, the epitome of an ice queen, would undoubtedly prove challenging. He still had myriad tasks to attend to, leaving him little time for sentimental pursuits, not to mention that Li Feng did not hold the belief that a few flattering words would coax Hu Yuan into his embrace. If she were that kind of woman, he might not even find her appealing. Currently, Li Feng is contemplating the establishment of a security company. He is acutely aware that the company's financial resources are dwindling, particularly since the production of intelligent chips necessitates substantial capital. Given the high leverage of the company's stocks and the current downturn in the market, it is not an opportune moment for liquidation. Therefore, he must devise a means to fund the creation of the security company independently. Furthermore, the medicinal herbs at his disposal are insufficient for his cultivation, which represents another considerable expense. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must either progress or regress, and even a single day of delay is unacceptable. Li Feng, accompany me to the company. We must commence the production of intelligent chips today. This issue requires your resolution, Hu Yuan stated. Of course. Li Feng nodded in agreement. After they finished their breakfast, the two departed the villa, preparing to head to the company. Considering that they had additional matters to attend to, Li Feng decided to drive his QQ. Upon seeing Li Feng's QQ, Hu Yuan remarked, "You must have spent quite a sum on the modifications of this vehicle." Recalling her ride in Li Feng's car yesterday while rescuing Yu Ping, her experience led her to recognize the car's exceptional quality. "It cost several tens of thousands for some parts," Li Feng replied nonchalantly. "Several tens of thousands? You modified it yourself?" Hu Yuan, suddenly intrigued, asked in surprise. "You can actually modify cars? What else can you do? Other than giving birth, I can do everything," Li Feng responded. Such boasting, Hu Yuan shot him a disapproving glance, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. Yet, she was secretly astonished. Aside from developing intelligent chips, Li Feng had revealed yet another skill, igniting her curiosity about what else he might be capable of. "One day, when time permits, I shall assist you in modifying your vehicle," proposed Li Feng. "Very well." Hu Yuan did not decline, evidently harboring confidence in Li Feng's abilities. Moreover, she was curious about the functionalities that the modified vehicle would possess. At that moment, Hu Yuan received a phone call from the municipal government, requesting her to collect the approval documents. "You may go. I can manage the office alone," Li Feng remarked as he caught Hu Yuan's gaze. Nodding in agreement, she drove away. After her departure, Li Feng logged on to QQ and made his way to the company. Upon entering the company lobby, he noticed the beautiful receptionist engrossed in her phone at the front desk. With a smile, he approached and gently tapped on the counter. "Excuse me, young lady, it is currently working hours. What are you occupied with?" Chapter 28. Yu Xiangdong Lu Ruyan, a recent graduate from Tianhai City Financial University, excelled academically and possessed unique insights into the financial sector, aspiring to one day become a public fund manager. However, securing a good position in the economic hub of Tianhai City proved to be a formidable challenge, even for someone with a finance background. During her internship at Xiangfeng Investment Company in the first half of the year, she navigated numerous obstacles and eventually became a full-time employee there. Although she held the position of a front desk receptionist, her salary of 5,000 yuan, along with social insurance and housing fund benefits, was a rare offering among recent graduates in Tianhai City. Moreover, Lu Ruyan believed that with her capabilities, she would inevitably find her way into the investment department of Xiangfeng Investment Company, and she was diligently working towards that goal. However, everything changed a few days ago due to an unforeseen incident involving the company's vice president, an event that felt like an unjust calamity to her. She was taken aback to discover that the young man who had suddenly requested a meeting with Hu Yuanyuan was, in fact, the vice president of the company. Despite having spent several months interning at the company, she had never encountered any vice president before, and the abrupt appearance of this executive piqued her curiosity. Unfortunately, she inadvertently offended him, and Lu Ruyan felt that her job was now in jeopardy. The thought of losing her position consumed her, leading to a lack of focus at work in the days that followed. Although several days had passed without the company deciding to terminate her employment, she could not shake the feeling that offending the vice president meant she could no longer remain at the company. Lu Ruyan's primary concern was the possibility that the vice president harbored ulterior motives. After all, he had gazed at her with a somewhat lascivious glint the other day. What if he were to make unreasonable demands? Should she acquiesce or decline? Recently, she had heard numerous anecdotes from her friends regarding their superiors making various propositions, with some even suggesting the notion of keeping them as mistresses. Upon arriving at the office today, she vented her frustrations to a friend via WeChat, lamenting that if she were to be dismissed outright, she might have already secured a more favorable position by now, rather than enduring this torment. Her friend jestingly remarked that the vice president was quite the handsome fellow, and suggested that perhaps if she were to shed her clothing before him, she might swiftly ascend to a managerial role. Just then, Li Feng's voice pierced through her thoughts, leaving her flustered and at a loss for words. Mr. Li. Lu Ruyan fretted at the thought of him discovering her WeChat messages. How could she maintain her composure? No need to be anxious. It's not quite time for work yet, Li Feng chuckled, perceiving Lu Ruyan merely as a naive girl, his temperament not so petty as to hold grudges against her. However, he did remind her that such matters were inappropriate during working hours. Mr. Li, you're not going to fire me, are you? Lu Ruyan inquired with palpable unease. Fire you? Why on earth would I do that? Li Feng responded, momentarily taken aback before realizing, you're worried about that incident the other day? Lu Ruyan fell silent, tacitly acknowledging her apprehension. Do you really think I would be so petty? Besides, the matter was not solely your fault. The company has its own regulations, Li Feng replied with a smile. Then, Mr. Li, what demands do you have? Lu Ruyan asked cautiously. I do have one request. What? Lu Ruyan's complexion turned pale. Indeed, all crows in the world are equally black. Li Feng was finally about to reveal his true colors. Her friend was right. All men are the same, driven by their lower instincts. What should she do? Should she acquiesce or refuse? Lu Ruyan understood her own circumstances well. She was not a native of Tianhai City. She had gained admission to Tianhai Financial University with outstanding grades. From the very first day she set foot in Tianhai City, she was captivated. And it was then that she resolved to establish her roots there, intending to bring her parents and younger siblings to join her. However, the competition in Tianhai City was fierce, and the cost of living was exorbitant. Without a good job, one would fare worse than a beggar in this city. Thus, she was reluctant to jeopardize this promising opportunity, yet she would not compromise her integrity for it, even if the other party was the company's vice president. Just focus on working well, Li Feng suggested. Is that it? Lu Ruyan stared at him in disbelief, not expecting that his so-called request would be so trivial. She had anticipated more unreasonable demands, like booking a hotel room. What else could it be? Li Feng chuckled at Lu Ruyan's naivety. Your thoughts are rather impure. You are the one lacking purity, Lu Ruyan retorted playfully, her cheeks flushed. Li Feng laughed heartily as he walked toward the elevator. In truth, the real wealth of Xiangfeng Investment Company lay in the towering skyscraper beneath their feet. Originally owned by the Li Group, this skyscraper had become Li Feng's, belonging to Xiangfeng Investment Company, after he and Hu Yuanyuan obtained their marriage certificate. In the city of Tianhai, a 56-story skyscraper is valued at no less than several billion. Except for the 5 floors occupied by Xiangfeng Investment Company, the top 3 stories belong to Li Feng, a private sanctuary left to him by his mother, though he has never set foot there. The remaining floors are leased out, generating an annual rental income of tens of millions, even exceeding 100 million. However, Xiangfeng Investment Company has only recently taken over the building for a few months and has yet to collect any rent. The next rental payment is due at the end of the year, meaning the skyscraper has yet to yield any wealth for Xiangfeng Investment Company thus far. The entire skyscraper is owned by Xiangfeng Investment Company, which is why Hu Yuanyuan opted for the uppermost floors when selecting office space. From the 49th floor onward, the premises are designated for Xiangfeng Investment Company. The 49th floor serves as the company's lobby, accessible only via the elevators from the ground floor, while access to higher levels requires a transfer at the 49th floor. Notably, the building is equipped with a general elevator that connects the ground floor to the 53rd floor, although it is seldom open for public use. The company's management resides on the 53rd floor, and since it is Li Feng's first visit, he steps out of the elevator to find the entire floor divided into distinct sections. With just over 10 minutes until office hours commence, several employees have already arrived. Li Feng is only acquainted with a few individuals at the company, aside from Lu Rian from below. There is Su Qing and the two department managers who accompanied Hu Yuanyuan previously. However, neither Su Qing nor the two managers have yet arrived. And with Hu Yuanyuan also absent, he can only wait. "Brother, are you new here?" At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Li Feng. He turned to see a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepping out of the elevator. A name tag identifying him as an investor, Yu Xiangdong, hung from his chest. Li Feng nodded, acknowledging that this was his first visit, marking him as a newcomer. "Which department do you belong to? The investment department? The market analysis department? Or perhaps the planning department?" Yu Xiangdong, exuding familiarity, pulled Li Feng into the lounge for a chat. "None of those," Li Feng replied, shaking his head. "I am the vice president, and I'm uncertain which department I should be classified under." "Then you must be from human resources," Yu Xiangdong remarked, adjusting his glasses. "I can see it suits you well, even if you lack my charm." His self-absorption was palpable. "Brother, you don't even know my name." "Li Feng. A splendid name, though not as impressive as mine," Yu Xiangdong said, patting Li Feng on the shoulder. "But fret not, I shall look after you in this company. Promotions and salary increases will be a breeze." "Oh, brother you are quite formidable. I look forward to your guidance." As Li Feng noticed that Su Qing and the others had yet to arrive, he felt no qualms about conversing with Yu Xiangdong, finding him rather intriguing, reminiscent of someone from his past life. "Of course, you should remember who I am, Yu Xiangdong," he boasted. "However, Li Feng, despite my care for you, you must remain vigilant in human resources." "Oh, why is that?" Li Feng inquired, curious. "In the company, there are 3 individuals whom one must never offend. Should you incur their displeasure, even with my presence, Yu Xiangdong, your position would be precarious." Yu Xiangdong replied. "To my surprise, there are indeed things that even brother you cannot accomplish." Li Feng chuckled, finding Yu Xiangdong quite amusing. Those unaware might assume him to be part of the upper management. Yet his nameplate reads Assistant of the Investment Department. Yu Xiangdong, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Li Feng, you have only recently graduated from university, and with little work or social experience, your ignorance is understandable. However, I must impart this wisdom. Until you possess sufficient pride and capital, it is imperative to remain humble. Humility is the true path, much like myself." "You humble?" Li Feng retorted with a smirk. "Brother Yu, who are the 3 individuals in our company that one must avoid provoking?" Yu Xiangdong raised 3 fingers and declared, "The cold-faced CEO, the black demon, and the miser." Chapter 29. Su Chanwei, the cold-faced president, is none other than the company's president, Hu Yuanyuan. This I know. However, who are the Black Rasha and the miser? Li Feng pondered, finding Yu Xiangdong quite amusing for bestowing such nicknames upon Hu Yuanyuan. Indeed, the moniker of the cold-faced president suits her perfectly. The Black Rasha refers to the human resources manager, Huangfu Wei. Li Feng, you must exercise caution while working under the Black Rasha, should you fall into her grasp. You may not perish, but you will certainly suffer greatly, Yu Xiangdong remarked with a hint of trepidation. "I have heard that several employees from the Human Resources Department have resigned, unable to withstand the Black Rasha's reign. More importantly, she oversees the Human Resources Department. Anyone who offends her might as well resign from the company." Li Feng etched the name Huangfu Wei into his memory. As for the miser, that would be Feng Xiao from the Finance Department. He is notorious for his meticulousness. Furthermore, as the head of the Finance Department, one must tread carefully to ensure a smooth monthly salary. Otherwise, he could fabricate any excuse to withhold your pay, leaving you with nowhere to lament your plight. As Yu Xiangdong spoke, employees began to emerge from the elevator, and Li Feng's gaze fell upon Su Qing. Dressed in a crisp white shirt paired with a tailored skirt and adorned with black high heels, she exuded elegance, her figure strikingly graceful. Li Feng, what are you staring at? Yu Xiangdong followed Li Feng's gaze and, upon spotting Su Qing, could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you have an eye for talent. You've taken an instant liking to Assistant Su." Yu Xiangdong appeared as though he were selecting a companion in the Imperial Pavilion. Had it not been for his deliberate lowering of his voice, Li Feng might have truly believed he was amidst the grandeur of such a place. However, my friend, if you wish to pursue Su Chongwei, you must rely on your own fortune. Yu Xiangdong sighed, for Su Qing is indeed beautiful. Every man at the company yearns to win her affection, yet such a pursuit demands considerable courage. The haunting memories of the past filled his gaze with trepidation as he looked at Su Qing. Su Chongwei, Li Feng inquired, puzzled, glancing at Yu Xiangdong. The cold-faced CEO's loyal guardian, Yu Xiangdong replied, patting Li Feng on the shoulder. Brother, it's about time. You should hasten to your duties. Working at Xiangfeng Investment Company is no easy feat. One must not be careless lest they lose this opportunity. As Li Feng followed Yu Xiangdong out of the break room, he noticed Su Qing had already arrived. He was not inclined to squander any more time there. Yu Xiangdong waved farewell to Li Feng as he made his way towards the investment department, wishing he could have shared more with him. But the constraints of work hours dictated otherwise. Just a few steps later, Yu Xiangdong suddenly recalled that he had yet to ask Li Feng for his phone number. Without it, how could they stay in touch? Realizing this, he promptly halted and turned to look at Li Feng, only to be struck with alarm. To his astonishment, Li Feng was not heading to the Human Resources Department, but was instead approaching Su Qing. This audacious move seemed reckless, especially at such a moment. Alas, ignoring the wisdom of the elders would surely lead to his downfall. Li Feng was destined to face the consequences today. Assistant Su, he murmured. Li Feng arrived at the entrance of the president's office, where Su Qing, serving as the president's assistant, was diligently organizing the materials required for the day. Mr. Li, startled by the sudden call, she looked up to see Li Feng and quickly rose to her feet. While others in the company might be unaware of Li Feng's status, she was acutely aware, especially after witnessing him complete the development of a new intelligent chip in mere minutes. Her respect for him was unwavering, particularly given that he was her superior. Assistant Su, I need to head to the factory. President Hu is not here. Could you accompany me? Li Feng sought Su Qing's assistance precisely because few knew of his true identity within the company. Venturing to the factory alone might result in being turned away by security. With Hu Yuanyuan absent, he had no choice but to rely on Su Qing, confident that her position as the president's assistant would help him navigate any potential difficulties. Certainly. Mr. Li, please hold on a moment. Su Qing did not inquire about the reason for his request, trusting that there must be a purpose behind it. Remembering the remarkable things Li Feng accomplished in the laboratory previously, she felt a surge of anticipation. Could it be that he was on the verge of developing some new technology today? Moreover, her intuition hinted at a complexity in Li Feng's character, suggesting an undisclosed connection between him and President Hu. Efficiently handling her tasks in under 5 minutes, Su Qing smiled at Li Feng and said, Mr. Li, all set. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement and turned towards the elevator, with Su Qing following closely behind. Who is that? Are they from our company? No way. Has anyone seen them before? Could it be that Assistant Su has a suitor? Otherwise, how could Assistant Su have left with him? It seems improbable. Has anyone ever witnessed Assistant Su attending to personal matters during work hours? Who then is he? Did you not hear Assistant Su refer to him as Mr. Li? I believe he must be a client of the company. As Li Feng and Su Qing stepped into the elevator, the employees on the 53rd floor could not help but engage in hushed conversations. Li Feng's sudden appearance was startling, and judging by Su Qing's demeanor, he was undoubtedly a person of significance, igniting curiosity about his true identity. Particularly Yu Xiangdong, who had initially thought Li Feng was an employee of the HR department, realized he had misjudged the situation. Like his colleagues, he too was intrigued by Li Feng's identity. Mr. Li, could he genuinely be a client of the company? He is the company's vice president, Li Feng. The speaker was a woman clad in a sleek black business suit. Upon her arrival, the chatter ceased, for she was Huang Fu Wei from the HR department, commonly referred to as the Black Shura. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd began to process the revelation. The vice president? Surely, that places him beneath only one person in the hierarchy. When did the company acquire a vice president? Meanwhile, Yu Xiangdong's expression turned ashen. How foolish of me to have presumed I could oversee a vice president within the company. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, he remained oblivious to the employees' reactions. After departing the company with Su Qing, they headed directly to a factory in the suburbs. En route, Li Feng had already disclosed the purpose of their outing to Su Qing, who found herself increasingly impressed by his capabilities. The manager of the factory is acquainted with Su Qing, and with her presence, they naturally refrain from interference. However, they harbor doubts regarding Li Feng's capabilities, as he appears rather youthful in their eyes. Yet, due to Su Qing's influence, they refrain from voicing their concerns. Li Feng, on the other hand, remains indifferent to the opinions of others. Under Su Qing's guidance, he arrived at the factory and spent the better part of the day retrofitting dozens of machines. "Mr. Li, have you completed the task?" Su Qing inquired. "Yes, all the operational machines in the factory have been modified, but there are too few of them. This will be far from sufficient for the production of smart chips. Assistant Su, please inform Mr. Hu that we must find a way to acquire additional equipment, or we will be unable to meet the market launch deadline." Li Feng replied while wiping the sweat from his brow. "Rest assured, Mr. Li. I will convey your message to Mr. Hu," Su Qing acknowledged with a nod, fully trusting Li Feng's words. She recalled how Apple's new products in the United States often necessitated numerous factories working overtime, yet still faced overwhelming demand. The company's smart chip technology is not inferior to that of Apple. Thus, to capture market share, production issues cannot arise. Currently, the existing equipment is decidedly insufficient. Assistant Su, you may return to the company. I have other matters to attend to, Li Feng stated to Su Qing. Upon hearing this, Su Qing merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate. In her view, although Li Feng held the title of vice president, he was more akin to a researcher, likely engrossed in the laboratory studies. Which is why he had not been present at the company. It was evident he was dedicated to his research pursuits. What Su Qing remained oblivious to was that Li Feng had no need to conduct research, for within him resided the soul of one from several centuries hence. The Wenjin Pavilion Pharmacy stood as the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in Tianhai City. After parting ways with Su Qing, Li Feng made his way to the Wenjin Pavilion Pharmacy. Upon entering, however, the anticipated scene did not materialize. The spacious hall of the pharmacy, spanning dozens of square meters, housed only an elderly man dozing at the counter, leading Li Feng to question whether he had indeed arrived at the correct establishment. Was this truly the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in Tianhai City? It seemed inferior even to a modest herbal shop. Nevertheless, having arrived, Li Feng was reluctant to leave immediately and thus inquired of the old man, "Do you have ginseng? Esteemed proprietor? What kind of ginseng does the young friend seek?" The old man replied, rubbing his eyes and raising his gaze to meet Li Feng's. "1,000-year ginseng," Li Feng responded. "In previous medicinal baths, I utilized several hundred-year ginseng roots, but their efficacy proved insufficient for my purposes. To further refine my physique, I require 1,000-year ginseng." As he spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed Li Feng's mind. In his previous life, technology had advanced to the era of the great cosmos, where several life-bearing planets had been discovered within the Milky Way, abundant in medicinal materials. For those of that age, 1,000-year ginseng was not a rare commodity. Yet the present circumstances were starkly different. Humanity had yet to venture beyond Earth, and after years of development, treasures such as 1,000-year ginseng were indeed a rarity on this planet at this time. Moreover, the Millennium Ginseng is merely one of the ordinary medicinal herbs required for the forthcoming body refinement. In addition to the Millennium Ginseng, there are several other varieties. If one cannot even locate the Millennium Ginseng, the search for the other herbs will prove even more arduous. At this moment, Li Feng realized that the greatest challenge he faced was not financial but rather the procurement of the herbs. "Millennium Ginseng, young friend. Are you certain you seek the Millennium Ginseng?" The elder gazed at Li Feng, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Chapter 30. Methods of Earning Money. Li Feng nodded, sensing a flicker of hope as the elder did not outright refuse his request. Securing a 1,000-year-old ginseng would be a boon. If that proved impossible, he would have to venture into the primordial forests himself. Fortunately, the Earth still harbors numerous uncharted caves. Snow-capped mountains, muddy swamps, arid deserts, icy plains, secluded islands, and dense jungles, all of which might contain the medicinal herbs he seeks. However, these locales are fraught with peril. Take, for instance, the Heizhou Valley in Huaxia, which remained largely unexplored during his era. With his current capabilities, entering the Heizhou Valley would be tantamount to a death sentence. What other medicinal herbs do you require besides the 1,000-year ginseng? The elder inquired further. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly responded without much contemplation. 1,000-year-old Lingji. Tian Shan snow lotus. Cordyceps. He proceeded to list over a dozen varieties of herbs, each one exceptionally rare and valuable. The elder regarded Li Feng with a knowing expression. Young friend, the herbs you seek are not available at this pharmacy. Upon hearing this, disappointment flooded Li Feng's heart. The Wenjunge Pharmacy is the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in Tianhai City. If they did not possess these herbs, his chances of acquiring them in Tianhai would be slim. Observing Li Feng's crestfallen demeanor, the elder added, however, Li Feng, unwilling to linger any longer in the absence of the herbs he needed, was about to dismiss the conversation. Alas, the youth of today possess little patience. The elder sighed. Though these herbs are not found in my shop, I can assist you in procuring them. What did you say? As Li Feng approached the doorway, he was overjoyed upon hearing those words, and with lightning speed, he dashed to the old man's side. Can you truly procure these herbs for me? In his excitement, Li Feng did not hold back his strength, moving with a speed comparable to that of a high-speed vehicle. However, the old man was not taken aback by Li Feng's swiftness. Instead, the spark in his eyes only intensified. My young friend, do you wish to take this old soul's life? It was only then that Li Feng realized in his moment of urgency, he had grasped the old man's arm. He quickly released his grip, saying, Elder, can you genuinely assist me in obtaining these herbs? If this old man says he can procure them, then he certainly can. Do you think I would deceive you? The old man replied, his eyes widening with displeasure. Li Feng hastily shook his head. Elder, that is not my intention. However, the ginseng alone costs at least 2 million. Can you afford that? The old man regarded Li Feng with a questioning gaze. Rest assured, as long as the herbs are available, money is not an issue. Yet, despite his words, Li Feng felt a sense of uncertainty. Though he understood that herbs like the Millennium Ginseng were expensive, he had not anticipated such a staggering price. 2 million for a single root of Millennium Ginseng? His monthly salary amounted to only 50,000, which meant he would need to forego food and drink for 20 years just to afford one. Recently, the total cost of the herbs he needed for body refinement had barely exceeded 100,000, not even covering a fraction of the cost for the Millennium Ginseng. If he were to factor in the prices of other herbs such as the Millennium Rasher, Tianshan Snow Lotus, and Cordyceps, would that not amount to several million? At present, he is left with less than 10,000 yuan. Today, he visited the Wenjun Pavilion Pharmacy merely to inquire about the market prices in preparation for gathering funds. He was taken aback by the exorbitant cost of the medicinal materials. It is often said that the wealthy pursue martial prowess while the impoverished delve into literature, a statement that holds a grain of truth. According to Li Feng's calculations, to continue refining his body with these medicinal materials until he reaches the 10th level of body refinement would require at least several 100 million yuan. Such an expense is staggering, isn't it? Unavoidably, Li Feng's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. In that life, the discovery of new life planets and the existence of colossal beasts on them rendered even seasoned soldiers unable to approach them, with conventional weaponry proving ineffective. Thus, with the support of several ancient martial families, martial arts began to flourish. The nation, in its quest to explore these life planets, was compelled to maintain 100,000 martial artists, leading to an immense daily consumption of medicinal materials. Although his training did not involve body refinement to the extent it does now, the materials he required for practicing the Nine Heaven Sutra were even more substantial. However, at that time, as a soldier, the state provided the necessary resources, and reflecting on it now, he realizes the immense investment the nation made in him. In truth, Li Feng was unaware that the current price of 2 million for a millennium-old ginseng is not exorbitant. Just a year ago, a millennium ginseng from Changbai Mountain was auctioned for 7 million huaxia coins. The youthful exuberance of the young man elicited a commendation from the elder, who then retrieved a calculator and calculated Millennium Ginseng, Millennium Ganoderma, Cordyceps, Tianshan Snow Lotus totaling 13,210,000. I shall consider it as 13 million for you, my young friend. What do you think? No problem. However, when will these medicinal materials be available? Though the figure of 13 million is astronomical, Li Feng refrained from elaborating, as these medicinal herbs held immense significance for him. He would resort to theft or robbery if necessary to procure them. In 3 days, my young friend will be able to collect them here, the elder replied. Very well. I shall return in 3 days. Do you require a deposit, esteemed elder? Li Feng inquired. The necessity of a deposit for such a substantial transaction seemed reasonable. Yet the thought of the few thousand yuan he possessed left him feeling somewhat troubled. "No need. I have faith in you, young friend," the elder responded. Li Feng silently exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude. As he exited the Wenjun Pavilion apothecary, the elder mused to himself, "Which family does this young man hail from? He is remarkably young, yet possesses such formidable strength. It appears that the city of Tianhai will soon become lively. 13 million. He must swiftly devise a plan to acquire it." Upon leaving the apothecary, Li Feng reflected, this considerable sum could not be solicited from Hu Yuan, lest he become merely her kept man. As for the company dividends and the rent for the building, those funds would not materialize until the end of the year, rendering them irrelevant for the time being. It seemed he would have to sell a particular skill to amass such a fortune. Seated in his QQ vehicle, Li Feng resolved that he had no other means of earning money. He could only rely on the skills he had mastered. Even if he regarded them as mere martial techniques, they were, in this era, among the most advanced, akin to pioneering smart chips. With this thought in mind, Li Feng wasted no time in retrieving his laptop and began to write fervently. Li Feng's creation was none other than a computer operating system. In his previous life, digital warfare in the military had reached its zenith. For a soldier, mastering computer technology was fundamental, even in an era dominated by vastly advanced biological computers. However, he was not unfamiliar with these older machines. Crafting an operating system for such a computer was exceedingly simple for him. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had meticulously developed the operating system. This system possessed rudimentary intelligence, slightly more advanced than contemporary operating systems, and in Li Feng's recollection, this type of system would not be conceived until a decade hence. Li Feng planned to sell this operating system to Microsoft in the United States, as it was essentially a precursor to what Microsoft would invent 10 years later. He merely expedited its arrival by a decade. After making some adjustments to the system, Li Feng sent it to Microsoft via email, confident that if their executives possessed any discernment, they would surely send representatives to negotiate the purchase of his operating system. He held faith in his creation, speculating that it could fetch hundreds of millions, alleviating his financial concerns. Not only would he resolve the costs for medicinal herbs, but he would also secure the funds needed to establish a security company, allowing him to pursue his ambitions without worry. With these thoughts, Li Feng felt a surge of joy. Chapter 31. Li Quan's scheme. Young Master Feng. As Li Feng parked his car in the villa's parking lot, he saw Li Quan rushing towards him with great enthusiasm. "Young Master Feng, I have devised a plan. I have come up with a solution." "What plan?" Li Feng asked, momentarily taken aback. "You don't want to go to work, right? I have toiled for 3 days and finally thought of a way that will ensure Uncle and Aunt 1T have any objections," Li Quan panted. "Oh, what is this plan?" Li Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. Could it be that Li Quan truly had a solution? It seemed he was quite concerned about him. "Start a company. Engage in business," Li Quan declared. "What kind of plan is that?" Li Feng replied, displeased. The very notion of starting a company and conducting business was contrary to his desire to avoid the chaotic affairs of the company. Surely, wouldn't it be more troublesome than merely going to work? "Ah, young Master Feng, please don't be hasty. Allow me to explain," Li Quan urged, as if anticipating Li Feng's reaction. "What I mean by starting a company and engaging in business is not to have you genuinely run a company." "Oh, so you mean?" Li Feng prompted. "Starting a company and engaging in business is merely a ruse to placate Uncle and Aunt. Once they see that you are diligently occupied, they will surely refrain from pressuring you to join the Xiangfeng investment company," Li Quan articulated. Li Feng shook his head. "With my parents' methods, if I were to tell them I am starting a company, they would undoubtedly begin an investigation. They would quickly uncover the truth about a non-existent company. This plan is unfeasible. I am well aware of the tactics employed by my uncle and aunt." A cold glimmer flashed in Li Quan's eyes. He had personally experienced the methods of the Li Chuanwei couple, and the memories remained vividly etched in his mind. Had he not timely abandoned his vehicle to safeguard his own interests back then, he might have long been discovered by them. However, when I speak of starting a company, I refer to a genuine enterprise. Young Master Feng need only await the dividends. There is no requirement for him to engage in management. With such an advantageous arrangement, who would oversee the company? You? Li Feng began to grasp Li Quan's intentions. Essentially, it was a fade, while the company was indeed real. He would not be required to manage it, and his attendance would be entirely at his discretion, much like the Xiangfeng investment company. The only distinction was that this new company lacked Hu Yuanyuan and was entirely comprised of their associates, making it difficult for his parents to investigate. Nevertheless, Li Feng suspected that Li Quan's elaborate scheme was not as straightforward as it appeared. Young Master Feng jested, "Do you truly believe I possess the acumen for business?" Li Quan chuckled and shook his head in response. "Oh, then who will manage the company?" Li Feng inquired. Initially, he had assumed that Li Quan intended to use him to control the company, but it seemed that was not the case. Young Master Feng, in truth, this strategy was not conceived by me, Li Quan admitted with a hint of embarrassment. It was actually devised by Lu Xiao. He was aware of your concerns regarding this matter and devoted considerable thought to developing this solution for you. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, insincerely expressing, "Lu Xiao has worked hard. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Lu Shichao's offer was met with skepticism. He would not believe such words even if they were spoken with utmost sincerity. After all, during their last encounter at the Imperial Pavilion, Lu had nearly lost his life. No matter how magnanimous a person might be, it is unlikely they would repay kindness with enmity, particularly someone like Lu Shichao. Young Master Feng. Lu is a graduate of the Department of Economic Management and currently oversees several companies. Managing a business is well within his capabilities, Li Quan remarked. Are you suggesting that Lu Shichao should manage the company? Li Feng responded, somewhat taken aback. It seemed that after all of Li Quan's elaboration, this was the crux of his intention. You jest, young Master Feng. I am not in a position to dictate Lu's ambitions, Li Feng replied with a chuckle. Li Quan shook his head and continued. Actually, this is Lu's proposal. He wishes to collaborate with you to establish a company. Lu would handle the daily operations, while you could choose to work when you desire or not at all, merely waiting to reap the rewards. Young Master Feng, this is an extraordinary opportunity. Your parents wish for you to achieve success. Their encouragement for you to join the Xiangfeng Investment Company was aimed at ensuring your prosperity. If you could establish your own company and accomplish something significant, I believe your parents would be quite pleased. Li Quan's excitement was palpable, as if the prospect of Li Feng partnering with Lu Shichao to form a company was a monumental event. He spoke fervently of all the advantages, implying that a refusal to collaborate with Lu would be a grievous loss, akin to the onset of an apocalyptic scenario. Li Feng listened quietly, his expression brimming with excitement, as if he had been swayed by Li Quan's words. Yet, within him, a murderous intent flickered. He perceived no threat from Lu Shichao. Should he seek revenge or engage in a direct confrontation, such a person was not worthy of his concern. However, the fact that Lu Shichao had endured such profound humiliation without retaliating, instead opting to assist him in establishing a company, led him to question whether Lu Shichao was truly a selfless individual, repaying grievance with virtue. No, he was certainly not that kind of person. Rather, his actions must be part of a larger scheme, perhaps orchestrated by Lu Shichao himself or those behind him. Li Feng regarded the exhilarated Li Quan with a cold sneer. It seemed that Li Quan was not as simple as he appeared, having managed to persuade Lu Shichao to take the lead. Yet, what role Lu Shichao played in this affair, and what part Li Quan assumed remained uncertain. It sounded promising. But given that the Lu family was a prominent dynasty in Tianhai City, hiring Lu Shichao to manage the company would likely encounter resistance from his family. Li Feng feigned enthusiasm as he spoke. Young Master Feng is correct. One cannot disregard the Lu family's reputation. However, young Master Lu wishes to collaborate with you in establishing the company, so this issue is non-existent. Li Quan, harboring disdain, thought it absurd that Li Feng believed he could enlist Lu Shichao to manage the company. Such notions were simply preposterous. Yet, that was precisely the kind of foolishness he desired. If Li Feng were truly astute, he would find himself outplayed and eliminated. Oh, please elaborate, why? Li Feng asked, his excitement palpable as he grasped Li Quan's arm. Consider this, young Master Feng. Your collaboration with young Master Lu means that this company belongs not only to you, but also to him. It is only natural for young Master Lu to manage the company. Li Quan elucidated. How could I have overlooked this? Li Quan, you are indeed astute. Li Feng took a couple of steps, as if having arrived at a momentous decision. It is settled then. I, Li Feng, shall finally establish my own company. One day, I am confident that my enterprise will surpass Xiangfeng Investment Company, becoming the foremost in Tianhai, no, the very best in the world. Indeed, Li Quan nodded, feigning enthusiasm, though a flicker of disdain and contempt danced in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, Li Feng exclaimed, Oh no, I cannot start a company. What troubles you? Young Master Feng, I lack the funds. My monthly salary barely covers my own expenses. How could I possibly open a company? Li Feng lamented. Young Master Feng, this is easily resolvable, Li Quan replied. Easily resolvable? Li Quan, do you comprehend the capital required to establish a company? When Xiangfeng Investment Company was founded, its total capital reached 50 million. 50 million. That is nearly a century of my salary. Even if I were to partner with Lu Xiao to start a smaller venture, we would still need at least several million. Where would such funds come from? Li Feng shook his head despondently. Young Master Feng, you jest. What kind of company could be established with merely a few million? Moreover, with your and Lu Xiao's stature, any venture undertaken should be in the realm of hundreds of millions, if not billions. Only such grand enterprises would befit your standing, Li Quan asserted. Hundreds of millions? Where would I acquire such wealth? Li Feng shook his head, expressing his dilemma. Perhaps it would be better to forego starting a company and simply find solace in working at Xiangfeng Investment Company, where he could be with Hu Yuan. Seeing her every day would be a delight. For you, it may be a delight, but for me, it is torment. A goddess like Hu Yuan is not one you can possess, Li Quan thought to himself. However, he concealed his true feelings and responded, Li Feng, acquiring money is quite simple. It is not just billions. Even tens of billions can be easily attained. How could I be unaware of that? Li Feng inquired with genuine curiosity, for he truly did not know how he could amass such wealth. Young Master Feng, you hold shares in Xiangfeng Investment Company and own Tianfu Building, which houses the company. You can easily use these as collateral for financing. With the shares of Xiangfeng Investment Company and the ownership of Tianfu Building, securing funds is a mere formality. A few billion is trivial. Even hundreds of billions is within reach, Li Quan explained. Mortgaging for a loan, bank financing. This is indeed a commendable idea, Li Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise as he glanced at Li Quan. He had not anticipated that Li Quan possessed such acumen to devise this strategy. Young Master Feng, it is not merely bank financing. Li Quan shook his head. Li Feng regarded him with intrigue, pondering the notion that while bank loans could indeed yield funds, it seemed that Li Quan had something else in mind, perhaps a more astute plan or a different objective altogether. The bank financing process is excessively slow, requiring approvals from various departments, and the funds obtained are quite limited. Given the current situation of Xiangfeng Investment Company, even if young Master Feng possesses numerous techniques, in my view, he can secure at most around 100 million in loans. However, young Master Lu intends to invest 1 billion to establish his company. Young Master Feng's status is not inferior to that of young Master Lu. Thus, he should also raise 1 billion. Therefore, securing a loan of 100 million is merely a drop in the bucket, Li Quan explained. What about the Tianfu Building? Li Feng inquired. It is even less feasible to use the Tianfu Building as collateral for a bank loan. If uncle and aunt discover that young Master Feng has mortgaged the Tianfu Building to the bank, the first to intervene and stop him would undoubtedly be uncle and aunt. Li Quan replied, shaking his head. What should we do then? Is there no way to secure financing without approaching a bank? Although Li Feng was uncertain of Li Quan's intentions, he cooperatively asked. Of course, there exists another type of bank in this world, underground money lenders. In these establishments, financing can be obtained with ease. Young Master Feng merely needs to pledge shares of Xiangfeng Investment Company to these underground money lenders, and securing 10 billion in funds would be effortless. Are these underground money lenders reliable? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that after much discussion, the true aim was the shares of Xiangfeng Investment Company in his possession. The underground money lender might very well be a trap designed specifically for him. Nevertheless, since the game is afoot, he might as well indulge them. Seeing that Li Feng was somewhat intrigued, Li Quan felt a surge of joy and quickly assured him. Young Master Feng, rest assured, these underground money lenders are absolutely reliable. Young Master Lu has been collaborating with them for many years. They are controlled by one of the 3 major underground forces in Tianhai City, the Blackstone Gang. Chapter 32. The Blackstone Gang. The mere mention of the Blackstone Gang ignited a spark in Li Feng's eyes. During the previous incident involving Yu Ping's abduction, Lin Sheng's accomplice was indeed one of their members. It is astonishing that fate has intertwined his path with theirs once more. However, how could Lu Xichao, with his frivolous reputation, establish a collaboration with the Blackstone Gang? After rescuing Yu Ping, Li Feng took the initiative to investigate the underground forces in Tianhai City. The city is home to 3 formidable underground factions, each possessing a vast network of loyal subordinates numbering in the thousands, with additional affiliates reaching into the tens of thousands. Among these, the Blackstone Gang stands as the most powerful. An ancient establishment, The Blackstone gang has maintained its stronghold in Tianhai City for decades. Its influence deeply rooted and complex. Primarily engaged in arms trafficking, they account for 80% of the nation's underground arms trade. The leader, known as Yuan, is the second chieftain of the gang and a formidable figure. Single-handedly, he unified the fragmented factions of the Blackstone gang, earning the moniker Master when among those in the underworld, a title that commands great respect and reverence. Given the stature of such a gang, along with the astute and calculating Master when at its helm, it raises questions as to why they would choose to ally with Liu Shichao, a mere debauchee. The Liu family, while indeed a prominent clan in Tianhai City, pales in comparison to the power wielded by the Blackstone gang, one of the three major underground forces in the region. If the Blackstone gang sought a partnership, it would be more fitting to ally with the Liu family as a whole rather than with Liu Shichao alone. This presents a singular opportunity for young Master Feng to amass the necessary funds. The underground bank of the Blackstone gang is both secure and reliable. Young Master Feng need only pledge the shares of Xiangfeng Investment Company as collateral, and within 3 days, he could secure a staggering 1 billion. With such resources, young Master Feng could then embark on a venture alongside young Master Liu. How is the interest calculated, and when is it due? With a 3% interest rate, the total amount, including both principal and interest, is to be repaid after 1 year. Li Quan, fearing that Li Feng might not comprehend, elaborated, young Master Feng. Although 3% interest is steep, such is the nature of underground moneylenders. Without exorbitant interest, their survival is precarious. Moreover, as long as the principal and interest are repaid in 1 year, there is no cause for concern. But what if one cannot repay? Li Feng pondered, realizing that with 3% interest, a loan of 1 billion would accrue an interest of 360 million in 1 year, a sum more exorbitant than even the most notorious loan sharks. The thought alone was daunting, even for him. Young Master Feng, do you doubt Liu Xiao's capabilities? He is a distinguished graduate from the Department of Economic Management and has successfully managed companies for several years. Each of his firms is thriving, and this time he has assured us that he intends to establish a high-profit enterprise that will yield at least tenfold returns within a year. There is no need for concern regarding profitability, Li Quan chuckled. Li Feng scoffed inwardly. He was uncertain of Liu Shichao's true capabilities, but even with Hu Yuan's skills, guaranteeing a tenfold return in a year seemed implausible. Liu Shichao was not like himself, possessing centuries of mastery and extensive knowledge of various technologies. Could he truly ensure stable profits? If they were to collaborate on a company, that billion would likely vanish within 3 days, and his shares in Xiangfeng Investment Company would probably fall into the hands of the Blackstone gang. What do you think, young Master Feng? Li Quan looked at him with eager anticipation. Very well, let us give it a try. Li Quan, arrange a meeting with Liu Xiao and the head of the underground moneylenders. I wish to have a thorough discussion with them, Li Feng replied, accepting the challenge. Since he intended to engage with them further, he saw no reason to decline. I knew that Mr. Feng would undoubtedly agree. However, Mr. Feng, until the company starts turning a profit, we must keep the matter of the underground bank from uncle and aunt. Once we achieve profitability, we can surprise them with the news. As Li Quan departed, he reiterated his cautions. Li Feng's gaze was icy. This time, it was a matter of seeing who would deceive whom. In the United States, at Microsoft's headquarters, in the presidential office, Bill sat at his desk, sipping milk while perusing emails in his inbox. As the president of Microsoft, Bill faced a myriad of responsibilities daily. Even with a team of over a dozen elite secretaries at his side, numerous tasks still demanded his attention. Bill's efficiency was remarkable. Before he could finish his glass of milk, he had already reviewed 10 emails and made several phone calls. Despite his hectic schedule, Bill relished this sense of busyness. As the world's wealthiest individual, he was not driven by the pursuit of money, but rather by the joy found in his work. At that moment, one particular email caught his attention, a correspondence from China. As he read the message, Bill's initial disdain and skepticism transformed into astonishment, shock, and disbelief. His expressions intrigued his secretary, Lux, who had been with him for a decade and understood him better than anyone else. Yet, in those 10 years, she had never witnessed such a range of emotions from Bill. Lux couldn't help but wonder what had transpired. Could it be that someone was attempting to acquire Microsoft? Go fetch Jackson, she instructed. Bill's voice roused Lux, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Jackson, the technical director at Microsoft, was summoned by the president. Was it a matter of technical concern? Had a technical issue arisen with Microsoft's products? Though such thoughts crossed her mind, Lux did not hesitate and promptly contacted the technical department. Before long, Jackson arrived at the president's office. "President, you called for me?" Jackson inquired, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. As the technical director, he was burdened with numerous responsibilities, and just moments ago, he had been addressing a significant technical vulnerability. Had it not been for the fact that it was the president who summoned him, he would have likely dismissed the matter altogether. Bill remained silent, merely pushing a notebook towards Jackson. The latter glanced at Bill, noting an unprecedented gravity in his demeanor, causing a momentary pause in his thoughts. Was there a serious issue at hand, particularly a technical one, that warranted his presence? Lowering his gaze to the notebook, Jackson discovered an email displayed on the screen. Momentarily taken aback. However, considering Bill's earlier expression, he refrained from probing further and continued to read. Almost immediately, Jackson's countenance shifted, disbelief escaping his lips. How could this be? Without hesitation, he leaned over the notebook, beginning to operate it. Half an hour later, Jackson looked up and declared, "President, this is a groundbreaking invention. It has the potential to transform the entire computing landscape. We must secure this technology, otherwise, it would be a catastrophic blow to Microsoft." Bill, with a grave expression, nodded in acknowledgement. "So, this technology is indeed legitimate?" "Indeed," Jackson nodded, "and special encryption has been employed at critical points, rendering it impossible to duplicate. Any attempt to forcibly replicate the entire system would result in a catastrophic failure." Bill nodded in agreement, astonished by the prowess of such experts in Huaxia. "Jackson, do you believe we can secure this technology?" "Yes, but it will come at a significant cost." Bill's expression turned grave as he replied, "Jackson, this is of utmost importance. You must travel to Huaxia immediately. We cannot afford any missteps, no matter the price we must pay." Chapter 33. Funds acquired in the evening, Hu Yuanyuan returned from work. Her countenance notably improved, and Li Feng could even discern a hint of joy upon her face. However, Hu Yuanyuan was a diligent workaholic, even upon arriving home. She wasted no time. As soon as she entered, she settled onto the sofa, alternating between phone calls and reviewing documents. Li Feng shook his head in silence, recognizing that Hu Yuanyuan's fervor for work was quite remarkable. Suddenly recalling something, Hu Yuanyuan looked up from her paperwork and said, "Li Feng, Su Qing has informed me, and I have already placed an order for the machinery. It should arrive in about a week. Just let me know when it's time for the modifications." Li Feng understood her intent and did not decline, as it was a trivial matter for him. Hu Yuanyuan nodded and resumed her tasks. Feeling a sense of ennui, Li Feng retreated to his room. Glancing at the time, he mused that it was likely morning in the United States, curious about how Microsoft would respond to his email. Unbeknownst to him, Microsoft had dispatched their technical director to Tianhai City at that very moment. He retrieved half of a century-old ginseng from the cabinet, a remnant from his medicinal bath preparations. Initially, he intended to save it for future cultivation, but recalling that he could procure the necessary herbs at Wenyung Pavilion in 3 days, he resolved to utilize the century-old ginseng today. As the moon ascended above the treetops, Li Feng prepared to make use of the ginseng. Although century-old ginseng was indeed precious in Li Feng's eyes, it did not rank among the most valuable materials for body cultivation, especially considering that he would soon have access to the even more esteemed Millennium Ginseng. Li Feng filled the bathtub with water, undressed, and stepped in. He then ingested a century-old ginseng, which instantly transformed into a warm current flowing into his body. As he silently recited the Heart Sutra of the 9 Heavens, he began to circulate the energy within him, allowing the ginseng to take effect. Li Feng remained seated in the bathtub throughout the night until dawn broke. With a sudden clarity, he opened his eyes, having fully absorbed the medicinal properties of the ginseng. Observing the oily surface of the water, he smiled with satisfaction. Although the half-root of ginseng did not enhance his cultivation, it successfully expelled impurities from his body. A notable gain indeed. After cleansing himself and donning his attire, Li Feng departed from the villa and drove towards the outskirts. His destination was the abandoned factory where he had previously rescued Yuping. He intended to acquire the factory to serve as a training base for his security company. Moreover, Li Feng realized that as his strength grew, the gym in the villa no longer sufficed for his needs, and creating a disturbance there would undoubtedly lead to complications. Thus, he considered the abandoned factory. When he had rescued Yuping, he noted that although the factory was modest in size, there were few buildings in the vicinity. If he could purchase the factory along with the surrounding vacant land, it would be more than adequate for establishing a training facility. After approximately 20 minutes, Li Feng's car came to a halt at the factory's entrance. Before arriving, Li Feng had utilized his computer to research the area. This place was once an industrial zone from decades past, and the abandoned factory was a private steel mill. However, as Tianhai City experienced economic growth, the old industrial district was forsaken, leading to the closure of such unprofitable enterprises. Over the years, the site had become overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate landscape. With only a few factory structures silently standing amidst the wilderness, Li Feng circled around the factory, which spanned approximately 20 acres, while the surrounding wasteland extended over 30 acres. Ample space for establishing a training base. There were no remnants of the owner's identity within the factory, indicating that acquiring this place would require locating its elusive proprietor. As Li Feng drove back to the city, he received a call from Microsoft. "Hello, Mr. Li, this is Jackson, the technical director at Microsoft." Upon hearing this voice, Li Feng felt a sense of relief. Microsoft was not short-sighted, alleviating his need to seek other buyers. Furthermore, the involvement of the technical director indicated the significance of this matter to them. "Hello, Mr. Jackson," Li Feng responded. "Are you available?" "I am currently in Tianhai City and would like to discuss operating systems with you," Jackson inquired. "Very well, let us meet at the Starlight Hotel in 1 hour," Li Feng replied. An hour later, Li Feng met Jackson, the technical director of Microsoft, at the Starlight Hotel. Jackson, a robust man in his 40s, bore an imposing presence that belied his position as the technical director of Microsoft. Li Feng approached and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Jackson, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Feng." "Mr. Li Feng, I did not expect you to be so young," Jackson replied, somewhat astonished. In his mind, he had envisioned a partner for this collaboration to be an elderly individual, not a young man in his 20s. Heroes do not inquire about age. Li Feng smiled and remarked, "Warren Buffett began investing in the stock market at the age of 11, and Mr. Gates started programming at 13. Compared to them, I am insignificant." Jackson waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Mr. Li Feng, you are being modest. Your operating system represents a monumental transformation in the realm of computing. Your future achievements may even surpass those of the president." Li Feng was taken aback by Jackson's high regard for him, but he chose not to dwell on that topic. Instead, he inquired, "Mr. Jackson, are you here regarding the operating system? What price do you believe Microsoft would be willing to pay for it? What value do you think this operating system holds, Mr. Li Feng?" Jackson countered, "Does this operating system even have a price?" Li Feng replied with a wry smile. Then, "Mr. Li Feng, do you not intend to sell it?" Jackson furrowed his brow. "I intend to collaborate with Microsoft," Li Feng stated calmly. Initially, he had considered selling the operating system to Microsoft, but upon meeting Jackson, he felt that this operating system could yield greater value for him. Therefore, he was reluctant to part with it entirely. "Oh, Mr. Li Feng, how do you plan to collaborate?" Jackson was not an ordinary individual, capable of developing an intelligent operating system. He doubted that Li Feng could successfully market this system to them. "I demand 20% of Microsoft's shares," Li Feng boldly declared. "Mr. Li Feng, your request is rather excessive," Jackson gasped, taken aback by Li Feng's audacity. "Do you believe this operating system is not worth that price, Mr. Jackson? If it were to fall into the hands of companies like Apple, I am confident they would offer me even more favorable terms," Li Feng retorted. No, Mr. Li Feng, you cannot proceed in this manner," Jackson responded hastily. "What does Microsoft rely on? It thrives on software. Your operating system will take them several years to develop. If it were to be acquired by another party, the consequences for Microsoft would be dire." Li Feng merely smiled faintly. "Mr. Li Feng, this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. Allow me to contact the president immediately," Jackson stated. "Be my guest." Jackson activated the video call. Bill appeared on the screen. "Mr. Li Feng, it is a pleasure to meet you." "I am equally delighted to meet you, Mr. Bill," Li Feng replied in American English. "Mr. Li Feng, have you ever visited the United States? Your English is remarkable," Bill expressed, astonished. "Indeed, in my previous life, only 3 nations remained. One was China, another the United States, and the third was the European Union. Among them, the EU was a coalition of European nations that united into a single entity during the advent of the Great Cosmic Era. As the esteemed leader of a special forces unit, Li Feng had ample dealings with the United States, and he was, of course, well-versed in American English. Mr. Li Feng, your request for a 20% stake in Microsoft is rather substantial. While your operating system is indeed sophisticated, do you realize the current valuation of 20% of Microsoft? Bill inquired. Just a day prior, Microsoft's total market capitalization stood at 400 billion USD, making 20% equivalent to 80 billion USD. Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Though 80 billion USD is considerable, I firmly believe my intelligent operating system is worth that amount. I am confident that should Microsoft acquire my operating system, the company's profits could at least triple. After deliberation, Bill agreed to purchase the rights to the intelligent operating system for 10% equity in the company along with 500 million USD in cash. However, it was stipulated that this 10% stake could not be sold. At that moment, Li Feng handed over the source code of the intelligent operating system to Jackson, the technical director at Microsoft, who represented Bill in signing the contract. Mr. Bill, this is merely the beginning of our collaboration, Li Feng stated with a profound significance. He had not anticipated that this seemingly modest initial intelligent operating system would yield him hundreds of billions of dollars, a notion he had never previously dared to envision. Simultaneously, Li Feng became wary. He believed the smartphone intelligent chip he provided to Xiangfeng Investment Company was no less impressive than the intelligent operating system. Microsoft was a global behemoth, and others dared not covet its assets. However, Xiangfeng Investment Company was different, and he suspected that ambitious individuals would not overlook the opportunity to acquire the smartphone intelligent chip. It appears imperative to establish the security company without delay, forming a robust defensive system within the organization. Moreover, the safety of Hu Yuan is of utmost importance. Having individuals around her for protection is insufficient, as they are too feeble to ensure her safety. Fortunately, the process from production to market launch will take 2 months, which should provide ample time for arrangements. During this period, it is unlikely to attract excessive attention. Although the functionalities of the new smart chip were disclosed at the previous press conference, few discerned its significant value. Those who stand out often become targets. They are also on guard against one another, and many are merely observing, presenting an opportunity. If he can endure this phase, he will prevail. Currently, Li Feng's only concern lies with Su Yang and Su Xin, as they are distinctly different. The development of the new smart chip has rendered Su Yang's decades of research obsolete, and at this juncture, he likely harbors a deep-seated animosity towards him and Xiangfeng Investment Company. Furthermore, Su Xin possesses ulterior motives. He is akin to a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. One can never predict when such a person might deliver a fatal blow. After departing from the Starlight Hotel, Li Feng proceeded to Citibank in Tianhai City to convert a check worth 500 million Mifeng yuan into Huaxia currency, transferring the funds into several accounts. Once these tasks were completed, Li Feng made his way to the city government, where he successfully obtained the phone number of the owner of an abandoned factory in the suburbs. After leaving the government office, Li Feng dialed the number he had received. Chapter 34. The butcher Li Feng waited for nearly half an hour at the Xinghu Tea House when a middle-aged man appeared before him. He was the owner of the abandoned factory in the suburbs. The man looked at Li Feng with a puzzled expression. "Are you the one who called me?" "Indeed. I am Li Feng," he replied. "I asked boss you to meet with me to discuss the transfer of the factory." Li Feng nodded in affirmation. "You wish to purchase that dilapidated site?" Yu Chanlei regarded Li Feng with some surprise. The forsaken factory had been abandoned for several years. He had sought numerous buyers, yet none had shown interest. The notion that someone would want to acquire that derelict place today struck him as absurd. Had it not been for his pressing need for funds, he would scarcely have entertained the thought of coming here. However, upon arriving at the Xinghu Tea House and observing that Li Feng was a young man, Yu Chanlei felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He harbored little belief that Li Feng would actually pursue the purchase. "Yes," Li Feng confirmed. "Boss Yu, please state your price. Not only for the factory, but also for the surrounding wasteland, which I presume is under your ownership. I would like to acquire it all." "Are you jesting?" Yu Chanlei was momentarily taken aback. "Do you truly believe I am jesting?" Li Feng countered. Yu Chanlei scrutinized Li Feng intently. "Very well. Since you are interested in purchasing that dilapidated site, I shall not beat around the bush. The total for the factory and the wasteland is 2,800,000. As long as you possess the funds, you may take it away. 2,800,000 is not exorbitant, with over 20 acres of factory space. In addition to the 30 or so acres of adjacent wasteland, acquiring such a deal in Tianhai City is undeniably advantageous. The reason that location is undesirable is due to its remoteness and poor transportation, with numerous potholes dotting the roads. However, Li Feng's intentions do not involve establishing a factory, rendering this issue rather insignificant. He aims to construct a training base for a security company, and the more secluded the area, the better. Are all the formalities in order? Li Feng inquired. No problem, Yu Changlei replied. With that, the two departed from Xinghu Tea House and proceeded to a printing shop to finalize the transfer contract. They then went to the city to complete the transfer procedures. Once all formalities were concluded, Li Feng transferred 8 million to Yu Changlei. I wonder what Brotherly plans to do with that place. Yu Changlei asked curiously at their parting. Nothing much. I simply see potential in the location and hope to profit from it in the future, Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Brotherly has a discerning eye, Yu Changlei thought dismissively. Currently, Tianhai City is developing towards the southwest, while that dilapidated area lies in the northwest. Any development there would take at least a decade. He perceived Li Feng merely as a wealthy heir with nothing better to do. The following day, Li Feng sought out several renowned construction teams in Tianhai City, presenting them with his blueprints and instructing them to renovate the factory in the suburbs according to his designs. With nearly 3 billion huaxia coins at his disposal, Li Feng approached the transformation of the training base with bold ambition, adhering strictly to his previous life's military camp designs and utilizing the finest materials. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he publicly claimed to be constructing a warehouse. Li Feng was unaware of the efficiency of the construction teams. However, he required them to complete the transformation within 10 days. Thus, he engaged 10 separate teams, with substantial financial incentives. The leaders of these teams confidently assured him that the task would be finalized within the stipulated time. Concurrently, Li Feng procured a plethora of equipment online, including surveillance and infrared devices, as he aimed to establish an impregnable training facility, leaving no room for mediocrity. Regrettably, he could not acquire firearms in Huaxia, nor had he yet found a channel to do so. Nevertheless, Li Feng remained untroubled. His father-in-law, Hu Wenhai, could assist him should the need for weaponry arise. On the third day, Li Feng arrived punctually at the Wenjunj apothecary. Upon entering the grand hall, he eagerly inquired, "Elder, have the medicinal herbs I requested arrived?" The elder replied with a smile, "Rest assured, young friend, what I promised is indeed here." "Really? Those herbs are of utmost importance, and I cannot feel at ease until I see them," Li Feng responded. "Young friend, here are the herbs you sought. Please verify if anything is missing." The elder placed a large box upon the counter. Li Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the box, revealing a treasure trove of precious herbs: Millennium Ginseng, Millennium Rasher, Tianshan Wormwood, and Cordyceps, among others. Familiar with these herbs, Li Feng could instantly discern their authenticity simply by their aroma and appearance. More importantly, he noted that these herbs were fresh, indicating that they had just been harvested. At this moment, Li Feng could not help but pay considerable attention to the Wenjun Pavilion Pharmacy. The ability to procure these medicinal herbs within a mere 3 days indicated that the pharmacy held significant influence. "Are you satisfied, young friend?" the elder inquired with a warm smile. "Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Elder, please process my card." Li Feng responded, extending his bank card towards the elder. The elder took the card, swiped it on the POS machine, and then returned it to Li Feng. "As long as you are content, that is all that matters. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit our Wenjun Pavilion Pharmacy. By the way, my surname is Tu. You may call me Elder Tuesday." "Thank you." Elder Tu, Li Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for Elder Tu, he would indeed have struggled to acquire these herbs. Over the past 3 days, he had diligently researched the availability of herbs in this era, understanding that it was no small feat for Elder Tu to procure them. "Elder Tu, will you be able to obtain more of these herbs?" Li Feng asked eagerly, aware that the current supply would only last him 10 days. To complete his body refinement within a month, he required 3 additional portions. "Yes, I can procure more. However, I need 3 portions, Li Feng replied with great delight. 3 portions? Elder Tu was taken aback. Despite his extensive experience, he found himself startled by Li Feng's request. It seemed almost absurd to him that Li Feng not only found the initial supply insufficient, but was now asking for 3 more, as though they were mere snacks. "Is there none?" Li Feng questioned. "There are." Elder Tu shook his head and said, "Young friend, all medicines possess a degree of toxicity. It is prudent to use them sparingly." "Rest assured, Elder Tu, I am well aware of the risks," Li Feng nodded. While it is true that all medicines harbor some toxicity, this notion primarily applies to ordinary individuals. By employing the 9 Days Sutra and the Shintian body refinement technique, he could expel any harmful substances from his body. To him, the toxicity of the medicine posed no concern whatsoever, though he understood that Elder Tu acted out of goodwill. The cultivation of his body was a closely guarded secret, one he would not share, despite having yet to encounter any martial artist since his rebirth. He was certain that the warriors of his former era had descended from those of this time, confirming the existence of martial practitioners in this age. Until he amassed formidable power, he had no desire to attract the attention of other warriors. Elder Tu regarded Li Feng for a moment before finally speaking. Young friend, the second batch of medicine will not arrive for at least 10 days. No problem. I shall return in 10 days, Li Feng replied. 10 days was not a lengthy period, and the medicinal materials he possessed would suffice for his needs during that time, so he felt no urgency. After conversing with Elder Tu for a while, he departed from the Wenshu Pavilion Pharmacy. With these materials in hand, he was eager to test whether he could break through to the 5th level of body refinement. Elder Tu watched Li Feng leave, his gaze profound and contemplative. Chapter 35. Brewing medicine. Li Feng returned to the villa with an exuberant spirit. Although the medicinal herbs in his possession were merely worth several million, he had never felt such exhilaration as he did at that moment, having just acquired shares in Microsoft. This was a testament to his identity as a martial artist. For a martial practitioner, wealth is but an external object. Lacking money does not equate to a lack of resourcefulness. However, it does not imply that they are overly concerned with riches. Martial artists seek wealth solely to procure resources for enhanced cultivation, not for indulgence. In his past life, Li Feng, as a soldier, possessed a resolute will. He was not swayed by the extravagant allure of the grand universe era, let alone in this bygone era of centuries past. There was nothing that could captivate him. His sole desire was to grow stronger. Only by regaining his strength could he pursue his passions freely, without the necessity of concealing himself and progressing discreetly as he currently did. He retrieved the clay pot he had prepared in advance, ready to brew the herbs into a medicinal concoction. Just then, his phone rang. Li Quan? Li Feng frowned slightly at the name displayed on his phone. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer the call. Young Master Feng, I have arranged a meeting with Lu Xiao and the others for you. We shall convene at Tianya Pavilion tomorrow. Li Quan's voice resonated through the device. Understood. Li Feng replied with a cold smirk, amused at their eagerness. Should I come to pick you up tomorrow? Li Quan inquired. No need. I am familiar with the route to Tianya Pavilion, he responded, dismissing the offer. It was merely a precaution against any last-minute hesitations from Li Quan. Very well. But young Master Feng, do remember to bring the equity certificate for Xiangfeng Investment Company. Without it, you will not be able to secure the loan. Furthermore, in order to surprise them, do not inform uncle and aunt, Li Quanxian earnestly instructed. Rest assured, in my quest to astonish my parents, I shall certainly keep it a secret. Li Feng feigned excitement as he spoke. However, his intention was to create a moment of both surprise and joy for his own parents. Yet, Li Quan remained apprehensive, reiterating his request to Li Feng to disclose nothing to anyone before finally ending the call. Li Quan and Lu Shichao. If you do not play this time and end up regretting it, I shall not call you Li Feng. Li Feng's gaze turned icy, as he realized that Li Quan and Lu Shichao considered him a fool. Let us see who truly embodies foolishness. As he placed the medicinal herbs into the earthen pot, Li Feng ignited the gas stove to commence the decoction. The process of brewing medicine is a crucial step. Even the slightest error during this phase could compromise the efficacy of the remedy. Fortunately, in his previous life, Li Feng had brewed medicine no fewer than 800 times, or else he would have hesitated to concoct herbs worth millions. In his former existence, the essence of the medicine was deemed the finest resource for warriors. However, Li Feng understood that this assertion was misleading. The potency of refining medicine into elixirs surpassed that of mere herbal essences, yet in his past life, no warrior possessed the knowledge of this alchemical art. On one occasion during a mission, he encountered a warrior who recounted that, in ancient China, there existed individuals skilled in the art of alchemy, known as alchemists. Yet, for reasons unknown, this practice vanished without a trace over time. Reborn into this era, Li Feng felt a twinge of curiosity about the existence of alchemists, those practitioners of ancient arts, in this time several centuries prior. Yet, despite his intrigue, he felt no compulsion to seek them out. Their presence, if they existed, bore no relevance to him. After all, what assistance could they possibly provide in concocting elixirs? Furthermore, the existence of such practitioners remained an unknown, and he was unwilling to squander time indulging his curiosity. He possessed the skill to brew medicinal potions, the efficacy of which was sufficient for his needs. The essence of potion-making lay in the meticulous control of heat. One misstep could spell disaster. For a full 3 hours, Li Feng stood before the gas stove, diligently managing the flames to perfect his brew. The villa's servants had long been dismissed by Li Feng under various pretexts. Leaving him in solitude, he relished the absence of any interruptions. However, he found the villa to be rather cumbersome, as the presence of 4 or 5 servants made it uncomfortable to pursue his endeavors. Once the training base was completed, he could conduct his potion-making there with ease. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, the concoction in the earthen pot was ready. Satisfied with the rich liquid at the bottom of the pot, Li Feng nodded approvingly. He retrieved a jade vial he had prepared earlier and filled it with the potion. Although the quantity was modest, approximately 2 or 3 bowls, it would suffice for about 10 days. After securing the vial, Li Feng opened the kitchen window to disperse the lingering scent of the herbs. With all tasks accomplished, he stepped out of the kitchen. Meanwhile, the servants who had been sent away began returning one by one. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by the fragrant aroma that filled the air, prompting them to whisper and gesture towards Li Feng, engaging in hushed discussions. How could this young master possibly be inadequate in that regard? It seems so. If he were not lacking, why would he seclude himself in the villa to concoct potions? What a pity. No wonder he can only reside on the ground floor while facing the enchanting Miss Hu daily. It appears he is indeed deficient in that aspect. Yet, I find it hard to believe, as just the other day, he purchased an inflatable doll. TCH, does a normal man truly need such a thing? The servants' whispers, though faint, did not escape Li Feng's ears. Hearing their disparaging remarks about him, he could not help but smile bitterly. To think that he is perceived as so pitiful in their eyes. Even these servants dare to discuss him right under his nose. Nevertheless, he chose not to stoop to their level. To alter their perception, tangible actions would speak louder than words. What are you doing? Hu Yuanyuan entered the room, displeased by the medicinal scent wafting from the living room as she regarded Li Feng. This was not the first instance. For some time now, he had been brewing potions in the kitchen, and she was beginning to feel as though their villa was transforming into a hospital. Conducting an experiment, Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Since Hu Yuanyuan was not a martial artist, revealing that he was refining his body through herbal concoctions might lead her to think him mad. Could you refrain from brewing potions at home? Do you not realize how unpleasant this odor is? Hu Yuanyuan, having witnessed Li Feng's extraordinary abilities, indeed believed he was engaged in some sort of experiment, and thus did not harbor suspicions, though she still expressed her discontent. This is the final time. Hu Yuanyuan nodded slightly. If it weren't for her unbearable aversion to the medicinal odor permeating the villa, she would have refrained from speaking. Instead, she instructed the servant to find a way to dissipate the stench before retrieving her notebook to address the unfinished documents of the day. Li Feng Yu. Just as Hu Yuanyuan opened her notebook, it was snatched away by Li Feng. A flicker of irritation crossed her face. This was her personal notebook, containing a wealth of company information. Let me see if there are any films from the island, Li Feng remarked with a grin. The films from the island had long been a favorite among the youth of Huaxia. Even in Li Feng's era, when the island had ceased to exist, the essence of its cinematic works endured. With centuries of history behind them, the number of surviving films had dwindled, and acquiring one during that time was no small feat. You are the one with such nonsensical interests. Hu Yuanyuan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, attempted to reclaim her notebook from Li Feng. But her skills were no match for his. How would one know those are nonsensical if they haven't seen the films from the island? Li Feng chuckled, deftly evading Hu Yuanyuan while simultaneously manipulating the keyboard with one hand. Li Feng, stop messing around, Hu Yuanyuan exclaimed in alarm. If she could seize Li Feng at that moment, she might very well dismember him. His audacity to tamper with her computer was intolerable. Li Feng remained unfazed. He was not merely toying with Hu Yuanyuan. His intent was to install a smart operating system on her notebook. With something of such value, he would certainly not forget about his beloved wife. However, observing Hu Yuanyuan's anxious demeanor, Li Feng found it quite amusing and chose not to reveal his intentions. The two of them chased each other in the hall, with Li Feng wearing a smile and occasionally exchanging a few words, while Hu Yuanyuan's expression darkened, growing increasingly grim as time passed. Well, I shall no longer tease you. Just as Hu Yuanyuan was on the verge of losing her temper, Li Feng halted his steps and handed her the notebook. What have you done? Hu Yuanyuan exclaimed, both furious and worried, genuinely fearing that Li Feng had downloaded inappropriate content for her. Take a look for yourself, Li Feng replied, pouring himself a glass of water, his thirst unbearable after 3 hours of concocting medicine. Hu Yuanyuan gazed at the unfamiliar screen, her expression shifting dramatically. Could it be that she had been infected by some dubious content Li Feng had downloaded? The files within. Do not worry, I merely changed the operating system. Nothing else has been altered. Li Feng's voice resonated in her ears. A new operating system? Hu Yuanyuan paused, her anger diminishing significantly. Had it been anyone else, she would have dismissed the claim as mere nonsense, for her notebook boasted the most advanced operating system, and the idea of replacing it seemed utterly implausible. Yet, Li Feng was different. Recalling the intelligent chip in her phone, Hu Yuanyuan began to believe that Li Feng was indeed speaking the truth. As she thought of her phone, which had been modified by Li Feng, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. The features she was gradually uncovering had brought her immense convenience. Gazing at the notebook in her hands, Hu Yuanyuan felt a burgeoning curiosity about what differences awaited her after the operating system had been changed by Li Feng. Beside them stood a servant who, upon hearing the exchange between Li Feng and Hu Yuanyuan, displayed a look of disdain. Change the operating system? What kind of operating system could this worthless young master possess? Surely it must be one of those mediocre systems available on the market. She believed that Miss Hu, with her discerning eye, would not be so uninformed as to tolerate such nonsense, and expected her to be infuriated and berate the useless young master. However, she was perplexed to find that Miss Hu was not as enraged as anticipated. Could it be that the worthless young master truly provided Miss Hu with a functional operating system? The servant's mind was filled with questions. Hu Yuanyuan busied herself with the laptop for half an hour, and when the servant had prepared dinner, she finally lifted her gaze, her face alight with astonishment. Li Feng. If this system could be developed, it would undoubtedly yield significant profits. As a businesswoman, Hu Yuanyuan recognized the commercial potential of this system. It was inconceivable that this system was meant for her use. Li Feng shot her a glare, such a beauty, preoccupied with thoughts of profit. Had he known, he would not have bestowed this system upon her. Hu Yuanyuan remained silent, yet her heart brimmed with delight. She believed that this intelligent operating system had been specifically crafted for her by Li Feng, unaware that he had long since partnered with Microsoft. Chapter 36. The Taniage Pavilion. The Taniage Pavilion is situated on the Bar Street in the northern district of Tianhai City, and it stands as the largest establishment among the bars, owned by the Blackstone gang. When Li Feng arrived at the Taniage Pavilion, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this hour, most of the bars had yet to open, and the Taniage Pavilion was no exception. However, being a property of the Blackstone gang, the Taniage Pavilion served purposes beyond that of a mere bar. According to its regulations, only members of the Blackstone gang were permitted to enter before business hours. Sir, it is not yet opening time. Please return after 8 o'clock. The security guard at the entrance informed him. Naturally, Li Feng was unaware of this rule, and upon attempting to enter, he was halted by the guard. I am here to see someone, Li Feng replied coolly, glancing at the guard. Lu Shichao is here, and I have an appointment with him. It is not opening time. No one is allowed inside, the guard asserted, evidently skeptical of Li Feng's claim. How could someone of Lu Xiao's stature be so easily seen? Now be off with you. Who is Lu Shichao? He is the young master of the Lu family in Tianhai City, free to come and go as he pleases at the Taniage Pavilion. This individual before him clearly lacked any standing, and the notion that he could meet Lu Xiao was utterly preposterous. With this thought, the guard no longer hesitated and attempted to forcibly remove Li Feng from the premises. Li Feng stood his ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. Go tell Lu Shichao that Li Feng has come to see him. Let him come meet me. Humph, you think you can just see Lu Xiao? Since you refuse to leave, then remain here. I shall show you the consequences of offending the Taniage Pavilion. The security guard, unable to push Li Feng away, felt an overwhelming surge of anger, preparing to summon his companions to discipline him. Just then, an indignant voice echoed from within Tianhai Pavilion, and Li Feng saw Li Quan storming out in a rage, delivering a sharp slap to the face of the security guard named Wu Tao. You insolent wretch! Do you have any idea who this is? This is young Master Feng. Do you know young Master Feng? He is a close friend of young Master Lu. How dare you lay a hand on him? To offend young Master Feng is to offend young Master Lu. Apologize to young Master Feng at once. Li Quan then delivered a heavy kick to Wu Tao and turned to Li Feng, saying, Young Master Feng, I apologize for this incident. Had I been waiting for you at the entrance, this would not have occurred. Wu Tao is young and inexperienced. Please do not hold it against him. Young and inexperienced? Li Feng thought, glancing at Wu Tao, who was at least in his 30s. Was he truly considered young and naive? Yet, despite Li Quan's apparent aggression towards Wu Tao, Li Feng perceived that it was merely for show, akin to a feeble massage rather than a genuine reprimand. A flicker of irritation sparked within Li Feng. Li Quan was a sycophant, and even if he were to perform a charade, he ought to do so thoroughly. The fact that he chose to defend a ruffian in front of Li Feng was a blatant disregard for his authority. Moreover, Lu Shichao and Li Quan were well aware of Li Feng's impending arrival at Tianya Pavilion. Why then would they station such a guard at the entrance? Were they attempting to intimidate him or test his resolve? If it was indeed a test, what was their underlying motive? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Feng suddenly realized he had underestimated both Lu Shichao and Li Quan. Upon reflection, one realizes that significant changes have transpired within oneself during this period. While these transformations may be concealed from others, perhaps someone like Li Quan, who has been by his side since childhood, might perceive the subtle shifts. Contemplating this, Li Feng chose not to reveal his thoughts, but instead furrowed his brow and said, "All right, Li Quan, take me to meet Lu Shichao. Remember, when you see young Master Feng in the future, keep your eyes wide open." Li Quan then kicked Wu Tao lightly before approaching Li Feng. "Young Master Feng, young Master Lu is waiting for you in the private room. Shall we proceed?" Li Feng replied coolly, "Lead the way." Under Li Quan's guidance, Li Feng arrived at a private room on the second floor of Tianya Pavilion. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Lu Shichao engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man, whom he could easily deduce to be affiliated with the Blackstone gang, possibly even the head of their underground bank. "Young Master Feng." Lu Shichao's eyes momentarily flickered with fear upon seeing Li Feng. The events from their last encounter at the Imperial Pavilion were still vivid in his memory. Yet he dared not disclose this to anyone. After all, in the eyes of the public, Li Feng was perceived as timid, cowardly, and inept. If word got out that he had been threatened by Li Feng, how could he maintain his standing in Tianhai City? A surge of resentment filled Lu Shichao's heart. As the young master of the Lu family in Tianhai City, he had never been subjected to such intimidation. This grievance must be avenged. "How is young Master Lu faring? I recall you fainted at the Imperial Pavilion last time. Perhaps it was due to overexertion or some deficiency," Li Feng remarked with a smile. Lu Shichao's complexion instantly turned a shade akin to that of a liver, his eyes betraying a simmering anger. "What has happened to Lu Xiao? Does he intend to devour me?" Li Feng, startled, took a step back, his face betraying apprehension as he gazed at Lu Shichao. From Lu Shichao's demeanor, it appeared that he had not divulged the events that transpired at the Imperial Pavilion, which was fortuitous for Li Feng. After all, his previous conduct there had starkly contrasted with that of his predecessor, making suspicion inevitable. However, if Lu Shichao remained silent, Li Feng could continue to masquerade as a weakling, effectively concealing his true strength until he was ready to reveal it. Upon witnessing Li Feng's reaction, the middle-aged man in the private room and Li Quan exchanged disdainful glances. Of course, Lu Shichao's words were abruptly interrupted by the middle-aged man beside him. "Lu Xiao would never harm Xiao Feng. He is merely jesting." As the middle-aged man spoke, he cast a discreet glance towards Lu Shichao. Yet, Lu Shichao, recalling how Li Feng had threatened him with a dagger at the Imperial Pavilion, glared at Li Feng in fury, oblivious to the middle-aged man's silent cues. This prompted the middle-aged man to inwardly curse. Had he known Lu Shichao was so inept, he would never have accepted this task. Li Quan was equally anxious. He had painstakingly summoned Li Feng, and now Lu Shichao, this reckless scion, was jeopardizing their plans at such a critical moment. If Li Feng were to be frightened away, their carefully laid plans would surely collapse. With this thought, Li Quan positioned himself in front of Li Feng and admonished Lu Shichao. "Lu Xiao, what are you trying to do? Do you wish to offend Xiao Feng? Have you considered who he is? Is he someone you can afford to provoke?" Li Quan, wielding his authority like a tiger's shadow, indeed resembled a sycophant. Li Feng harbored a cold smile within, his exterior seemingly devoid of fear as he boldly declared, "Are you joking? It hardly appears so. Just look. Lu Xiao's teeth are practically protruding. He bears a slight resemblance to my family's Little Wei." Upon hearing this, Li Quan nearly burst into laughter. For Little Wei was the guard dog of the Li family in Yanjing, and Li Feng had audaciously compared Lu Shichao to a dog. Lu Shichao, unaware of who Little Wei was, discerned the amusement in Li Quan's eyes and, associating it with Li Feng's words, felt an unsettling anger swell within him. "Lu Xiao, it seems you've indulged a bit too much in drink. We summoned Feng Xiao today to discuss matters of cooperation. If you are inebriated, perhaps we should postpone our conversation," a middle-aged man bellowed. Lu Shichao jolted as if struck, abruptly regaining his composure. The fury that had clouded his mind receded as he took a deep breath, saying, Feng Xiao, I apologize, I was indeed intoxicated earlier. Please disregard my earlier remarks. How could Lu Shichao calm himself so swiftly? Li Feng was taken aback as he observed the middle-aged man. Lu Shichao's rapid tranquility likely stemmed not solely from the simplicity of the man's words, but from an underlying fear he sensed emanating from Lu Shichao towards this middle-aged figure. Li Feng patted his chest, feigning trepidation. Lu Xiao's earlier demeanor was quite frightening. You nearly scared me to death. He turned to Li Quan, inquiring, Li Quan, who might this be? Feng Xiao, this is Wang Xiong, the supervisor of Tiantian Loan, and also the leader of the Haishi gang, Li Quan promptly elucidated. Tiantian Loan? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Tiantian Loan is the largest underground bank in Tianhai City, and on this occasion, we are seeking a loan from them, Li Quan explained beside Li Feng. Li Feng nodded and turned to Wang Xiong, saying, Supervisor Wang, how much can you lend me? I will lend however much young Master Feng desires, Wang Xiong replied. Really? I wish to borrow 1.5 billion. Is that feasible? Indeed, but I wonder if the 50% stake you hold in Xiangfeng Investment Company is sufficient. If it falls short, Wang Xiong shook his head, yet a glimmer of ambition flickered in his eyes, indicating that he would not hesitate to seize further opportunities if they arose. I possess only 50% of the shares in Xiangfeng Investment Company. 50% is rather minimal. While Xiangfeng Investment Company is currently thriving, its total value is less than 1 billion. With 50%, we can only lend you 1 billion. And this is only due to the respect I hold for you and young Master Lu. Wang Xiong was somewhat taken aback, having not anticipated that Li Feng held 50% of the company. Initially, when Li Quan mentioned that Li Feng had a significant stake, he assumed it was around 20 or 30%. Discovering it was 50% came as a pleasant surprise. 1 billion is insufficient. I either want to borrow 1.5 billion, or I shall forego the loan altogether, Li Feng declared, shaking his head. He could not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. To him, securing a loan was akin to receiving a monetary gift, one that should not be declined. Young Master Feng. 1.5 billion seems excessive, Li Quan interjected from the side. Not much. 1 billion to start a company, 500 million for my own use. Lu Xiao can assist me in transforming that billion into 10 billion. Is there any need to worry about repayment? At this point, Li Feng cast a glance at Lu Shichao and inquired, Lu Xiao, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Feng Xiao, rest assured. While I may not excel in other areas, generating profit is a breeze for me. By this time next year, I assure you, your billion will become 10 billion, Lu Shichao promptly affirmed. A year to turn 1 billion into 10. Only a fool would believe such a claim. Li Feng internally scoffed, yet wore a facade of mirth. Manager Wang, with Lu Xiao making such assurances, do you still doubt my ability to repay? Moreover, with Xiangfeng Investment Company thriving, I suspect my shares will exceed 15 billion in a year's time. Well then, for the sake of Feng Xiao and Lu Xiao, let it be 15 billion. Wang Xiong feigned a reluctant sigh. Feng Xiao, do you have your equity certificate with you? It has been prepared long ago, Li Feng replied, producing the equity certificate to hand to Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong glanced at it, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, Feng Xiao, let's proceed with the contract. Li Feng signed the contract presented by Wang Xiong, not even glancing at the document. Upon signing, satisfaction illuminated the faces of Wang and the others. Feng Xiao, here are the checks from Citibank, Wang Xiong stated, handing Li Feng 2 checks, one for 1 billion and another for 500 million. Li Feng gazed at the checks in his hand, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Not only was the contract prepared, but the checks too. It seemed they were quite certain of their position, though it remained unclear who truly held the upper hand. At the same time, Li Feng felt a surge of astonishment within. The Blackstone Gang was merely one of the 3 major underground forces in Tianhai City. Yet it could effortlessly produce 15 billion. It seemed he had underestimated them. Young Master Feng, I have other matters to attend to, Wang Xiong said as he stood up, holding Li Feng's share certificate for the Xiangfeng Investment Company. Li Feng replied, Director Wang, please take care. Li Quan, please see Director Wang off, he instructed. Yes. Young Master Feng, Li Quan responded, rising to follow Wang Xiong out of the private room. Once they had departed, Li Feng cast a cold gaze at Lu Shichao, saying, Now that it's just the two of us, let us have a proper conversation. Chapter 37. The Fear of Lu Xiao. Lu Feng, what do you intend to do? Lu Shichao's complexion changed, a flicker of fear evident in his gaze as he looked at Lu Feng. What do I intend to do? Hey, Lu Xiao, what do you think? Lu Feng scoffed coldly, regarding Lu Shichao with an expression akin to that of a fool. It seems you have forgotten the incident at the Imperial Pavilion. Shall I remind you? As he spoke, a dagger materialized in Lu Feng's hand. Upon seeing the dagger, Lu Shichao's face drained of color. The scene at the Imperial Pavilion replaying vividly in his mind. Lu Feng, what do you want? Don't you want me to assist you in making money? Assist me in making money? Lu Feng replied with a derisive laugh. Indeed, do you not wish to transform your 10 billion into 100 billion? Seeing Lu Feng's smile, Lu Shichao mustered his courage and continued, transform 10 billion into 100 billion? Such audacity. Lu Feng sneered, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Lu Shichao. In Tianhai City, how do you perceive yourself in comparison to Hu Yuanyuan? Even she cannot guarantee turning 10 billion into 100 billion within a year. Do you truly believe you are more capable than her? I have yet to hear your name among the top 10 outstanding youths of Tianhai City. You don't believe? Lu Shichao was astonished, staring at Lu Feng in disbelief. He had thought that Lu Feng believed in his ability to convert 10 billion into 100 billion within a year when he signed the contract. Yet now, Lu Feng's words left him perplexed. If Lu Feng did not believe, why had he signed the contract? Did he know that the contract was Yu Liquan and Wang Xiong meticulously crafted this scheme, aimed at the shares of Xiangfeng Investment Company that I hold, didn't you? Li Feng scoffed. How did you find out? Lu Shichao's face paled. All along, they believed Li Feng was merely a pawn in their game, yet at this moment, Lu Shichao realized that the Li Feng before him was not the one they had imagined. I should have anticipated this. Lu Shichao chuckled self-deprecatingly. During their last encounter at the Emperor Pavilion, Li Feng's demeanor had already diverged from the past. Although he had felt fear, he had dismissed it at the time. Now, it was evident he had erred. What do you say, fool? Li Feng grinned, yet that smile appeared to Lu Shichao as one possessed by the devil. Suddenly, Li Feng's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Speak, aside from you, Li Quan, and Wang Xiong, who else was involved in this matter? I do not know. Lu Shichao, merely a frivolous youth, trembled in the face of Li Feng's menace. You refuse to speak? Li Feng sneered, and in an instant, he appeared before Lu Shichao. Before Lu Shichao could react, he felt a pressure upon him. What do you intend to do? Lu Shichao asked in terror, but soon realized he could not utter a sound, filling him with dread. How could this be? Li Feng merely touched him, and he was rendered mute. Rest assured, Lu Xiao, today I merely wish to teach you a lesson. With a single slap, Li Feng made Lu Shichao feel as if a million ants were crawling and biting upon him, inflicting unbearable agony, twisting his face in torment. Lu Shichao, how are you faring? It must be excruciating. Do you not realize that the greatest agony in this world is not death itself, but rather a life that feels worse than death? You wished to harm me, did you not? Hee hee. Then allow me to introduce you to the torment of a life less desirable than death. Li Feng observed Lu Shichao, curled up on the sofa, enduring his suffering, a cold smile playing on his lips. The methods of torment at his disposal were numerous. The ones employed on Lu Shichao were merely the most rudimentary. Yet, even the simplest of techniques proved more than sufficient for a young master like Lu Shichao. Young Master Lu, do you wish for me to release you? Li Feng inquired. Lu Shichao nodded with great difficulty. I can set you free, but you must obediently cooperate with me from now on. Otherwise, I shall make you experience this torment for 49 days. He unsealed Lu Shichao's acupoints and added, You may speak now, but should you dare to summon anyone against me? No, young Master Feng, I would not dare. Lu Shichao trembled in fear. He had witnessed Li Feng's methods, and at that moment, any thought of resistance vanished. Very well, tell me, aside from the three of you, who else wishes to harm me? Li Feng pressed. I only know of Brother Peng. The others were contacted by Li Quan. I do not know, Lu Shichao hastily replied. Is it the Brother Peng from the Imperial Pavilion? Li Feng's brow furrowed. Yes, indeed. Are you certain there are no others? Do not deceive me. You ought to be aware of the consequences of lying to me. Li Feng said, his gaze icy. No, I am not deceiving you, young Master Feng. Li Feng nodded slightly. Lu Shichao, this frivolous young man, possessed a weak will, making it easy to discern whether he was lying. It appeared he was truthful. Aside from knowing Brother Peng, he seemed oblivious to everyone else. Disappointment flickered in Li Feng's heart. He had hoped to extract some information from this timid individual, but it became evident that Lu Shichao was merely a pawn in the grander scheme. He was even less resourceful than Li Quan. Though somewhat disheartened, there was still a glimmer of hope, as controlling someone like Lu Shichao would not prove to be a challenge. With this thought in mind, Li Feng flicked his fingers, sending a pill into Lu Shichao's mouth. What? What did you make me swallow? Lu Shichao gasped, his eyes wide with terror. He certainly did not believe Li Feng had offered him a sweet treat. 5 poison pills, Li Feng replied nonchalantly. This concoction is a specially crafted poison, which will manifest its effects once a month. Without my antidote, you shall suffer a gruesome demise. Lu Shichao's complexion paled dramatically. He had initially contemplated revenge against Li Feng, but having ingested the 5 poison pills, he realized that even his very life now rested in Li Feng's hands. Lu Xiao, as long as you obediently heed my commands, I shall spare your life. Who knows, I might even elevate you to the position of head of the Lu family. I've heard whispers that despite your status as the eldest son, your father seems to favor your younger brother a tad more. The future head of the Lu family may very well be him. However, with my support, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to ascend to that role, Li Feng said, patting Lu Shichao's shoulder. Lu Shichao felt a stirring in his heart. He was captivated by Li Feng's words. Not only was his very existence in Li Feng's grasp, but the conditions proposed by Li Feng left him without any grounds for refusal. Becoming the head of the Lu family had always been his fervent aspiration. His alliance with Li Quan and Brother Ping against Li Feng was predicated upon their promise to elevate him to the position of family patriarch. Otherwise, how could he, the disfavored heir of the Lu family in Tianhai City, dare to confront Li Feng, who hailed from the esteemed Yin Jing, from Li Quan and Brother Peng? He had gleaned that Li Feng was but a waste, an opponent easily vanquished. It was this belief that had driven him to act. Yet now, the reality was starkly different. Li Feng was not merely a waste, but possessed unfathomable abilities. Ironically, Li Quan and the others remained blissfully unaware, reveling in their schemes against Li Feng. From recent events, Lu Shichao understood that ultimately, both Li Quan and Brother Peng would likely find themselves ensnared in Li Feng's machinations, perhaps even oblivious to their impending doom. As for Li Quan's assurances of aiding him to become the head of the Lu family, could they truly muster such strength when they themselves were in peril? Li Feng, however, was a different matter altogether. Not only did he possess inscrutable capabilities, but he also hailed from the esteemed Li family of Yanjing, a direct descendant. Lu Shichao wished to survive, and he had no alternatives. Rest assured, young Master Feng, I shall heed your words, he declared, unwavering in his loyalty to Li Feng. Excellent. Henceforth, whatever Li Quan and the others instruct you to do, you shall comply. Li Feng replied. Young Master Feng, I would not dare. Lu Shichao hastily countered, fearing he was being tested by Li Feng. Do as you are told. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Do you truly believe that Li Quan and his associates will succeed in their schemes? Li Feng scoffed coldly. However, from now on, you must inform me in advance of anything they wish for you to do. Lu Shichao was taken aback and quickly replied, Yes, yes. Li Feng tossed him a pill, stating, This is the antidote for this month. Li Quan is returning soon. Do not let him suspect anything. Yes, yes. Lu Shichao hurriedly swallowed the antidote. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Li Quan entered. Upon seeing Li Quan, Lu Shichao was filled with admiration for Li Feng. How could Li Feng possibly know of Li Quan's impending arrival without some enigmatic means? Young Master Feng, how is your conversation with young Master Lu going? Li Quan inquired with a broad smile. It is going splendidly. I greatly admire young Master Lu's ability to generate wealth. I am confident he will transform my 1 billion into 10 billion within a year. Li Feng replied with a beaming expression, looking at Li Quan with reverence. Li Quan, I must genuinely thank you. Without you, I would have never known about Tian Tian Loan, nor about Supervisor Wang. And I would remain oblivious to the true value of my shares in Xiangfeng Investment Company. Li Quan quickly responded, Young Master Feng, you flatter me. It is merely my duty. By the way, Supervisor Wang asked me to convey that you may approach him whenever you require funds. Lu Shichao observed Li Quan with a cold smirk. Perhaps he was reveling in the triumph of his deceitful plot. How audacious to consider young Master Feng a fool. Intending to harm him, one could hardly fathom the folly of such a mindset. Moreover, one must not forget that one nearly fell victim to him. This account must be meticulously settled. The 3 individuals each harbor their own schemes, yet the only distinction lies in the fact that previously, Li Quan and Lu Shichao conspired against Li Feng, whereas now, Li Feng and Lu Shichao are plotting against Li Quan. Chapter 38. The Young Man in Purple. The jewelry business. Upon departing from Tianya Pavilion, thoughts of Lu Shichao's money-losing scheme flickered in Li Feng's mind, igniting a glimmer of insight in his eyes. While the jewelry business cannot be deemed as infallibly profitable, it certainly possesses the potential for substantial gains in this industry. As long as one has a reliable source of goods and ample capital, losses are nearly impossible. How could Li Quan and his associates orchestrate a plan to render him destitute by persuading Lu Shichao to establish a jewelry company? As Li Feng delved deeper, he discerned that the true peril lay within the sourcing of materials. The most secure method of procuring jewelry is to acquire raw gems from suppliers for processing. However, the information provided by Lu Shichao suggested a different approach, purchasing uncut stones and undertaking the cutting and processing oneself. This brought to mind the concept of gambling on stones, a venture that teeters precariously between fortune and ruin. Without the requisite skill, one could easily face total financial annihilation. It is said that even a fortune of 10 billion could vanish in an instant, let alone 100 billion. Did Lu Shichao possess the acumen for stone gambling? Clearly not. Even if he had enlisted the expertise of specialists in this field, the prospect of profit remained uncertain. Furthermore, the intentions of Li Quan and his ilk were evidently to ensure his financial ruin. Should he fail to repay the 15 billion loan from Tiantian Lending, the shares of Xiangfeng Investment Company would no longer belong to him. Nevertheless, Li Feng had the backing of the Li family and the Li Group. It is said that not merely 15 billion, but even 150 billion could be procured. Yet, the opposition had already laid their plans, ensuring that Li Feng would not venture to the Li family for financial assistance. The contract was explicitly clear. Even if Li Feng sought aid, it would be in vain. Once the 10 billion was lost, Tiantian Lending could seize the shares of Xiangfeng Investment Company as their own. Li Feng had not reviewed the contract. He was merely informed by Lu Shichao. It was evident that Lu Shichao was willingly assisting him. Oof, what a clever notion. Li Feng scoffed softly. His curiosity piqued as he pondered the identity of the individual who sought his shares. Was it Brother Peng from the Emperor's Pavilion or a member of the Blackstone gang? However, the likelihood of it being Brother Peng seemed slim, for he was a man who sought his own demise. Aside from Brother Peng, could it possibly be someone from the Blackstone gang? Li Feng shook his head. While the Blackstone gang held a certain reputation in Tianai City, beyond its borders, they were inconsequential. He, Li Feng, was the scion of the Li family from Yanjing, an underground force that would not recklessly provoke him unless they had lost their senses. As for Li Quan, Li Feng had never considered him a threat. Though not a direct descendant of the Li family, Li Quan's interest in the shares was futile. What he truly sought was status, with the singular aim of becoming the heir of the Li family. The only plausible explanation was that someone was plotting against him, a figure so elusive that even Lu Shichao was unaware of their identity. Humph, whoever it may be shall pay the price. In a dimly lit room, Wang Xiong stood before an elderly gentleman, his demeanor respectful as he spoke. Master One, the matter has been concluded, though a minor complication has arisen. Oh, what complication? The elder was none other than Yu Wan, the leader of the Blackstone gang, colloquially known as Master One. At that moment, Master One was clad in traditional Tang attire, idly playing with a jade rui in his hands. Li Feng had secured a loan of 1.5 billion. Wang Xiong hastily replied, standing before Master One without any concealment or embellishment, for he understood that within the Blackstone gang, nothing remained hidden from him. Before him, no secret thought could exist. Have you promised him? Master One's expression was calm, devoid of surprise. Indeed, Master One, this is the equity certificate of Xiangfeng Investment Company held by Li Feng. As Wang Xiong spoke, he produced the equity certificate from his person. Master One took the certificate, glanced at it, and nodded. Well done, you may leave now. Yes. Wang Xiong sighed with relief. The pressure before Master One was immense, and he wished to depart without delay. The task you assigned has been completed. Have you brought what I requested? After Wang Xiong exited, Master One directed his gaze towards a small door nearby. Do you think I would go back on my word? With a light chuckle, a young man clad in purple emerged. Master One snorted softly. This situation was different from the last. For Li Feng was the eldest son of the Li family, the direct heir of that esteemed lineage. And so what? The young man in purple approached Master One and seated himself, smiling. He is merely a waste from the Li family. Does the illustrious Master One truly fear him? Indeed, I am fearful. The Li family is a 1,000-year-old lineage, while my Blackstone gang is but a minor force. To confront the Li family is akin to striking a rock with an egg. Master One did not deny this, his demeanor remaining unfazed. The Li family? The young man in purple scoffed, dismissively adding, do you believe the Li family would mobilize their resources to deal with your Blackstone gang over Li Feng? You surely overestimate your own significance. A flicker of anger crossed Master Wen's face. One must reluctantly concede that although the words of the young man in purple attire were unpalatable, they were indeed grounded in truth. A gang such as the Blackstone Society is scarcely regarded by the Li family. Meanwhile, Li Feng stands as the most unlikely candidate for success within the Li lineage. Were it not for the significant standing of his parents within the family and the fact that his grandfather is the head of the Li clan, his demise would scarcely attract the family's attention. Given Li Feng's apparent inadequacy, one might wonder why they still covet the shares he possesses. Why do you require his shares? Lord Wen inquired, perplexed. At their level, wealth merely represents a numerical figure. Although the shares in Shangfeng Investment Company held by Li Feng are commendable, they should hold no allure for them. You need not concern yourself with that, the young man in purple replied coldly. Lord Wen, some matters are beyond your reach. Your sole obligation is to fulfill the tasks we have assigned to you with utmost diligence. A mix of embarrassment and indignation washed over Lord Wen, and his countenance darkened as he cast a frigid glare at the young man. Do not take offense, Lord Wen. There are matters not only beyond your comprehension, but mine as well. The struggles at that level are far beyond your understanding, the young man chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Lord Wen's reaction. And what of my possessions? Lord Wen, a formidable figure in his own right, found it difficult to swallow the truth, even if he recognized its validity. Rest assured, we have always adhered to our principles. Your century-old Ju fruit will remain intact, the young man asserted, producing a small box and placing it upon the coffee table. Lord Wen's gaze intensified upon the box before him. The century-old Shu fruit was indeed a treasure. Precisely what he sought. Master Wen, I wish to acquire the ownership of shares in Shangfeng Investment Company within a month. Is that not feasible? Inquired the young man clad in purple. A month should suffice, however. Master Wen replied gravely. What is it, Master Wen? Do you have further demands? The young man's expression darkened, a hint of dissatisfaction evident at Master Wen's perceived overreach. There are other forces involved in this matter. They too desire the shares of Shangfeng Investment Company currently held by Li Feng, Master Wen stated. Li Quan, a mere pawn, not worthy of concern, the young man frowned, somewhat displeased, assuming Master Wen referred to Li Quan. Is there any need for alarm over someone like him? Master Wen is the towering figure of the Blackstone gang. When did he become so ineffectual? No, it is the Imperial Pavilion. Master Wen shook his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. The young man's countenance shifted, a mysterious light flickering within his gaze. The Imperial Pavilion? I did not anticipate their involvement. Master Wen, you need not concern yourself. We will handle this matter. Chapter 39. The second young master of the Song family, 5th level of body refinement. Feeling a surge of formidable power coursing through him, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction. In just 3 days, he had ascended from the 4th level to the 5th level of body refinement, a progression that left him thoroughly pleased. 1,000 pounds? As he struck the power measuring device, disbelief washed over his face as he beheld the displayed figure. At the 4th level, he had only managed 500 pounds. Now, at the 5th level, he astonishingly achieved 1,000 pounds. Was this still the strength of a mere human? How much power would he possess upon reaching the 10th level of body refinement? Li Feng brimmed with anticipation. In terms of raw strength, he had already surpassed the pinnacle of his previous life. Although he lacked true energy, he was undoubtedly stronger than he had ever been before. With the experience from his former battles, he felt capable of wielding 70 to 80% of his past combat prowess. No longer would he need to hold back. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Feng's eyes. The 5th level of body refinement granted him the ability to protect himself. Even though he was only operating at 70 to 80% of his former strength, he no longer needed to conceal himself behind the persona of his predecessor. This past month had been stifling for him. He believed that with his restored power, the world itself would tremble in his presence. Li Quan, you shall be the first to face my wrath, along with the Blackstone gang. Those who dare to harm me, Li Feng, have no right to exist. Li Quan, that venomous serpent, had long been a target for his elimination. Previously, he had refrained from taking action due to his weakened state and concerns about Li Quan's allies. Now that he had regained his strength, he had no intention of allowing this poisonous snake to linger by his side any longer. However, Li Feng did not wish to eliminate Li Quan immediately. He had already woven an intricate web, and Li Quan still held some utility for the time being. The first step was to establish a security company and forge his own influence. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Feng's eyes. The training base in the suburbs would be ready for construction in a few days, and now the security company could be officially registered. However, founding a security company was no simple task, particularly regarding the issue of personnel. After all, in Li Feng's grand design, he did not aim to create an ordinary security firm, but rather to assemble his own battalion, where loyalty would outweigh mere strength. Li Feng's initial thought was to recruit personnel from the military. Having been a soldier in his past life, he held a deep affection for the armed forces, and given his status, enlisting a few soldiers would not pose significant difficulty, especially since this was not a time of war and many soldiers retired each year. Yet, upon reflection, Li Feng abandoned this plan. Soldiers are indoctrinated within the military, and recruiting directly from there would make it challenging to secure their allegiance. Gaining their loyalty would require considerable time, and time was precisely what Li Feng lacked. He understood that an individual's power is limited, and to confront the Blackstone gang, relying solely on himself would be insufficient. Thus, the purpose of forming a battalion was to combat the Blackstone gang. A month, he had to assemble the battalion within that time frame. In the city of Tianhai, one may choose between two types of individuals. One is the security personnel, and the other is the delinquents. As a vital economic hub of Huaxia, Tianhai boasts numerous security companies, many of whose guards are former military personnel. These individuals possess commendable qualities. However, the allure of the vibrant city can dull even the sharpest edges of any soldier over time, rendering them unsuitable for his purposes. The second option consists of ruffians who live on the edge, fierce and combative. Yet their sole shortcoming lies in their lack of discipline and a myriad of undesirable habits. For Li Feng, such individuals are far from appealing. Is it truly impossible to find suitable candidates? Li Feng felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that establishing a security firm and assembling a team would prove to be a formidable challenge. At that moment, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Lu Shichao? Upon seeing the caller ID, Li Feng was taken aback. For the past 3 days, Lu Shichao had been reporting to him intermittently, typically through text messages. So why the sudden phone call? After a brief contemplation, Li Feng answered, Lu Shichao, what is it that you require? Young Master Feng. Someone wishes for me to invite you to Tianya Pavilion. Lu Shichao's voice emanated from the receiver. Tianya Pavilion? What is the matter? Li Feng inquired coldly. There are individuals who would like you to witness an underground boxing match, Lu Shichao replied, his tone tinged with trepidation as he relayed the complete story. It turned out that several wealthy young men from Nanling had arrived in Tianhai and sought to invite Li Feng to the Tianya Pavilion to observe the underground boxing competition. Not knowing Li Feng's whereabouts, they could only rely on Lu Shichao to locate him. How did they discover my existence? Li Feng's voice bore a chilling edge. Damn Lu Shichao, how dare he trouble me? It seems a lesson must be imparted. Feng, young Master Feng, they claim to be your friends. Lu Shichao realized something and hastily added, my friends? Li Feng's brow furrowed deeper. In his recollection, he had no such acquaintances. Yet, he understood that Lu Shichao could not be deceiving him. It appeared that these young gentlemen from Nanling possessed formidable backgrounds. Indeed, Lu Shichao replied, trembling with trepidation. One among them is named Song Ziyuan. Song Ziyuan. Li Feng contemplated, his expression darkening. Young Master Feng. Inform him that I shall arrive shortly. Li Feng spoke in a low tone. Understood. Lu Shichao ended the call. Were it not for the fact that Song Ziyuan was not his adversary and was somehow associated with Li Feng, he would have been loath to make this call. Song Ziyuan. Li Feng's demeanor turned icy as he unearthed memories of Song Ziyuan from the depths of his mind, a figure who inspired profound animosity within him. Song Ziyuan, the second young master of the Song family from Nanling, was a person who derived pleasure from tormenting Li Feng during their youth. They had once resided in the same compound within the Yanqing military district, where the timid and reticent Li Feng was often at the mercy of the boisterous and combative Song Ziyuan, the self-proclaimed king of the children in the compound. Li Feng had suffered at his hands on numerous occasions. As they grew older, Song Ziyuan showed no signs of restraint. On the contrary, his cruelty intensified. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by Li Feng's own status, it was likely that he would have met a far graver fate. The profound animosity that Li Feng harbored was rooted in an incident from his university days. During that time, he had developed an affection for a young woman, only for Song Ziyuan to exploit his vulnerability. Utilizing monetary influence, Song not only usurped Li Feng's affection but also bound him, orchestrating a humiliating spectacle before him that left Li Feng bloodied with rage. This betrayal inflicted a significant emotional wound, leaving him reeling for nearly a year, and instilled in him an indelible hatred for Song Ziyuan. Li Feng was taken aback to find that Song Ziyuan had arrived in Tianhai City, specifically requesting to meet him. The nature of his intentions was painfully evident. Yet, Song Ziyuan, do you truly believe I remain the same Li Feng from before? Rest assured, I shall return to you everything you once bestowed upon me. A cold smile crept across Li Feng's face as he realized the profound impact Song Ziyuan had on his past, nearly allowing it to sway his present disposition. With this thought in mind, he resolved without hesitation to proceed to Tianyao Pavilion. As he approached the entrance, a sudden recollection prompted him to make a phone call. Li Quan, meet me at the entrance of Tianyao Pavilion immediately. We are about to visit an old acquaintance. With that, a smirk of icy determination graced Li Feng's lips. Chapter 40. A confrontation at the entrance of Tianyao Pavilion. As Li Feng parked his car, Li Quan hurried over to open the door, simultaneously inquiring, "Young Master Feng, who are we meeting this time?" It was only natural for Li Quan to ask this, as they had journeyed from Yanjing. And although they had spent a considerable amount of time in Tianhai City, all their old acquaintances remained in Yanjing. Could it be that someone from Yanjing was visiting this time? Li Feng stepped out of the car, ignoring Li Quan's question, and proceeded toward the grand entrance of Tianyao Pavilion. A flicker of cold light and confusion flashed in Li Quan's eyes. In that moment, he sensed that Li Feng was somehow different, though he could not articulate in what way. At that moment, Li Feng's voice broke the silence. "Li Quan, the person we are to meet is Song Ziyuan." "Song Ziyuan?" Li Quan exclaimed in shock. "Young master, you cannot be jesting." He was taken aback. Who among the scions of various families in Yanjing did not fear Song Ziyuan? Li Quan was no exception. He had not escaped the bullying of Song Ziyuan in the past. The name of Song Ziyuan from Nanling was enough to make many young gentlemen in Yanjing hesitate. "Do you think I am jesting?" Li Feng turned to look at Li Quan and said, "Song Ziyuan is inside. He mentioned he wished to have a word with you and specifically called me." "What?" Li Quan's expression changed drastically. The notion that Song Ziyuan had sought him out was undeniable, yet he could not fathom why Song Ziyuan would want to meet him. "Let us not keep him waiting," Li Feng urged, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes as he observed Li Quan's alarm. It appeared that calling Li Quan here had been a wise decision. Since he could not deal with him in a more drastic manner at present, he would first extract a bit of interest. Li Quan's complexion turned pale, harboring some resentment towards Li Feng for not clarifying over the phone. Had he known that the discussion would involve Song Ziyuan, he would have resolutely refrained from attending. Regardless of his current status, even if he were to become the heir of the Li family, Li Quan had no desire to encounter Song Ziyuan. Not only was Song Ziyuan a formidable individual, but he also hailed from a prestigious lineage. The Song family of Nanling was an illustrious clan with a history that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Li family. The entire southern region was under the influence of the Nanling Song family. However, upon arriving at the entrance, retreat was not an option. The consequences of Song Ziyuan discovering that he had hesitated at the threshold of Tianyao Pavilion were unimaginable. Consequently, Li Quan had no choice but to muster his courage and follow Li Feng inside. Yet, deep in his heart, he harbored a profound resentment towards Li Feng, believing that if it were not for him, he would not be facing Song Ziyuan at this moment. Upon entering Tianyao Pavilion, Lu Shichao greeted them in the lobby. "Feng Xiao," he said. "Lu Xiao," Li Feng replied. Their exchange maintained its usual tone in the presence of others. As long as Lu Shichao did not reveal any telltale signs, no one would suspect a thing. "Feng Xiao, please follow me," Lu Shichao said, leading Li Feng and Li Quan towards the elevator, which descended rather than ascended. Li Feng silently calculated that they would stop when they reached the third underground level. As Lu Shichao opened the elevator door, he addressed Li Feng, "Feng Xiao, come with me." Exiting the elevator, they entered a small room, opposite which was a heavy iron door guarded by two imposing figures. Without Lu Shichao needing to elaborate, Li Feng understood that this iron door was the entrance to the underground boxing arena. As Li Feng and his companions approached within a meter of the iron gate, the burly man stationed at the entrance coldly inquired, "Do you have the items?" Lu Shichao produced a golden card, waving it before him. Upon sighting this golden card, the man's vigilant demeanor visibly relaxed, and he promptly stated, "Please enter." With that, another hefty individual swung open the iron gate. Lu Shichao explained to Li Feng, "Young Master Feng, this is the custom here. Young Master Song and the others are inside." Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Feng stepped through the threshold. Anticipation stirred within Li Feng as he wondered whether this underground fighting arena, established centuries ago, would resemble the one from his previous life. With a creak, the iron door slowly closed behind them as they entered, revealing a dark and foreboding passageway ahead. It was evident that the Black Stone Gang had invested considerable effort into constructing this underground arena. Observing Lu Shichao's composed expression, it was apparent that he was a frequent visitor. In contrast, Li's demeanor appeared somewhat unusual, perhaps due to the impending meeting with Song Zuan or other reasons. After traversing the passage for nearly 5 minutes, they finally emerged, greeted by a remarkably beautiful woman who approached them respectfully, saying, "Gentlemen, may I inquire if you wish?" Before she could finish, Lu Shichao interrupted, aware that he could only assert himself in the presence of 2 people. "Yes," he affirmed. The woman acknowledged with a nod, leading Li Feng and his companions to box number 1, where only those of exceptional status were permitted entry, ensuring that she displayed not the slightest hint of negligence. On the way to box 1, Li Feng cast a sweeping glance around, instantly absorbing the atmosphere of this underground fighting arena. The design of the venue bore a striking resemblance to the Roman Colosseum, featuring a grand arena at its center, surrounded by spectator stands. The viewing areas on the first and second levels were open, akin to the seating in a sports stadium. From the third level onward, the space was divided into private boxes, each adorned with a dark, single-pane lens at the front, presumably intended for the affluent who wished to avoid mingling with the common crowd below, indulging in their own boisterous revelry. Before long, guided by a woman, Li Feng and his companions arrived at the entrance of box 1. The woman hesitated, glancing at the trio. Without waiting for her to finish, Li Feng kicked the door open. "Who is it that's grown impatient?" came an irate voice from within the box. "It is I," Li Feng declared as he stepped inside, swiftly surveying the scene. Inside the box, there were 4 men and 4 women. The latter, like the woman who had escorted him, were evidently attendants of the underground arena. Li Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at them before his attention settled on the 4 men. They appeared to be of similar age to him, around 25 or 26, each wearing an expression of arrogance. Li Feng, one of the young men in black, caught sight of him and smirked, his gaze icy. "You possess quite the audacity. Do you not realize where you are? Song Ziyuan?" Li Feng instantly recognized the young man in black as Song Ziyuan from the Song family of Nailing. "What? Aren't you going to come over and bow down to admit your mistake?" Song Ziyuan sneered. It was a rare occasion for Li Feng to confront him without the usual terror akin to a mouse facing a cat. If he did not teach him a lesson today, would Song Ziyuan not become even more arrogant in the future? "Bow down and admit my mistake?" Li Feng scoffed. Not only he, but even his predecessor would never stoop so low. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Song Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Feng with a hint of astonishment. He noticed that Li Feng seemed to have undergone considerable changes since their last meeting over a year ago. "Song Ziyuan, do you think I fear you?" Li Feng retorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the arrogant Song Ziyuan, wishing he could deliver a sound thrashing. "Hey, Li Feng, after a few days of absence, your audacity has grown significantly." Song Ziyuan's face turned ashen with rage as he swung his hand towards Li Feng. Li Feng deftly dodged the strike and coldly remarked, "Song Ziyuan, do you dare to hit me? What do I have to fear?" Song Ziyuan replied with a mocking smile. As the second young master of the Song family, he was inherently arrogant, especially when dealing with someone he deemed a worthless opponent like Li Feng. "Song Ziyuan, I suggest you first contend with Li Quan before making any further moves. However, be prepared to regret it shortly." Li Feng provocatively challenged Song Ziyuan, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 41. Confronting Li Quan. Li Quan? Song Ziyuan was taken aback. What had he just heard? Li Feng intended for him to regret something? And now, he had to confront Li Quan. Was Li Quan his bodyguard? Li Quan, standing beside Li Feng, was equally bewildered. What could this mean? Li Feng nodded affirmatively and declared, "Indeed, Li Quan, it is now your turn to teach him a lesson. Were you not eager to meet Song Ziyuan just moments ago to impart a lesson? Teach me a lesson. Are you referring to him?" Song Ziyuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Li Quan. He recognized Li Feng's lackey all too well. "Indeed, Li Quan is my dear brother, unparalleled in skill and invincible. If you wish to bully me, you must first conquer him," Li Feng proclaimed with righteous fervor. "Young Master Feng, Li Quan, you need not be modest. Your role beside me is to protect me. Have no fear, even if you were to beat Song Ziyuan to the point of unrecognition. The Song family would not dare retaliate against you. Trust me," Li Feng hastily assured. "Young Master Feng." Li Quan's expression hardened. It was evident that Li Feng wished to use him as a shield. The thought of contending with the unreasonable Song Ziyuan nearly brought him to tears. In Song Ziyuan's eyes, he was merely an associate of Li Feng. Today is your moment to shine, Li Quan. Song Zhiyuan is merely a spoiled scion. You can easily handle him. Did you not tell me that you trained diligently for 3 years solely to confront Song Zhiyuan? Now, he stands before you. It is time for you to act. Rest assured, Lu Xiao and I will cheer you on, Li Feng said, giving Li Quan's shoulder a reassuring pat. Song Zhiyuan gazed coldly at Li Quan. Once merely a pawn he could easily bully, this insignificant character now dared to confront him, inciting his wrath. He had no doubt regarding the truth of Li Feng's words. In Song Zhiyuan's eyes, Li Quan was merely Li Feng's sycophant, having followed him throughout their lives. Li Quan, let me witness your capabilities. Song Zhiyuan sneered as he lunged at Li Quan. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Li Quan's chest, sending him hurtling against the opposite wall. Is this the extent of your strength that you wish to teach me a lesson? Song Zhiyuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Li Feng. Li Feng, no one can save you now. How is this possible? Li Quan, didn't you claim you could defeat Song Zhiyuan effortlessly? How could this happen? Li Feng's face reflected disbelief. The blow Song Zhiyuan had delivered was merciless, leaving Li Quan in agony. Hearing Li Feng's words only fueled his rage. When did I ever say I would defeat Song Zhiyuan so easily? Yet the pain coursing through him rendered him speechless. Useless, nothing but a waste. Song Zhiyuan coldly remarked. Now it is your turn, Li Feng. With that, he raised his hand to strike Li Feng. Does young Master Song wish to shake hands with me? Li Feng chuckled, extending his hand to meet Song Zhiyuan's. Seeking death, Song Zhiyuan sneered. But soon realized something was amiss. His palm did not send Li Feng flying but was instead firmly grasped by him. Sing Zhun stared in astonishment at Lfeng. No matter how hard he exerted himself, Lfeng's hand remained immovable. In that instant, Sing Zhun comprehended that he had encountered a formidable opponent. This cannot be true. He roared internally. If it were anyone else, it might be acceptable. But this is Lfeng, this good-for-nothing. How could he possess such remarkable strength? Just a year ago, he had shown no prowess whatsoever. In truth, it was not only Sing Zhun who was taken aback. Lfeng was equally surprised. Sing Zhun actually possessed the strength of the third level of body refinement. It seemed that he was not merely a spoiled rich kid, prompting Lfeng to reassess him. Sing Sho, your handshake is quite unique. Lfeng remarked with a smile. Handshake? Sing Zhun glanced at Lfeng and suddenly chuckled. Of course, when joking with Shofeng, it must be a bit special. Sing Zhun was a man who valued his reputation greatly. He was unwilling for others to realize that he was inferior to Lfeng and reluctant to admit it himself. Thus, Lfeng's words provided him with a convenient escape. Those accompanying Sing Zhun were left in shock. Had he not intended to teach Lfeng a lesson just moments ago? Why had he suddenly refrained from taking action? Another person puzzled by the situation was Chuen, reflecting on how Sing Zhun had struck him so fiercely while merely jesting with Lfeng. He felt a surge of resentment. Why was it like this? Was it simply because Lfeng was the rightful heir of the L family? At that moment, Chuen harbored an unprecedented intent to kill towards Lfeng. Sensing this murderous intent, Lfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, a cold snort echoing within his mind. Only Li Shcho had some understanding of Lfeng's capabilities and could discern the underlying dynamics at play. However, before Li Feng, he dared not speak out. Is Xiao Song hoping for me to witness the match today? Li Feng released Song Zhiyuan's hand and smiled. Indeed. Does Xiao Feng not find it intriguing? A flicker of trepidation crossed Song Zhiyuan's eyes, and his tone was no longer as aggressive as before. Initially, he had arranged to meet Li Feng here to assert his dominance and intimidate him, not realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, given Li Feng's influence. The brutal competition here was unlikely to intimidate him. Yet, Song Zhiyuan was not one to concede defeat easily. Glancing at the arena outside, a smile emerged on his face. Xiao Feng, are you interested in placing a wager? Wager on what? Li Feng inquired. A battle. Song Zhiyuan pointed to the arena below and continued. We shall each bet on a side, with a minimum of 1 million and no upper limit. What do you think, Xiao Feng? That is insufficient. Li Feng replied with a shake of his head. What? Does Xiao Feng not possess even 1 million? Song Zhiyuan scoffed. 1 million is too little. It must be at least 10 million, Li Feng stated calmly. Song Zhiyuan's expression stiffened, and it took him a moment to respond. Very well, very well. As expected of Xiao Feng, 10 million it is. Am I to fear you after all? Li Feng's gaze fell upon the 3 other young men in the box. Xiao Song, will you not introduce these three friends? Ah, allow me to introduce. This is Li Feng, known as Xiao Feng, Song Ziyuan exclaimed, as if just recalling the information. After introducing Li Feng, he pointed to a young man in white attire. This is Zhang Yaoquan, known as Xiao Zhang. Zhang Yaoquan is a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a white shirt with a buzz cut and an air of arrogance etched upon his face. Upon hearing Song Ziyuan's introduction, he merely cast a cold glance at Li Feng. This is Zhong Yinshan, the young master of the Zhong family. Zhong Yinshan, dressed in a green robe, possesses a refined complexion and greets Li Feng with a polite nod and a smile. This is Gu Shan, the young master of the Gu family, in stark contrast to Zhang Yaoquan and Zhong Yinshan. Gu Shan is a towering figure at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing 265 pounds. Upon hearing Song Ziyuan's introduction, he extends his hand towards Li Feng, saying, "Young Master Feng, it is a pleasure to meet you." Li Feng reciprocates the gesture, firmly grasping Gu Shan's hand. "I am equally pleased to meet you, young Master Gu." Gu Shan, while speaking, unconsciously exerts more pressure, only to realize that Li Feng remains unfazed, his expression as calm as a still cloud. How can this be? Isn't Li Feng supposed to be a mere waste? As this thought crosses his mind, Gu Shan intensifies his grip, eager to test the limits of Li Feng's endurance. Yet, even as he exhausts his strength, Li Feng maintains his serene demeanor, which leaves Gu Shan utterly astonished. At this moment, he comprehends that Li Feng is not the incompetent fool he had imagined. Reflecting on Song Ziyuan's earlier reaction, Gu Shan realizes that Song Ziyuan must have suffered a setback at Li Feng's hands, and that this is no jest. Being a martial arts enthusiast who grew up in a military district, Gu Shan has always revered experts, and his greatest aspiration is to be undefeated across the land. Witnessing Li Feng's prowess ignites a newfound fascination within him. Li Feng remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Shan, the martial enthusiast, had taken an interest in him. At that moment, he too found himself intrigued by Gu Shan. Among Zhang Yaoquan, Zhong Yinshan, and Gu Shan, Zhang Yaoquan exuded an air of arrogance. While Zhong Yinshan concealed his intentions behind a smile, it was only Gu Shan who imparted a sense of familiarity to him. Yes, a sense of familiarity, not because he knew Gu Shan, but due to the latter's demeanor, a soldier's demeanor. Having spent many years in the military in his previous life, Li Feng was particularly attuned to such an aura. Gu Shan, though not a soldier, had undoubtedly undergone military training. Being in the company of the second young master of the Song family from Nanling, both Zhang Yaoquan and Zhong Yinshan, as well as Gu Shan, were likely scions of prestigious families. After all, as far as Li Feng knew, Song Ziyuan was a man who placed great importance on social status in his eyes. Those who did not belong to noble families were akin to mere dogs. For a member of such an affluent lineage, possessing the aura of a soldier was a rarity. Neither Song Ziyuan nor Zhang Yaoquan or Zhong Yinshan exhibited such qualities. Li Feng surmised that Gu Shan must hail from a military family, for in this era of peace, no family would willingly send their offspring into the military. Li Feng gestured toward Lu Shichao and said, "This is my good brother Lu Shichao. You gentlemen must not bully him." Only Gu Shan acknowledged Lu Shichao with a nod, while the others, including Song Ziyuan, ignored him entirely, regarding Lu Shichao as unworthy of their acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Lu Shichao's face lit up with joy, for in the presence of Song Ziyuan and the others, he felt no sense of superiority typical of a young noble. He was merely a figure who could be summoned or dismissed at will. It was not until this moment that Lu Shichao realized that his identity as the young master of the Lu family held little significance in the eyes of true aristocratic heirs. Although Li Feng's introduction was merely cursory, it indicated his regard for Lu Shichao, further solidifying Lu's admiration for him. Despite being ignored by Song Ziyuan and others, Lu felt undeterred. Little did Li Feng know that his seemingly casual gesture had wrought a profound transformation in Lu Shichao's thoughts. Only Li Quan could sense an indescribable excitement upon hearing Li Feng introduce Lu Shichao. He believed that such an introduction signified Li Feng's complete trust in Lu, ensuring the success of his plans. With this thought, Li Quan felt as if the pain he had been enduring had lessened considerably. "Li Feng, are you attempting to stall for time?" Song Ziyuan asked impatiently. "I've heard that you now work at Xiangfeng Investment Company. I wonder if you earn several million a month. If you can't afford to play, just admit it. I won't mock you. Has Song Xiao been drinking today? Why speak such nonsense? Do you think I, Li Feng, am short of money? I'm merely contemplating whether, should you lose your clothes today, I should offer you a spare outfit," Li Feng retorted sharply. Humph. Song Ziyuan snorted, stepping toward the single lens to gaze at the arena below. The match is about to commence. Perhaps you should focus on how to place your bets. Li Feng approached Song Ziyuan, glanced at the arena, and smiled. Please, Song Xiao. Go ahead. Chapter 42. The duel. Song Ziyuan cast a glance at Li Feng and scoffed. You may go first. Lest it be said that I am taking advantage of you. According to the terms of their wager, each would select a side for their duel. But only the two of them would compete. The first to choose would have the advantage, leaving the second with the option to concede or select another. Naturally, Song Ziyuan was unwilling to be at a disadvantage. Yet Li Feng's words seemed to imply a concession, which irked him. However, as soon as he spoke, he regretted it. Should Li Feng acquiesce, he would find himself at a significant loss. Since you are being so courteous, I shall not stand on ceremony. Li Feng replied with a smile, causing Song Ziyuan's expression to shift instantly. I choose the one in red. The two combatants on the stage were of similar height and build. One donned blue attire, while the other was clad in red. They engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with a ferocity that showcased the brutality of their contest. Their speed and strength rendered it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to withstand their onslaught. Their footwork was agile, retreating and advancing with precision, reminiscent of a boxing match on television, replete with blood and excitement. To the untrained eye, the duel appeared seamless and cautious, yet to Li Feng, their techniques were riddled with flaws. He could easily discern who would emerge victorious. Then I shall choose blue. Song Ziyuan declared, visibly irate. What is the matter? Does Song Ziyuan not intend to concede? Should you lose, do not shed tears, though I must admit, I have yet to witness you cry. It would be quite a spectacle, Li Feng taunted. Li Feng, do not push your luck. Do you believe I cannot ensure you remain here? Song Ziyuan cast a cold glance at Li Feng. His visit to Tianhai City was intended for amusement. Having failed to bully Li Feng earlier, he was now met with ridicule, igniting a fiery rage within him. Of course I believe you, Li Feng replied with a smile, dismissing Song Ziyuan entirely, which only deepened the latter's fury. Observing the fierce battle unfolding in the arena, Li Feng's lips curled into a slight grin. Young Master Song, I wager 50 million. Do you dare to match it? 50 million? Song Ziyuan's pupils constricted, and he scoffed. Young Master Feng, surely you jest. Do you possess such an amount? 50 million is but a trifle. Unlike you, young Master Song, I am not impoverished. Look, this is a Citibank check for 500 million. Li Feng brandished the check before Song Ziyuan's eyes. Song Ziyuan's expression shifted with his discerning eye. He recognized the check as genuine. Damn it, how does this brat possess such wealth? Was he not exiled to Tianhai City by the Li family? Aside from his connection with Hu Yuan's Xiangfeng investment company, has the Li family not severed his resources? Who is responsible for this oversight? Young Master Song, you wouldn't be lacking even 500 million, would you? Why not show it to avoid any embarrassment later? Li Feng taunted. Humph, do you think I, Song Ziyuan, am without funds? He produced a gold card and declared, what is a mere check? If you have the ability, present a gold card like this one from Huaxia Bank, which allows for an overdraft of at least 2 billion. When it comes to financial prowess, you are still far behind. Li Feng chuckled. Very well. It seems I need not worry about young Master Song's ability to settle the wager. You, Song Xiao, you have lost. Li Feng gazed at the arena and suddenly chuckled. No sooner had he spoken than the man in red landed a punch squarely on the chest of the man in blue, who was sent flying and collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise again. Damn it, Song Ziyuan cursed under his breath. 50 million, Song Xiao, thank you. Li Feng laughed heartily, relishing the sight of Song Ziyuan's dismay, an indescribable pleasure coursing through him. He could even feel the deep-seated resentment within his soul dissipating, as if two spirits had seamlessly merged into one. Li Feng, don't get too smug. This is just the beginning. Song Ziyuan glared at him menacingly. Yet Li Feng replied, as I set out today, I consulted a fortune teller who predicted that I would encounter a streak of good luck. I believe today is merely the inception of my fortune. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Yaoquan and the others, adding, gentlemen, let us partake in this together. It would be a shame to let Song Xiao's money go to waste. Lu Xiao, Li Quan, you should join in as well. Such delightful entertainment would be incomplete without me. However, Feng Xiao, your 500 million may soon be depleted, Zhang Yaoquan proclaimed arrogantly, casting a condescending glance at Li Feng. Feng Xiao, would you like to borrow a bit from me? Zhang Xiao, your generosity alleviates my concerns, but the outcome of this contest remains uncertain. The one borrowing may not necessarily be me. Li Feng's eyes glimmered with a cold light, recognizing Zhang Yaoquan's unwavering allegiance to Song Ziyuan. In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious. As he observed two new contenders stepping onto the stage, Li Feng chuckled lightly. Song Xiao, you go first this time. To avoid any accusations of me bullying you. A flash of anger flickered in Song Ziyuan's heart, yet this time he refrained from opposing the choice. The distinction between selecting first and second was substantial. He had no desire to suffer defeat again. I choose the red attire. Red attire? Has young Master Song made his decision? Let us hope you do not regret it later. Humph, Li Feng, are you a coward prattling on so much? Song Ziyuan retorted angrily. Li Feng glanced at Zhang Yaoquan, Zhong Yinshan, and Gu Shan, asking, what about you all? I choose the red attire. I choose the red attire. I too select the red attire. The trio of Zhang Yaoquan responded in unison. And you too? Li Feng directed his gaze towards Lu Shichao and Li Quan. Young Master Feng, I think I shall refrain from participating, Lu Shichao replied, shaking his head. He could not afford to offend any of these young masters. And the wisest course was to remain uninvolved. Of course, if Li Feng insisted on his participation, he would not refuse, for his life was, after all, in Li Feng's hands. Young Master Feng, I lack the funds for this, Li Quan said, also shaking his head. He had little faith in Li Feng's prospects. In his view, Li Feng's previous victory was merely a stroke of luck. Should he partake in the wager, he would inevitably have to side with Li Feng, being his subordinate. Thus he chose to abstain. It appears I am left with no choice but to select the blue attire, Li Feng said, gazing helplessly at Song Ziyuan and the others. You may forfeit, Song Ziyuan sneered. Do you believe your victory is assured, young Master Song? I shall choose the blue attire as well, and this time I will wager 100 million. Do you dare? As he spoke, Li Feng involuntarily clenched his fists. Song Ziyuan observed the expression on Li Feng's face and scoffed. I wager 200 million. Do you dare to match me? I too shall wager 200 million. I shall wager 200 million as well, Zhang Yaoquan declared. I do not possess such wealth. I shall stake 50 million, Gu Shan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Feng. What is there to fear? Li Feng, seemingly provoked by Song Ziyuan, glared at him and retorted with a fierce countenance. My streak of good fortune has yet to conclude. This time, victory is assured. I shall wager 500 million. Young Master Feng, Gu Shan said, his concern evident as he regarded Li Feng. While it was challenging to discern who among the two combatants on the stage was superior, it was clear that Song Ziyuan was no weakling. His judgment was astute. Given his choice of the red-clad fighter, the likelihood of victory was substantial. In Gu Shan's view, Li Feng's wager of 500 million was purely impulsive. However, before Gu Shan could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Song Ziyuan. With young Master Feng brimming with confidence, how could I refrain from joining in? I too shall wager 500 million. Just as Gu Shan had surmised, victory seemed inevitable for Song Ziyuan. He not only recognized the disparity between the two fighters on stage, but the red-clad individual was one he had brought along, specifically prepared for the boxing championship. He was intimately aware of this fighter's capabilities, and in this modest underground arena, his triumph was beyond question. Previously, Song Ziyuan had harbored concerns about Li Feng placing the first bet, but he was taken aback by Li Feng's audacity. Given the circumstances, he felt compelled to seize this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Li Feng. Li Feng, this time you are courting misfortune. Watch how I deal with you. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Song Ziyuan's mouth. Chapter 43. A lucrative windfall. Li Feng's gaze was fixed intently on the arena below, where the two combatants had commenced their fierce engagement. Unlike the previous pair, these two exhibited a remarkable prowess, their skills far superior, and their techniques merciless. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Notably, the man in red radiated an aura of ferocity, clearly a seasoned warrior, from Li Feng's perspective. This individual had at least reached the initial stage of the 4th level of body refinement, boasting formidable combat strength. In contrast, the fighter in blue lagged a tier behind the red-clad adversary. However, Li Feng's support for the blue-clad fighter was not a mere act of desperation. He had discerned a unique secret about him. His left hand was unlike any other. The man in red unleashed a barrage of aggressive attacks, each one deadly precise and executed in close quarters. The blue fighter, lacking the same fluidity and grace as his opponent, engaged in a fierce exchange. Each blow met with a counter. Suddenly, the red-clad warrior exposed a momentary weakness, and the blue fighter seized the opportunity to retaliate. launching a powerful punch aimed at the Red Warrior's chest. Yet, to his astonishment, the Red Fighter leaped off the ground, executing a swift kick that connected squarely with the Blue Fighter's chin. Blood erupted from the Blue Fighter's mouth as he was sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The spectators below erupted with cheers, their excitement palpable. Li Feng, this time you are surely destined to lose, declared Song Ziyuan, a triumphant grin on his face as he addressed Li Feng. 500 million, enough for a year's indulgence. Haha, do not fret, Li Feng. Victory and defeat are but the whims of battle, added Zhong Yinshan, his expression beaming with a hint of smugness. The outcome remains uncertain. Li Feng let out a cold laugh. Humph, utterly unrepentant, Song Ziyuan scoffed in response. However, at that moment, a tremendous transformation had occurred on the scene. On the arena, the blue-clad fighter, having been struck down by the red-clad adversary, rolled on the ground and sprang to his feet. Drawing in a deep breath, he clenched his fists, his piercing gaze fixated on the red-clad opponent. With a swift motion, the blue-clad fighter launched himself towards the red-clad man, his left sleeve suddenly swelling, crackling with energy. In a heartbeat, he unleashed a barrage of punches, the speed of his strikes rendering them nearly invisible. The air was filled with a tempest of fists, the ferocity of his onslaught tearing through the atmosphere, as the blue-clad warrior descended upon his foe like a tiger on the hunt, an unstoppable force. Clearly taken by surprise by this sudden eruption of power, the red-clad fighter found himself ensnared within a multitude of shadowy fists before he could react. The barrage of punches overwhelmed him in an instant, his robust form soaring through the air like a mere sandbag. His anguished cries mingling with the sickening sound of shattering bones that echoed throughout the venue, inciting fervent screams from the audience. With a thunderous crash, the red-clad fighter was sent flying several meters by the sheer force of the assault, landing heavily outside the arena, bloodied and battered. How is this possible? Song Ziyuan gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, the rapidity of events leaving him stunned as the blue-clad fighter triumphed over his opponent. There is never anything impossible in this world. The fortune teller's words ring true. Today luck is on my side, and I have emerged victorious. Li Feng laughed heartily, a triumphant smirk gracing his face as he turned to Song Ziyuan. Young Master Song, you wouldn't dare deny the outcome, would you? A jest, who am I, Song Ziyuan, that I would fail to acknowledge my debts? With a cold chuckle, Song Ziyuan reflected that while 500 million is a substantial sum, it pales in comparison to his reputation. Without his face, how could he claim to be the second young master of the Song family? However, beneath his exterior, a surge of anger brewed within him. He believed that Li Feng had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, how could that man in blue have turned the tables at the last moment? I knew young Master Song was not one to renege on his debts. Transfer the funds. Li Feng scoffed, finding amusement in Song Ziyuan's obsession with face. He felt a distinct pleasure witnessing Song's vexation. Young Master Zhang, young Master Zhong, it is your turn to transfer as well, Li Feng said with a smile to Zhang Yaoquan and Zhong Yinshan. The two each deposited 200 million. And with Song Ziyuan's 500 million, he swiftly accrued 900 million. The speed at which this wealth materialized astonished him. These young masters were indeed extraordinarily affluent. Li Feng couldn't help but reflect on his own situation as the heir of the Li family. He found himself with little more than the Xiangfeng Investment Company and the Tianfu building to his name. Logically, these assets hardly befitted his esteemed status. It seemed he was not in a favorable position within the family. Humph, a petty man revels in his triumphs, Zhang Yaoquan scoffed. Young Master Feng truly possesses discernment. 200 million is merely a trifle, and I, Zhong Yinshan, can certainly manage it, Zhong Yinshan replied with a glimmer in his eye and a chuckle. Li Feng remarked, many thanks to both esteemed young masters. I had a hunch that today would bring me good fortune. With this windfall, I could easily sponsor the entire Tianhai Academy of Arts. Song Ziyuan, Zhang Yaoquan, and Zhong Yinshan transferred money into Li Feng's account. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, their faces turned ashen, particularly Song Ziyuan, who had never endured such a significant loss. If it weren't for his apprehension regarding Li Feng's capabilities, he would have already taught him a lesson. Naturally, Song Ziyuan was not alone on this occasion. As a scion of a prestigious family, he was accompanied by several bodyguards. Although he preferred not to be overly attended, he allowed his bodyguards to remain nearby, while Song Ziyuan considered letting his bodyguards deal with Li Feng. He understood the implications of Li Feng's status. He could act on his own accord, yet if his guards were to intervene, It might be misconstrued as a declaration of war against the Li family. Gu Shan, you can forget about it, Li Feng remarked, glancing at Gu Shan. He held a favorable impression of Gu Shan and, having only symbolically wagered 50 million, did not place much value on the amount. Cultivating a friendship with Gu Shan seemed advantageous. Haha, young Master Feng, you jest. A bet is a bet. I can certainly afford this sum, Gu Shan declined. Primarily for the sake of his own dignity and to avoid raising suspicions in Song Ziyuan's mind. Song Ziyuan was a proud individual, while Gu Shan was unafraid of him. He had no desire to foster animosity. Haha, then I shall not stand on ceremony, Li Feng chuckled, glancing at his phone notifications. A smile of uncontainable excitement gracing his face. A petty man gains power, Song Ziyuan scoffed, his gaze darkening as he observed the red-clad figure who had been defeated. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Bring him to me. Li Quan stared in astonishment at Li Feng. How could it be? How could Li Feng have triumphed? In a mere span of over an hour, Li Feng had astonishingly amassed 550 million from Song Ziyuan, 200 million from Zhang Yaoquan, 200 million from Zhong Yanshan, and 50 million from Gu Shan, totaling a staggering 1 billion. This was something Li Quan had never dared to contemplate before. Yet it was undeniably unfolding before his eyes. Could it truly be sheer luck? How could Li Feng's fortune be so extraordinary? As thoughts of the 1 billion in Li Feng's possession coursed through his mind, unease settled within Li Quan. Li Feng had borrowed 1.5 billion from Tian loan, and now, excluding the additional 1 billion he had formed with Lu Shichao to establish a company, Li Feng still held 500 million. Coupled with the current winnings of 1 billion. He would only need to add a modest amount of interest to settle the debts owed to Tian loan. Would this not render Li Quan's meticulously crafted plan futile? Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. Should Li Feng continue to win, he would no longer have to worry about finances, thereby depriving Li Quan of a crucial leverage point. Li Quan's small eyes darted about, as schemes flickered through his mind like fleeting shadows. Chapter 44. The Deal. Young Master Song. The person has been brought in. The figure in red, battered and barely clinging to life, was escorted into the private room by Song Ziyuan's 2 bodyguards. Without a hint of compassion, they unceremoniously tossed him onto the floor and stood beside Song Ziyuan, casting cold, disdainful glances at the man in red. Tianlang? Song Ziyuan sneered as he approached the fallen figure. Isn't this the infamous Tianlang? What did you say when you arrived in Tianhai City? Weren't you supposed to be formidable? How is it that you were defeated in just 1 round? Young Master Song. Tianlang struggled to lift his head. What use do I have for a waste like you? Song Ziyuan's gaze turned icy, his eyes radiating a terrifying murderous intent. Please, give me another chance. Tianlang's face paled, desperation evident as he looked up at Song Ziyuan. He was acutely aware of the latter's ruthless nature. Yet he found himself with no alternatives. A chance? You have caused me losses amounting to billions. Are you prepared to compensate me? Song Ziyuan's cold stare conveyed his profound contempt. He believed his defeat to Li Feng was not due to a lack of vision, but rather because Tianlang was utterly useless. Take him away. Dispose of him according to the usual procedure. Song Ziyuan interjected, dismissing any opportunity for explanation. Upon hearing this, the 2 bodyguards advanced, seizing Tianlang by the arms and dragging him towards the exit. Young master, what do you mean by this? You aren't venting your frustrations on him because of your loss, are you? Surely, your temperament is not so petty? Li Feng interjected at that moment. Silence, Li Feng. I manage my own affairs. It is not for you to comment. Song Ziyuan cast a fierce glare at Li Feng, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Was this not a case of old shame transforming into rage? Li Feng paid no heed to Song Ziyuan's threats. Instead, he gazed intently at Tianlang, the strongest individual he had ever encountered. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough, he might not have surpassed this formidable figure. It was bewildering to him that Song Ziyuan would consider relinquishing such a powerful subordinate. However, this presented an opportunity for Li Feng. He was in dire need of a capable ally, and recruiting Tianlang was a rare chance indeed. Song, how about we strike a deal? Li Feng proposed. A deal? What sort of deal? Song Ziyuan regarded Li Feng with suspicion, perceiving him as cunning and duplicitous. A stark contrast to his prior impressions. It is this Tianlang who has brought me fortune, and I wish to ensure his safety, Li Feng indicated towards Tianlang, who had been dragged to the doorway. You mean him? Song Ziyuan paused, then chuckled mockingly. You wish to safeguard him? On what grounds? He is my subordinate. I can do as I please, kill or strike him at will. Your subordinate is still a person. Can you truly be so ruthless? Moreover, today's incident was not his fault. After all, the opponent was simply too powerful, Li Feng retorted. Humph, a useless waste is just that, a waste. What purpose does it serve to keep him around? Li Feng, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, Song Ziyuan replied coldly, interpreting Li Feng's words as a deliberate mockery. Li Feng, with a serious demeanor, declared, Song, I am not jesting. I want him. You want him? Ha ha ha. When did Feng Xiao develop an inclination for men? After a year apart. It is unexpected to discover such a penchant in him. Song Ziyuan laughed heartily, pointing at Li Feng and saying, had I known of your preferences, I would have brought several young and charming fellows to serve you today. Li Feng's expression darkened. No one would relish being labeled as having a taste for the same sex, especially since he is a man of conventional orientation. He looked at the guffawing Song Ziyuan and felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Feng Xiao, I never imagined you had such inclinations, Zhang Yaoquan laughed uproariously, seemingly relieved of some pent-up frustration. My interest in him does not pertain to orientation. Rather, it is his potential to bring me fortune. Had it not been for him today, how could I have earned billions? To me, he is my lucky star. Though I wonder if Song Xiao would be willing to part with him. Li Feng scoffed. These privileged youths were oblivious to the value of Tianlang. The inherent strength of Tianlang was not to be underestimated. With proper guidance, he could potentially evolve into an unparalleled master. And Li Feng's team was in dire need of such talent. Moreover, it was evident that Song Ziyuan intended to abandon him. Given Song Ziyuan's character, abandoning him would not come without consequences, perhaps even death. If Li Feng were to rescue him, it would create a bond of gratitude, possibly earning him unwavering loyalty. Lucky star? Song Ziyuan's countenance darkened. If this Tianlang was Li Feng's lucky star, then he was undoubtedly a harbinger of disaster for him. Song Xiao, name your price, Li Feng proposed. Are you truly serious? Song Ziyuan gazed at Li Feng in disbelief, initially suspecting that Li Feng was merely trying to provoke him. To his astonishment, Li Feng genuinely desired Tianlang. He could not comprehend whether Li Feng truly regarded this Tianlang as his lucky star. Naturally, Zhang Xiao, Zhong Xiao, and Gu Xiao could testify to this. Li Feng nodded. Such a formidable expert would not be a fool. 500 million, Song Ziyuan declared, making an audacious offer. 500 million. Neither Zhang Yaoquan, Zhong Yinshan, nor Gu Shan had anticipated Song Ziyuan's brazen demand. To purchase a person, particularly one deemed useless, for such a price seemed utterly absurd. Any fool would surely reject the proposition. Yet, Li Feng nodded without hesitation. You actually agreed? Song Ziyuan stared incredulously at Li Feng. His rationale for proposing 500 million was not only to unsettle Li Feng, but also due to his own reluctance to part with the 500 million he had lost to him. For Song Ziyuan, that amount was no trifling sum. He had never imagined that Li Feng would acquiesce. In his eyes, a life like Tianlang's was worth merely a few million. With 500 million, he could recruit numerous individuals. Yet Li Feng's acceptance left him astounded. Not only Song Ziyuan, but also Zhang Yaoquan and the others were left speechless, casting incredulous glances at Li Feng. Who else but a fool would pay 500 million for Tianlang? The once dejected Tianlang, upon hearing Li Feng's words, abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Li Feng, his eyes radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Of course, this is a check from Citibank. Tianlang is now in my employ. Li Feng genuinely feared that Song Ziyuan might refuse. He believed that the higher the price, the more Tianlang would understand his own significance. Regardless, the billion in his possession is not his own, so he is unperturbed in its usage. Thank you. I didn't expect such a worthless individual to hold such value. Just be sure not to regret it later. Although Song Ziyuan was taken aback, he did not refuse. Recovering 500 million was nothing short of a boon for him. He was more concerned about Li Feng having second thoughts. Little did he know, Li Feng's true objective was Tianlang. Approaching Tianlang, Li Feng addressed Song Ziyuan's two bodyguards, commanding, release him at once. The bodyguards exchanged glances with Song Ziyuan, who nodded in affirmation. Are you all right? Li Feng asked, assisting Tianlang to his feet while discreetly applying pressure to several acupoints, temporarily alleviating his injuries. However, Tianlang's wounds were severe. Without prompt medical attention, he would face lasting repercussions. Song Xiao, remember to seek me out for similar profitable opportunities in the future, Li Feng remarked. Tianlang's injuries are too grave. I must take him to the hospital. I bid you farewell. With that, Li Feng disregarded Song Ziyuan, beckoning Lu Shichao and Li Quan to exit the private room. Bang! As soon as Li Feng and his companions departed, Song Ziyuan slammed his palm onto the coffee table in fury. Damn Li Feng, how arrogant. One day, he will pay for this insolence. Song Ziyuan seethed. Although he had only lost 500 million and the worthless Tianlang, he felt utterly humiliated, especially by someone he had always looked down upon, Li Feng. Song Xiao is right. Li Feng is far too arrogant. If we do not teach him a harsh lesson, he will think Song Xiao fears him, Zhang Yaoquan chimed in. Feeling the sting of his own 200 million loss, harboring thoughts of revenge against Li Feng, Zhang Xiao is indeed correct. If we do not teach him a lesson, we cannot fathom how he might continue to overreach in the future. I possess a strategy that could assist Song Xiao in reprimanding Li Feng, proposed Zhong Yinshan. Song Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for Zhong Yinshan was renowned for his cleverness. He eagerly inquired, "What ingenious plan do you have, Zhong Xiao?" With a sly smile, Zhong Yinshan replied, "We simply need to proceed in this manner." Chapter 45, Tianlang 3 days later, in the hospital's intensive care unit. Your recovery is remarkable. You have nearly returned to your former self in just 3 days, Li Feng remarked, his eyes betraying a sense of astonishment. When he left Tianyao Pavilion 3 days prior, Tianlang had been gravely injured. Li Feng had assumed it would take at least a fortnight for him to recuperate, yet here he was, nearly restored in a mere 3 days. Thank you, Tianlang replied sincerely, fully aware that had it not been for Li Feng, he would have perished. He was acutely conscious of Song Ziyuan's methods. None who fell into his grasp ever emerged unscathed. There is no need for gratitude. My motives for rescuing you are quite deliberate. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of adopting a self-righteous tone, stating that his act of saving Tianlang was a trivial endeavor and that he was now free. His true aim was to recruit Tianlang, and he preferred to be forthright rather than beat around the bush. I understand. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you. Tianlang nodded in comprehension. You were a soldier in the past, weren't you? And you've taken many lives. Indeed, after my discharge, I became a mercenary, Tianlang acknowledged with a nod. A glimmer of insight sparked in Li Feng's eyes, as he had not anticipated a connection between the Nanling Song family and mercenaries. How did you come to be associated with Song Ziyuan? What was the purpose of your visit to Tianhai City this time? Tianlang hesitated. Of course. You are free to remain silent, Li Feng smiled, undeterred by Tianlang's reluctance. Young Master Feng, I am part of the Tianlang Mercenary Corps. Tianlang finally revealed his background. He was an orphan from the northwest of Huaxia, raised in an orphanage. Mischievous and combative from a young age. He was sent to the military by the orphanage director at the age of 18. In the military, he thrived, progressing from a common soldier to an outstanding special forces operative known by the codename Tianlang in just a few years. However, an unfortunate incident led to a fallout with his superior, forcing him to retire prematurely. Having spent many years in the army, he found himself lacking any skills beyond what he had learned in service. Consequently, he fell in with an underground syndicate, scraping by. During a violent clash within this underworld, he inadvertently killed a gang leader, compelling him to flee abroad. While overseas, he discovered the existence of mercenaries and joined a mercenary group, embarking on a new chapter of his life. In the world of mercenaries, Tianlang excelled, and after several years, he established the Tianlang Mercenary Corps with like-minded individuals, earning a formidable reputation in South Africa. Yet, fate took a turn when, during a mission, the Tianlang Mercenary Corps faced betrayal, suffering severe losses. Tianlang managed to lead the remaining members to safety, but each was gravely injured, requiring substantial medical expenses, and fallen comrades needed compensation. Given that the mercenary group was relatively new, they were unable to muster such a large sum, prompting Tianlang to seek a way to earn money. At this juncture, Song Ziyuan approached him, seeking his participation in a boxing championship to secure enough funds for his injured comrades' medical bills. Despite his determination, Tianlang was unprepared for the harsh reality that awaited him. In his first bout in Tianhai City, he suffered a complete and crushing defeat. According to the agreement he made with Song Ziyuan, this time he would not only forfeit his monetary compensation, but also his very life. How much did Song Ziyuan offer you? Li Feng inquired, taken aback by the plethora of stories behind this enigmatic figure, the Wolf of Heaven. His satisfaction grew. With the discipline of a soldier and the adventurous spirit of a mercenary, he was the ideal choice for Li Feng's team. 5 million. Came the reply from the Wolf of Heaven. What? Just 5 million? Li Feng exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face as he gazed at him incredulously. You sold your life for a mere 5 million? Surely, your life is worth more than that. The wolf of heaven smiled wryly, acknowledging the harsh truth that even the mightiest can be brought low by a lack of funds. Have your comrades received treatment? Li Feng pressed further. We had some money saved, sufficient to cover their medical expenses. The 5 million is primarily for the compensation of those who perished in battle, the wolf of heaven explained. I shall give you 10 million to resolve these matters. Thereafter, you shall accompany me in my endeavors, Li Feng declared. Rest assured, young Master Feng, you saved my life. I shall willingly face any peril in your service, the wolf of heaven affirmed, his gaze resolute. He understood that Li Feng had expended 500 million to rescue him from Song Ziyuan, a debt of gratitude he would carry to his grave. Excellent. From this moment on, you are a member of my Black Hawk Brigade, Li Feng replied, nodding in satisfaction. Your immediate task is to focus on your recovery. By the way, how many members remain in your mercenary group? Young Master Feng, the Wolf of Heaven Mercenary Corps shall no longer exist, he responded. Tianlang misunderstood Li Feng's intentions, thinking that Li Feng was concerned about his lingering attachment to the Tianlang Mercenary Corps. You have misinterpreted my meaning. I wish to inquire whether your comrades would be interested in working for me. Rest assured, I shall provide them with the finest treatment, Li Feng clarified. Really? Tianlang exclaimed with delight. He understood that his brothers were all warriors at heart. Having disbanded the Tianlang Mercenary Corps, they would not be inclined to live as ordinary civilians. There was a risk they might join another mercenary group, which filled him with worry for their future. He could only despise his own helplessness, lamenting his inability to secure a proper path for his brothers. What Tianlang did not anticipate was that Li Feng intended to recruit his comrades. These men were bonded through adversity, and the prospect of working together was immensely appealing. Moreover, he felt that Li Feng was unlike other employers. Indeed, if your brothers are willing, they may come work for me. I assure you, they shall not be at a disadvantage, Li Feng nodded. However, one condition must be met. These individuals must be loyal and dependable. Rest assured, young Master Feng, I am well aware of this, Tianlang replied, though a hint of worry crept into his voice. However, young Master, my brothers number over 20. Are you truly interested in all of them? Over 20? Splendid. Li Feng's excitement was palpable. 20 seasoned mercenaries, even if not on par with Tianlang himself, could easily be trained to possess formidable combat prowess. This was an excellent opportunity for Li Feng. Tianlang, I shall take every one of them, offering a monthly salary of 50,000, along with bonuses, Li Feng proclaimed. What? Tianlang was taken aback. Li Feng's treatment was exceedingly generous. It is well known that the average salary for a bodyguard is merely 5,000 yuan per month, while Special Forces bodyguards earn only around 10 to 20,000. The reason he previously received 1 million from Song Ziyuan was that he had essentially sold his life to him. These mercenaries often dance on the edge of death, and their monthly earnings seldom reach such heights. Is that insufficient? Li Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. No, young Master Feng. Your offer is simply too generous. Tianlang hastily clarified. Li Feng chuckled. To him, a monthly salary of 50,000 was hardly excessive. The Black Hawk Brigade was no ordinary unit, and even during training, one's life could be at stake. Contact your comrades. If they are willing to join me, instruct them to come to Tianhai City immediately. Of course, if they are not inclined, there is no need to pressure them. Rest assured, young Master Feng, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Chapter 46. The Hunted Beauty. Upon leaving the hospital, Li Feng drove towards the training base situated in the outskirts. After several days of diligent work, the training base had been completed ahead of schedule. At that moment, it resembled a fortress, with towering walls enclosing the premises, obscuring the activities within. After surveying the entire training base, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, although it fell significantly short in quality. It was a simplified version of the Special Forces camp from his past life. Walking through the training base evoked a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his military days. It is important to note that Li Feng's intention in transforming this training base into a simplified version of his former Special Forces camp was not to reminisce about the past, but rather to harness the strategic advantages offered by such a design. Today, Li Feng's objective was to establish the base's defenses. Prior to the renovation, he had purchased an array of equipment online, which had now arrived, and the training base was ready for the installation of defensive structures. In Li Feng's eyes, the performance of the equipment purchased online was subpar. Thus, he needed to modify them before installation. While it was beyond the realm of possibility for him to elevate these devices to the standards of those from his previous life, he aimed to enhance them to a superior level, akin to upgrading a smartphone's intelligent chip. For others, such a task might pose significant challenges, but for Li Feng, it was merely a matter of applying some effort. Unlike the development of new intelligent chips, many of these devices are substantial in size, weighing thousands of pounds. In recent days, Li Feng has reached the pinnacle of the 5th stage of body refinement and is on the verge of breaking through to the 6th stage. With his strength now at an impressive 1,400 pounds, with the assistance of an automatic crane, he was able to move these cumbersome devices. After an entire day and night, Li Feng finally established the defense system for the training base. Although he perceives numerous flaws within the system, he firmly believes it to be among the finest in this era. Had it not been for the unavailability of certain equipment, the defense system could have been upgraded even further. Li Feng pondered when he might leverage his inexpensive father-in-law's connections to procure additional equipment, but ultimately decided against it. He currently wishes to avoid dealings with his father-in-law. With the transformation of the training base now complete in the presence of Tianlang and his brothers, he is poised to officially establish his security company in the Black Hawk Squad. The next step involves training the members of the Black Hawk Squad to cultivate their combat capabilities. The primary target for the Black Hawk Squad is the Blackstone Gang. However, the Blackstone Gang merely represents an ordinary underground force. Although they are involved in the arms trade, Li Feng believes that given the stringent regulations surrounding arms in Huaxia, the trade cannot be particularly thriving. Unlike foreign arms dealers, the Blackstone Gang lacks loyal and well-trained mercenaries. In contrast, Tianlang and his brothers are seasoned veterans in the mercenary world, living on the edge of life and death, equipped with formidable combat skills that are more than sufficient to deal with the ruffians of the Blackstone Gang. Just as Li Feng departed from the training base, he received a call from Lu Shichao. On the phone, Lu Shichao's voice resonated. Feng Xiao. The raw stones have departed from Bainan province and are expected to arrive in Tianhai City by tomorrow. So soon? After leaving Tianyao Pavilion, Li Quan and his associates hastened their plans. The day after their departure, Lu Shichao led a team to procure raw stones from Bainan province. Over the past 3 days, Lu Shichao has been diligently updating Li Feng on the situation, yet Li Feng instructed him to adhere strictly to Li Quan's plans. Yesterday, Lu Shichao called Li Feng to inform him that the procurement of raw stones was nearly complete and they would return to Tianhai City 3 days later, unexpectedly arriving a day ahead of schedule. Feng Xiao, this is Brother Peng's directive. He personally called me this morning, Lu Shichao clarified. Li Feng was taken aback. Li Quan was concerned that Li Feng might have acquired funds, jeopardizing their plan, which prompted Lu Shichao to expedite matters. However, what could Brother Peng from the Imperial Pavilion want? Was it merely for shares in Xiangfeng Investment Company? This seemed highly unlikely. Setting aside other considerations, the operational status of the Imperial Pavilion was not something that could be compared to the current state of Xiangfeng Investment Company. Li Feng believed that, in comparison to shares in Xiangfeng, Brother Peng would prioritize preserving his own life. After contemplating various possibilities, Li Feng could not discern Brother Peng's intentions. So he decided to cast aside these thoughts and simply instructed Lu Shichao, just follow their directives, ensure that no flaws are revealed. Furthermore, notify me immediately upon the arrival of the raw stones in Tianhai City. Understood, Lu Shichao responded before ending the call. It appears that one must be cautious of this Peng Gu, in contrast to Li Quan, who is akin to a venomous snake. Peng Gu embodies the essence of a ravenous wolf. As for the Haishi gang, they are merely akin to a feeble cat. As Li Feng pondered this, he drove his car towards the city. Given his current prowess, he could endure several days and nights without rest. However, after a day and night of modifying equipment, he was utterly exhausted. Moreover, he had subsisted solely on biscuits and instant noodles throughout the day, and his hunger had become unbearable. Upon spotting a noodle shop by the roadside, Li Feng halted his vehicle and entered the establishment. Under the astonished gaze of the proprietress, he devoured 3 generous bowls of lamb noodles. After leaving the noodle shop, Li Feng resumed his journey to return to the villa for some much-needed sleep. Yet, only a few minutes into his drive, he felt the pressing need to relieve himself. He parked the car at the roadside and ventured into the woods to take care of his needs. What a relief! After emerging from the woods and preparing to return to his car, a Porsche screeched to a halt beside him, its arrival marked by a piercing sound. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the car door swung open violently. With a loud thud, Li Feng was knocked to the ground, but fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to roll and spring back to his feet. At that moment, a live figure leapt from the vehicle. Li Feng looked up to see a woman emerging from the car, wielding a steel knife. She exuded an air of elegance and ferocity, an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Li Feng could sense that this woman had taken lives. Simultaneously, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, an exquisite Chanel perfume, a limited edition. Its notes of orchid and musk tantalizingly elusive, intoxicating him against his will. Li Feng looked up, and a face that was equally charming and pouting came into view. Cascading like a waterfall, her long hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders. Her brows, perfectly arched, framed large eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, enhanced by delicate, slightly curled lashes that rendered her dark orbs irresistibly enchanting. The glimmer in her eyes was full of life and vitality. Her straight, jade-like nose was exquisitely sculpted, while her moist, soft red lips emanated a subtle sheen, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer. Even Li Feng could not deny that she was a stunning beauty, an absolute marvel, one who could easily rival Hu Yuan. Especially striking was her naturally radiant face, untouched by makeup, which epitomized purity and beauty to the utmost degree. Li Feng found himself momentarily dazed, wondering if he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck by encountering such a beautiful woman on the street. At that moment, two figures suddenly lunged towards her with remarkable speed, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. Had he not regained his strength, he might not have perceived their presence at all. Li Feng's expression shifted as his gaze fell upon the two burly men wielding steel knives, striking towards the woman with lightning speed. It became clear to him that this was an act of vengeance. Yet, the woman was no weakling. Her countenance remained unperturbed as she countered their lethal strikes with her own blade. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of steel as the three engaged in a fierce battle by the roadside, locked in a deadly struggle with no resolution in sight. However, Li Feng perceived the situation with clarity. Although the woman fought fiercely against the two formidable men, her strength, martial skills, and experience were inferior to theirs. Her defeat was merely a matter of time. Indeed, as fate would have it, she failed to evade an attack, letting out a muffled groan as a deep gash was inflicted upon her shoulder, blood gushing forth immediately. Die! One of the men shouted as he lunged forward, bringing his foot down upon the woman's chest, sending her hurtling backward. The trajectory of her flight led her directly towards Li Feng. Thud! She landed heavily before him, and as she raised her gaze to meet his, desperation filled her eyes as she pleaded, "Save me." Chapter 47. The wind chime. Li Feng cast a fleeting glance at the woman, his mind clouded with indecision. It was evidently an act of revenge, and he had no desire to become embroiled in such a conflict without cause. At that moment, two men rushed towards him, and upon spotting Li Feng, one of them revealed a glint of malice in his eyes. "Kill him, leave no one alive." Damn it! Li Feng cursed under his breath. He had not intended to provoke trouble, yet these two men showed no hesitation in targeting him. With that thought, he sprang into action, channeling his energy as his left fist transformed into a flurry of striking shadows, launching towards the man with the malevolent gaze. The man was taken aback, realizing too late that even an insignificant insect dared to resist. Fury ignited within him. Damn it! He spat, hastily retaliating with a punch. Boom! The man was sent flying nearly 10 meters, his clothing torn and disheveled, a picture of utter disarray. Without pausing, Li Feng shifted his palm into a blade, striking like lightning at the second man. The sudden turn of events left the second man aghast. He had not anticipated that a mere passerby possessed such formidable prowess. Doubts crept into his mind, wondering if this youth was, in fact, an ally sent by his adversary. Nevertheless, he could not afford to underestimate Li Feng. In an instant, he swung his steel knife, the blade slicing through the air with the speed of lightning. Humph! Li Feng let out a cold snort, his momentum unabated as his hand sliced directly towards the man's chest. Simultaneously, he waved his left hand, a flash of silver darting forth. Ah! A shriek pierced the air as the man's wrist was severed, the steel knife clattering to the ground. In that instant, Li Feng had closed the distance, his hand blade poised to strike. Once again, a piercing scream echoed, followed by the sound of bones fracturing. The man's chest caved in as if struck by a heavy object. Considering Li Feng's astounding strength of 1,400 pounds, it was no surprise that such force was insufferable. Thud! The man fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. A disdainful sneer curled Li Feng's lips. These two men were pathetically weak. Not only he, but even the celestial wolf could effortlessly dispatch them. As he gazed upon the fallen figures, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He picked up the knife from the ground and, after wiping it with a tissue, advanced toward the two men with deliberate steps. "What do you intend to do? Do you even know who we are?" One of the men weakly raised his head, his gaze icy. "I have no interest in knowing your identities," Li Feng replied with a chilling smile, bemused by their arrogance. How could they still threaten him when death loomed so close? Were people in this era truly this foolish? "Kid, let me tell you, by helping that woman, you're sealing your own fate." The man glared at Li Feng, his expression still laced with arrogance. "Ha ha." Li Feng laughed heartily, gazing at him as one would at a fool. "I'm doomed, you say? Are you quite certain?" A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Li Feng, the man's expression shifted in fear. "You intend to kill me? Congratulations, you're correct." Li Feng's lips curled into a menacing grin. "Think carefully. Should you kill me, you shall not escape unscathed. Not just you, but your family and friends will also face dire consequences." The man felt a surge of panic. He had never truly believed that Li Feng would attempt to take his life for a prolonged period, owing to his status. He was convinced that no one would dare to confront the formidable forces behind him. Thus, he harbored the notion that he was invulnerable to harm. "It seemed as though my earlier intervention had been in vain, as you still harbor intentions to kill me. If you wish to end my life, you must be prepared for the consequences," Li Feng stated icily. "Damn." The man's expression shifted dramatically as he acutely sensed Li Feng's murderous intent. He had no doubt that Li Feng was not jesting. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from provoking him. No, he could not afford to die. He had yet to fully savor life and indulge in its pleasures. How could he meet his end so prematurely? Earlier, it was merely a misunderstanding. The desire to kill you was not my own, but rather the suggestion of my companion. In a desperate bid for survival, he was willing to betray his own ally. "Humph, today your fate is sealed," Li Feng sneered. He was determined to eradicate all threats, unwilling to leave anyone behind who might seek retribution in the future. "You don't." The man's protest was abruptly silenced as Li Feng severed his throat. Employing the same ruthless method, he dispatched another unconscious man before dragging their lifeless bodies into the woods. 5 minutes later, Li Feng emerged from the forest, cradling the unconscious woman with long hair and striding towards the vehicle. "Consider yourself fortunate." Gazing at the exquisite features of the long-haired woman, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. Her beauty was striking, and in her current state of unconsciousness, she was entirely at his mercy. Should he proceed or not? Li Feng is a man of youthful vigor. In his previous life, after each mission, he sought solace in the company of women. Having traversed into this new realm for over a month, he has yet to encounter a woman. At this moment, as he embraces a woman with long hair, inhaling the enchanting scent of Chanel emanating from her, he feels an acute dryness in his throat, as if it were ablaze. This woman, with her cascading locks, is Gong Quan. Gulp. Li Feng swallows hard, his hand reaching towards the unattainable, temptation bordering on transgression. Just then, he encounters something sticky. Lowering his gaze, he discovers it to be blood. "Consider yourself fortunate. Remember to replenish me well," he mutters to himself as he seals the acupoints of the long-haired woman, staunching her bleeding. Upon assessing her injuries, he cannot help but shake his head. The woman's wounds are severe, and many are not recent. Without immediate treatment, her life may be in jeopardy. "All right then, I shall see this through," he muses with a wry smile. He had merely intended to relieve himself, yet he finds himself embroiled in a significant predicament. Had she not been such a striking beauty, he might have turned a blind eye. As he places her gently in the back seat, he hesitates. Where should he take her? Certainly, a hospital would be the optimal choice, but it is evident that she is being pursued. He knows nothing of her identity. Should he expose himself by seeking help at a hospital, it could lead to further complications. Perhaps a retreat to the villa? Li Feng could not help but shake his head. The villa, being inhabited by Hu Yuan and several servants, was far from secure, with too many voices to navigate. Moreover, what if he brought this long-haired woman to the villa and sparked jealousy in Hu Yuan? Although he was not one to forsake a vast pasture for a single blade of grass, the rivalry among women was undoubtedly more fierce than the earlier skirmish he had encountered. He certainly did not wish to find himself caught in the throes of jealousy between two women for no reason at all. Of course, Li Feng could take this long-haired woman to a hotel, but such actions would inevitably reveal her identity, leading to a cascade of troubles he wished to avoid. It was best to spare himself from that predicament. With a resolute heart, he closed the car door and turned the vehicle around, retracing his path. After much contemplation, he concluded that the training base would provide the safest haven, devoid of outsiders, thus ensuring the long-haired woman's identity remained undisclosed. Upon arriving at the training base, Li Feng swiftly lifted the long-haired woman in his arms and made his way towards the lounge. His movements were rapid, and he scarcely noticed that one of his hands seemed to rest upon a soft, prominent surface. As he opened the door to the lounge and placed the long-haired woman onto the spring bed, his heart raced at the sight of her reclining figure. Just then, a delicate fragrance enveloped him, and a soft exclamation echoed in his ears, followed by a sharp smack upon his hand. Awakened from his reverie, Li Feng lifted his gaze to find a flushed and indignant visage staring back at him, her enchanting eyes filled with ire. Upon encountering the woman with long hair glaring at him, Li Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated her awakening at that moment. Noticing the crumpled claw marks upon her chest, he quickly realized the gravity of his actions. However, rather than offering an apology like most would, he maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "You're awake?" Feng Linger's cheeks flushed crimson, her pearly teeth biting into her red lip, her eyes ablaze with fury. She glared at Li Feng, feeling indignant. She had never before been so brazenly treated by a man. Attempting to rise and admonish him, she inadvertently aggravated her wound and let out a pain cry. Li Feng glanced at the bandage he had applied, now thoroughly soaked with blood, and understood that immediate treatment was imperative. With this thought in mind, he hurried to fetch some medicine. Grateful for the ample supply of medicinal herbs he had stored in the warehouse for the Black Hawk team training. Returning to the lounge, his gaze fell upon Feng Linger's injury, his heart racing as he noticed that her loose shirt had shifted when she moved. Her face flushed deeper, and she averted her eyes from him. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly tore away the bandage, pulling down one of her sleeves, revealing a pristine expanse of skin marred by a long, gruesome knife wound, flesh torn and bloodied, confirming the severity of her injury. Li Feng gently lifted her arm and sprinkled some high-quality Yunnan Baiyao powder onto her wound. The remarkable efficacy of the powder quickly stanching the flow of blood brought him a moment of relief. He then took out some gauze to properly dress her injury. Feng Lingo gazed at Li Feng as her crimson lips moved, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Li Feng chuckled lightly and replied, "It was merely a trivial matter. However, I am puzzled as to why those two individuals sought to take your life." Feng Linger's expression shifted, and she cast a fleeting glance at Li Feng before saying, "I apologize, but there are certain matters I cannot disclose. Knowing them would only bring you trouble." "Trouble for me?" Li Feng shrugged, regarding Feng Linger with a wry smile. "Do you believe that saving you comes without complications?" Feng Linger found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, Li Feng had rescued her, and given the nature of those adversaries, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Yet, there were truths she could not share with him. "Very well, I shall not press you further. Nonetheless, your injuries will require several days to mend. During this time, you may rest here, for no one shall find you." As Li Feng spoke, he rose to depart. "Thank you. I will repay your kindness," Feng Lingo asserted. "There is no need," Li Feng replied, shaking his head, his thoughts lingering on the notion that he sought not her gratitude, but rather her unwavering devotion. Chapter 48. The Raw Stone. "I've suffered a tremendous loss," Li Feng lamented as he departed from the lounge, his expression fraught with frustration. After expending considerable effort to rescue Feng Linger and presenting her with precious Yunnan Baiyao, all he received in return was her promise to repay him in the future. Li Feng felt utterly cheated, and had he foreseen such a scenario, he would have refrained from aiding her. With a tinge of regret, he cast one last meaningful glance at the lounge and muttered, "But there will be plenty of opportunities ahead." Upon arriving at the command center of the training base, Li Feng activated the restricted defense system. This system, designed for relative defense, ensured that while Feng Linger was within the training facility, he remained skeptical of her intentions. After all, she was a person of dubious origins, and this training base housed his greatest secrets, elements that must remain concealed from prying eyes. Thus, it was imperative to safeguard these matters through limitations. Should Feng Linger prove to be unwise and attempt to investigate the training base, Li Feng assured himself that he would not show leniency simply because of her beauty. With the defense system engaged, Feng Linger was confined to designated areas. Any deviation would trigger an automatic counterattack. Given her skills, such an activation could result in severe injury or even death. Having completed these precautions, Li Feng issued a brief farewell to Feng Linger before departing the training base. Upon returning to the villa, he found that Hu Yuanyu and had yet to return. Li Feng took a refreshing shower and succumbed to sleep almost immediately. When he finally awoke, it was already the following morning. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had slept for an astonishing number of hours. It was nearly time for Lu Shichao to call. Indeed, after completing his morning routine, Lu Shichao's call came through. Without hesitation, Li Feng answered and drove towards the suburban warehouse. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Lu Shichao waiting alone, who promptly rushed over to open the car door for him. "Is the rough stone really stored in such a place?" Li Feng remarked, stepping out of the vehicle and surveying the warehouse before him, his brow furrowing in concern. With the economic development of Tianhai City, a substantial volume of goods flows in and out daily. Thus, the city government established an extensive warehouse district in the suburbs, and the warehouse before him was merely one among many. This time, Lu Shichao had procured over 1 billion in raw stones from Benin province. Should any jadeite be discovered within, its value would be immeasurable. Li Feng had anticipated that such precious stones would be housed in a specialized facility, rather than being casually stored in a rented unit within this warehouse district. Since it's unlikely to yield jadeite, it can be placed anywhere, Lu Shichao remarked nonchalantly. The procurement of these raw stones was, according to plan, primarily intended as a collection of what was largely deemed worthless, with a probability of less than 1 in 10,000 for producing jadeite. Naturally, Lu Shichao was indifferent to the storage conditions. Li Feng shook his head with a wry smile, choosing not to express further concern. The plan to acquire raw stones had been one he had approved, aimed at the long game of fishing for bigger rewards. After all, it was not his money at stake, so he needn't fret. Yet, he hadn't anticipated Lu Shichao's level of irresponsibility. "Let us proceed. Show me those rough stones," Li Feng instructed. "Li Feng, what is there to see in these rocks?" Lu Shichao replied. Lu Shichao, perplexed, inquired. Li Feng had informed him that he would call once the raw stones arrived in Tianhai City. Lu Shichao had assumed Li Feng had some grand plan. Little did he know that Li Feng's true purpose was merely to appraise those stones. In Lu Shichao's eyes, these raw stones held no allure. During his recent expedition to Benin province to procure raw stones, he had not exercised any meticulous selection, simply purchasing the stones available from a merchant who claimed that the jade extracted from these stones had the lowest probability in the entire province. Li Feng offered a faint smile, for the objective of his visit was beyond Lu Shichao's comprehension. What Lu Shichao perceived as mere waste could, in fact, be priceless treasures in Li Feng's eyes. For martial artists, cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate, yet relying solely on personal training leads to a sluggish enhancement of strength. Thus, to elevate their prowess, they require not only diligent practice, but also a variety of rare materials, among which spirit stones are a significant category. Spirit stones are stones imbued with profound spiritual energy and, in his previous life, were considered highly sought-after commodities. They are classified into inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary spirit stones. Martial artists can absorb the spiritual energy contained within these stones to aid in their cultivation or to swiftly replenish their true energy. In his past life, spirit stones were indispensable for martial artists. However, they did not originate from Earth but from other planets within the Milky Way. It was the existence of spirit stones that facilitated the flourishing development of martial artists in that era. Having traversed back to Earth hundreds of years ago, Li Feng remained uncertain about the existence of spirit stones in this time, as there were no definitive records concerning this matter. Thus, Li Feng could only settle for a compromise, for he understood that within jade, such as emerald and Hetian jade, there also existed spiritual energy, a treasure fervently sought after by martial artists. Although the spiritual energy contained within these stones pales in comparison to that of spiritual stones, perhaps even falling short of 1/10 of the lowest grade spiritual stone, such stones are still invaluable to Li Feng at this stage. Despite currently being in the body refinement phase, and yet to cultivate true qi, the presence of jade imbued with spiritual energy is exceedingly desirable for him. In this era, the extraction of emeralds largely relies on fortune, yet for Li Feng, it is not mere luck. As a martial artist, he possesses a heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy, effortlessly perceiving its existence. This is precisely why he hastened to Tianhai City as soon as Lu Shichao transported the raw stones there. Among the billions of raw stones, even the discovery of a single piece containing spiritual energy would be of immeasurable significance to his future cultivation. Upon entering the warehouse, his gaze was met with countless raw stones, varying in size from those as large as several individuals to those no bigger than a soccer ball. Young Master Feng, all the raw stones are here. There are a total of 1,850 pieces, Lu Shichao explained from the side. Li Feng nodded. Moving to the center of the warehouse, silently invoking the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra to sense the presence of spiritual energy. To be honest, Li Feng felt a twinge of concern. If among these numerous stones there were none that met his desires, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Fortunately, the moment he activated the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra, he detected 4 or 5 sources of spiritual energy, which filled him with immense joy. An hour later, Li Feng selected 5 pieces of raw stones brimming with spiritual energy. At that moment, his complexion appeared somewhat pale, a consequence of excessive exertion. Young Master Feng, are you all right? Lu Shichao inquired, gazing at Li Feng in confusion, unable to comprehend how selecting a few stones could render him so unwell. Li Feng shook his head, pointing to the 5 raw stones at his feet, and said to Lu Shichao, I shall take these. Lu Shichao, observing the 5 uniquely shaped stones on the ground, was filled with perplexity. How could young Master Feng be attracted to these stones? If one were to choose, surely there were more aesthetically pleasing options. However, recognizing that this was Li Feng's decision, he refrained from further comment and simply said, Young Master Feng, I will have someone assist you in transporting the stones back. No need. I shall manage it myself, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. Each of these raw stones had the potential to yield jade. Although Li Feng was uncertain of the specific type of jade they might produce, the inherent spiritual energy suggested that the outcome would likely be favorable. Yet, what truly mattered to Li Feng was not the jade itself, but the spiritual energy contained within these stones. From his experience in absorbing spiritual energy, he discerned that the energy within these 5 stones was equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone from his previous life. This was of paramount importance to Li Feng. With these stones, once he cultivated his true energy, he would be able to absorb the energy and experience a remarkable enhancement in his strength. In his past life as a martial artist, he received a low-grade spirit stone as his monthly resource from the military, and it was only after joining the Special Operations Unit that this was upgraded to a middle-grade spirit stone. As for the common and rare spirit stones, he had never even laid eyes on them, uncertain of their very existence. Naturally, he was well aware of the spiritual energy contained within a low-grade spirit stone, thus, he was reluctant to entrust such a significant item to anyone else. Fortunately, the 5 raw stones were of a manageable size, perfectly fitting within his vehicle. Now, proceed with the stone extraction as planned, Li Feng instructed Lu Shichao. Rest assured, young Master Feng, I am well versed in this task, Lu Shichao replied, though a hint of concern creased his brow. However, this may jeopardize your shares in the Xiangfeng Investment Company. Li Feng let out a cold laugh. If they desire what is mine, they must demonstrate their capabilities. Lu Shichao, focus solely on your responsibilities. I have my own strategies in mind. Chapter 49. Heaven and Earth concerned that Feng Linger might not have enough to eat at the training base. Li Feng purchased some food from a grocery store after parting ways with Lu Shichao and drove towards the training facility. En route, he unexpectedly received a call from Wang Yilong. Hello, Wang Yilong. What can I do for you? Li Feng answered the phone. On the other end, Wang Yilong's voice came through. Young Master Feng, are you free this evening? If you have time, let us go to KTV. It's been a while since we've had some fun together. Oh, is that so? Li Feng pondered momentarily before responding. All right then. How about we go to our usual spot? Furrowing his brow, Li Feng considered that Wang Yilong was Sun Shiping's lackey and not someone to be trusted. The abrupt call stirred suspicions within him. It could not be as simple as it appeared. He wondered what scheme Wang Yilong might be plotting. Was it possible that Sun Shiping sought revenge against him? Yet, reflecting on their previous encounter, where he had taught Sun Shiping a lesson, it seemed plausible that Sun, with his temperament, would not let it go unpunished. Nevertheless, if it truly was Sun Shiping, Li Feng would not mind engaging with them, as it presented an opportunity to avenge the grievances of his past. Very well. It's settled then, Wang Yilong concluded. Sounds good, Li Feng replied. Then it's agreed. With that, Wang Yilong ended the call. Upon arriving at the training base, Li Feng first placed the raw stones into the storage room before heading towards the lounge where Feng Linger was resting. Upon entering, he found her reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Feng Linger involuntarily turned her head and remarked, You're back. Li Feng replied, glancing at her and inquiring, Why are you sitting up? I lay in bed all day and felt a bit bored, so I picked up a book to read. Feng Linger responded, After a day of recuperation, her complexion appeared somewhat better than the previous day. Though still pale, she no longer seemed as frail. "Oh." Li Feng nodded and added, "Your wounds must be healing." "Yes, they feel a bit better," Feng Linger acknowledged with a nod. "I brought you some fast food, along with some compressed biscuits and instant noodles. Please eat if you find it to your liking." "All right," Feng Linger replied softly. Though her gaze towards Li Feng had shifted slightly, it was no longer as indifferent and cold, but rather imbued with an inexplicable depth. "This medicine box contains gauze, ointment, etc. You should change your dressings soon. Do you need my assistance?" Li Feng asked. "Change dressings?" At his words, Feng Linger's face flushed with embarrassment as memories of the previous day resurfaced. "Are we changing them right now?" Li Feng inquired with a hint of eagerness, his gaze lingering on her chest, causing him to swallow involuntarily. "Humph, I can manage on my own," Feng Linger retorted with a huff, glaring at him warily. Li Feng muttered to himself, "As if I haven't touched before." "What did you say?" Feng Lingo asked, exasperated. "Nothing. You can change your dressings by yourself. I have other matters to attend to." Li Feng was deeply afraid that if he lingered, he would succumb to temptation, and thus he hastily took his leave. Observing Li Feng's disheveled figure, Feng Linger couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon exiting the lounge, Li Feng made his way to the training ground to commence his daily regimen of physical conditioning. Despite his continuous training over the past few days, his cultivation remained stagnant at the 5th level of body refinement. Li Feng understood that he required a pivotal opportunity to transcend to the 6th level. Today, as he executed the techniques of the Xiantian body refinement art, a sudden clarity enveloped his mind. With a momentary pause, a glimmer of joy illuminated his countenance. The bottleneck at the 6th level of body refinement had shifted. Without hesitation, he seated himself cross-legged and swiftly activated the Jiutian Heart Sutra. Preparing for his breakthrough to the 6th level, he summoned the energy within his body, allowing it to circulate along the designated pathways of the Jiutian Heart Sutra, forming numerous vortices within him. Following the principles of the Xiantian body refinement art, he positioned these vortices throughout his body and began to ignite them. Boom! Li Feng's entire being quaked as he abruptly opened his eyes. He had successfully broken through to the 6th level of body refinement. The breakthrough had come unexpectedly smooth and sudden, leaving Li Feng overwhelmed with joy. He had anticipated that the journey to the 6th level would take several days. Instead, he had achieved it today. Reaching the 6th level of body refinement signified a leap in strength to 2,000 pounds, a qualitative transformation. However, Li Feng consciously subdued his exhilaration, for his current realm had yet to solidify. The Nine Heavens Sutra continued to operate until Li Feng firmly established his mastery over the 6th level of body refinement, at which point he ceased his cultivation. The reason for Li Feng's smooth breakthrough this time lay in the accumulation of past efforts. He had been consuming medicinal elixirs for several days. These elixirs, the essence distilled over millennia, significantly enhanced both his soul and physique. When the moment arrived, success came effortlessly. Li Feng's cultivation persisted for an extended duration. A day swiftly elapsed, and as darkness enveloped the sky, he gradually concluded his practice and opened his eyes. With a sudden leap, he unleashed a flurry of punches. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, 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 as a torrent of fist shadows filled the air, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. In that moment, Li Feng resembled a ferocious tiger, emanating an aura of unparalleled supremacy. Upon completing the military-style boxing routine, Li Feng momentarily halted. His half-closed eyes sparkled with brilliance, piercing the void. The 6th level of body refinement was indeed formidable. Li Feng felt that even without cultivating true energy, his prowess at this level was rapidly approaching the pinnacle of his past life. Although he had prepared himself, he was astonished by the sheer might of body refinement, a strength he had previously deemed unimaginable. It seemed he had erred in his cultivation path in his former existence. Yet, above all, he was filled with exhilaration. If the 6th level of body refinement possessed such formidable power, what might be achieved at the 10th level? And what would happen after cultivating true energy? Contemplating this, Li Feng was eager to advance to the 10th level of body refinement immediately. However, he recognized that cultivation must be approached step by step, and haste would yield no benefit. As Li Feng glanced at the sky, he realized it was time to meet Wang Yilong as per their arrangement. After taking a shower, he departed from the training base. The KTV he was headed to bore a rather cliche name, Heaven on Earth. Upon his arrival, The establishment had just opened its doors, with the neon lights flickering to life along the roadside, casting a dim glow over the area. The nightlife in Tian'ai City was just beginning to unfold. Li Feng was no stranger to heaven on earth. After arriving in Tian'ai City, he had become a regular patron, courtesy of Li Quan. It was here that he met Sun Shiping and Wang Yilong. However, the intentions of both Sun Shiping and Wang Yilong towards him were far from amicable, leaving him with unpleasant memories of this place. Lost in thought, he stepped inside. The doorman, having recognized Li Feng, chose to forego pleasantries. Knowing him to be a frequent target of bullying by a few wealthy scions, merely letting out a dismissive grunt, Li Feng paid no heed to this slight. Such service staff were often driven by snobbery. He had encountered many like them and felt no inclination to spare him a glance. Upon entering heaven on earth, he was immediately enveloped by the raucous sounds of music. Countless men and women swayed under the dazzling lights, seemingly eager to shed the burdens of the day. Regardless of whether they were white-collar, blue-collar, or gold-collar workers, once inside this bar, they cast aside their identities, revealing their true selves. Li Feng scanned the hall but did not spot one alone, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Logically, since it was Wang alone who had invited him, he ought to have been waiting at the entrance or in the lobby. Yet, his absence was perplexing. Could it be that Wang alone was in a private room? While there were indeed private rooms in this establishment, he was well aware that it would be impractical to search each one for Wang Yilong. With this thought, Li Feng sent a WeChat message to Wang Yilong. The response came swiftly, indicating that Wang was preoccupied with some matters and asked Li Feng to wait for him to finish before arriving. Li Feng felt a surge of impatience. Contemplating leaving this venue altogether, he deemed that spending time here was a futile endeavor when he could be honing his skills elsewhere. At that moment, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, pierced the air. "Isn't that young Master Feng? What brings you to this establishment today? I thought someone of your stature would never set foot here." Turning to the source of the voice, Li Feng beheld a sharply dressed young diplomat approaching him. His expression turned icy upon recognition. This diplomat was a sycophant, known for his obsequious behavior. Once, during a visit with Sun Shiping and others, Li Feng had been bullied in a private room due to his temperament. And this diplomat had not hesitated to curry favor with Sun Shiping at Li Feng's expense. "Are you addressing me?" Li Feng thought, recalling unpleasant memories. However, he chose not to stoop to the level of such a trivial character. "If it isn't you, then who else could it be? Just because you call me young Master Feng, do you truly believe you hold the same significance as young Master Sun?" The young consul let out a disdainful snort, oblivious to Li Feng's true identity. Observing Sun Shiping and the others bullying Li Feng, who remained silent, he perceived Li Feng merely as a destitute loser. Thus he spoke without restraint. Li Feng smiled faintly and inquired, "What brings you to me?" "Don't feign ignorance," the young consul retorted with a sneer, striking out at Li Feng with an open palm. "What do you intend to do?" Li Feng slightly shifted his posture. The young consul, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. "Help me up," he demanded, seething with anger. "Help you up?" Li Feng squatted beside the young consul, regarding him coldly. "Do you presume yourself to be someone worthy of my assistance?" "You." The young consul, infuriated, glared at Li Feng and, without a moment's thought, swung a fist at him. In a flash of icy resolve, Li Feng seized the young consul's arm and coldly queried, "What are your intentions?" Chapter 50. The Lesson Let Go of Me. The young consul felt a searing pain in his hand, his countenance shifting dramatically. With a pallid face, he glared at Li Feng and said, "Young Master Feng, I am under the protection of young Master Sun. You cannot treat me this way." "Young Master Sun? Are you referring to Sun Shiping?" Li Feng's expression turned icy. Yes, it is indeed young Master Sunday. If you continue to treat me this way, young Master Sun will not let you off easily." Mentioning young Master Sun seemed to awaken a glimmer of hope in the young consul, his tone transforming into one of arrogance as if he had seized Li Feng's very lifeline. "Oh, really? You think that good-for-nothing Sun Shiping can save you? You appear to be deluded. Not only is Sun Shiping not here, but even if he were, do you genuinely believe he would come to your aid?" Li Feng tightened his grip further. Young Master Feng, please release me. I cannot endure this any longer." The young consul's complexion paled, and he hastily begged for mercy. "Humph, keep your eyes wide open next time. Now, get lost," Li Feng snorted coldly, releasing the young consul. He had no desire to engage with someone so insignificant, though if the individual truly provoked him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Yes, of course." The young consul quickly acquiesced. "I ask you, are you plotting to seek revenge on me?" Li Feng gazed at him with a smirk, stating, "If you wish to retaliate, feel free to do so, but do not expect to enjoy the same fortune then." And no, how could I dare? The young consul hurriedly departed. Yet in the fleeting moment of his exit, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. How dare you, young Master Feng, strike me today? This matter cannot simply be overlooked. I will ensure you understand the consequences of crossing me. The raucous music, accompanied by the lively dance of the crowd and the occasional shrieks, heralded the commencement of the bar's distinctive nightlife. Li Feng settled into a corner, ordered a beer, and observed the dancers swaying in the dance floor, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. This, perhaps, epitomizes the so-called nightlife of this era. In his previous life, such a concept was unfathomable. The living conditions back then were exponentially superior, and the lifespan was extended by a significant margin. Yet, few indulged in such nocturnal revelries, as they were deemed a mere squandering of time and vitality by the people of that age. For Li Feng, the rigors of military training and duties were paramount. As a martial artist, he dedicated himself to daily cultivation, scarcely allowing more than 4 hours for sleep amidst the 24 hours of the day, leaving little room for any semblance of nightlife. In that time, true nightlife was reserved for the aimless drifters lost in hedonism. Conversely, in this era, individuals from all walks of life partake in nightlife, particularly those of noble standing, whose nocturnal activities are even more elaborate. To them, nightlife symbolizes status, a notion that perplexes Li Feng deeply. Undoubtedly, Li Feng had encountered individuals who eschewed such nocturnal escapades, like Hu Yuan, who devoted herself entirely to her work and often neglected sleep in her fervor, a frenzied dedication that left Li Feng feeling overwhelmed. Li Feng was entirely unaware that Hu Yuan's fervent dedication to her work stemmed not only from her intrinsic passion but also, perhaps, from the stark contrast to his own character. The former Li Feng was timid, conflict-averse, and ineffectual. Any woman burdened with such a husband would inevitably feel discontented. Consequently, Hu Yuan sought refuge in her work as a means of self-obliteration. As he sat in the bar, absorbing the vibrant nightlife of this era, Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Perhaps it was due to the establishment's ambience. He had frequented other venues such as Tianyao Pavilion and Emperor Pavilion, yet none provoked his vexation quite like this one. Of course, the establishment boasted private rooms with a more refined atmosphere. Lost in thought, Li Feng was approached by a scarred man, flanked by several individuals clad in black. The sight of them sent a palpable wave of apprehension through the crowd, who instinctively recoiled as if from venomous serpents. "Are you Li Feng?" the scarred man inquired, his voice low and menacing. "I am Li Feng. What business do you have with me?" Li Feng replied, furrowing his brow at the intimidating figure before him, sensing malevolence in the air. "I wish to discuss a matter with you. Shall we find another place for our conversation, or is this suitable?" The scarred man noted Li Feng's nonchalant demeanor, brimming with disdain, which ignited a spark of fury within him. "Why should I move? What difference does it make? Who do you think you are for me to consider such a request?" Li Feng scoffed, sensing the hostility radiating from his visitor. "You insolent fool. It seems you court death," the scarred man retorted, his rage palpable. His cohorts encircled Li Feng, their predatory gazes hinting at impending violence. Li Feng lifted his gaze to the scar-faced man, speaking with a hint of disdain. "If you have something to say, do so quickly. I have no time to waste with your nonsense." A petty thug, unfamiliar to him, had approached with apparent ulterior motives. Yet Li Feng found himself devoid of any interest in questioning such a trivial figure. "You possess quite the audacity, young man. But are you aware of the consequences of crossing me, the scar-faced one?" He sneered ominously. "What, do you intend to take action?" Li Feng arched an eyebrow, addressing the scar-faced man. "It seems we should relocate. Youngster, come along quietly. Perhaps I might instruct my brothers to go easy on you," the scar-faced man presumed, mistaking Li Feng's words as a sign of capitulation, a cold smirk forming on his lips. In this realm, he was notorious, feared by all who crossed his path. "Let us proceed. I am quite curious to see what you intend to do." Li Feng's eyes glinted with a frigid light. Under the guidance of the scar-faced man, Li Feng found himself in the rear courtyard of the establishment. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted the young consular official from earlier. The moment he recognized him, a cold glimmer flashed in Li Feng's eyes. "Li Feng, did you ever imagine it would turn out to be me?" the young consular official remarked as he observed Li Feng being escorted by the scar-faced man and his associates. Believing that Li Feng had been intimidated, the scarred-faced man, emboldened by the presence of his brothers, cast a scornful glance at Li Feng and declared, "In this realm of heaven and earth, no one dares to offend me. Those who cross me invariably meet a dire fate, and you, Li Feng, are no exception. Out of respect for young Master Sun, I shall address you as young Master Feng. Do you truly believe yourself to be the scion of a prestigious family, looking down upon me, even after inflicting such a grievous defeat? Humph. Let me inform you that what you have done to me will not only be repaid 100-fold, but I shall also take your 2 hands as recompense." The scarred man glanced at Li Feng and continued, "Consul Su, was it this fool who offended you?" "Indeed, it is this wretch," Consul Su replied through gritted teeth. Li Feng shot a glance at Consul Su, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Consul Su, I had not anticipated that you summoned these individuals. However, I now regret my earlier leniency." Consul Su laughed coldly. "Regret, Li Feng? Do you not think your remorse comes a tad too late?" Li Feng shook his head and replied, "Consul Su, do you know what I truly regret at this moment?" "What do you regret?" Consul Su asked instinctively. "I regret that had I known you were so oblivious to the situation, I should not have let you off so easily earlier," Li Feng retorted icily. "You may not realize that those who offend me invariably suffer a grim fate." "Ha ha ha." Consul Su seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world, casting a disdainful glance at Li Feng. "Those who offend you will suffer greatly. I am eager to witness just how severe that suffering will be." Witnessing Li Feng's audacious demeanor, Consul Su was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He could never comprehend the source of Li Feng's audacity. What emboldened this young man to be so brazenly provocative? Could it be that Li Feng hailed from an illustrious family? Immediately, Consul Su shook his head in disbelief. The notion seemed utterly implausible. Otherwise, why would Sun Shiping bully him so mercilessly without any semblance of retaliation? If Li Feng truly belonged to a prominent family, how could Sun Shiping dare to mistreat him so shamelessly? Scarred face, teach him a harsh lesson. Rest assured, even if it results in his demise, I will take full responsibility, Consul Su declared with malevolence. "Fear not, Consul Su, while our brothers may not excel in other endeavors, brawling and indulging in women are second nature to us," Scarred face assured, thumping his chest. As he spoke, his companions had already encircled Li Feng. "Scarred face, you are courting death," Li Feng remarked coldly, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. "The one courting death is you," Scarred face retorted with a sneer. Instructing his subordinates, "Brothers, charge forth. Let us treat this bastard to a proper welcome today." "Yes, boss." The brothers of the scar-faced man lunged menacingly towards Li Feng, believing it would be an effortless task to punish him. However, to their astonishment, just as they surrounded him, preparing to unleash a flurry of blows, Li Feng had mysteriously vanished. "Where is he?" the scar-faced man exclaimed, and at that moment, Li Feng's voice resonated behind him. "Scar-faced, did you not wish to teach me a lesson? Do you truly think your feeble subordinates can intimidate me?" Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man swiftly turned around, only to be met with the sight of a massive fist approaching. "Damn it," he gasped in shock, raising his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself. But it was too late. With a resounding thud, Li Feng's fist connected squarely with the scar-faced man's face, eliciting a scream akin to that of a wounded animal. His nose was crushed inward, the bridge of it shattering instantaneously. Consul Su and the scar-faced man's cohorts were momentarily stunned. None had anticipated such a turn of events, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they watched the confrontation unfold. You little brat, are going to kill me," the scar-faced man stammered, pointing at Li Feng, his words garbled. Only then did his subordinate snap back to reality and charge at Li Feng. With a cold smirk, Li Feng advanced to meet them, engaging in a flurry of punches and kicks. In less than half a minute, the scar-faced man's companions lay sprawled across the ground, groaning in defeat. The scene was left with only Consul Su standing there, isolated and bewildered. "Consul Su, are these the individuals you summoned to teach me a lesson?" Li Feng turned to the astonished Consul Su, grinning menacingly as he said, "This is rather too fragile, wouldn't you agree? Now it is your turn. Tell me, well, how should I proceed?" Chapter 51. Qin Kuching Li Feng. You. The Consul Su stood in shock, staring at Li Feng, utterly astonished that the formidable scar-faced man and his companions, whom he had deemed invincible, were so easily overwhelmed. What was even more unexpected was the revelation that Li Feng, whom he perceived as weak and easily bullied, possessed such formidable strength. Seeing the chilling expression on Li Feng's face, the consul found himself at a loss for words. Fully aware that he had deeply offended Li Feng just moments ago, and now the retribution was at hand, Consul Su, is there something you wish to say? Look at your astonished expression. Do you not recognize me? Shall I remind you? With each step, Li Feng advanced towards the consul. The thought of Li Feng's ruthless nature and the sight of the scar-faced man and others groaning on the ground filled Consul Su with dread. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he felt a growing dampness between them. Li Feng, what? What do you intend to do? The consul stammered, his voice quaking with fear. Li Feng let out a hearty laugh. What do I intend to do? Consul Su. Surely you jest. Are you truly inquiring about my intentions? I cannot be mistaken. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards you. My inclinations are quite conventional. However, I merely wish to extend my greetings. Greetings to your mother. Consul Su muttered, turning to flee. Consul Su, where do you think you are going? At that moment, Li Feng's voice resonated ahead of him. Monster. The consul's face turned pale in terror, unable to comprehend how this man could move with such swiftness. Consul Su, it appears you are somewhat disoriented. Allow me to assist you. Li Feng smiled faintly. Li Feng, it was my fault earlier. I beg you spare me. I shall never dare to offend you again. You are magnanimous. Please treat me as inconsequential. Consul Su pleaded in fear, realizing too late the formidable nature of Li Feng. Had he known, he would never have dared to cross him. Consul Su, do you not remember how you and Sun Sheeping treated me back then? Li Feng scoffed. Had this scoundrel not sent someone with a scarred face to teach him a lesson, he would not have bothered to quarrel with him. In fact, he did not even know the man's surname. To him, this Consul Su was merely a minor character. Yet, upon choosing to spare him, Li Feng found that Su still dared to regard him as a pushover. Such individuals would not receive mercy from him simply for being insignificant. Young Master Feng, this is not my fault. It was Sun Xiao who ordered me to do those things. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, he hastily shifted the blame onto Sun Sheeping. To Consul Su, it seemed that Sun Sheeping had previously bullied him because of his superior status, leading him to believe that Li Feng was too intimidated to retaliate. However, it was not that Li Feng was a meek and impoverished wretch. So you claim this is all Sun Sheeping's fault, and you bear no responsibility? Li Feng mocked, realizing Su genuinely believed him to be a fool. Yes. It's your mother. Before he could finish, Li Feng delivered a swift kick to Consul Su's abdomen, sending him flying. Truly, did he think Li Feng a simpleton? Clearly, a lesson was necessary for him to comprehend the true nature of consequences. With a piteous cry, Consul Su collapsed to his knees before Li Feng, pleading for mercy. Young Master Feng, I acknowledge my wrongs. I implore you to spare me. I was mistaken, and I shall never dare again. Li Feng regarded Consul Su with a frigid gaze, retorting, Where has your arrogance vanished to, Consul Su? If it were not for your summoning of those with scarred faces, I would have dismissed the past as inconsequential. But now, HMPF. His expression remained impassive, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Consul Su, sensing the lethal intent emanating from Li Feng, was utterly terrified, nearly losing control of himself. Rest assured, I shall not take your life today. I merely intend to impart a lesson. A chilling smile graced Li Feng's lips as he approached and struck Su a few times, contorting his face in agony. Though he yearned to scream, no sound escaped his lips. Fear not, this torment will cease in half an hour. Consider it a lesson. Should you ever repeat this, HMPF? With that, Li Feng vanished from Consul Su's sight. Upon returning to the hall, Li Feng scanned the crowd but found no trace of Wang Yilong, causing his brow to furrow in concern. What could be the matter with Wang Yilong? Was he intending to stand him up? Li Feng's patience was waning. He had no desire to squander time in this place. Just as he prepared to depart, a voice interrupted him from the side. Are you Mr. Li Feng? Li Feng's brow furrowed once more, apprehensive that trouble was brewing anew. Upon turning, he found it was merely a waiter. I am Li Feng. Do you require assistance? Li Feng felt a twinge of impatience. Had it not been for the fact that the person calling him was merely a waiter, he might have thought trouble was at hand again. Mr. Li Feng, Mr. Wang Yilong requests your presence in box 3, the waiter announced. Wang Yilong has arrived? Li Feng paused momentarily, then quickly realized that perhaps he had come just as Li Feng was reprimanding Consul Su and his associates. Without further contemplation, Li Feng replied to the waiter, Understood. Please lead the way. Certainly, Mr. Li Feng, this way please. Following the waiter, Li Feng arrived at the entrance of box 3. The waiter then remarked, Mr. Li Feng, you may enter by yourself. Without waiting for a response, the waiter departed. As Li Feng pushed open the door and stepped inside, he wondered if he had entered the wrong room. To his surprise, there was no sign of Wang Yilong. Instead, a woman was seated on the sofa within the box. For a brief moment, Li Feng thought he had indeed misstepped. "Are you Mr. Li Feng?" the woman inquired as he contemplated leaving. She was an enchanting young lady, exuding an alluring charm. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, and she wore a long gown that accentuated her slender legs, encased in crystal-clear stockings. An enticing sight that could ensnare any man's heart. "Yes, I am," Li Feng nodded. "Please, come in. Mr. Wang will arrive shortly," the woman invited. "Mr. Wang? Wang alone?" Li Feng questioned. "Indeed," the woman affirmed with a nod. Li Feng felt a sense of reassurance. Given the woman's words, he believed she could not be mistaken. He settled onto the sofa, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he inquired, "Who are you?" "Young Master Li. I am Qin Keqing," she replied, her voice soft and enticing. As she spoke, she arched her chest slightly and delicately licked her crimson lips with her fragrant tongue. "Ah, it is Miss Qin," Li Feng nodded. Qin Keqing's allure was nearly overwhelming, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Unlike Hu Yuan and Feng Linger, Qin Keqing possessed the charm of a sophisticated woman, her every move exuding an enchanting grace that was absent in the others. It was undeniable that such a mature woman held a greater allure. Qin Keqing poured 2 glasses of wine and seated herself beside Li Feng, handing him one. "Young Master Li, might you indulge me with a toast?" Li Feng accepted the glass, casting a glance at Qin Keqing. "Miss Qin, you are too polite. Please, let us drink." With that, he tilted his head back and consumed the wine in a single gulp. "You are indeed forthright, young Master Li. However, I would prefer if you simply called me Qin Keqing," she said, her arm draping casually over Li Feng's shoulder. Her charming face loomed closer, her bright eyes sparkling with a playful mirth that was unmistakable. Sensing Qin Keqing's proximity, Li Feng found himself increasingly captivated. She seemed to be a siren, as if descended from a realm of celestial beauty. Yet, upon reflection, he felt it could not be so. Her every facet radiated an air of nobility that suggested she was not a common princess. Such elegance was rare, perhaps even more so than what one might encounter in the emperor's court. Was it possible that Qin Keqing was a white-collar worker seeking a moment of amusement? It is indeed plausible. He has heard tales of white-collar workers who, upon shedding their daytime identities, seek amusement in nightclubs and other entertainment venues. Li Feng scrutinized Qin Keqing, who appeared to be in her 30s, her figure gracefully curvaceous. Her dignified and gentle countenance bore a trace of melancholy, evoking a profound sense of sympathy and enchantment. Li Feng felt a stir of emotions. Neither Hu Yuan nor Feng Linger had captured his interest, but encountering the alluring Qin Keqing seemed like a splendid choice. "Am I beautiful, young Master Li?" Qin Keqing rested her chin on Li Feng's shoulder, the fragrance wafting from her hair intoxicating him further. This proximity ignited a sudden urge to kiss her. "Absolutely stunning," Li Feng replied without hesitation. As their conversation meandered, they unknowingly consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Soon, Qin Keqing had melted into Li Feng's embrace, and he could no longer contain himself, pressing her against the sofa. His hands trembled as they lingered at the collar of her qipao, gradually unfastening its buttons. With just 2 undone, her fair skin became distinctly visible. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Li Feng fervently pressed his lips against Qin Keqing's. Just then, the door to the private room was forcefully flung open, and a voice rang out, "Don't move." Police raid. Chapter 52 Encounter with the police. Flower. Li Feng was utterly taken aback. Just as he was about to mount his horse and draw his gun, he found himself confronted by a crackdown on vice. Could there be a more tragic circumstance in this world? Before Li Feng could fully comprehend the situation, a swarm of police officers stormed in. "Get up," one officer commanded, leveling his firearm at Li Feng with an icy demeanor. Anger surged within Li Feng. How could a mere officer dare to point a gun at him, a distinguished warrior? Yet, upon considering the officer's authority, he suppressed his fury and rose from his position beside Qin Keqing. "Officer, surely there's been a misunderstanding." Li Feng attempted to reason, but was abruptly cut off by the officer. "Humph, no need for explanations. We'll discuss everything back at the station. Take him away." At the police station, in the interrogation room, Li Feng had already been seated for half an hour without any officer arriving to interrogate him, which began to gnaw at his patience. Just then, the door swung open, and 2 officers entered. Upon raising his gaze, Li Feng was greeted by the familiar face of Mu Xiuzhen. "Li Feng, it's you?" Mu Xiuzhen remarked, a sardonic smile creeping across her lips. "A lecher remains a lecher. It's easy to change the landscape, but one's nature is hard to alter. Officer Mu, what a pleasant surprise to see you again. I regret not asking for your number last time, Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Silence, Li Feng. Mu Xiuzhen retorted sharply, slamming her hand on the table. Li Feng complied, yet fixed his gaze upon Mu Xiuzhen, scrutinizing her from head to toe, not missing a single detail. It must be said that Mu Xiuzhen is an exceptionally rare beauty among policewomen. Her conservative green uniform paired with a rather mature knee-length black skirt does little to conceal her tall and graceful figure. Under the piercing gaze of Li Feng, Mu Xiuzhen felt an uncomfortable sensation enveloping her, as if she were standing before him without any attire. This feeling only deepened her unfavorable impression of Li Feng. Li Feng, confess honestly, what were you doing in Tianshang Rinjian? Mu Xiuzhen spoke coldly. Li Feng could only gaze fervently at Mu Xiuzhen. Moments ago, in Tianshang Rinjian, he had been stirred by Qin Keqing's allure, only to be interrupted at a critical moment. Now, confronted by the captivating policewoman, an impulse surged within him. Li Feng, behave yourself. Tell me, what transpired in Tianshang Rinjian? Mu Xiuzhen said icily, her eyes brimming with disdain. As a police officer, she held a particular disdain for men like Li Feng, who took advantage of others. He was indeed such a person, previously involved in a brawl, and now coercing women into prostitution. With her temperament, she would confront such scum repeatedly, especially considering Li Feng's notorious lechery. Recalling the events that transpired in this very interrogation room during their last encounter, Mu Xiuzhen felt a flush creep across her cheeks. Li Feng, will you speak? Li Feng, what did you do in Tianshang Rinjian? Do not test my patience. Speak up. Mu Xiuzhen's fury ignited as she slammed her hand on the table. May I speak now? Li Feng looked at Mu Xiuzhen with anticipation. Who prevented you from speaking? Mu Xiuzhen retorted, her temper flaring. Didn't you tell me to be quiet? Li Feng gazed at Mu Xiuzhen. You. Mu Xiuzhen had never felt such fury before. Were it not for her caution regarding Li Feng's formidable skills and the fact that they were in an interrogation room, she would have relished the opportunity to thrash him soundly. Did I say something incorrect? Li Feng looked at Mu Xiuzhen with a bewildered expression, his innocence palpable. Mu Xiuzhen glared at him with resentment, convinced that Li Feng was being deliberately provocative. A fierce thought crossed her mind. Li Feng, you shall pay for this. Her gaze fell upon the documents on the table, and a cold smirk appeared on her lips. Li Feng, confess honestly, what were you doing at Tianshang Rinjian? Officer Mu, Tianshang Rinjian is an entertainment venue in Tianhai City. What do you suppose one does there? Naturally, one enjoys oneself. Have you never ventured into Tianshang Rinjian? Li Feng replied. Humph, I would never set foot in such a chaotic place, Mu Xiuzhen scoffed. Officer Mu, you must take responsibility for that statement. Tianshang Rinjian is a renowned entertainment establishment in Tianhai City, duly approved by the local government. To liken it to a chaotic venue is to slap the Tianhai City government in the face, Li Feng remarked, unable to resist teasing the visibly agitated Mu Xiuzhen. Humph. Do not attempt to divert the subject. Confess how you coerced Qin Keqing in box number 3 of Tianshang Rinjian, Mu Xiuzhen said coldly. Coerced? Officer Mu. We are two consenting individuals, engaging in activities we both enjoy. I believe that has no bearing on you, does it? Li Feng let out a cold sneer. Pondering the overreach of the police in this era, was it really necessary for them to intervene in his affairs with a woman? Besides, he had not coerced Qin Keqing. Their relationship had developed naturally. Humph, how dare they argue otherwise? Mu Xiuzhen let out a disdainful huff, tossing the documents on the table before Li Feng. Her voice icy as she said, take a look for yourself. Do not claim I have wronged you. What is this? Li Feng's expression changed dramatically as he scanned the papers before him. What? Unable to respond now. For someone of your privileged background, engaging in such activities must be commonplace. Humph, I knew all along you were no good, and it seems I was not mistaken in the least, Mu Xiuzhen remarked with a cold laugh. Li Feng's face turned ashen. Before him lay Qin Keqing's testimony, starkly contrasting with his expectations. In this statement, she claimed that he had coveted her beauty and employed all means to possess her, while she, a vulnerable woman, had succumbed to his lewd dominance for the sake of survival, subservient to him in the realm of heaven and earth. Damn it! A glint of cold fury flashed in Li Feng's eyes upon reading the testimony. Earlier, in the private room of heaven and earth, it had been clear that Qin Keqing was the one who had flirted with him. He had assumed she sought something more. Now, however, it seemed she was turning the tables on him. What? At a loss for words now, Mu Xiuzhen observed Li Feng with a mocking smile, finally revealing his true colors. I have nothing further to say. Although the matter is utterly unfounded, Li Feng has no desire to explain. Such situations often become increasingly convoluted with each attempt at clarification. He is disinclined to elaborate, as it concerns merely a woman, whether coerced or not. It bears no significance to him. Despite his irritation at Qin Keqing's words, Li Feng perceives them as merely a reflection of her own pride. Humph, I knew you were scum. Today, I shall bring you to justice. Mu Xiuzhen remarked with a cold sneer. Bring me to justice? Li Feng chuckled, his gaze fixed on Mu Xiuzhen. Pray tell, Officer Mu, what crime have I committed? Is it coercion? Does such a crime even exist? Mu Xiuzhen fell silent, realizing that there is indeed no crime of coercion, which precludes any possibility of convicting Li Feng. You are charged with attempted rape, Mu Xiuzhen asserted emphatically. Officer Mu, you must not make such unfounded accusations. My relationship with Qin Keqing was consensual. Even if I had pressured her, it does not alter the fact that it was a mutual agreement, Li Feng retorted with a scoff. He believed the incident to be entirely accidental. Had it not been for Mu Xiuzhen's relentless pursuit, the matter would have been resolved long ago. Mu Xiuzhen glared at Li Feng in exasperation. Qin Keqing had only stated that he coerced her, without alleging attempted rape, leaving Mu Xiuzhen at an impasse. Shall I simply let this scoundrel go? Mu Xiuzhen shook her head, unwilling to relinquish this rare opportunity to hold him accountable. Li Feng, confess to your transgressions against those women, Mu Xiuzhen inquired coldly. Do you truly wish to know? Li Feng looked at Mu Xiuzhen, his expression wavering. Speak. Mu Xiuzhen felt a surge of joy. The testimony from Qin Keqing did not incriminate Li Feng, allowing her to confine him for merely 24 hours. A mere slap on the wrist. However, should Li Feng divulge his transgressions against other women, she could ensure that he would face dire consequences. Are you truly eager to know? Li Feng hesitated as he regarded Mu Xiuzhen. Of course, do not dawdle. Who is she? And where did you perpetrate this act against her? Mu Xiuzhen inquired impatiently. Li Feng, caught in a dilemma, looked at Mu Xiuzhen and slowly replied. The girl is a police officer. You scoundrel! How dare you not spare even a police officer? Mu Xiuzhen's countenance darkened with anger. Continue, she commanded. At that time, we were in the police station. Mu Xiuzhen furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. We were in the interrogation room, becoming intimate. Although the female officer was reluctant, she ultimately succumbed to my charming demeanor and fell into my embrace. Her name is Mu. Chapter 53 Report Li Feng. Be silent. Mu Xiuzhen thundered, striking the table with palpable fury. At that moment, she had finally grasped what Li Feng was about to divulge. The last encounter in the interrogation room had robbed her of her first kiss, an event that, despite the passage of a month, remained vividly etched in her memory. Occasionally, it haunted her dreams. This was the root of her deep-seated animosity towards him. Today's matter was not one she was obliged to handle. Yet upon realizing that Li Feng was involved, she perceived it as an opportunity to exact her revenge. To her astonishment, Li Feng was poised to recount the events of that fateful day. Such information could not be permitted to escape into the world. The memory of that forced kiss was an everlasting humiliation. With no immediate chance for retribution, she had buried her resentment deep within, awaiting the moment to reclaim her honor. However, if others were to learn of this, how could she ever hold her head high again? Officer Mu, have I spoken incorrectly? Li Feng gazed at Mu Xiuzhen with an expression of bewildered innocence. Step outside. Mu Xiuzhen struggled to contain her fury, addressing her colleague who stood nearby. Captain Mu, her colleague, observed her with a look of utter confusion. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the usually composed Mu Xiuzhen. The implication of Li Feng's earlier words cast a shadow of doubt in his mind. Could there be a connection between Li Feng and Mu Xiuzhen? Otherwise, why would she feel compelled to personally interrogate him upon his apprehension? A plethora of questions lingered in his thoughts. Leave. Mu Xiuzhen remained oblivious to her colleague's expression. Her eyes ablaze as they fixed on Li Feng. Mu Xiuzhen's colleague promptly responded, recognizing that amidst the quarrel between the couple, his presence was unwarranted. A peculiar sensation washed over him at the thought of the fierce Mu Xiuzhen having a man in her life. Bang! Once her colleague departed from the interrogation room, Mu Xiuzhen slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, casting a frosty glare at Li Feng. Li Feng, your fate is sealed. Is it? Officer Mu, are you suggesting I should meet my end in a bath? Li Feng retorted, unabashedly meeting her gaze. You, Mu Xiuzhen, incensed, aimed a kick at Li Feng. Officer Mu, your leg feels increasingly delightful, he remarked as he seized her exquisite limb. Release me. Mu Xiaojun struggled, but her efforts were futile. It dawned on her that she was no match for this dandy, having been trifled with by Li Feng before. She wondered if she would again find herself in such a predicament. In an instant, despair enveloped her heart. Li Feng gazed at Mu Xiaojun, astonished. Was this truly the resolute female officer, reduced to tears? While he feared neither heaven nor earth, he found himself utterly helpless against the weeping of a woman. Caught off guard, he felt at a loss. Mu Xiaojun, consider me intimidated, he began, intending to tease her further, but upon witnessing her distress, he reconsidered. Yet, contrary to Li Feng's expectations, Mu Xiaojun's tears only intensified. He was left speechless. He had hardly harassed her, yet here she was, weeping as if he had inflicted some grave harm. Officer Mu, remember, this room is under surveillance. Li Feng kindly reminded her. You are speaking nonsense. I have long since turned off the surveillance. Mu Xiaojun glared at Li Feng furiously. After having been bullied by Li Feng previously, she had spent the past month diligently honing her skills, determined to teach him a proper lesson. Her combat abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to a month ago. Today, she intended to confront Li Feng and had thus disabled the cameras in advance, only to find herself ensnared by her own actions. Recalling Li Feng's prowess, Mu Xiaojun felt he was even more formidable than her instructors at the police academy. Given her skills, she knew few in the police force could rival her, let alone Li Feng. On paper, Li Feng was merely a young scion from a prominent family. How could he possess such extraordinary abilities? Was it true that every heir from these esteemed families hid remarkable talents? So, the surveillance is indeed off. Does that mean whatever I do here will go unseen? Li Feng remarked with a mischievous grin. What do you intend to do? Mu Xiaojun asked, her gaze fixed warily on him. Aren't you the one who wishes to cry? Do you believe I? Li Feng replied with a sly smile. You. Mu Xiaojun took several steps back, keeping a vigilant eye on him. She had no doubt that someone like Li Feng could resort to any means necessary. I'm done playing with you, Officer Mu. When can I leave? Li Feng inquired. Leave? Don't be absurd. Remain here obediently, Mu Xiaojun retorted with a cold snort. She stepped back to the door and opened the interrogation room, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. After the earlier encounter, she resolved never to be alone with Li Feng again. With Li Feng's formidable prowess, it is likely that I would indeed fall into his hands, which would be akin to the plight of Qin Keqing. Simultaneously, Mu Xiaojun pondered that Li Feng's coercion of those women into intimacy might be intricately linked to his formidable capabilities. A person of such assertive background and strength can be a calamity for the nation and its people. Bang! As Mu Xiaojun exited the interrogation room and shut the door, she noticed several police colleagues gazing at her with astonishment. What are you staring at? Get back to work, she huffed coldly, turning towards her office. Once Mu Xiaojun had distanced herself, the officers began to murmur amongst themselves. Did you see that? It seemed like tears were streaming down Captain Mu's face just now. Indeed, I never expected Captain Mu to shed tears. It seems that Li Feng is likely her boyfriend. Ah, that explains her frosty demeanor towards men at the precinct. She already harbors someone dear. I dare say it's that scoundrel Li Feng who is at fault, having Mu Xiaojun yet still flirting around. Can we truly blame him? You all know Captain Mu's temper. He must be quite unfortunate as her boyfriend. What do you think? Should we lend a hand to Captain Mu now? How so? Li Feng's transgressions are not severe. Being in the interrogation room might be embarrassing for Captain Mu. Shall we release him? Excellent idea. Thus, Li Feng was set free. Half an hour later, Mu Xiaojun returned to the now vacant interrogation room and inquired, Shaoli, where is Li Feng? Shaoli responded, Captain Mu. He has already been released. Let him go? Who allowed you to release Li Feng? According to the regulations, he should be detained for at least 24 hours. Mu Xiaojun commanded sternly. Captain Mu, it's said that a leopard cannot change its spots. Even if he's confined for 24 days, it would be futile. It would be better to let him return home and redeem himself, Shaoli replied cautiously. Mu Xiaojun thought to herself, Li Feng, next time you shall not be so fortunate. Upon leaving the police station, Li Feng returned to his villa with a troubled expression. He felt particularly unfortunate that evening. First, he had encountered trouble with Consul Su, and then he unexpectedly ran into Qin Keqing in the private room, hoping for something to blossom between them. Instead, he found himself apprehended by the police. In the end, he gained nothing from the ordeal. Had he foreseen such an event, he would have never acquiesced to Wang Yilong's invitation to the nightclub. Wait. Suddenly, Li Feng furrowed his brow. He had gone to the nightclub at Wang Yilong's behest. And throughout the entire episode, from From his arrival at the nightclub to his arrest, Wang Yilong had not appeared at all. This was highly unusual. If Wang Yilong truly had pressing matters, why did he text Li Feng, claiming he would arrive shortly, right after he had just reached the venue? There had been at least 2 hours from the moment Li Feng received the message until the police escorted him out of the nightclub. Any urgent matters should have been addressed long before then. Furthermore, he had been directed to room 3 by the waiter under the pretense that Wang Yilong was waiting for him there. Yet, Qin Keqing asserted that Wang Yilong would arrive imminently. But in reality, Li Feng had conversed with Qin Keqing for over half an hour, and Wang Yilong had not shown up. Just as he could no longer resist Qin Keqing's allure and was preparing to take action, the police had made their sudden appearance. Was this coincidence not too fortuitous? It appears that matters are far more intricate than one might initially presume. Whether it be the provocation from Consul Su or the seduction from Qin Keqing, it is likely that both were orchestrated by the other party. A glimmer of insight flickered in Li Feng's eyes. Previously indifferent, he now contemplated the numerous ambiguities surrounding this affair. Wang Yilong, is this your strategy to undermine me? I am eager to witness your forthcoming maneuvers. The following day, after completing his morning ablutions, Li Feng entered the living room to find Hu Yuanyuan seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. Just as he intended to greet her, she huffed coldly, discarded the newspaper, and turned to leave. What has transpired? Have I inadvertently offended her? Li Feng gazed at Hu Yuanyuan in bewilderment, his eyes eventually landing on the newspaper at her feet, where a glaring headline caught his attention: Young Noble Seeks Amusement in Nightclubs. Accompanied by a photograph of Li Feng being escorted out of Tianshang Renjian by the police. Chapter 54. The Proud Son Sheeping. Damn it. Li Feng's face turned ashen as he finally comprehended why Hu Yuanyuan had been so indifferent and irate with him earlier. It was all due to this report. Those accursed journalists. His complexion darkened, yet he felt utterly helpless. The news had already made it to the papers, and no amount of explanation would suffice. He was now acutely aware of the meaning of being at a loss for words. What a fortuitous appearance by the reporter. Wang Yilong, is this part of your scheme? Li Feng scoffed, feeling like a fool manipulated by others. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng suppressed his rising anger, knowing that rage would not resolve his predicament. With this article in circulation, it was likely that the entire Tianhai city was abuzz with discussions about the matter. It was impossible to silence the entirety of Tianhai city, barring the unthinkable act of exterminating its populace, which was entirely out of the question. Since his rebirth, Li Feng had never been so toyed with. He now recognized the formidable intellect of the people in this era. When he had chastised Sun Shiping, he had perceived Wang Yilong as spineless. However, it seemed that this was merely a fade. Clearly, he could no longer afford to be careless. With these thoughts in mind, Li Feng departed from the villa, intending to head to the training base. The brothers of the Heavenly Wolves had arrived in Tianhai City today, and his Black Hawk team was about to be established, necessitating his personal oversight. As for the matter concerning Wang Yilong, it could only be addressed after the formation of the Black Hawk team. Oh my, is that not our esteemed young Master Feng? As Li Feng stepped out of the villa and reached the entrance of the community, a peculiar voice resonated in the air. Upon turning his head, he discovered it was Sun Shiping. Recognizing the connection between Sun Shiping and Wang Yilong, Li Feng's expression turned icy. Ah, it's you, Master Sunday. What seems to be the issue? An issue? No. How could I possibly have an issue, young Master Feng? I am here to congratulate you. You are now quite the celebrity in Tianhai City, Sun Shiping remarked with a beaming smile. His excitement was palpable, for he was aware that Hu Yuanyu was Li Feng's fiancée. With Li Feng in the picture, pursuing Hu Yuanyu seemed a daunting task, but circumstances had shifted. Li Feng's escapades at the nightclub had not only led to his arrest but also garnered media attention, making him the talk of the town. Naturally, Hu Yuanyuan would be privy to this scandal, and if her feelings towards Li Feng soured, it would present Sun Shiping with an opportunity. After having been humiliated by Li Feng previously, Sun Shiping had long harbored thoughts of revenge. However, contemplating Li Feng's formidable prowess left him at a loss for retaliation. Now, with Li Feng embroiled in scandal, it appeared to be a fortuitous opportunity. Congratulations? Li Feng's demeanor grew colder. Sun Shiping's words hinted at a connection to the recent debacle. It seems my previous lesson was insufficient. Perhaps it is time to reinforce your memory, he declared frostily. Startled, Sun Shiping took several steps back, eyeing Li Feng warily. Li Feng, what are you planning? I shall inform you that I, Sun Shiping, am not afraid of you. Not afraid of me. That is most fortunate, Li Feng replied, his gaze fixed coldly on Sun Shiping. further solidifying his suspicion of Sun Shiping's involvement in the affair. Sun Shiping, just wait, I shall not let this matter rest. With that, Li Feng turned and departed from the community. Had it not been for the imminent rendezvous with the Tianlang, he would never have allowed Sun Shiping to escape unscathed. However, time was on his side. Sun Shiping, our accounts shall be settled in due course. Do you think I, Sun Shiping, am afraid of you? With a disdainful snort, Sun Shiping recalled the last encounter where Li Feng had humiliated him, an affront he deemed the greatest disgrace of his life. Consequently, he had enlisted several elite bodyguards to accompany him whenever he ventured out, instilling in him a sense of security against any potential aggression from Li Feng. Xinchangyu, why have we not seen Wang Yilong lately? Sun Shiping inquired suddenly of his companion. Young master Sun, that coward Wang Yilong likely lacks the courage to face you. Xinchangyu promptly replied. He, along with Hu Meng, served as Sun Shiping's subordinates. While Hu Meng was valiant yet lacking in intelligence, he posed no threat. Wang Yilong, possessing a modicum of wit, often clashed with Sun Shiping, which had earned Xinchongyu's disdain. Now, presented with an opportunity to take advantage of Wang Yilong's absence, he would not let it slip by. You speak truly. Wang Yilong has disappointed me greatly last time. Let us not dwell on it. Sun Shiping nodded in agreement. Come, let us visit Chow Tai Fuk to acquire some jewels. Hu Yuan must be utterly disillusioned with Li Feng now. This is my moment to seize. Young Master Sun speaks wisely. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance for your imminent conquest of beauty, Xinchangyu said with a grin. Ha ha ha, indeed. You are correct. Hu Yuan is mine, and that little brat Li Feng stands no chance against me. Sun Shiping laughed heartily. In the training base, Li Feng observed the group standing before him, including Tianlang, and nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, you are the elite of the mercenary world. However, in my eyes, you remain worthless. What? Everyone, including Tianlang, stared at Li Feng in disbelief. Surely they had misheard. How could Li Feng dare to label them as worthless? Young master. Tianlang felt a surge of indignation. They had come to work, not to be insulted, while he himself could endure it. How could his proud comrades tolerate such disdain? Did I speak amiss? Li Feng addressed the 20 or so individuals before him. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Defeat me to prove that you are not mere wastrels. What? Surely I did not mishear? Is he truly belittling us? Whispers erupted among them, and Tianlang looked at Li Feng with confusion. To him, Li Feng appeared to be nothing more than a pampered youth. Such a person could easily be bested, even by an ordinary individual. Humph, strength is not merely a matter of words. Li Feng snorted coldly, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The mercenaries, accustomed to a life of peril, were no strangers to such intimidation. They had all taken lives. Yet, they were taken aback by the intense killing intent emanating from Li Feng, who seemed to possess an unexpectedly formidable presence beneath his seemingly delicate exterior. This Li Feng had indeed taken lives, and not just a few. But didn't the leader, Tianlang, claim that Li Feng was the scion of a prominent family? How could he have been involved in such bloodshed? Was he truly a ruthless fiend? However, they soon dismissed this notion. If Li Feng were truly a ruthless villain, their leader would never have summoned them. You, step forward, Li Feng commanded, pointing at a young man in his 20s standing beside Tianlang. Young Master Li, allow me to demonstrate my prowess, the young man declared. Li Feng replied coolly, let me see your strength. The young man glanced at Tianlang and said, and who? It's your turn. Tianlang nodded in agreement. Young Master Li, my name is Enhu. He introduced himself. Please, make your move. Very well. No sooner had he spoken than Li Feng vanished from sight, reappearing right before Enhu. What? Enhu couldn't react in time, and Li Feng's fist struck his chest, sending him flying backward. Bang! Dust erupted as Enhu crashed heavily to the ground. How is this possible? The onlookers stared in disbelief at Li Feng. They knew Enhu's capabilities well. Though he was not the strongest among them, he ranked within the top 10. Yet now, he had fallen so swiftly to Li Feng's single blow. Even if Enhu had underestimated Li Feng, such a rapid defeat was inconceivable. The only explanation was that Li Feng was exceptionally powerful. Tianlang, too, was left speechless, staring at Li Feng. Unlike the others, he understood the profound disparity between Li Feng and Enhu. In that instant, he hadn't even seen how Li Feng had appeared before Enhu. The sole explanation was that Li Feng was incredibly fast, so fast that even he couldn't discern his movements. Young Master Li, come again. The dark tiger sprang up, its expression grave as it gazed at Li Feng. No, Li Feng shook his head and turned to Tianlang and the others. You all should join in. Chapter 55, The Black Hawk Squad. What? Shall we join forces? If it were not for Li Feng's recent triumph over the Dark Tiger with a single strike, they might have thought him deranged. Even so, they considered him exceedingly arrogant. Did he truly believe he could contend against so many alone? Even the mightiest warrior in the world would not exhibit such hubris. Are you all afraid? Li Feng remarked with a cold smile. Currently, he had achieved the 6th level of body refinement, yet the specifics of his combat prowess remained uncertain. With the presence of Tian Lang and the others, he was eager to test the formidable strength that came with this level of refinement. Very well, young Master Feng, please proceed, Tian Lang said, his expression grave. Having followed Li Feng the longest, he sensed that Li Feng was not one to speak idly. If he made such a claim, it was rooted in confidence. Is this not what we have been waiting for? Today, we shall finally engage in a proper battle, Li Feng declared with enthusiasm. Onward. Tian Lang scoffed lightly, leading the charge with a punch that struck like thunder. Come on, Li Feng exclaimed, brimming with excitement, advancing rather than retreating. For him, opportunities to truly unleash his potential in this era were scarce. Teaching Sun Shiping a lesson counted as one, dealing with a few petty robbers as another, and saving Yu Ping on occasion was yet another. However, those adversaries were hardly on the same level as him, presenting no real challenge. This time was different. Tian Lang and his band of mercenaries were seasoned warriors, the perfect opponents. Tian Lang unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Li Feng's chest. In response, Li Feng swiftly raised his hand to block, then seized Tian Lang's wrist, using his strength to hurl him into the crowd. The sound of bodies colliding echoed as several mercenaries were caught off guard and toppled to the ground. Just then, Anhu and his men launched their assault from behind. Li Feng swiftly pivoted, executing a spinning kick. The unexpected attack left Anhu and his companions reeling, sending them crashing to the floor. Emboldened by his momentum, Li Feng surged into the throng, growing more formidable with each encounter. Like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, he found that these mercenaries were simply no match for him. One by one, they were sent flying, and within 5 minutes, all, including Tian Lang, lay incapacitated on the ground. You are far too weak, Li Feng sighed, noting that he had only utilized less than half of his strength. Even so, each punch carried a force of 1,000 pounds, a magnitude beyond what these men could withstand. Too weak? Tian Lang and Anhu exchanged bitter smiles. Had Li Feng uttered those words 5 minutes earlier, they would have deemed him arrogant. Yet now, confronted with the reality of their inadequacy, they recognized the truth. None among them had been able to withstand even a single strike from Li Feng. Strong, exceedingly strong. Throughout their years in Africa, they had encountered numerous masters, from the Delta Force of America to the Royal Knights of Europe, yet none had matched Li Feng's prowess. No wonder he had dared them to come at him all at once. All right, rise to your feet. I have exercised restraint. You are not yet incapacitated, Li Feng stated with a firm tone. Tian Lang and Anhu's expressions shifted dramatically as they discerned the implication in Li Feng's words. He had not exerted his full strength. I trust you understand the purpose for which Tian Lang sought you out, he continued. Indeed, I require the formation of a battle team, to be named the Black Hawk Squad. Li Feng surveyed the assembled mercenaries, now standing before him, over 20 in total. I am aware of your backgrounds as mercenaries, seasoned in combat, possessing ample experience. Yet, in my estimation, your abilities remain insufficient. To be deemed worthy of joining the Black Hawk Squad, your current prowess is decidedly inadequate. Upon your induction into the Black Hawk Squad, you will undergo rigorous training that is far from the simple endeavor you might envision. In fact, it could entail peril to your very lives. Therefore, if you believe that joining the Black Hawk Squad equates to a life of ease, let me clarify, you are gravely mistaken. I urge you to reconsider your decision regarding membership in the Black Hawk Squad. Should you choose not to join, that is perfectly acceptable. I will not compel you. However, should you decide to join and subsequently find yourselves unable to endure the rigors of training, let me make it unequivocally clear, withdrawal will be impossible. I shall grant you 15 minutes to contemplate your decision. I sincerely hope that, after this interval, you will provide me with a satisfactory response. With that, Li Feng turned and departed the training ground, leaving no room for immediate reaction. The Black Hawk Squad is no ordinary military unit. In his previous life, the protagonist belonged to the Black Hawk Special Forces, which comprises dozens of squads, among which the Black Hawk Squad stands as the most formidable. In his past existence, he led the Black Hawk Squad across the galaxy, achieving remarkable military feats. And in this life, he aspires to recreate the squad's former glory. As the captain of the Black Hawk squad, Li Feng understands the immense challenges involved in training such an elite group. The Black Hawk Special Forces were meticulously selected from tens of millions of troops, making the Black Hawk squad the Armée de l'Armée. This underscores the extraordinary combat capabilities of the squad. The Black Hawk squad not only demands exceptional standards in personnel quality but also requires abundant training resources. Currently, Li Feng lacks qualified personnel and adequate training materials, making the task of nurturing a squad akin to the Black Hawk of his former life nearly insurmountable. Nevertheless, Li Feng remains confident. He believes he can cultivate a new Black Hawk squad. Even if its combat prowess does not match that of his previous squad, he is certain that it would surpass any current military unit. Furthermore, in his past life, martial practitioners flourished, possessing a wealth of martial arts manuals within the military. Although Li Feng has access to the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra and the Xiantian Body Refinement Technique, he has also studied numerous martial arts texts. Given sufficient time and resources, he can cultivate martial practitioners. Should any martial artists emerge from the ranks of his newly trained Black Hawk squad, their strength would multiply exponentially. 15 minutes later, Li Feng returned to the training ground and addressed the group, saying, "Everyone, the time has come. Please declare your choices. The young master saved my life. From this moment onward, my life belongs to you. I choose to join the Black Hawk Brigade." The first to speak was Tianlang. "You are stronger than I. Young master, I admire power, and I wish to one day surpass you. Therefore, I too shall join the Black Hawk Brigade," declared Enhu. "Young master, I join one after another," they expressed their allegiance. Li Feng was pleased to see that none of the 20 individuals chose to withdraw. "Excellent. From this moment, you are all members of the Black Hawk Brigade, and in the future, you shall take pride in the choice you made today," Li Feng proclaimed to the group. "However, your days of comfortable living are now a thing of the past. What lies ahead is grueling training." At this, Li Feng flashed a sinister smile. "You will soon discover that the rigorous training you have previously endured pales in comparison to what awaits you. Now, let us assess your strength." With that, Li Feng led them to the strength testing machine, pointing to it as he explained, "This is the strength tester, capable of measuring your power. As long as your strength does not exceed 10,000 Jin, this machine can accurately gauge it." The strength tester, a device that Li Feng had meticulously modified, is crucial for assessing one's capabilities. While there are existing strength testers that can only measure up to a few hundred Jin, rendering them trivial in the eyes of Li Feng, who could easily crush them into scrap with a single punch. Fortunately, the modification of this dynamometer is not overly complicated. The crux lies in the technical aspects of its core components. Given the current conditions, the transformation presents certain challenges. However, it is fortunate that Li Feng's requirements are not particularly high, as the dynamometer in question is designed to measure up to 10,000 pounds. What exactly is a dynamometer? Can it truly measure force? Is this for real? Tianlang and others had never encountered such an instrument before, and upon hearing Li Feng elucidate its functions, they displayed expressions of disbelief. Whether it's real or not, we shall find out through experimentation. "Tianlang, why don't you give it a try?" Li Feng suggested. "All right." Tianlang stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the dynamometer. "I hope it doesn't break," he remarked. "That's a possibility, considering Tianlang's immense strength," another replied. "Look, the needle is moving. 10, 50, 100, 370, 460. Impressive, 400. Li Feng exclaimed with delight. "Indeed. I exerted my full strength," Tianlang acknowledged, convinced of Li Feng's formidable capabilities, believing that the dynamometer he presented was undoubtedly authentic, perhaps even a product of the latest technology. Thus, he went all out from the start. Anhu and the others were secretly astonished, unable to fathom that Tianlang's punch could register a force of 460 pounds. "If that were to strike a person, I'll give it a try," Anhu said eagerly. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Anhu approached, took a deep breath, and struck the dynamometer with a punch. 350. "Not bad. Your strength is commendable," Li Feng noted, recognizing Anhu as a promising talent. "I'll have a go as well," another individual stepped forward. 320. "I have arrived." 280. "I have arrived." 300. One by one, the members of the Black Hawk team stepped forward to test their strength using the dynamometer, with most results falling between 260 and 350. "Feng Xiao, why don't you give it a try?" Dark Tiger suggested. After witnessing so many tests, Dark Tiger was confident that the dynamometer's readings were undoubtedly accurate. and he was eager to discern the extent of Li Feng's power. Yes, Feng Xiao. Do give it a try, the others chimed in, their curiosity piqued. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. Li Feng declared as he summoned the 9 Heavens Heart Sutra and struck down with great force. 500. 1,000. 1,500. 2,132. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at Li Feng in disbelief. 2,132. What immense strength was this? Was this even human power? They feared that a single punch from Li Feng could be fatal. Just imagine, nearly 2 tons of force bearing down upon them. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Feng Xiao, when you competed with us just now, were you not using your full strength? Dark Tiger asked, swallowing hard. Indeed, otherwise, would you still be able to stand? Li Feng replied, nodding. His gaze swept across the crowd, assuring them that there was no mistake with the dynamometer. If they doubted it, they could continue testing. However, he warned them that this level of strength was merely the beginning. In 3 months, you will each possess at least this formidable power. Yet, to attain such strength, one must endure rigorous training. The extent of your achievements will depend solely on your own efforts. Subsequently, Li Feng unveiled his training regimen, marking the official commencement of the Black Hawk team's training. A formidable team, poised to dominate the world, is being established here. Chapter 56. Yusu, are there others here? In the lounge, Feng Linger gazed in astonishment at Li Feng as he entered. Having resided here for many days, it was her first encounter with an outsider. They are personnel from my security company. This is the training base for our organization, Li Feng replied. The training tasks for the Black Eagle squad have been assigned, and the training will be overseen by Tianlang. My role is merely to conduct regular checks on their progress. Security company? Feng Linger paused, recalling how Li Feng had rescued her. She mused to herself, so he is a security guard. No wonder he possesses such remarkable skills. Is there a problem? No. Feng Linger shook her head and spoke. Li Feng, I have been here for quite some time, and my injuries have nearly healed. It is time for me to leave. You wish to depart? Li Feng was taken aback. Although he had anticipated this moment, hearing her express the desire to leave stirred a sense of melancholy within him. There were few women who captivated his heart. Hu Yuanyuan was one, and Feng Linger was another. Yes, Feng Linger nodded affirmatively. Very well, take care of yourself. Avoid being pursued. In my absence, there will be no one to rescue you, Li Feng cautioned. Feng Linger's expression was somewhat peculiar as she nodded indifferently. She departed quietly, just as she had arrived, without disturbing anyone. Although Li Feng felt a tinge of sadness, it was a subdued emotion, as he believed they would reunite before long. Green Elegance Tea House. Hu Yuanyuan calmly finished reading the document in her hands, then placed it on the coffee table. She gazed at the middle-aged man before her. Director Yu, and inquired, what does this mean? Ms. Hu, you ought to comprehend that your company's intelligent chip has not passed the inspection of our Technical Supervision Bureau. We possess the authority to notify you to cease production. Naturally, if you wish for your product to be launched promptly, you must entrust your technology to us for monitoring by our bureau, Director Yu replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with interest as he regarded Hu Yuanyuan. He had heard that the president of Xiangfeng Investment Company was a rare beauty, and now he found those claims to hold true. Having served in the Technical Supervision Bureau for many years, this was the first time he encountered such an enchanting woman. The moment he laid eyes on Hu Yuanyuan, his heart stirred. The Technical Supervision Bureau is distinct from other departments. It is a lucrative position where no new technology or product can enter the market without their endorsement. As the head of the Bureau, Director Yu had reaped countless benefits over the years: cash, real estate, jewelry, and even beautiful women. There was nothing he could not obtain if he set his sights on it. Thus, despite being merely the head of the Technical Supervision Bureau of Tianhai City, he felt completely satisfied, even if he were just a deputy director. This time, Xiangfeng Investment Company sought to produce smart mobile phone chips. Yusu initially believed he would reap considerable benefits from the company. However, to his dismay, he discovered that the individuals at Xiangfeng Investment were utterly ignorant of proper decorum, failing to offer him any form of remuneration. Without hesitation, Yusu severed the company's technical inspection report. Indeed, upon learning that he had dismantled their technical inspection report, Xiangfeng Investment promptly summoned him, and it was none other than the company's president who reached out to him. Yusu had already resolved to extract a significant advantage from them. Otherwise, if everyone acted similarly, how could he expect to gain anything? Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Hu Yuanyuan, all his intentions evaporated. One singular thought occupied his mind: if he could win Hu Yuanyuan's affection, then wealth and jewels would pale in comparison. Hu Yuan was breathtakingly beautiful, a vision that transcended any woman he had encountered before. She was, in his eyes, akin to a celestial being. The mere prospect of spending even a single night with her filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Though Hu Yuan held the esteemed position of president at Xiangfeng Investment, what difference did that make? A president is still a woman, with her own desires. Yu Su considered himself to be a paragon of masculinity, capable of providing immense satisfaction to a woman. However, Hu Yuan, with a slight furrow of her brow, regarded him with evident displeasure. President Hu, you jest. I conduct affairs according to the rules. Yu Su scoffed internally at the notion of rules. In the realm of the Technical Supervision Bureau, he was the embodiment of regulation. Regardless of the company's stature, all must adhere to his standards. The data regarding the intelligent chips is a closely guarded secret of the company and must not be divulged to your Bureau of Technical Supervision. Director Yu, I wonder if there is any possibility for you to exercise some leniency? As Hu Yuan spoke, she produced a check and placed it on the coffee table, pushing it towards Yu Su. During her tenure managing the company, Hu Yuan was not one to disregard the rules. She sensed that Yu Su was seeking a bride. Although displeased, she recognized this as an unspoken rule of the workplace that she must adhere to. President Hu, what do you mean by this? What do you take me for? Yu Su cast a glance at the check, which amounted to 1 million. In the past, he would have certainly accepted it without hesitation. But now, his heart yearned for something far more significant, rendering him indifferent to the sum offered. Hu Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Yu Su to refuse so decisively. Was this truly the same Yu Su? In her investigations, she had perceived him as insatiably greedy. How could he remain unmoved in the presence of 1 million? Did he consider the amount insufficient? As this thought crossed her mind, Hu Yuan's expression turned cold. 1 million was indeed a substantial figure for the company at present. If not for the necessity of appeasing the Bureau of Technical Supervision, she would never have been compelled to offer such a sum. Given the current state of the company, attempting to allocate a greater amount of funds might jeopardize its development. If Yu Su were to be insatiable, demanding more money, she would have to devise an alternative approach. With this in mind, Hu Yuan, unwilling to give up, pressed on. Director Yu, could you not show a little flexibility? You see, this intelligent chip is of paramount importance to our company as it pertains to our very survival. The factory has already manufactured the products, and we are merely awaiting your approval from the Technical Supervision Bureau for them to be released to the market. However, Mr. Hu, it is not that I am unwilling to make concessions. It is simply that without the core data of the intelligent chip, our bureau cannot possibly issue a certification. Yu Su cast a troubled glance at Hu Yuan and said slowly, however, considering Mr. Hu's position, there may be a solution. What solution? Hu Yuan inquired eagerly. The company has been working tirelessly to produce the intelligent chips, and the approval from the Technical Supervision Bureau is crucial for their market launch. Yu Su glanced at her watch and replied, Mr. Hu, I have another meeting to attend shortly. Perhaps we could arrange to discuss this matter at another time? When do you suggest? Hu Yuan frowned. How about this evening? Yu Su suggested with a smile. I have a business trip to Yanjing tomorrow, and tonight is my only available time. Otherwise, we would have to wait a week, and if Mr. Hu can be patient, we could reconvene then. All right. Let's meet tonight then, Hu Yuan considered before adding. Shall we meet here? No. Let us go to the Imperial Pavilion, Yu Su said with a cheerful demeanor. For he was a regular patron there, confident that once they arrived, Hu Yuan would be more easily swayed. The Imperial Pavilion? Hu Yuan furrowed her brows. Well aware of the nature of the Imperial Pavilion, a place she had always approached with caution. This time, however, if President Hu was unwilling, then so be it. Yu Su had accurately gauged Hu Yuan's vulnerabilities, having meticulously reviewed the information on Xiangfeng Investment Company prior to this encounter. He understood the significance of the intelligent chips currently under development for Hu Yuan, and he could hardly believe she would falter. Very well. We shall meet at the Imperial Pavilion, Hu Yuan contemplated before nodding in agreement. I shall await President Hu at the Imperial Pavilion this evening. Yu Su replied with a beaming smile, envisioning the fervent warmth of Hu Yuan's body available for his enjoyment that night, igniting a fervor within him. He could scarcely contain the desire to possess Hu Yuan completely. Chapter 57. The fury of Sun Shiping Hu Yuan returned to the company with a grim expression. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to provoke, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Yu Su was indeed a troublesome spirit. and her insatiable greed left Hui Yuan feeling helpless. The Emperor's Pavilion is a renowned establishment in Tianhai City, a place where the princesses command exorbitant prices. It is no wonder that Yusu remained unfazed by a million. She had her sights set on the women of the Emperor's Pavilion. Hui Yuan likely had not yet realized that Yusu's true aim was herself. This perception was undoubtedly influenced by her lineage. The Hu family is a prominent clan, and its members often carry an air of superiority when interacting with others. However, Hui Yuan had never entertained the thought that someone might covet her. To her, Yusu was merely an inconsequential figure. Had Hui Yuan been aware of Yusu's genuine intentions, she would have vehemently refused to visit the Emperor's Pavilion. Given her status, a mere word to the General Administration of Quality Supervision would suffice to clear any inspections. Yet, upon arriving in Tianhai City, discontented by her family's insistence on marrying Li Feng, she had chosen not to leverage her family's influence. Now, even though she recognized Li Feng's distinctiveness, she had yet to forgive her family. Although the Emperor's Pavilion was a place she despised, she endured it for the sake of the company. She resolved to find a suitable companion for Yusu upon her arrival and then leave immediately. What was going on? Upon her return to the company, Hu Yuan was taken aback to find the lobby adorned with an abundance of roses. Her expression darkened, and she coldly inquired of the receptionist, Lu Rian. Director Hu. Lu Rian, trembling, approached Hu Yuan and replied, "These were brought by Mr. Sun's people." "Which Mr. Sun?" Hu Yuan's brow furrowed. "It's Mr. Sun Shiping." Lu Rian cautiously answered, casting a glance at Hu Yuan. Sun Shiping? Hu Yuan's countenance fell. Sun Shiping was not only her university classmate but also a suitor of hers. Upon learning that he was the one behind the flowers, she immediately grasped his intentions. To be honest, Hu Yuan had held a favorable impression of Sun Shiping during their college days. He was charming and eloquent, and after graduation, he had endeavored to establish himself, ultimately becoming one of the 10 outstanding youth in Tianhai City. Indeed, Sun Shiping had become an idol in the hearts of many young women in Tianhai City, and Hu Yuan had once felt a flutter of affection for him. However, that was of little consequence now, as her status dictated that she could not make her own choices regarding her lifelong commitments and was left to selectively forget. Yet, Hu Yuan had underestimated Sun Shiping's infatuation with her. Despite the passing years, he had not relinquished his pursuit and had employed various means to win her over. Nevertheless, Hu Yuan understood that the disparity in their social standings rendered any possibility of a union between them forever unattainable. She had not anticipated that Sun Shiping's attempts to court her would become increasingly extravagant, with the last incident occurring at the entrance of Tianfu Building, and now, this display at her workplace. As Hu Yuan's words hung in the air, Sun Shiping suddenly appeared in the hall, holding a bouquet of roses, his face beaming as he approached her. "Yuan, do you know? From the moment I laid eyes on you in college, I was utterly captivated by you. Your beauty, your demeanor, every gesture of yours enchants me. Since that day, I have loved you deeply. No other girl could ever occupy a place in my heart. Without you, I would rather grow old alone, Yuan. Sun Shiping, have you no shame?" Hu Yuan retorted angrily, her voice echoing in the corporate space. Did he not realize this was her workplace? His disruption undermined her authority within the company. "Marry me, Yuan. Sun Shiping implored, disregarding her fury as he knelt before her. To him, this was his only chance. With Li Feng's reckless behavior leading to his downfall, Hu Yuan must be profoundly disappointed in her fiancé. This moment presented a rare opportunity for him to seize. Should he let it slip away, finding another such occasion would be exceedingly difficult. Sun Shiping had never entertained the thought that Hu Yuan might reject him. He was aware of her feelings for him. Had it not been for Li Feng's interference, perhaps their child would have already been born. "Sun Shiping, you've lost your mind," Hu Yuan exclaimed, exasperated. She could hardly believe that Sun Shiping would go to such lengths to humiliate her. The furtive glances from her colleagues only served to heighten her frustration. "No, Yuan. I am not insane. I love you. I cannot imagine my life without you. Please grant me a chance. I shall cherish and adore you wholeheartedly. I will endeavor to make you the happiest woman in the world. From the moment I laid eyes on you in university, I have been captivated by your every gesture, your demeanor, and your beauty, which are indelibly etched in my heart. I cannot live without you," Sun Shiping declared fervently. "Sun Shiping, let me make it unequivocally clear. We are impossible," Hu Yuan replied coldly. Sun Shiping's persistence was disheartening. If the matter at hand remained unresolved, Who could predict his subsequent actions? No, Yuan, you cannot treat me this way. I cannot bear to be without you. Sun Shiping gazed at Hu Yuan with an intensity that could move anyone. Sun Shiping, leave me at once, or you shall not like my response. Hu Yuan's patience had reached its limit. After encountering the insatiable Yu Su earlier, now faced with this situation, her spirits plummeted. Sun Shiping trembled, sensing the fury underlying Hu Yuan's words. A wave of defiance surged within him. Why should he, being so admirable and treating her so well, be denied even a chance? Was it because of Li Feng? The thought of Li Feng residing with Hu Yuan, of her possibly being affectionate in his presence, ignited a fierce rage within Sun Shiping. Why should Hu Yuan favor Li Feng? That good for nothing. Why indeed? Someone, dispose of these flowers immediately. The voice of Hu Yuan pierced through the air like a lit fuse, igniting the flames of fury within Sun Shiping. He rose in anger, glaring at her as he bellowed, "Why do you reject me? Is it merely because of that Li Feng? Hu Yuan, I truly cannot comprehend what is so admirable about that good-for-nothing. What makes you favor him? Tell me, in what way am I inferior to him? You would rather be with that useless fool than be with me." Hu Yuan regarded Sun Shiping with a frigid stare. "Enough, Sun Shiping. If you do not leave immediately, I shall call security." Regret washed over her. Had she known Sun Shiping would act like a rabid dog, she would have had him ejected earlier. "Hu Yuan, you are actually sending me away? You dare to cast me out?" Sun Shiping, consumed by rage, pointed at her and shouted, "You wretched woman! You actually have feelings for that worthless Li Feng? Are you not aware that he was apprehended by the police while indulging in debauchery? Now the entire Tianhai city knows, and yet you still harbor affection for him. I think you are simply seeking humiliation." Smack! A resounding slap landed on Sun Shiping's face, followed by a chilling voice that echoed, "Sun Shiping, if you dare to create a scene here, it seems you are tired of living." Chapter 58. A severe lesson. Who struck me? Sun Shiping turned around in anger, only to find Li Feng standing not far away, looking at him coldly. Sun Shiping's pupils constricted. "Li Feng, what brings you here?" After the previous incident, Sun Shiping instinctively felt a twinge of fear towards Li Feng. However, recalling that he could not appear weak in front of Hu Yuan, he stepped forward, gazing coldly at Li Feng, and said, "Li Feng, how dare you strike me? It seems you have grown quite bold." "Strike you? And what of it?" Li Feng scoffed. Today marked the establishment of the Black Hawk team, albeit under the banner of a security company. He had come to the company to finalize the registration matters with Hu Yuan. However, upon his arrival, he overheard Sun Shiping boasting shamelessly and even insulting Hu Yuan, which he could not tolerate. Without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap. "I struck you again. Care to bite me?" With that, Li Feng stepped forward and delivered another slap to Sun Shiping. To him, the chaos in the company was likely instigated by Sun Shiping himself. He had intended to confront Sun Shiping after resolving the registration issues, yet he found Sun Shiping already causing a scene. "Li Feng, you seek your own demise. Today, I shall make you pay for your arrogance and ignorance." Sun Shiping roared, summoning his bodyguards. With a series of footsteps, 4 bodyguards appeared beside Sun Shiping, vigilantly watching Li Feng. "What, do you intend for your bodyguards to take action?" Li Feng gazed coldly at Sun Shiping, his eyes reflecting a disdain akin to observing a fool. "If I were you, I would leave obediently right now. Otherwise, you shall regret it later." Sun Shiping, discomforted by Li Feng's stare, retorted with a sneer, "Li Feng, do you know? I have awaited this moment for a long time. Today, you shall pay for the deeds you inflicted upon me." "What do you intend to do, Sun Shiping?" Hu Yuan exclaimed angrily. "What? You, Hu Yuan, still wish to defend him at this juncture? Let me tell you, it is too late." Sun Shiping scoffed, "Attack. I will take responsibility if you kill him." No sooner had he spoken than his 4 bodyguards lunged at Li Feng without hesitation. A motley crew. Li Feng curled his lip in disdain, a cruel smile flickering in his eyes. "A motley crew, you say? Li Feng, allow me to inform you that these 4 bodyguards were specifically arranged for you. They are veterans of a special forces unit, each capable of taking on 10 men. Even if you, Li Feng, are formidable, you stand no chance against them. Today, I shall have you begging for mercy on your knees, teaching you the consequences of offending me, Sun Shiping. Just wait." However, Sun Shiping's incredulity grew as he beheld Li Feng standing unscathed, while his 4 bodyguards lay on the ground, wailing, "What is happening? How could this be? Sun Shiping, is this the elite force you summoned to deal with me?" Li Feng smirked. "This is utterly pathetic." With that, Li Feng approached Sun Shiping, who stammered, Why you? Don't come any closer. Sun Shiping gazed at Li Feng with palpable fear, as in the blink of an eye, Li Feng had effortlessly incapacitated 4 of his bodyguards. Though incredulous, the reality could not be denied. Now, with Li Feng approaching him, dread gripped his heart. Sun Shiping, young master son, weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Here I am, delivering myself to you. Why do you not make your move? Li Feng regarded him with a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with coldness. In a swift motion, Li Feng seized Sun Shiping by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Li Feng, what do you intend to do? Sun Shiping stammered in terror. He believed he could handle the 4 bodyguards, but he knew he stood no chance against Li Feng himself. The memory of the last encounter, where Li Feng had nearly beaten him to a pulp, haunted him with fear. What do I intend to do? Li Feng sneered, delivering a resounding slap. Do you know where you are? This is Xiangfeng Investment Company, a place where the likes of you, Sun Shiping, have no business causing a ruckus. This slap serves as a reminder for you. With another swift motion, he continued, Hu Yuanyu is my woman. She is not someone a worthless wretch like you can covet. This slap is to make it clear that when you see Hu Yuanyu and in the future, you should distance yourself as far as possible. A final slap followed. You dare to call me Li Feng a worthless fool? If I am a fool, then you are even less than that. This slap serves to remind you that it is you, Sun Shiping, who is the true worthless one. Humph, I did not seek you out, yet here you are, causing a commotion in my company. Just right. Let us settle the score regarding the celestial realm, shall we? Wang Yilong is your man, is he not? You orchestrated his deception, luring me to the heavens, didn't you? You set a trap intending to harm me, did you not? This slap serves as a reminder that anyone wishing to bring me, Li Feng, harm shall pay the price. Slap. I did not. Sun Shiping was nearly in tears, as Li Feng's strike was merciless. His face had swollen, more than doubling in size. No, humph. Who else could it be but you? Li Feng scoffed coldly. Wang Yilong was merely a lackey to Sun Shiping. Given Wang Yilong's timid nature, would he dare to act against me without Sun Shiping's backing? Aye. Sun Shiping, dazed from the blow, could hardly articulate a response. Li Feng cast Sun Shiping onto the ground and turned to the astonished Lu Ruyan beside him, instructing, call security and have this scoundrel and his chaotic entourage thrown out. With that, Li Feng strode towards Hu Yuanyuan. Humph. Upon seeing Li Feng, Hu Yuanyuan snorted coldly and turned away. Angry as she, Li Feng managed a wry smile. It was only natural given the ruckus caused by Sun Shiping. However, he blamed himself. Had he arrived at the company sooner, perhaps this wretched scoundrel would not have dared to stir trouble. Damn Sun Shiping, he will pay dearly next time. With this thought, Li Feng hastily followed Hu Yuanyuan, as matters with the security company required her attention. Wait. Li Feng darted into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. What are you doing? Hu Yuanyuan inquired, her tone tinged with displeasure. Oh, don't be upset. A woman's anger can easily lead to premature aging, Li Feng replied with a cheeky grin. Humph. Hu Yuanyuan snorted dismissively, turning her head away from him. Rest assured, that scoundrel Sun Shiping will trouble you no more. If he dares to show his face again, I shall confront him each time. How dare he lay a finger on my woman? Li Feng declared. Do not speak so carelessly. Who is your woman? Hu Yuanyuan retorted with a scoff. Who else but you? We have a formal agreement, Li Feng stated, his gaze lingering on Hu Yuanyuan. Today, she was clad in professional attire, accentuating her exquisite figure, exuding a captivating charm. Though Hu Yuanyuan chose to ignore him, she could not deny the truth, at least nominally. She was indeed Li Feng's wife. As the elevator doors opened, Hu Yuanyuan stepped out, and Li Feng hurried to follow. Upon reaching the doorway of the president's office, Hu Yuanyuan halted and turned to him, saying, Why are you following me? I have matters to discuss with you, Li Feng replied. I have no time. She refused without hesitation, fully aware of Li Feng's character and suspecting that his visit was unlikely to be fortuitous. It pertains to business, regarding the security company. Li Feng clarified. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Yuanyuan conceded, Come in then. Chapter 59. The feeling of concern. This marked Li Feng's inaugural visit to the presidential office of Hu Yuanyuan. The office was spacious, encompassing an impressive 200 square meters, adorned with intricately carved wooden doors and opulent marble flooring. The walls were draped in sumptuous velvet fabric, while a row of antique bookshelves graced the left side, meticulously filled with a diverse array of books. On the right, a luxurious French leather sofa was elegantly arranged, complemented by potted plants. Sunlight streamed through the sheer white drapes of the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire room with a bright radiance. Directly opposite was a grand executive desk, behind which Hu Yuan took her seat upon entering. She then looked at Li Feng and said, "If you have something to discuss, please do so now. I have already recruited personnel for the security company, but I am unfamiliar with the process of registering the company, so I will need you to handle that." "Not a problem," Li Feng replied. "I will have Assistant Su take care of it shortly. Is there anything else? If not, you may leave." Hu Yuan responded. "No further matters." With a smile, Li Feng pulled out a chair in front of the grand desk and seated himself before Hu Yuan, observing her face, which was marred by a frown. He jested, after reprimanding Sun Shiping, "I believe I deserve a moment to rest here. Do you really think I won't call security to have you removed?" Hu Yuan's expression darkened. "Huh," Li Feng replied nonchalantly. "Are you certain that your security personnel are a match for me?" Hu Yuan was taken aback, contemplating Li Feng's formidable skills, and could only let out a resigned sigh. Not to mention the security personnel on this floor, even the combined efforts of the entire security team at Shangfeng Investment Company would likely fall short against Li Feng. Recalling the 4 bodyguards of Sun Shiping from earlier, she became increasingly convinced of Li Feng's extraordinary abilities, capable of dispatching them in the blink of an eye. Coming from a military family, she immediately recognized that those bodyguards were indeed trained soldiers. Throughout, Hu Yuan could not fathom how Li Feng had acquired such exceptional prowess, a feat that surely could not be achieved overnight. She wondered why she had never heard of this before. She had to admit, Li Feng was becoming increasingly enigmatic, stirring within her an urge to uncover his secrets. "Li Feng, you are affecting my work here," Hu Yuan remarked. "I can remain silent. It will not hinder your efforts." Li Feng replied, his gaze fixed intently on Hu Yuan. He noted that the woman seated in the office chair exuded an additional aura of a strong, captivating leader compared to before. "How can I work with you looking at me like that?" Hu Yuan felt uncomfortable under Li Feng's unwavering stare. "Then I shall close my eyes," Li Feng said, proceeding to shut them. With his heightened senses, he could perceive everything around him clearly, even with his eyes closed. "You." Hu Yuan glared at Li Feng, who, at that moment, resembled an irksome piece of taffy, eliciting both her frustration and helplessness. Hu Yuan resolved to ignore him. If she could not drive him away, she would treat him as though he were invisible, as long as he remained silent. However, she soon realized the absurdity of her thoughts. Even if Li Feng refrained from speaking or making any overt gestures, she could still sense his gaze upon her. A gaze so fervent that it made her feel as though she were clad in nothing at all before him. Yet, each time she glanced up, she found him sitting there, eyes closed, resembling a monk deep in meditation. This left Hu Yuan perplexed. What could this mean? Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Unbeknownst to her, Li Feng possessed a perception beyond that of ordinary individuals. Though his eyes were shut, he was intently observing her through his spiritual awareness. Since Hu Yuan was unaware of this extraordinary ability, Li Feng felt no apprehension of being discovered, allowing him to indulge freely in his observations. The only surprise for Li Feng was Hu Yuan's acute sensitivity. She had managed to detect his covert scrutiny. The ensuing hour proved to be the most arduous for Hu Yuan. She frequently stole glances at Li Feng, yet each time, he remained utterly still, his eyes still tightly closed, exhibiting no sign of change. She found herself questioning the authenticity of his demeanor. If he were merely acting, it would require an extraordinary effort. If not, then his willpower. Wait. Hu Yuan suddenly realized that Li Feng possessed formidable skills. Whether during the rescue of Yu Ping or in his recent confrontation with Sun Shiping's bodyguard, his prowess was unmistakable. Such a person was undoubtedly on par with the guards surrounding her father. Thus, it was inconceivable that his willpower would be weak. The guard standing beside her father remained utterly still for an entire day and night, and it seemed that Li Feng would be no different for him. An hour was likely mere child's play. That wretched scoundrel nearly tricked me, Hu Yuan fumed internally. 1 hour? Even a day and night would be a trivial challenge for Li Feng, given his formidable willpower. Foolishly, she had hoped that he would eventually yield. But it appeared that she herself might be the one unable to endure. Li Feng, have you had enough yet? Finally, Hu Yuan, unwilling to continue this stalemate, spoke up with annoyance. What's wrong? Am I bothering you? Li Feng replied, feigning confusion, while secretly chuckling to himself. For the past hour, he had been keenly observing Hu Yuan's every move with his spiritual sense. He had initially thought that she would struggle to last even half an hour. To his surprise, She had stubbornly persisted for a full hour. You are interfering with my work. I kindly ask you to leave, Hu Yuanyuan stated, her tone lacking the previous assertiveness. Yet her stance remained resolute. If I am silent and not engaging in any antics, how could I possibly be affecting you? I suspect it is your own lack of focus that has you sneaking glances at this handsome fellow, Li Feng retorted. You are the one sneaking peeks. And calling yourself handsome. Hu Yuanyuan cursed silently, though she was reluctant to let Li Feng know that during this hour, she had gazed at him countless times. Instead, she insisted, I said you are affecting me, so you must leave this instant. Very well, being unreasonable is a privilege of women, Li Feng conceded. Li Feng stood up and declared, I shall take my leave now. Hu Yuanyuan gazed at him in astonishment, surprised that he had indeed agreed. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would not have endured an hour of discomfort. However, a thought quickly crossed her mind. Could it be that Li Feng harbored some ulterior motive? Hu Yuanyuan, you are, after all, my woman. In the future, should you encounter any troubles akin to today's, remember to call upon me. I am your man, and it is my duty to protect you. Li Feng asserted as he approached the door, abruptly turning to address Hu Yuanyuan once more. Without allowing her a moment to respond, he swiftly opened the office door and departed from the president's office. A flicker of anger crossed Hu Yuanyuan's face, but once Li Feng exited, her ire dissipated, replaced by the hint of a gentle smile. Is this what it feels like to be cared for? How delightful. Chapter 60, Conspiracy in a Restaurant. Sun Shiping sat gloomily, consuming his lunch, yet the pain from the severe beating he received from Li Feng lingered, making every movement of his mouth excruciating. For Sun Shiping, today was undoubtedly the most unfortunate day. He had anticipated that Li Feng would be apprehended while indulging in frivolities, and with Hu Yuanyuan utterly disappointed in him. He viewed this as a rare opportunity to pursue her. To this end, he meticulously prepared 999 roses, orchestrating a grand display at Hu Yuanyuan's company, hoping she would acquiesce to his advances. However, not only did he fail to win her affections, but he also found himself on the receiving end of Li Feng's wrath. This was an unparalleled humiliation for Sun Shiping. Li Feng, and that wretched Hu Yuanyuan. I shall make you both pay for this one day, he thought, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Isn't this the illustrious Sun Shiping? When did you become such a pitiful sight? At that moment, a sarcastic voice echoed from nearby. Sun Shiping turned to see a young man approaching him. Who are you? Sun Shiping inquired, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the advancing youth. Who am I? The young man chuckled, unfazed by Sun Shiping's fury, as he pulled out a chair and seated himself opposite Sunday. What truly matters is not my identity, but rather that I am here to alleviate your troubles. Alleviate my troubles? Sun Shiping scoffed, yet the action strained his injury, nearly bringing him to tears. Indeed, I have come specifically to assist you today, young Master Sun. The young man replied earnestly. Sun Shiping scoffed disdainfully, pondering the absurdity of the young man's presumption. Without acknowledging him further, he rose and turned to leave. Young Master Sun, we share a common adversary, Li Feng. The young man spoke up at that moment. Sun Shiping halted, glancing back at him. What did you say? We have a mutual foe in Li Feng. The current state of affairs for you, young Master Sun, must surely stem from him. Do you not yearn for vengeance? The young man stated calmly. You wish to confront Li Feng? Sun Shiping replied in a low voice. Indeed. Wouldn't it be prudent for young Master Sun to sit down and discuss it? Very well. Sun Shiping hesitated for but a moment before taking a seat. The thought of confronting Li Feng had long occupied his mind. Yet the recollection of Li Feng's formidable prowess, one that even the retired special forces he had recruited could not rival, cast doubt on his ability to seek retribution alone. Assistance would be most welcome. Now, might you reveal your identity to me? Sun Shiping inquired. Young master, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we devise a strategy to deal with Li Feng, the young man replied, shaking his head. You seem rather dismissive of my standing. To propose collaboration without disclosing your identity, do you find such an arrangement meaningful? Sun Shiping retorted coldly, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. Who is he, Sun Shiping? A seasoned player in the business arena, he may have been momentarily blinded by anger, yet he had not wholly lost his reason. He would never ally himself with someone of ambiguous identity. Young master, when did I ever suggest we collaborate? The young man shook his head, seemingly perplexed by Sun Shiping's words. What do you mean? Are you jesting with me? Sun Shiping's expression turned cold, a glint of icy disdain flashing in his eyes. The young man replied, Sun Shao, I am here to assist you in dealing with Li Feng, not to collaborate with you. Do understand that? What do you mean? Sun Shiping queried frostily. What do you wish to know, Sun Shao? I shall enlighten you. You, Sun Shiping, lack the qualifications to collaborate with us, the young man stated. What? Sun Shiping's fury ignited. He perceived a profound contempt in the young man's gaze, an affront that unsettled him deeply. After all, Sun Shiping held a significant position in Tianhai City. When had he ever been so scorned? There's no need for you to be enraged. It's merely the truth, the young man said nonchalantly. Very well, then I shall take my leave, Sun Shiping retorted, seething with anger. Haha, does Sun Shao not yearn for revenge against Li Feng? Not only did he chastise you, but he also stole your woman. Can you truly endure such indignities? I must commend your remarkable patience, the young man remarked indifferently. Furthermore, have you considered what Li Feng is currently engaged in? He is, after all, a normal man. How might he be responding to the enchanting Hu Yuan at this very moment? Perhaps they are now wrapped in each other's affections. Enough. Silence yourself. Sun Shiping bellowed, the flames of his fury raging within. What? Is Sun Shao still unwilling to accept this reality? The young man scoffed, remarking that it was indeed the case. The current Sun Shao seemed to possess an inflated sense of self-worth, indifferent to the fact that the woman he cherished was in the company of another man. Sun Shiping clenched his fists, veins protruding, consumed with a desire to rush forth and deliver a thorough beating to the young man. Yet, reason prevailed, urging him to maintain his composure. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Sun Shiping finally spoke. State your purpose. I presume you did not come merely to mock me. I have long asserted that I am here to assist you in dealing with Li Feng, for he is our mutual adversary. You need not concern yourself with my identity, for knowing it would serve no purpose, given your standing. You lack the entitlement to such knowledge. If you are amenable, we could sit down and have a proper discussion. Should you refuse, I shall not press the matter. The young man cast a glance at Sun Shiping, his tone cool and dispassionate. It is not that I hold you in contempt, Sun Shao, but given your circumstances, you scarcely appear to be a match for Li Feng. Without our assistance, it would be utterly impossible for you to confront him. Yui? Sun Shiping's brows furrowed deeper. It was evident that the young man's words did not represent merely his own perspective. Behind him stood a collective, seemingly intent on addressing Li Feng. Sun Shiping pondered, perplexed as to how such a worthless individual as Li Feng could cultivate so many enemies, and how he had incurred their ire. Having navigated the commercial landscape for many years, he prided himself on his discernment. Initially dismissive, he now scrutinized the young man before him and recognized a certain aura, one he had previously encountered in another. Logically, given Li Feng's ineptitude, he should not have ruffled so many feathers. However, Sun Shiping did not dwell on the matter. In his perspective, the more adversaries Li Feng amassed, the better. Since he was unable to confront him directly, allying with others to take him down was a viable alternative. Indeed, it would be us. The young man nodded and said, Rest assured, Sun Shao, our sole aim is to deal with Li Feng. Hu Yuan will be yours in due course. Very well, I agree to this collaboration. Sun Shiping declared emphatically upon hearing this. The prospect of punishing Li Feng while also gaining Hu Yuan was an opportunity too splendid to decline. The young man nodded in satisfaction. Sun Shao, you truly are a man of decisive action. Now, allow me to outline our plan. Chapter 61. Bold ambitions. Do you desire to indulge in services akin to those of emperors? Then, welcome to the Imperial Pavilion. This was the advertisement when the Imperial Pavilion first opened its doors, and indeed, it is a haven for those seeking pleasure, where the ladies hail from all corners of the globe, offering a myriad of delightful experiences. As night descends, luxurious sedans glide into the parking lot of the Imperial Pavilion, where successful gentlemen in tailored suits make their entrance. At that moment, a black Audi pulls into the lot and comes to a halt. A middle-aged man steps out of the vehicle, none other than Yu Su, the deputy director of the Technical Supervision Bureau. Yu Su gazes enviously at the array of opulent cars in the parking lot. Although his wealth would allow him to purchase a more extravagant vehicle, his position necessitates that he drives an Audi. However, contemplating the advantages his job affords him, any feelings of envy dissipate. Without this employment, he might have been relegated to a life as a mere worker, devoid of the leisurely existence he currently enjoys. Consider the Imperial Pavilion itself. An ordinary laborer might toil a lifetime without ever affording a single evening here, unlike him, who can indulge in its offerings from time to time. Standing before the resplendent faade of the Imperial Pavilion, Yu Su feels a surge of exhilaration, a thrill that even surpasses his initial experience seeking companionship. "Sir, please enter." The attendant in a qipao greets Yusu with a beaming smile at the entrance. Yusu's gaze fell upon the chest of the qipao-clad attendant, a smile gracing his lips. The service at the Emperor's Pavilion was indeed exceptional, both in physique and appearance. The staff were of the highest caliber. Comparatively, his own wife at home was hardly in the same league, and even the university students he had been supporting could not measure up to them. On a typical day, Yusu might have exchanged playful banter with them, but at this moment, he was devoid of any inclination to converse, hastily making his way into the Emperor's Pavilion. Yusu's destination was the private room on the second floor. Several hours prior, he had made a reservation for this very suite, meticulously planning to secure the attention of Hu Yuan. He had gone to great lengths to ensure everything was perfect, even reserving the finest room available. Upon entering the suite and observing the decor, Yusu nodded in satisfaction. The elegance of the room was befitting of a beauty like Hu Yuan. Noticing that he had some time to spare, he settled onto the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. His aim this evening was Hu Yuan, the president of Xiangfeng Investment Company, a formidable woman in Tianhai City, rumored to be an icy beauty with no romantic ties to date. Yet, such details were inconsequential to him. Women, in his experience, were easily swayed. Whether they were ice queens or corporate leaders, he possessed the means to captivate them. Furthermore, Yusu believed he held leverage over Hu Yuan, as the production of the new intelligent chip by her company hinged upon his approval. Without his consent, the launch of this technology could spell financial ruin for Xiangfeng Investment Company. For a strong woman, a company is akin to her child, perhaps even more significant than herself. A knock resounded, startling Yusu from his reverie. He trembled slightly and quickly responded, "Please, come in." The deep red door creaked open, revealing Hu Yuan. "Director Yu." Her soft and melodious voice floated in from the entrance, complemented by her enchanting starry eyes, elegantly straight nose, and cherry lips exuding an aura of allure and charm. Upon seeing Hu Yuan, Yusu was momentarily captivated. She appeared utterly transformed from her daytime self, radiating an even more irresistible allure. He could not help but swallow hard. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a figure that was simply exquisite. The youthful innocence had given way to the unique charm of a mature woman, a type that he found utterly enchanting. "Director Yu," Hu Yuan said, her expression tinged with displeasure as she furrowed her brow. "Ah, President Hu has arrived. Please have a seat," Yusu hastily responded, noticing her discontent. Although he held confidence in his ability to handle women, he knew he could not immediately impose himself upon Hu Yuan. Scaring her away at this moment would be a grave misstep. "Director Yu, may we discuss the matters regarding your Technical Supervision Bureau now?" Hu Yuan inquired, her brow still knitted. However, before she could finish, Yusu interjected, "President Hu, let us dine and converse simultaneously." Without waiting for her consent, he summoned the waiter and ordered an array of dishes. Hu Yuan cast a subtle glance at Yusu. She had initially been reluctant to visit the Imperial Pavilion, yet she recognized that without doing so, she would struggle to find an effective solution regarding the technical inspections from the Technical Supervision Bureau. Moreover, she held confidence in her position, believing that Yusu would not dare to impose upon her. In her view, a small price could be paid. However, she now felt a twinge of regret. Upon entering the private room moments ago, Yusu's leering gaze had made her wish to leave at once. Before long, the waiter presented a table adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. Yusu poured a glass of red wine for Hu Yuan. "Ms. Hu, please," he urged. "Director Yu, I do not drink alcohol," Hu Yuan replied, shaking her head. "Surely you jest, Ms. Hu. You are the illustrious president of Xiangfeng Investment Company, a formidable woman in Tianhai City. How could you possibly abstain from wine? Do you look down upon me?" Yusu retorted, somewhat displeased. In truth, Hu Yuan was not averse to wine. She simply did not wish to indulge in it within such an environment. "Ms. Hu, please," Yusu insisted with a beaming smile. Resigned, Hu Yuan lifted her glass, took a sip, and then ventured, "Director Yu, regarding." "Ms. Hu, look, we haven't even discussed the dishes yet." "There is no rush for the serious matters," Yusu interrupted her once more. Come, let us enjoy the meal." Hu Yuan's brow furrowed deeper. Gazing at the lavish spread before her, she felt no appetite whatsoever. Her visit to the Imperial Pavilion was intended for business. Yet it seemed that Yusu was unwilling to grant her a moment to speak. She could not help but question Yusu's true intentions. As the wine flowed freely and the dishes were plentiful, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Hu Yuanyuan spoke again. Director Yu. It seems we have nearly finished our drinks and consumed a fair amount of food. Shouldn't we discuss the matter at hand? Yu Su, having indulged in a considerable amount of alcohol, wore a slightly flushed complexion. Upon hearing Hu Yuanyuan's words, she chuckled. Look at you, Miss Hu, so eager. The night is still young, and we have ample time to deliberate on serious matters. As she spoke, Yu Su's gaze fell upon Hu Yuanyuan, whose rosy cheeks, enhanced by the wine, rendered her all the more alluring, inciting a desire in Yu Su to draw nearer. Director Yu. Hu Yuanyuan's expression darkened as she stood up. I believe you are fatigued. Perhaps we should postpone our discussion for another time. Yu Su's gaze unsettled Hu Yuanyuan, and upon noticing Yu Su's reluctance to engage in serious conversation, her patience waned. The night had grown late, and she had no inclination to linger in the Imperial Pavilion. Why the urgency, Miss Hu? I am not averse to discussing serious matters. It merely depends on what you are willing to offer, Yu Su replied with a sly smile. What is it that you desire, Director Yu? Money is not an issue, Hu Yuanyuan asserted. Money? Miss Hu, you jest. I do not wish for a single coin. Yu Su replied, shaking her head with a smile. Then what is it you seek? What I desire. Do you not comprehend, Miss Hu? Yu Su's gaze roamed over Hu Yuanyuan's curvaceous figure, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Hu Yuanyuan's demeanor turned icy. Director Yu, I do not grasp your implication. Yu Su laughed heartily, rising to approach Hu Yuanyuan. Miss Hu, at this juncture, do not feign ignorance. Is my intention not clear to you? In this Imperial Pavilion, there resides a lady of exquisite beauty. Allow me to summon an attendant for you, suggested Hu Yuanyuan. However, I must assert that none in the Imperial Pavilion can rival the beauty of Ms. Hu. If only Ms. Hu would grace me with her company for a single evening, all matters could be amicably resolved. With a lascivious grin, Yu Su gazed at Hu Yuanyuan. Chapter 62. The beauty's smile disperses upon hearing Yu Su's words and observing her expression. Even Hu Yuanyuan, known for her mild temperament, was filled with rage. She initially believed that Yu Su was merely after money or desired one of the maidens from the Imperial Pavilion, both of which she could easily accommodate. However, Hu Yuanyuan was utterly unprepared for Yu Su's audacious proposition. She wanted her. Who was Hu Yuanyuan, and who was Yu Su? Irrespective of her status. Even if she were an ordinary woman, she would never acquiesce to such an outrageous demand. With a frigid demeanor, Hu Yuanyuan declared, Yu Su, you are intoxicated. I shall take my leave. She turned to exit immediately. Hu Zong, why depart so soon now that you have graced us with your presence? It was hard to fathom how Yu Su, in her somewhat corpulent form, could move so swiftly, blocking Hu Yuanyuan's path before she could step out. Yu Su. Hu Yuanyuan's gaze was icy, her anger palpable. Do not be enraged, Hu Zong. I am compelled to act thus. How could I not, given your exquisite beauty? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was profoundly captivated by your charm. It was at that instant I resolved to find a way to possess you. Hu Zong, grant me but one opportunity, even if just for a night, and I assure you I shall pave the way for your company's success. Yu Su's fervent gaze was fixed upon Hu Yuanyuan, almost as if it could consume her entirely. Step aside, Yu Su. I can overlook today's incident, but if you persist, your tenure as Deputy Director of the Technical Supervision Bureau shall come to an abrupt end. Hu Yuanyuan's cold stare bore into Yu Su, her eyes reflecting a tempest of indignation. He chuckled softly, believing that Hu would yield to him. Yu Su, with a dismissive smile, regarded Hu Yuanyuan as a fish caught in a net. There was no rush to deal with her. His eyes roamed over her with unrestrained desire. The fury of a beautiful woman did not intimidate him. Rather, he found a certain admiration for her ire, especially in the case of Hu Yuanyuan. Though her angry gaze seemed capable of consuming him, it possessed an undeniable allure. It was at that moment he realized how captivating Hu Yuanyuan appeared when enraged. Yu Su, you are stubbornly deluded. By acting this way, you only bring ruin upon yourself, Hu Yuanyuan said, contemplating her strategy. This visit to the Imperial Pavilion was known to no one, and she had come unaccompanied, without any bodyguards. In light of the current predicament, she had to devise a solution on her own. Despite her military lineage, she was merely an ordinary woman, and she feared she might not be a match for Yu Su, especially since he had ulterior motives for desiring her. Bring ruin upon myself. Yu Su replied with a scoff, unfazed. This was not his first encounter with such threats. Each time, his adversaries had threatened him in similar fashion. Yet the outcomes were always the same. After sharing a bed with him, they all obediently became his clandestine lovers. Thus, he dismissed Hu Yuan's threats entirely. In his mind, regardless of her elevated status, after experiencing ecstasy with him, she would inevitably succumb like all the others. Ms. Hu, from the moment you entered this private room, your fate was sealed. I am not one who revels in coercion. I merely require your agreement to spend a night with me, and I promise to refrain from any further entanglements with you thereafter. With a cheerful demeanor, Yu Su approached Hu Yuan. Stop right there, Hu Yuan said, raising a wine bottle defensively in front of herself, her gaze icy as she regarded Yu Su. If you come any closer, do not blame me for being impolite. A soft chuckle escaped Yu Su's lips as he gazed meaningfully at Hu Yuan. Oh, Ms. Hu, how exactly do you intend to be impolite with me? Yu Su, do not approach me. If you do, I will summon assistance, Hu Yuan warned, brandishing the wine bottle towards him. Ms. Hu, have you forgotten where we are? This is the Imperial Pavilion, and a premium private room at that. As long as the door remains shut, no matter the commotion within, no one will be aware. Yu Su pressed closer, now within 2 meters of Hu Yuan, clearly observing the exposed skin of her body and even catching a whiff of the fragrance that enveloped her. Taking a deep breath, he exhibited an expression of delight. How exquisite. Ms. Hu, you truly live up to your reputation. Even from this distance, I can detect your delightful aroma. I can only imagine how intoxicating it must be up close. Shameless. Hu Yuan spat through gritted teeth, feeling an unprecedented surge of anger. A level of fury she had never experienced even when registering her marriage certificate with Li Feng. Shameless? Ms. Hu, you jest. I assure you, I possess all my teeth. Yu Su replied with a grin, reveling in the fury of Hu Yuan, and feeling a sense of accomplishment knowing the identity of the woman before him as the president of Xiangfeng Investment Company. In the pages of a youth magazine, Hu Yuan is celebrated as the goddess of Tianhai City, a renowned figure of strength and influence. The mere thought of this exalted woman being subdued beneath him filled Yu Su with exhilaration. President Hu, you claim I am toothless. Are you perhaps yearning to experience my kiss? Yu Su advanced with a smile, fulfilling Hu's unspoken desire. You scoundrel, Hu Yuan retorted with a furious huff, hurling the bottle in her hand towards Yu Su. However, as she lifted the bottle with all her might, an overwhelming weakness enveloped her, causing the vessel to clatter to the floor. How could this be? A look of horror spread across Hu Yuan's face as she realized her legs could no longer support her. She languidly collapsed onto the sofa behind her. Hey, President Hu, do you not comprehend? The reason I spoke so much earlier was to await the effect of the drug, Yu Su leered. You drugged me? Hu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes brimming with despair. Indeed, I administered a little something, but fret not. This concoction merely renders you powerless. Not the infamous beauty smile powder. As Yu Su produced a small vial, he continued, this contains the true beauty smile powder, which I procured at great expense, specifically for you. Hu Yuan glared at Yu Su with fiery intensity. Had her gaze been lethal, he would have perished countless times over. Now, President Hu, you face 2 choices. The first is to willingly submit to me. At this juncture, Yu Su glanced at the vial in his hand, adding, the second choice is to drink the beauty smile powder. You delude yourself. I would rather die than allow you to succeed. Hu Yuan let out a cold snort. Yu Su smiled and shook her head, pouring the enchanting drink into a glass before approaching Hu Yuan with it in hand. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, Ms. Hu, you might as well drink this glass of wine obediently. As Hu Yuan gazed at the glass in Yu Su's hand, her eyes brimmed with despair, regret, and unwillingness. She understood that if she truly consumed this drink, it would spell her doom. In that moment, her heart was heavy with remorse. She should never have placed her trust in Yu Su, nor should she have agreed to visit this Imperial Pavilion. Given the chance to choose again, she would prefer her company to collapse rather than confront the beast that was Yu Su. At that instant, her thoughts wandered to her parents far away in the northwest, to her grandparents, to her dear friends, and even to Li Feng. It dawned on Hu Yuan that, in truth, her feelings towards Li Feng were not as filled with hatred as she had believed. Even if he were deemed a failure, the prospect of living a simple life together was profoundly beautiful. Moreover, the current Li Feng was not the hopeless individual of legend. During their last encounter at the abandoned factory, it was Li Feng who had rescued her. Would he come to her aid once more? Earlier that day at the office, he had declared that she was his woman and that he would protect her. Would he still make an appearance now? Ms. Hu, it seems you are eager to indulge in this enchanting drink, Yu Su remarked, barely able to contain her impatience as she stepped before Hu Yuan, disregarding her struggles, gripping her chin, and preparing to pour the wine into her mouth. Chapter 63, Fury Unleashed. Bang. At that moment, the door to the private room was kicked open. A chilling voice echoed. I believe you are the one seeking the enchanting beauty's smile, aren't you? Yusu's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the entrance, where a young man stood, radiating an aura of menace. Who are you? Yusu bellowed in rage, incensed that someone would dare to intrude upon his affairs at such a critical moment. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Yusu felt a flash of movement. And before he could register what was happening, the young man had seized him and lifted him effortlessly. You. Yusu stared in shock at the young man who had hoisted him up, fury surging within him as he declared, Do you have any idea who I am? Offending me guarantees you will regret it. Dare to threaten me? The young man scoffed coldly as he propelled Yusu forward, crashing him against the wall with a resounding thud. Bang! Yusu let out a pained cry as he collided with the surface. Li Feng. Hu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the young man before her, a wave of relief washing over her. She had never anticipated that. At such a crucial juncture, Li Feng would appear like a divine savior. You foolish girl. Li Feng gazed at Hu Yuan, who lay languidly on the sofa, and sighed, internally lamenting how close they had come to disaster. Had he arrived even a moment later, things could have taken a dire turn. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of reproach towards the bodyguards surrounding Hu Yuan, questioning their absence at such a pivotal moment. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, the Imperial Pavilion was unlike other venues. It was heavily fortified, making it exceedingly difficult for Hu Yuan's bodyguards to infiltrate the premises. Huyun smiled, feeling an extraordinary sense of security beside LFing. How can you still smile at this moment? Is the Imperial Pavilion truly your domain? LFing shot her a fierce glare. His presence at the Imperial Pavilion was not to shadow Huyun, but rather to infiltrate the establishment and investigate PNG. The soundproofing of the private rooms was commendable, yet it could not shield him from his spiritual perception. Initially, he intended to utilize his awareness to locate PNG, but unexpectedly caught sight of Huyun, who had been drugged. At that moment, LFing had no time to conceal his identity or continue his search for PNG. He rushed in during this critical juncture. He swiftly lifted Huyun, cradling her in his arms. Are you all right? He inquired. Huyun shook her head. I'm fine. Just utterly drained of strength. Who is this scoundrel? LFing coldly regarded YS, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Deputy Director of the Technical Supervision Bureau, YS, Huyun gritted her teeth, recalling how she had nearly met her demise at YS's hands and wishing for nothing more than to eliminate him. At that moment, YS, enduring excruciating pain, managed to stand, gazing at LFing with a hint of trepidation. Who are you? He asked icily. I am LFing. LFing. YS was taken aback, unaware of LFing's identity. However, upon realizing that his schemes had been thwarted by LFing, he seethed with anger. I do not care who you are. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall ensure you regret it. An explanation? I believe it is you who owes me an explanation. Li Feng, cradling Hu Yuan, approached Yusu with a chilling expression. You, the deputy director, possess quite the audacity to set your sights on my woman. It seems you are quite eager to meet your end. You claim Hu Yuan as your woman? Yusu was taken aback, but upon noticing Hu Yuan in Li Feng's arms, realization dawned upon him. That cannot be. Hu Yuan has no boyfriend. Humph, in this world, nothing is impossible. Now, you shall pay the price for your foolishness. With that, Li Feng delivered a kick to Yusu's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall before collapsing onto the floor. You dare strike me? Yusu spat blood, his face ashen as he glared at Li Feng. You dare to harm me, and your company's smart chip technology inspection will never pass. You insolent wretch. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Li Feng scoffed derisively, dismissing the notion of any technological scrutiny as mere trifles. With that thought, he advanced and unleashed a flurry of kicks towards Yusu. President Hu, please, make him stop, Hu Yuan urged, witnessing the severity of Li Feng's assault. Li Feng's blows were relentless. Soon, Yusu could no longer endure, blood spilling from his lips as he looked to Hu Yuan in terror. Li Feng, enough. I wish to leave this place, Hu Yuan stated. Very well, Li Feng nodded. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate Yusu, he refrained from further violence in Hu Yuan's presence. Continuing the assault held no purpose, so he carried Hu Yuan towards the exit. As Yu Su spat out a mouthful of blood, he lifted his gaze to behold Li Feng and Hu Yuan standing at the doorway. He proclaimed, Hu Yuan, if you accompany me for 2 nights, I shall forgive today's incident. Should you refuse, not only will your company face ruin, but you and Li Feng shall also suffer dire consequences. With this, Yu Su burst into a triumphant laugh, for he had perceived that the moment Hu Yuan spoke, Li Feng refrained from striking him. It seemed to him that Hu Yuan was wary of his status, emboldening him to issue threats without restraint. What can you do? Li Feng? As long as Hu Yuan values her company, I can still indulge in your woman. You are courting death, Li Feng retorted with a cold snort, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he appeared before Yu Su, and before Yu Su could react, Li Feng delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Bang! Yu Su was sent flying, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. Gazing down at Yu Su's fallen form, Li Feng scoffed. While it was unwise to commit murder in such a public place, this kick had rendered Yu Su incapacitated. In his heart, Li Feng had already pronounced Yu Su's death sentence. This fool, oblivious to the peril he faced, dared to issue threats. He failed to recognize his own insignificance, merely the deputy director of a minor technical supervision bureau, yet so brazenly reckless, as if he were a person of worth. Though he had not eliminated him here, Li Feng had myriad ways to ensure Yu Su's disgrace. As Li Feng embraced Hu Yuan and departed from the Imperial Pavilion, a middle-aged man within one of the rooms was in a fit of rage. How do you conduct your affairs? Hu Yuan was drugged at the Imperial Pavilion. Can you bear the consequences of this? The middle-aged man recalled the formidable figure of the Northwest Tiger behind Hu Yuan. Should anything happen to her at the Imperial Pavilion, the wrath of the Northwest Tiger would be beyond their capacity to withstand. Not only would the Imperial Pavilion face annihilation, but he himself would also face severe repercussions. Now, tell me, who dared to drug Hu Yuan at the Imperial Pavilion? Who gave them the audacity? I had repeatedly cautioned that Hu Yuan is one of the few untouchables in Tianhai City. Today, she nearly met with misfortune at the Imperial Pavilion. Tell me, who possesses such audacity? The middle-aged man inquired coldly. It was Yu Su, a trembling staff member responded. Yu Su? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and asked, is this person one of ours? Not one of us. Yu Su is the deputy director of the Technical Supervision Bureau. Humph. A mere deputy director of the Technical Supervision Bureau dares to lay hands on Hu Yuan? Such audacity is truly reckless. As if they do not know how to write the word death. The middle-aged man scoffed, saying, immediately expel him. Humph, having offended Hu Yuan, his days are numbered. Understood. The middle-aged man approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the vast night, and murmured to himself, it has been a while since I last saw Li Feng. His transformation is indeed remarkable. It seems the plan must be expedited. Chapter 64, The Lonely Man and the Lonely Woman Hu Yuan, are you not usually quite astute? Yu Su is clearly a lecherous scoundrel. How could you fall into his trap and venture to a place like the Imperial Pavilion? Is that truly a venue befitting you? Even if you desired to go, you ought not to do so alone. At the very least, you should have brought a few bodyguards. Had I not arrived in the nick of time today, the consequences could have been dire. Li Feng carried Hu Yuan into the villa, his voice laced with reproach. The events of the day had genuinely startled him. He could scarcely fathom what might have transpired had he not intervened. Hu Yuan listened in silence, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Although Li Feng's words were harsh, they emanated concern for her well-being, warming her heart. How do you feel now? After placing Hu Yuan on the sofa, Li Feng inquired anxiously. I am fine, just feeling a bit weak, Hu Yuan replied, shaking her head. That is a relief. Li Feng sighed. He had indeed been worried that the drug administered by Yu Su might have adverse effects. While he was a martial artist, he was not a physician. He could brew potions, but was not adept at healing. Should Hu Yuan exhibit any negative reactions, he would have no choice but to take her to the hospital. Shall I carry you to your room? Hu Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Li Feng lifted Hu Yuan effortlessly, ascending the stairs to the second floor of the villa. This was Li Feng's first experience on the second floor. And with the beauty of Hu Yuan cradled in his arms, he found himself exhilarated by her enchanting fragrance. The master bedroom on the second floor spans approximately 50 square meters, complemented by a generously sized walk-in closet adjacent to it. Li Feng cradled Hu Yuan as they entered the room, where his gaze was instantly drawn to the vibrant red curtains, the soft pink bedding, and the luxurious Simmons king-sized bed. Positioned directly opposite the bed stood a vanity table, crowned with a grand mirror that reflected the enchanting scene atop the bed. Li Feng invited Hu Yuanyu and to sit upon the grand bed, quietly observing her. "What are you staring at?" Hu Yuanyu asked, her expression tinged with unease. This was her first time alone with Li Feng, and in her own sanctuary no less. "Of course, I am gazing at you, Hu Yuanyu. I must say, you appear particularly radiant today," Li Feng replied, his eyes lingering on her, captivated by her alluring figure that stirred his heart. Hu Yuanyu shyly lowered her head, surprisingly unfazed by Li Feng's compliment for the first time, and within her heart, a flicker of delight began to blossom. Li Feng continued to gaze at her, as if she were his bride, his fervent stare nearly overwhelming her. "Li Feng, perhaps you should step out for a moment. I need to rest." Hu Yuanyu mustered the courage to say, feeling the intensity of his gaze was almost too much to bear. A pang of concern washed over her, fearing what Li Feng might do next. "No, I wish to observe you a little longer," Li Feng replied, shaking his head and settling beside her, gently clasping her delicate hand. Hu Yuanyu shuddered slightly, casting an uneasy glance at Li Feng. His tall stature and distinct features, though not conventionally handsome, possessed a striking allure that captivated at first sight. Li Feng exuded a robust physique that could enchant any woman, enveloped in a magnetic masculinity that ensnared her senses. "Hu Yuan, you are exquisite, so beautiful that it stirs my heart," Li Feng murmured softly. His unabashed words elicited a blush from Hu Yuan, accompanied by a subtle joy that blossomed within her. What woman does not revel in sweet nothings? Women are not merely creatures of emotion. They are also auditory beings, craving the praise of men. Turning to Hu Yuan, Li Feng beheld her arched eyebrows and sparkling, soulful eyes brimming with affection. Her lips, delicately pursed, were enticingly rosy. A sudden warmth surged through him at this unguarded glance. "I regret my actions," he confessed. "Regret what?" Hu Yuanyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Feng smiled faintly. "When we were at the Imperial Pavilion, I should have delayed my entrance until after you had consumed that glass of wine." "What?" Hu Yuanyu replied, puzzled. "Had you ingested that wine, I could now offer you an antidote," Li Feng said, his gaze laden with meaning. Realization dawned on Hu Yuan, and she shot him an indignant glare, clearly displeased with his insinuation. "I need to rest," she declared. "Oh," he replied, "you should go out." Hu Yuanyu said with a hint of dissatisfaction as she nudged Li Feng. "I am here to protect you," Li Feng replied reassuringly, "rest assured. I shall not disturb your slumber. However, it appears today you lack the strength to even undress. Would you like me to assist you?" "How annoying. Just leave me alone," Hu Yuan retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger as she lunged at the instigator, showering him with playful punches. Li Feng laughed, pleading for mercy while clumsily warding off her relentless strikes, which felt more like a gentle massage than an assault. As he gazed at Hu Yuan, he noticed her flushed face and striking eyes wide open in indignation, her lips tightly pressed together. In her fervor to chastise him, she leaned slightly forward, flailing her arms in an effort to free herself from his grasp. This sight ignited a warm, tingling sensation within Li Feng, making her appear extraordinarily beautiful in his eyes. In a moment of impulsiveness, he abruptly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, completely absorbed in her intention to reprimand the man who had caused her such embarrassment. Hu Yuan momentarily forgot their position and squirmed in his embrace, attempting to escape. Yet, Li Feng held her tightly, and breaking free proved to be no easy task for her. Consequently, the two of them began to tumble playfully on the bed. After quite a while of rolling around, they finally ceased their antics, breathing heavily as they lay side by side. Li Feng's breaths labored while Hu Yuan glistened with a sheen of perspiration. Neither of them realized that amidst their playful commotion, Hu Yuan had regained her strength. At this moment, Li Feng realized that he was atop Hu Yuan, who remained oblivious to their awkward position. However, Li Feng had no intention of addressing it. The opportunity was too precious, and he simply wished to savor the intoxicating allure before him. Gazing down at Hu Yuan, he observed her breathless state, her face flushed with a rosy hue, her lips slightly parted, exuding an enchanting charm that seemed to beckon one to indulge. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Feng leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss. Chapter 65. Sleepless night. Hu Yuan stared at Li Feng, her mind a blank slate. She had been kissed by Li Feng. Hu Yuan could scarcely believe this reality. For a moment, she was rendered speechless, merely gazing at him in a daze. After thoroughly savoring the sweetness of her lips, Li Feng finally lifted his head. He was not averse to progressing further, yet he understood the importance of restraint. Hu Yuanyuan was unlike any other woman. Her pride and dignity surpassed that of ordinary girls. The step they took today was already significant, and in Hu Yuanyuan's heart. She might not have fully accepted him yet. Though he yearned to advance, he recognized that this was not the opportune moment. "Get up," Hu Yuanyuan said. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she gently nudged Li Feng. He chuckled, his expression reminiscent of a mischievous child caught in the act. "Leave," she commanded, summoning unexpected strength to push and pull him out of the room. Once he was gone, she bashfully buried her face in her hands and lay on the bed. "Oh my, I was actually kissed." Outside the room, Li Feng licked his lips, murmuring to himself, "Delicious." Casting a glance back at Hu Yuanyuan's room, he felt confident that although today had only allowed him to taste her lips, the next encounter would be. He chuckled to himself. He owed a debt of gratitude to Yu Su. Without him, the development of their relationship would not have progressed so swiftly. As he thought of Yu Su, a glint of coldness flashed in Li Feng's eyes. In Li Feng's eyes, Hu Yuanyuan was already his woman. The audacity of Yu Su, that old lecher. To covet Hu Yuanyuan was utterly unforgivable. Although he had already dealt a severe blow to Yu Su at the Imperial Pavilion, condemning him to a life spent in bed, Li Feng felt that this punishment was insufficient. He yearned to see Yu Su utterly disgraced. With this thought in mind, Li Feng returned to his chamber and retrieved his notebook. Soon, he had meticulously gathered all information regarding Yu Su. As he perused the data, a cold smirk crossed his lips. "This time, let us see how I shall bring about your demise." Consequently, Li Feng disseminated all incriminating evidence against Yu Su, including his properties, bank accounts, and clandestine affairs, across numerous websites. In that instant, evidence and videos of Yu Su's crimes surfaced on the computers of all agencies, including the CIA and MI6. What is happening? Can someone explain this? The director of the CIA, Kerry, glared at the subordinate standing before him, his face a mask of fury. The CIA was the most pivotal institution within the U.S. government, safeguarding a multitude of state secrets. Its network system boasted the most formidable firewall in the world, making its security unparalleled. Yet now, inexplicably, certain documents and videos had materialized on their computers, indicating that someone had breached their defenses. How else could such sensitive information appear on the CIA's systems? This is utterly unforgivable. One must consider the multitude of secrets housed within this intelligence agency. Should the adversary wish to pilfer them, it would be as effortless as child's play. "Director, these documents and videos must not be erased," a technician remarked after manipulating the computer. "What?" Director Karadu's expression shifted dramatically as he coldly retorted, "What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be computer experts? How can you fail to manage even this minor set of data? Who is this Yu Su mentioned in the documents?" "Director, Yu Su is the Deputy Director of the Technical Supervision Bureau of Tianhai City, Huaxia," an intelligence officer promptly responded. "A Huaxia national," Karadu scoffed. "Contact the Huaxia government. I require an explanation from them." "Understood. Yakisi, I suspect this matter is connected to the Huaxia nationals. Immediately take the elite team from the intelligence agency to Huaxia and thoroughly investigate the situation. If it turns out they are indeed Huaxia nationals, spare no effort in eliminating them." "Yes, Director." Simultaneously, in Yanjing, at the National Security Bureau, this matter must be handled with utmost seriousness. The director of the National Security Bureau stated gravely, "I hereby order the immediate apprehension of Yu Su." "Director, Yu Su is merely a minor character. The priority now is to ascertain who orchestrated this incident. The entire Huaxia network is inundated with information and videos concerning Yu Su. The capabilities of the mastermind behind this are truly terrifying." A middle-aged man spoke solemnly. "Indeed, individuals of such caliber are far more formidable than Yu Su. We must not allow them to roam free." A young man beside him spoke up. "Now, he has stirred up a storm in the city merely due to a Yu Su incident. What will happen if he betrays national interests in the future? The consequences are unimaginable." "Indeed, I share this sentiment. I concur." The director of the National Security Bureau chuckled bitterly. "The crux of the matter is, do you all know who is behind this?" A profound silence enveloped the room. "Yao Ji, even you cannot discern who is responsible?" The director inquired of a nearby young woman. The maiden, Yao Ji, shook her head. "The adversary's methods leave no trace. I cannot ascertain their identity. Yet, there exists a solution." At that moment, a voice broke through. The crowd turned to see a shaven-headed young man speak. The director of the National Security Bureau asked, "Fo Zhu, do you have a plan?" Fo Zhu replied, "Director, the evidence and videos are quite telling. The adversary clearly aims to target Yusu. It is evident that Yusu has offended someone who should not be trifled with. We should focus our investigation on Yusu. Perhaps it will lead us to a clue." The director nodded. "Indeed, Fo Zhu, you shall take charge of this matter. Immediately proceed to Tianhai City and ensure that this issue is thoroughly investigated." Understood. Just then, the red telephone on the desk rang, and the director's expression shifted as he quickly picked up the receiver. A minute later, he solemnly remarked, "The situation is far more dire than we had anticipated. The information and videos circulating online are not only in our possession but have also infiltrated the computers of the U.S. intelligence agencies and the British Secret Intelligence Service. This implies that the materials are accessible to computers worldwide. Currently, the United States, England, and other nations are exerting pressure on us, demanding an explanation." The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Across the globe, even the most adept hackers from their national security agency lack the capability to accomplish such feats, let alone breach the defenses of the U.S. intelligence agencies and the British Secret Service. The director of the National Security Agency stated grimly, "This is the most significant case in the history of our agency. We must dedicate ourselves fully to it." "Director, I believe this matter may not be without its downsides," interjected the young enchantress. "Based on the methods employed by the adversary, it is highly probable that they are of Chinese origin. If they are indeed compatriots, their talents could be harnessed for our nation's benefit." The director of the National Security Agency shuddered at her words. "You are correct, enchantress. This could represent an unprecedented opportunity for our nation. If they are capable of breaching the U.S. intelligence agencies and the British Secret Service, they could potentially infiltrate the U.S. Department of Defense as well. If necessary, they could control America's strategic weapons, presenting us with an invaluable opportunity." Buddha Bamboo, you are to proceed to Tianhai City immediately. If you ascertain that the individual is indeed Chinese, you are to ensure his personal protection. Understood, Director. Chapter 66. Impatience. Li Feng, the unwitting architect of chaos, remained blissfully unaware of the global shockwaves his inadvertent actions had unleashed. Oblivious to the considerable troubles that awaited him, he lay in bed, chuckling foolishly, his mind consumed by the sensation of pressing Hu Yuanyuan beneath him and kissing her. How did I transform into this seemingly innocent youth? As if I have never known a woman? Li Feng shook his head, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. After all, she is merely a woman, with my capabilities. I could easily win her over. Why should I be so anxious and troubled? Casting aside these thoughts, Li Feng surrendered to slumber. The following morning, after completing his morning rituals, Li Feng exited his room just as Hu Yuanyuan descended the staircase. Upon seeing her, he inquired with genuine concern, "How did you sleep last night? You seem rather pale. Surely you weren't thinking of me all night?" What a self-indulgent thought. At his words, Hu Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed. The previous night had been sleepless for her mind swirling with thoughts of Li Feng. Yet, before him, she would never concede to such feelings. If you're feeling unwell, you should take the day off from work. While the job is important, your health is paramount, Li Feng advised. I am well aware of my responsibilities. There are numerous matters requiring my attention at the company. I must go in today, Hu Yuanyuan replied. She recalled how Li Feng had dealt decisively with Yusu the previous night. Navigating the Technical Supervision Bureau would require careful strategy. If this issue remained unresolved, the company's products could not be sold, resulting in significant repercussions for the firm. Li Feng said little, merely advising, take care of yourself. If you need to negotiate with someone in the future, remember to call me. I shall accompany you. Understood, Hu Yuanyuan nodded. After having breakfast, she drove to the office. While Li Feng received a call from Lu Shichao, instructing him to visit the suburban warehouse to observe the stone appraisal. Has the action finally commenced? A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Feng's mouth. Stone appraisal? The valuable jade-laden stones from Lu Shichao's batch had likely already fallen into his possession. The stones at the suburban warehouse were nothing but refuse. Not even the most skilled stone appraiser could extract jade from them. Upon arriving at the suburban warehouse, Li Feng found Lu Shichao, Li Quan, and Wang Xiong waiting at the entrance, accompanied by two middle-aged men, presumably the stone appraisers Lu Shichao had mentioned. Young Master Feng, you've arrived. Lu Shichao, Li Quan, and Wang Xiong greeted him as soon as he appeared. Indeed, Li Feng nodded, his gaze settling on Li Quan. This was their first encounter since parting ways at Tianya Pavilion. Young Master Feng, Li Quan acknowledged. Are your injuries all right? Have they healed? Li Feng inquired with a semblance of concern. Thank you for your concern, young Master Feng. My injuries have mostly healed, Li Quan replied with a calm demeanor. That is good to hear. Li Feng seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, yet a cold smile curled within his heart. If Li Quan had exhibited anger in the face of his presence, perhaps he would have regarded him with newfound respect. However, the calmness in Li Quan's tone was unmistakable. It was evident that his cunning ran deeper than Li Feng had anticipated. With such a person, he dared not allow any room for negligence or carelessness. That scoundrel Song Ziyuan had dealt you such a heavy blow. The next time I encounter him, I shall teach him a lesson. Ensuring he understands that my people are not to be trifled with, Li Feng declared fiercely. Thank you, young Master Feng, Li Quan replied, his face a mask of feigned delight. However, Li Quan, I must confess that the previous incident was my fault. I had seen you working out at the gym and presumed you were seeking trouble with Song Ziyuan, which is why I spoke those words to him at Tianya Pavilion. It is important to remember that Song Ziyuan is our sworn enemy. During our time in Yinjing, none of us were spared from his bullying. Yet, I never anticipated that after all this time, his strength would remain so formidable, Li Feng lamented, a note of regret in his voice. You don't hold it against me, do you, Li Quan? Young Master Feng, do not say such things. It is merely my lack of strength that prevented me from defeating Song Ziyuan. How could I possibly blame you? Li Quan hastily shook his head. That is a relief. Truly a relief. Li Feng seemed to relax slightly. I must say, young Master Feng, we are here to unveil the stone, not to engage in idle chatter. At that moment, Wang Xiong could no longer contain himself and interjected. Is that not Supervisor Wang? What brings you here? Li Feng looked at Wang Xiong with confusion. When did Manager Wang become a master of stone appraisal? Wang Xiong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and replied, Young Master Feng, you jest. I am not a master of stone appraisal. I am here to observe your stone analysis. But what does stone appraisal have to do with our company? Li Feng inquired. Young Master, this pertains to our daily loan of 1.5 billion. I must take it seriously, which is why I came today to take a look, Wang Xiong explained. Manager Wang, your dedication is commendable, Li Feng remarked with a hint of a cold smile. Wang Xiong was eager to witness Li Feng's potential losses, which Li Feng found contemptible. Wang Xiong felt somewhat helpless. He knew his actions were questionable, yet he was compelled by higher authority. Manager Wang, do you think our batch of raw stones will yield profits or losses? Li Feng asked with a beaming smile. It's needless to say that with your and young Master Lu's capabilities, it will undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. And a substantial one at that, Wang Xiong chuckled. Oh, I had thought Manager Wang believed we would incur significant losses, Li Feng said, his smile fading into a serious expression. If you truly believe that this batch of raw stones will bring us great profits, then why worry about my ability to repay the debts? Wang Xiong was left speechless, taken aback by Li Feng's sharp wit and unsure of how to respond. Young Master, you see, Manager Wang is merely concerned for your well-being. Beside him, Li Quan promptly remarked, moreover, Supervisor Wang has been in the lending business for many years, possessing extensive knowledge and experience. With him here, he might offer us valuable insights. Li Feng, feeling a tinge of regret, slapped his forehead and expressed his relief. How did I not think of this? Li Quan, you are truly my strategist. If I were to be without you by my side in the future, I would find it exceedingly uncomfortable. I am but a loyal follower of young Master Feng. How could I possibly leave your side? Li Quan hastily pledged his allegiance. Young Master, let us proceed inside, Lu Shichao interjected, somewhat out of place. Very well, let us enter, Li Feng replied, suddenly enlightened, and promptly led Li Quan, Wang Xiong, and the others into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse lay a multitude of raw stones. Upon seeing them, Wang Xiong exclaimed excitedly, Wow, so many raw stones. Young Master Feng, if just a few of these yield jade, you will reap substantial profits. Li Feng cast him a sidelong glance, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. Jade? He had received a phone call from Lu Shichao earlier, informing him that after Wang Xiong had taken those few raw stones, he returned with experts to scour the place, absconding with several stones that might yield jade. The stones remaining in this warehouse were merely what Wang Xiong and his associates deemed worthless. Let us begin, Li Feng instructed Lu Shichao. Lu Shichao nodded and signaled 2 stone-cutting craftsmen to commence their work. Chapter 67. Who plays whom a sharp? Grating sound of stone being sliced echoed in the air. Li Feng languidly lingered nearby, utterly disinterested. Dissecting stones? More like unearthing worthless debris, he mused. Were it not for his desire to indulge Li Quan and the others in their amusement, he would have preferred to refrain from squandering his time in such a manner. To allay any suspicions from Li Quan and his companions, he feigned disappointment each time the stones yielded no jade, occasionally uttering a few curses in frustration. He could not help but admire his own acting skills, though he pondered, in a world where everyone plays a role, who truly lacks the talent for performance. The individuals present, Li Quan, Lu Shichao, Wang Xiong, each harbored their own ulterior motives. Perhaps the phrase life is but a play encapsulates this sentiment perfectly. Lu Shichao, however, felt a flicker of anticipation. The batch of raw stones had been procured at his behest, and despite the slim odds of uncovering jade, he harbored hopes of revealing at least a few precious pieces. After all, if word spread that Lu Shichao had squandered 20 billion on worthless stones, where would his pride reside? Stealing a glance at Li Quan, Lu Shichao was perplexed. Why would Li Quan, who had aligned himself with the enigmatic Master Feng, conspire against him? What dealings did Li Quan have with this scheme, and what was his connection to Brother Peng of the Emperor's Pavilion? Nevertheless, Lu Shichao could not help but admire the magnitude of the other's ambition. Not only did they facilitate a loan of 15 billion to Li Feng, but they also accounted for the 10 billion currently in his possession. How could he, given his status, possibly amass such capital? From the perspective of their grand design, it seemed their aim was to obtain 50% of the shares in Xiangfeng Investment Company held by Li Feng. Yet, did the stakes of Xiangfeng Investment Company warrant such elaborate machinations? Lu Shichao remained baffled, having had individuals investigate the company's affairs. Although the business is thriving, it certainly does not possess as much value as one might think. Feng Xiao, rest assured, with so many rough stones, we are bound to uncover some jade. Li Quan quickly reassured as he noticed Li Feng on the brink of frustration after 100 stones yielded no grain. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng replied, "You are right. The last time I was at Tianya Pavilion, fortune smiled upon me, and I trust it will be the same this time." Indeed, Li Quan responded, his lips twitching at the mention of Tianya Pavilion. Suddenly, the excited voice of Lu Shichao pierced through the air. "We found green. We found green." Li Feng and Li Quan swiftly turned to see the stone cutter revealing a hint of green from the rough stone in his hands. It truly is green. Li Feng was momentarily stunned, activating the Nine Heavens Heart Sutra, yet he could not sense any spiritual energy within this particular stone. Was it possible for some jade to lack spiritual energy? While he deemed such jade devoid of value, others might not share the same view. The rough stone in the cutter's possession was sizable, and only a portion of its surface had been cut away. Perhaps they could indeed uncover jade. Feng Xiao. Even if it is merely an ordinary type of jade, such a large rough stone is worth a fortune, Li Quan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Indeed. I always knew I was no ordinary person. Good fortune is ever by my side, Li Feng declared proudly, his chest puffed out in self-importance. Li Quan silently cursed under his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the rough stone in the cutter's hands. The piercing sound of the cutting machine was, at this moment, remarkably enchanting. Both Li Feng, Lu Shichao, Li Quan, and Wang Xiong were fixated on the rough stone held by the master gem cutter. The stone was gradually being sliced open. Due to the sweltering heat, the master had shed his short-sleeved shirt, revealing only a small vest beneath, his corpulent torso quivering as if it were encased in a layer of water. Sweat streamed down his face as he grasped the handle of the cutting machine, diligently applying his expertise to meticulously dissect the stone. However, after the initial layer was cut away, the green mist showed no signs of transformation, nor did any jade emerge. How could this be? Li Feng observed with bated breath, his heart racing, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the rough stone in the master's hands. Yet, even as the master dismantled the stone into numerous fragments, not a glimmer of jade was revealed. Each piece merely exuded a hint of green mist, utterly unrelated to jadeite. It was over. Whether it was disappointment or some other sentiment, Li Feng abruptly sank to the ground, his face a portrait of despondence. Those who gamble on stones are well aware of the adage, one cut leads to paradise, another to hell, but how many can truly remain composed? Noticing Li Feng's expression, a trace of cold amusement flickered in Li Quan's eyes. This was merely the beginning. Today, I shall not rest until you are utterly disheartened, he thought. Young Master Feng, fret not, it is merely a stroke of bad luck. Perhaps the next rough stone will yield jade, Li Quan consoled. Is that truly the case? Li Feng appeared much like a helpless child. Upon hearing Li Quan's words, it felt as though he had seized upon a lifeline. Indeed, Xiaofeng, you must place your trust in me, Li Quan replied with utmost seriousness. Trust you? That's a tall order. Li Feng coldly chuckled inwardly. Though his face betrayed none of his sentiments, he merely observed the stone cutter with a feigned air of anxiety. As the raw stones were sliced, many turned into mere refuse, and Li Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. Even Li Quan, who often offered him solace, dared not provoke his ill temper. All right. Let us conclude for today, Li Feng declared as he rose to his feet. What does Xiaofeng imply? Li Quan inquired. We shall discuss this tomorrow. Today's fortune has not favored us, and these stones remain uncut. Li Feng gazed at the rough stones in the warehouse and said, Perhaps I shall return when I feel more fortunate. Well, Lu Shichao hesitated, uncertain of Li Feng's intentions. Xiaofeng, I believe it would be prudent to cut the stones sooner rather than later. The sooner we cut, the sooner we profit, Li Quan urged anxiously. That is unnecessary, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. Looking at the 1/10 of the stone that had been cut, he expressed his dissatisfaction. The fortune of stone cutting is capricious. On days like today, when luck is absent, cutting serves no purpose. It would be better not to cut at all. As for profit, why the haste? One cannot rush to consume hot tofu. The same principle applies to earning money. Li Quan was rendered speechless, realizing that this diverged from their original plan. Without cutting the stones, how could they proceed with their scheme? Young Master Feng, the interest on the 1.5 billion loan from Tian loan amounts to over 10 million daily, an astonishingly high burden. If only we could earn money sooner. We could repay the loan earlier and no longer worry about such exorbitant interest, Li Quan pondered aloud. Li Quan, you truly care for my well-being. Li Feng remarked with a sense of gratitude. Li Quan's eagerness was palpable. He displayed no semblance of the master-servant bond. Yet, what he required was time. When the inevitable confrontation with the Blackstone gang arose, it would demand a reckoning. His Black Hawk squad had merely begun their training. And even if they triumphed over the Blackstone gang, it would come at a significant cost, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, before that juncture, he needed to elevate the combat prowess of the Black Hawk squad to a new echelon. What are you saying, Li Quan? If I am not considering young Master Feng's interests, whose interests am I considering? Li Quan asserted, patting his chest. Haha, well said, Li Quan. Rest assured, as long as you stand by me, when I achieve prosperity, you shall reap the rewards, Li Feng exclaimed. Laughter erupting from him as he patted Li Quan on the back, eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, indeed. Li Quan nodded vigorously, declaring, by following young Master Feng, I shall surely gain renown across the land. I, Li Quan, await that day. Young Master Feng, shall we continue to break the stones now? No, not today, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. Ah, why not? Li Quan was taken aback. He had lavished so many flattering words in hopes of persuading Li Feng to continue, only to discover that Li Feng had no intention of doing so. Why, you ask? Did I not just mention that my fortune has run dry today? Any stones we break would yield nothing but waste. Given this, why should we proceed with the resolution? Each of these raw stones is worth at least several million. I, for one, do not wish to squander them. I shall wait until fortune smiles upon me before making any decisions. Right, Li Quan? Li Feng remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Ah, indeed, Li Quan replied, his eyes darting uncertainly. But, young Master Feng, the interest on the loans from Tian Dai is quite substantial. Interest, you say? Li Feng turned to Wang Xiong, inquiring, according to our agreement, am I not required to repay the loan within a year? Indeed, young Master Feng. As long as you do not incur losses on the funds borrowed from Tian Dai, you may repay at any time within the year, Wang Xiong answered earnestly, albeit puzzled by Li Feng's questioning. Then, with these raw stones remaining here, it cannot be deemed a loss, can it? Li Feng posed. Young Master Feng, you jest. Even if but a single stone remains, it cannot be considered a loss. After all, one stone could yield an imperial jade, potentially multiplying your worth manifold. Wang Xiong responded with a smile. Precisely. Therefore, why should I concern myself with the interest exceeding 10 million? I shall decide when to process the stones at my leisure. Li Feng declared with a grin. Li Quan and Wang Xiong were taken aback, realizing that Li Feng's inquiries had merely served this purpose. They exchanged glances, recognizing each other's dismay. Young Master Feng, Li Quan began, but was interrupted by Li Feng. Li Quan, do you perceive me as someone who engages in trivial matters? Of course, young Master Feng is astute and capable, undoubtedly a person of great ambitions. Li Quan replied without hesitation. Indeed, for someone like me, who is destined for greatness, how could I concern myself with the mere interest of over 10 million a day? Li Feng proclaimed with spirited confidence. From this day forth, my company is under my command. I shall determine when to unearth the stones. Lu Xiao, should you wish to proceed with any extraction, you must notify me in advance. Otherwise, you will bear the responsibility for the company's losses. Even if you are the esteemed heir of the Lu family, I shall not show you leniency. Do you understand? Rest assured, Feng Xiao, I know how to handle this. Lu Shichao quickly replied. Haha, that's the spirit. Now, let us go dine. Today, I shall treat you all. Li Feng laughed heartily as he departed the warehouse. Li Quan and Wang Xiong exchanged glances, filled with despair, realizing that before they could bring Li Feng to his breaking point, they themselves were on the verge of collapse.